The cycle of 9 transformations. Upon a vast martial arena paved with blue stones, the atmosphere was so dense it seemed one could extract water from it. The midday sun, typically fierce, was now shrouded beneath an invisible veil of gloom. Beneath the towering plaque of the Xiao Yan sect, thousands of eyes converged upon the solitary figure of Xiao Yan, who stood isolated in the center. Huh! A derisive laugh shattered the silence, emanating from a youth merely a few steps away from Xiao Yan. Lin Feng, an inner disciple, donned a pristine blue silk robe, his hair meticulously arranged. He looked down upon Xiao Yan from his elevated position, his gaze akin to that of someone inspecting a mere stone by the roadside, imbued with disdain and a hint of mock pity. Junior brother Xiao, it has been 3 years, an entire 3 years. Lin Feng's voice, though not loud, resonated through every corner of the expansive arena. From the moment you entered, you were at the bottom of our ranks, year after year, test after test, cultivating to the 3rd level of Qi. Ha! Even a child who has just begun their journey 3 months ago surpasses you. You truly deserve the title of the most useless disciple in a century at the Xiao Yan sect, a label you cannot shake off. The word wei struck Xiao Yan like a venomous ice spear, piercing through his eardrum, penetrating flesh, and reaching deep into his heart. He abruptly raised his head, sweat and blood matting his brow, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. There were no tears, only a silent, almost burning darkness, swirling with humiliation, unwillingness, and a fierce, wolf-like tenacity born from being driven to the brink. Lin Feng, his voice was as raspy as sandpaper, each word imbued with fervor. The humiliation I, Xiao Yan, endured today, I shall remember. Remember? Lin Feng appeared to find the notion utterly ludicrous, exaggeratedly shrugging and surveying the crowd. With your meager abilities? What good does remembering do? A waste will always remain a waste. Our Xiao Yan sect possesses limited resources and does not nurture the useless. In my opinion, you should leave the mountain promptly, seek a mundane little town, and open a grocery store to live out your wretched life. Why must you linger here to embarrass yourself? He deliberately slowed his pace for the last 4 words, each one piercing the heart. Around the martial arena, the murmurs of the crowd buzzed like countless tiny venomous insects crawling about. Tisk, truly a disgrace to our outer sect. Senior brother Lin speaks the truth. Occupying space without contributing is a waste of the sect's spirit stones. I heard he tested as a false spirit root upon entry. He should have known the outcome long ago. Look at that expression, he still refuses to accept it, truly unaware of his own limitations. Those gazes, whether sympathetic, contemptuous, or merely intrigued, formed an invisible, cold, sticky web that closed in from all directions, nearly suffocating Xiao Yan. He clenched his teeth, the blood seeping from his gums mingling with the saltiness of his sweat, creating a nauseating flavor. With each breath, his fractured ribs scraped against his chest cavity, emitting a soundless groan that a wave of brackish sweetness surged once more to Xiao Yan's throat. He forced it down, his body swaying precariously, on the verge of complete collapse. Despair engulfed him like a frigid tide, gradually consuming the remnants of his willpower. 3 arduous years of cultivation, unyielding through heat and cold, striving harder than anyone else. What had he gained in return, save for scars and derision? Pseudo-spiritual roots, was this truly an inescapable cage of fate? Enough. A voice, authoritative and detached, resonated from the high platform, crashing down like a heavy hammer, instantly silencing the surrounding clamor. Elder Li, the officiant presiding over the contest, surveyed the arena with an impassive expression, his gaze lingering for a fleeting moment on Xiao Yan, devoid of any emotion. Merely a cold indifference akin to that reserved for worthless objects. The results are clear. Lin Feng is victorious and shall receive 5 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Yan, withdraw and tend to your injuries. Do not delay any further. No words of comfort. No encouragement, only a chilling decree of dismissal. Elder Li's words severed the last thread of Xiao Yan's remaining strength. The surge of blood, no longer restrained, erupted violently from his mouth, splattering onto the cold, blue stone beneath him, blooming into a few shocking dark red flowers. His vision blurred, the world around him spinning and fading, leaving only the harsh sounds of mockery and indifferent gazes, piercing his nerves like icy needles. He could not fall, he must not succumb here. Clenching his teeth, he moved with the last vestiges of his fading consciousness and instinct, distancing himself from the raucous crowd. The tumult of the training grounds finally faded. Behind him the air felt less oppressive, yet the tightness and excruciating pain in his chest remained unabated. Uncertain of how long he had walked, The solid blue stone path vanished beneath his feet, replaced by a rugged trail of jagged rocks. The surrounding trees grew sparse and towering, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast fragmented patches of light. The further he ventured, the more desolate the area became. Even the birdsong grew scarce. He had entered a remote part of the back mountain, a place seldom trodden by disciples of the Tianyan sect. The sharp pain and dizziness from blood loss intensified. Xiao Yan felt his consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind, perilously close to extinguishment. What sustained him was merely an unyielding stubbornness that refused to concede. He staggered, nearly crawling up the steep incline, yearning for a secluded corner to lick his wounds, or perhaps quietly conclude this hopeless endeavor. At last, a cliff appeared at the edge of his vision. Jagged rocks jutted from its edge, with gnarled old pines defiantly taking root in the crevices below. Mist swirled, shrouding the depths, while a faint wind howled from the abyss, carrying a bone-chilling cold. Was this truly the end? I will not accept this. I will not accept it. This anguished roar drained him of his last ounce of strength. His legs weakened, and darkness suddenly engulfed him completely. He lost all support, his body tumbling like a marionette with severed strings, plunging straight into the unfathomable depths of the misty abyss. The sensation of weightlessness abruptly seized him as powerful gusts of wind tore at his garments and hair. The howling of the wind shrieked in his ears, reminiscent of the wailing of countless vengeful spirits. A chilling mist enveloped him, exuding a damp and foreboding atmosphere. His consciousness plummeted rapidly into oblivion, with only the excruciating pain of his body colliding against the jagged rocks of the cliff, akin to searing bolts of lightning, briefly piercing his nerves before he succumbed to complete unconsciousness. Time became an indistinct blur. It could have been a fleeting moment or an eternity. His awareness sank into the frigid, pitch-black depths of the ocean, weighed down to the point of immobility. He was enveloped by an endless cold and profound silence. Ugh! A faint groan, almost inaudible, escaped Xiao Yan's lips. His heavy eyelids seemed glued shut, and after a considerable struggle, he managed to pry them apart slightly. The blinding light compelled him to shut his eyes again, and it took a while before he dared to cautiously reopen them. The first sensation he registered was an excruciating chill, as if even his marrow had been frozen. Every inch of his body screamed in agony, particularly his back and right leg, which burned as if aflame, while his bones felt as though they were dislocated. He realized he lay in a shallow pool of icy water, surrounded by slick, sticky moss and jagged black stones. Above him, a narrow stretch of gray sky was framed by steep, nearly vertical cliffs, indicating that he was trapped in a narrow, deep crevice at the valley's bottom. The bone-chilling creek water soaked through his tattered garments, aggravating his wounds and sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. With great difficulty, he moved his fingers thankfully. His limbs did not seem completely broken. Driven by the instinct for survival, he gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to inch his battered body toward a slightly drier rock that leaned against the stone. Walled a mere few strides away, yet it drained the last remnants of strength he had just mustered. Each movement was accompanied by labored breaths and the tearing sensation of his muscles. At last, his back pressed against the cold, hard rock, and he collapsed, gasping for air. Each breath tugged painfully at his chest and abdomen, causing the veins on his forehead to throb with intensity. A dead end. A true dead end. Above him loomed a sheer cliff. Beneath lay an unfathomable, icy abyss. The rocky crevice extended endlessly in front and behind him. With no food, no elixirs, only grievous wounds and this biting cold, he realized that even remaining here for 2 days would be enough for his injuries and the cold to claim his. Life thought a bitter smile curled at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth. He had not perished at Lin Feng's hands. Yet here he was, destined to decay, silently like a tattered cloth in this forsaken place, unnoticed by anyone. Was this truly the fate that awaited him? Xiao Yan? The path to immortality severed, entombed within the belly of a serpent. How utterly absurd, how tragically lamentable. Just as the shadows of despair were about to fully engulf his fading consciousness, a faint yet oddly penetrating hum resonated in the tranquil valley below. This sound did not originate from his ears, but seemed to reverberate deep within his consciousness. Xiao Yan's spirit jolted, his once distracted gaze sharpening instantaneously, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He held his breath, enduring the intense pain, and cautiously scanned his surroundings. The dimly lit valley floor was shrouded in darkness, seemingly barren save for the flowing water, rocks, and moss. Yet, the persistent hum did not wane. Instead, it resonated with a peculiar rhythm, reverberating in his mind like a mysterious summons. His gaze instinctively followed the direction of the most intense hum, searching towards the base of the massive rock upon which he leaned, near the frigid stream. There, an almost imperceptible anomaly seemed to emerge. It was not light, but rather a distortion of space so subtle that without the guidance of that hum, it would have gone unnoticed in the oppressive gloom. Xiao Yan's heart raced, pounding violently against his chest, as if it might burst forth. A strange sensation, a blend of fear and an indescribable allure, seized him. This place was oddly enigmatic, and the hum exuded an incomprehensible peculiarity. Was it a blessing or a curse? Yet at this moment, what did he have left to lose? Clenching his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his regained strength and struggled toward the faint anomaly at the rock's base. The rough stones scraped against his wounds, and the icy stream soaked through his tattered pants, sending waves of excruciating cold and pain coursing through him. But he paid it. No heed. Closer. Ever closer. At last, his hand made contact with the base of the rock, where a thick layer of slick moss lay. The hum grew exceptionally clear here, as if it resonated beneath his fingertips. Taking a deep breath, he endured the sharp pain and, trembling, extended his fingers to pry away the dense, decaying moss. Beneath the moss lay the cold stone. However, the moment his fingertips grazed the surface of the rock, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The point of contact rippled like water, sending out a layer of barely visible, almost translucent waves, silently expanding from his fingertips. Then, a faint, flickering dark golden light began to emerge from the center of the ripples, slowly seeping forth from what appeared to be solid rock, akin to a sprout breaking. Through the soil, the light was not blinding, yet it carried an ineffable aura of ancientness and desolation, dispelling the surrounding darkness and illuminating Xiao Yan's bloodied and muddied face, which was etched with astonishment. To the center of this radiance lay an ancient jade piece, roughly the size of a half palm, its irregular shape strikingly prominent. The hum originated from this very object. Xiao Yan's eyes were fixed on the suddenly materialized dark golden jade, his breath momentarily suspended. He could distinctly feel an indescribable, colossal ancient presence gradually emanating from the jade piece, a cold and heavy aura imbued with the weight of primordial epochs, yet laced with a faint quiver, as if it had traversed the endless river of time to finally find its resting place. His fingertips hovered perilously close to the jade piece, mere millimeters away. The body trembled in excruciating pain, the sea of consciousness disturbed by an enigmatic hum that churned ceaselessly to a profound sense of dread, stemming from the instinct for survival, screamed at him to flee from this unpredictable entity. Yet another impulse, more intense and primal, akin to a drowning man grasping for the last straw, compelled him to seize it, to grasp this singular variable. Was it a fortuitous encounter or a deadly snare? The despair of a pseudo-spiritual root, the humiliation from Lin Feng, the derision from his peers, the brink of death from a plummet, everything flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern, ultimately crystallizing into the chilling abyss of despair. In Xiao Yan's eyes, that flicker of subdued darkness ignited into a blaze, erupting with a near maniacal resolve. If death was inevitable, what was there to fear? All in. A hoarse roar erupted from his throat, infused with the ferocity of a desperate gamble. He hesitated, no longer. His bloodied and muddied fingers lunged forward, heedless of the consequences, fiercely grasping the mysterious ancient jade that floated at the center of the spatial ripples, emanating a faint dark golden glow. The moment his fingertips brushed the jade, he felt neither the anticipated chill nor searing heat. An indescribable, immense force surged forth from the jade. This force did not act upon his body but directly ensnared his soul and consciousness. Boom! Xiao Yan felt as though his head had been struck by an invisible hammer. Instantly, his vision was engulfed by a pure, domineering dark golden light that seemed capable of crushing all. The peculiar hum magnified a billionfold, transforming into a roaring tempest that filled his entire sea of consciousness. His awareness was swept away by an irresistible torrent, utterly submerged and lost. Chapter 2. The Void of Annihilation, the cycle of rebirth. The pure dark gold, akin to solidified liquid metal, resembled an abyss that devoured all light. There was no sense of up or down, nor any passage of time. Xiao Yan's consciousness floated within this boundless ocean of dark gold. Feeling as insignificant as a speck of dust, without a body, devoid of pain, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of suffocation, wrapped in an ancient, heavy, and profoundly desolate aura. Where was this place? As the thought barely surfaced, it was silently crushed by the desolation of the space. Just as the profound silence threatened to completely assimilate and extinguish his consciousness, A familiar hum resonated once more, not from the outside, but seemingly reverberating from the depths of every particle within this dark gold realm. This time, the sound was not jarring. Rather, it carried a strange rhythm, as if it could smooth the creases of the soul. The dark golden waters began to stir, silently converging and swirling. An indescribably vast whirlpool slowly took shape before Xiao Yan's consciousness. At its center, instead of leading into the void, a light emerged, deeper and purer than the surrounding dark gold. This light shone like the only undying star in the eternal night. A thought, not a sound, distinctly imprinted itself upon the depths of Xiao Yan's consciousness, imbued with a weariness and desolation that transcended endless ages, after countless eons of desolation and decay. The false spiritual root has finally arrived. How unjust yet amusing is the heavenly Tao. This thought seemed to comprehend all of Xiao Yan's being, including his false spiritual root, uttering a whisper that was both mocking and contemplative. The essence of this technique was overwhelmingly forceful, refusing to be denied, forcibly inscribed. Xiao Yan's consciousness was on the brink of disintegration from the violent impact, but a vast will, born from the ashes, stabilized him. He beheld the overarching principles of this technique unfurling within his sea of consciousness like blazing dark golden flames. Each character bore the weight of stars, exuding a majestic force capable of tearing apart the heavens and reversing the rules. Especially the phrase regarding the false spiritual root as the unrefined divine jade struck him like the most intense light, piercing through the years of gloom and despair that had accumulated deep within his soul. The false spiritual root was not a dead end, but rather divine jade. This revolutionary proclamation bore an undeniable sense of absolute truth that resonated with his very soul. In the face of death's brink, with a battered body and blood, suffused with deathly energy, Xiao Yan's consciousness surged violently. At this moment, all conditions, severe injury, near death, plummeting into an abyss, and being permeated by death's aura, fitted together perfectly. The final character, akin to a sigh, dissipated into the endless dark gold space. The humming ceased abruptly. The boundless dark gold enveloping Xiao Yan's consciousness receded like a tide, vanishing into nothingness. That heavy, ancient, and desolate aura dissipated like smoke. Gasping for breath, he abruptly opened his eyes, akin to a fish out of water. Before him lay the dim crevices of the valley floor, the cold rocks, and the trickling icy stream. Was everything that had transpired merely a dream? An illusion brought forth by the brink of death? No, it was not a dream. It was real. An indescribable ecstasy and the tremor of miraculous survival instantaneously seized Xiao Yan's heart, overshadowing the excruciating pain. His gaze immediately fixed intently upon his right hand. A fortuitous opportunity. A chance to defy fate. It lay within his grasp. Hope ignited like a wildfire, instantly rekindling the flickering flame of his life that was on the verge of extinguishing. The will to survive had never burned as fiercely as it did in this moment. He struggled, enduring pain so intense it could induce fainting. As he labored to sit up cross-legged, leaning against the cold rock, every movement tugged at fractured bones and torn muscles, cold sweat instantly saturating his tattered garments. The first step, draw forth the extinguishing death energy. This crevice at the valley's bottom, shrouded from the sun for years, was chillingly cold. The accumulated death energy, and foul aura far denser than that of the outside world. Severely injured and on the brink of death, Xiao Yan's body resembled a vast wound, continuously emanating a miasma of decay, his very being the greatest source of death energy. He followed the instructions of his cultivation method, allowing his consciousness to guide him, no longer resisting the chilling death energy that clung to him like maggots to a carcass. Instead, he actively sought to sense and accept it. Within his sea of consciousness, the dark gold and ancient jade seemed to tremble slightly, the central light point flickering with an imperceptible increase in frequency. A chill, laden with the essence of decay and finality, began to be forcibly extracted from his wounds, from the depths of his organs, and from the fissures in his bones. This process was excruciating, akin to countless tiny icy blades scraping his very marrow. Xiao Yan's body trembled violently, his teeth chattering. Blood tinged with black ice, shards seeping from the corners of his mouth. The second step, merged the remnants of his blood essence. He directed the forcibly condensed, chaotic, extinguishing death energy not to expel it from his body, but rather to follow an unheard of, peculiarly intricate path within the withered tree blossoms in spring, forcing it towards the core of his heart at the zhong point. Simultaneously, he bit his tongue. A torrent of searing blood, mingled with the remnants of his life essence, was forcibly expelled by his will, surging towards the zhong point as well. The death energy, cold and tainted, clashed violently with the fiery essence of his blood. These two opposing attributes, akin to water and fire, collided explosively at the zhong point. With a resounding puff, Xiao Yan's body was struck as if by a heavy hammer. spewing forth a mouthful of black blood intermingled with fragments of his internal organs. The pain surged to its zenith, darkness enveloping his vision, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse once more. It was akin to courting death. Yet, in this precarious moment, at the cusp of life and death, the pinnacle of yin and yang clashing, a hum. The dark, golden, ancient jade in his palm suddenly radiated intense heat, a weak yet supremely pure current, embodying the dual concepts of extinction and creation, surged forth from the jade, rushing through his arm's meridians and lightning fast into his near-collapsing zhong point. This warm current was akin to a drop of divine water falling into boiling oil, or a spark igniting a barrel of gunpowder. Boom! Within the zhong point, the violent clash of death energy and blood essence, on the verge of complete detonation, began to astonishingly merge under the influence of this extraordinary warm current. A minuscule yet nearly imperceptible dark golden spark, brimming with boundless vitality, suddenly flared to life at the vortex of death energy and blood essence. The third step, forge the indestructible divine vein. Xiao Yan endured excruciating pain, his spirit intensely focused as he centered on the faint dark golden spark, fervently operating the withered wood revives and spring technique. The intricate pathways of energy flow, hundreds in number and shrouded in complexity, were meticulously activated by his sheer will. Driven by the dual forces of agony and survival instinct, that tiny dark golden spark, akin to the most voracious fuse, began to voraciously consume the stagnant death energy within him, the dissipated essence of life, and even the faint chilling energies lingering in the depths of the valley. It traversed through previously uncharted meridian routes, embarking on an exceedingly slow yet resolute journey. Wherever it passed, it resembled molten lava coursing through millennia-frozen riverbeds. Xiao Yan's once fractured and obstructed pseudo-spiritual meridians, akin to parched branches and narrow, clogged channels, were scorched and cleansed by this dark golden fire, emitting a distressing hissing sound. The agony was unimaginable, 100-fold more intense than before. It felt as if every inch of flesh and every nerve was being violently torn apart, melted, and forcibly reconstituted. Unable to suppress himself any longer, Xiao Yan let out a feral roar, his body convulsing violently, skin oozing a copious amount of foul-smelling, viscous black sweat. He appeared as if he had just emerged from a mire of blood and filth, utterly disheveled, with only his tightly shut eyelids betraying the frantic movement of his eyes, revealing the severity of the transformation he was undergoing. The dark golden flame was exceedingly weak, its path intermittent, flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Each arduous advance drained the remnants of Xiao Yan's vitality, yet it undeniably pressed on, burning, reshaping. Time lost all significance amidst this excruciating torment. After an indeterminate period, when that almost imperceptible dark golden flame finally completed a challenging and incomplete small circulatory cycle along a fundamentally new energy pathway, it gradually sank into the depths of his dantian. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A chilling, hair-raising hiss resonated, accompanied by a pungent stench surging from the shadowy waters downstream. A colossal python, as thick as a barrel and cloaked in scales resembling dark, rocky armor, silently slithered from behind a massive boulder. Its icy vertical pupils locked onto Xiao Yan, who was seated beneath the rock, emanating a faint dark golden glow coupled with a potent scent of blood. Clearly, the sanguine aroma in the pure essence of life that had just escaped during his breakthrough had attracted this predator lurking in the valley. The rock python, a ferocious beast dwelling in frigid locales, possessed a hide as tough as iron and immense strength, with venomous saliva capable of corroding gold and iron. For Xiao Yan, who was grievously injured, having just completed an energy cycle and currently in a state of extreme weakness, it posed a lethal threat. The massive body of the python suddenly lunged, akin to a gray arrow released from a bow, its gaping maw opening wide, exhaling a nauseating foul wind as it lunged toward Xiao Yan's head with blinding speed, offering no time for the injured man to react. In this life and death moment, Xiao Yan's tightly closed eyes abruptly opened. Boom! Two beams of condensed, substantial dark golden radiance erupted from his eyes, akin to the awakening of a slumbering ancient dragon. The brilliance was sharp and frigid, imbued with an overpowering will that seemed capable of shattering all that stood in its path. Though his body remained in excruciating pain and weakness, a nascent, fragile, yet incredibly tenacious force surged through the newly reshaped meridian, akin to subterranean fire stirring to life after being scorched by dark golden flames. Almost instinctively, at the critical moment when the colossal rock python's jaws were about to engulf him, Xiao Yan's battered body rolled to the side at an astonishing angle. With a swift motion, the python's barbed fangs grazed his shoulder, tearing away a substantial piece of flesh, blood splattering forth. The agony momentarily clouded Xiao Yan's vision. Yet the dark golden light in his eyes blazed even more fiercely. Get away from me. A hoarse roar erupted, reminiscent of a wounded lone wolf's desperate counterattack. Boom. His right hand, embedded in the mud, shot upwards with force. There were no elaborate moves, merely the raw outpouring of primal strength. A dark golden vortex, dense and potent. Infused with a spiraling tearing force, enveloped cold stream water and debris, resembling a roaring miniature dark golden dragon. Striking fiercely and precisely beneath the relatively softer neck exposed by the python's bite. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the valley. The dark golden vortex erupted. The overwhelming force contained within, akin to countless diminutive dark golden needles, instantaneously pierced through the rock python's formidable scale defenses, embedding deeply into its flesh. Although the impact lacked the power to severely wound this behemoth, the intense pain and the ancient pressure that caused its very soul to tremble compelled the ferocious beast to emit a pained howl. The massive form of the rock python momentarily froze, fear flickering for the first time in its icy vertical pupils. Its colossal head lifted high, abandoning its pursuit. And in a state of panic, it writhed, swiftly retreating into the deeper, darker waters downstream, vanishing from sight. The crisis had passed. With a thud, Xiao Yan, completely exhausted, collapsed into the frigid stream, sending up a splash of water. He gasped for breath, each inhalation filled with searing pain, the wound on his shoulder gushing blood. Yet, his gaze retained an astonishing brilliance. Deep within his pupils, two clusters of dark golden flames, though faint, burned with unwavering tenacity, dispelling the prior desolation and lifelessness. He struggled to raise his right hand, recently infused with extraordinary power, and gazed at his palm. The dark golden ancient jade remained warm, the central golden point sparkling brighter. More crucially, within his body, the newly forged meridian connecting to his arm, though still searing and fragile like a tender sprout, now coursed with a dark golden energy that was no longer the thin, feeble essence that could dissipate at any moment. Instead, it flowed as a slender yet resilient stream, exuding a cold, domineering quality. The pseudo-spiritual root was truly undergoing transformation. Chapter 3. The initial test of the reverse scale, shattering the heavens. The icy, bone-chilling stream water soaked the wound, each subtle ripple delivering a stabbing pain akin to needles. The gaping wound on his shoulder, torn by the rock python, exposed the bone beneath, and the dizziness from blood loss felt akin to a relentless torment. Yet, lying in the stream, Xiao Yan's chest was ablaze with an unprecedented fire. The foul-smelling black viscous fluid seeped from his skin once more, remnants of impurities and stagnant energy forcibly expelled from his body. The agony persisted, akin to countless red-hot needles piercing through him, yet Xiao Yan clenched his teeth, and his gaze grew ever brighter. He could distinctly sense that with every cycle of his energy, the dark golden current within him swelled incrementally. The searing pain of reshaping his meridians was excruciating. Yet the newly formed pathways visibly solidified and broadened at a remarkable pace. A faint but pure vitality began to burgeon from the depths of his reformed meridians, akin to the first green shoots emerging after a harsh winter, resolutely defying the decay brought on by his grievous injuries. Time flowed amidst the intertwining threads of agony and hope. When hunger struck, he summoned his will to endure, or groped through the slippery crevices of the rocks for meager moss and roots, bitter and difficult to swallow, yet better than nothing. When thirst arose, he scooped up a handful of the icy stream water. His injuries began to heal slowly yet steadily. The wound on his shoulders started to scab over. The fractured bones within his body mended rapidly under the nurturing force of rejuvenation, and the tumultuous pain in his chest began to subside. 7 days. For a whole 7 days and nights, Xiao Yan sat like the most resilient ascetic on the cold, dark rocks of this desolate valley, accompanied by pain and the chilling presence of death, fervently practicing the technique of withered tree reviving in spring. The dark golden ancient jade in his palm radiated a gentle warmth, and the luminous point at its center flickered in sync with his technique, its frequency seemingly quickening, akin to an unvoiced guardian. As the dawn of the 8th day struggled to pierce through the narrow gap high above, casting a faint grayish-white light into the valley, Xiao Yan finally opened his eyes slowly. A humming sound. 2 beams of condensed, tangible dark golden light flickered and vanished, and within his pupils, a cold flame appeared to burn, deeper and sharper than before. The bloodstains on his body had been washed clean by the stream, revealing skin that, though somewhat pale, exuded an extraordinary resilience. Beneath his tattered gray robe, the ghastly scars were still visible, yet his spirit had undergone a profound transformation. The deep-seated despair, hopelessness, and sense of insignificance had evaporated completely. In its place was a solemn composure, an inherent sharpness, like a peerless blade concealed within a worn scabbard. His spine stood straight, as though capable of piercing through the gloom of the valley. He rose, and a subtle cracking sound echoed from his bones, filled with a sense of vigor. His gaze turned towards the towering, almost vertical cliff, devoid of any trace of fear. outside the outer gate of the Xiao Yan sect. On the stone steps by the training ground, several outer disciples lounged lazily in the sun, discussing the recent minor competition within the sect. TSK. Do you think that useless Xiao, after falling from the forbidden grounds, has already been devoured by the beasts? Is there even a need to say? That place is so treacherous that even the elder disciples dare not tread lightly. How could a mere third-level chi practitioner like him survive the fall? He deserves it. Better to remove an eyesore from the sect and save our outer gate from disgrace. It is said that senior brother Lin Feng was lightly rebuked by elderly for being too heavy-handed in a certain matter. How absurd. A mere waste. His death would hardly warrant the elder's punishment of senior brother Lin, would it? As they were engrossed in their conversation, a sharp-eyed disciple suddenly pointed towards a secluded path leading to the training grounds, his voice laced with astonishment. Hey, look over there. ISNT that. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the end of the path. There stood a figure clad in tattered gray, smeared with dried mud and dark crimson stains, slowly approaching. The sunlight illuminated his form, revealing a silhouette that was slender yet remarkably upright. His steps were unhurried, even heavy, each footfall resonating with an unusual firmness. His face and arms bore the marks of unhealed wounds, particularly on his left shoulder, where torn fabric revealed a hideous claw mark. Most unsettling were his eyes. No longer the embodiment of forbearance, timidity, or the desolate silence of despair, they now resembled an unfathomable abyss, concealing within their calm depths an indescribable chill and a sharpness that sent shivers down one's spine. Xiao Yan, a disciple exclaimed, as if confronted by a specter. How is this possible? He is alive? He climbed out from the abyss of the forbidden grounds? There was something distinctly different about him. The murmurs died abruptly. The edge of the training ground seemed to be swept by an invisible chill, plunging it into eerie silence. All gazes were riveted on the gray-clad figure advancing step by step, filled with disbelief, uncertainty, and a tinge of inexplicable dread. Xiao Yan remained oblivious to the stares around him. He had a singular focus, the center of the training ground, where stood a towering, pitch-black spirit-testing stone pillar, intricately engraved with complex runes. This was the most direct means for outer disciples to assess their cultivation level. He walked straight up to the stone pillar and came to a halt. The rough surface of the pillar felt chilling to the touch. Behind him, dozens of eyes were fixed upon him, their expressions laden with complex meanings. Drawing a deep breath, Xiao Yan slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide, firmly pressing against the frigid surface of the spirit-testing stone pillar. Within him, the newly awakened meridian connecting to his arm surged with energy. In his dantian, a thread of condensed dark golden energy ignited like a lit fuse, roaring forth. A power, cold and domineering, imbued with the contradictory essence of annihilation and rebirth, surged unreservedly through his arm's meridian, violently pouring into the spirit-testing stone pillar. Buzz. The stone pillar trembled violently. The runes on its surface seemed to come alive, suddenly glowing. The radiance was unlike the gentle, colorful spirit light typically seen during a disciple's test. It was a profound, subdued hue, as if capable of devouring light itself, a dark golden sheen. This dark golden glow spread like a burning flame, rapidly extending upwards from where Xiao Yan's palm made contact. The speed was astonishing, far surpassing the ordinary. The glow surged past the markings representing the first, second, and third layers of chi refinement without any hindrance, continuing unabated. Fourth layer of chi refinement. The buzzing intensified. The dark golden light surged upward like an enraged dragon breaking free from its constraints. Fifth layer of chi refinement. What? Fifth layer of chi refinement. This is impossible. Just 7 days ago, he was merely at the third layer of chi refinement. What kind of spiritual power is that radiant glow? It exudes an overwhelming aura. Could it be true? He has truly emerged from the forbidden ground. The disciples on the stone steps were utterly astounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, as exclamations of shock filled the air, brimming with sheer astonishment and absurdity. A recognized waste, who had languished for a century, returning from the abyss after 7 days, and astonishingly breaking through 2 levels to attain the 5th tier of chi refinement? This is nothing short of a fantastical tale. The resonance of the spirit-testing stone pillar reached its zenith, the dark golden radiance, after surpassing the 5th tier mark, finally began to stabilize, yet it continued to churn and shimmer violently within the 5th tier area, displaying an extraordinary density and majesty far beyond that of an ordinary 5th tier chi refiner. Just as the onlookers found themselves entranced by this unfathomable spectacle, a chilling scoff echoed like thunder, laden with unabashed fury and a hint of incredulity at being challenged. A blue figure, propelled by a fierce wind, instantaneously appeared beside the spirit-testing stone pillar, none other than Lin Feng. His complexion was ashen, fixated on the blinding dark golden glow emanating from the pillar, particularly the scarred hand of Xiao Yan pressing against it. He could not accept it. How could a waste possibly break through 2 realms in a mere 7 days? He must have resorted to some nefarious means, or perhaps the spirit testing stone pillar was malfunctioning. Xiao Yan. Lin Feng's voice turned frigid, laced with a condescending inquiry. What wicked artifact did you acquire in the forbidden ground? Or have you employed some self-destructive sorcery? To think you could deceive others with such underhanded tactics is nothing but a delusion. Anger surged within him as he contemplated the possibility of being surpassed by this once easily manipulated waste. Without any forewarning, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and his right hand moved with lightning speed, fingers curling into claws, as a faint azure wind attribute energy coiled around his fingertips. Cleaving through the air with a vicious gust, aimed directly at the wrist of Xiao Yan's hand pressed against the stone pillar. He intended to interrupt Xiao Yan's test, and more importantly, to publicly cripple that wicked hand. That claw strike was swift and vicious, infused with the pinnacle of 6th-tier Qi refinement energy. If it connected, it would undoubtedly shatter wrist bones. The gasps of astonishment around them instantly morphed into sounds of collective disbelief. No one had anticipated that Lin Feng would dare to strike during the spirit testing in plain view of all. Just as the fierce wind from Lin Feng's fingertips was about to make contact with Xiao Yan's skin, Xiao Yan moved. Yet his left hand, in that very instant, seemed to possess a sixth sense, swiftly reaching out behind him with uncanny speed. The motion was not complicated. His fingers merely curled slightly, akin to an eagle's claw, striking first despite being the second to act. The target was unmistakably Lin Feng's wrist. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The speed of Xiao Yan's counterattack and the precision of its angle completely surpassed his expectations. The claw that arced back towards him exuded a chilling sharpness, as if it could freeze blood. He attempted to change his approach, but it was too late. Crack. A crisp yet muted sound of bone meeting flesh resonated. Xiao Yan's left hand, marred with scars and calluses, clamped down on Lin Feng's wrist with the precision of a cold iron vise. A chilling, domineering, dark golden current surged forth from Xiao Yan's fingertips, akin to countless diminutive venomous dragons, instantaneously penetrating Lin Feng's wrist meridians with an overwhelming force. Lin Feng, taken by surprise, was engulfed by an unimaginable agony that radiated from his wrist, swiftly spreading throughout his entire arm. It felt as though innumerable icy needles were violently piercing and stirring within his veins. The wind spiritual energy he had gathered at his claws dissipated in an instant. More terrifying was the faint will of annihilation contained within that dark golden current, which sent an inexplicable tremor through the depths of his soul. The sinister grin on his face instantly froze, replaced by sheer pain and incredulous horror. He attempted to break free, but his wrist pulse gate was ensnared. As if nailed down, with an overwhelming force emanating from the opponent's fingers, rendering half of his body numb and powerless. Xiao Yan slowly turned his face, his cold gaze akin to two blades tempered with ice, devoid of emotion as it swept over Lin Feng's contorted visage, twisted in agony and shock. A chillingly exquisite arc graced the corners of his lips. Brother Lin, Xiao Yan's voice, though not raised, resonated clearly in the ears of every onlooker. Imbued with a disquieting calmness that chilled one to the bone, is my wrist something you can touch? The moment the words fell, he pressed down sharply on Lin Feng's pulse gate, twisting with ferocity. Crack. A bone-cracking sound that sent shivers down the spine erupted, accompanied by Lin Feng's piercing scream that shattered the deathly silence of the training ground. Chapter 4. The Divine Object Revealed. Crack. The sound of bone fracturing reverberated like thunder across the desolate training ground. Lin Feng's agonized wail tore through the still air, his face contorted in excruciating pain and utter disbelief, beads of sweat forming rapidly on his forehead. His right arm hung limply, as if all its bones had been removed. With his wrist bent at an unnatural angle, the stark white bone protruding through flesh, blood pouring forth. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. All the observing disciples seemed frozen, as if encased in invisible ice. Their expressions of shock and disbelief solidified into a ghostly stupor. How could Lin Feng, a pinnacle practitioner of the 6th layer of Qi refining, be rendered incapacitated by Xiao Yan, a mere 7 days prior a waste of the 3rd layer, who had only just been assessed as a 5th layer practitioner? How could this be possible? Xiao Yan gradually released his grip, which had been like an iron vise. Lin Feng staggered back several steps, as if drained of all strength, clutching his shattered right wrist with his left hand, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury and resentment, yet overshadowed by an ingrained, bone-deep terror. That cold, domineering dark golden spiritual energy, coupled with the indifferent gaze that regarded him as an insignificant insect, caused his very soul to tremble. He took measured steps towards his dilapidated hut, located in the farthest corner of the outer sect. Each step resonated with the heartbeats of the stunned onlookers. As he passed, the crowd parted like a tide, no one daring to obstruct or speak. Only Lin Feng's pained moans and resentful gasps served as the sole background to this realm of silence. News spread like wildfire, sweeping through the outer sect with astonishing speed. Have you heard? Xiao Yan is alive. He crawled out from the forbidden area. More than that, his cultivation has surged to the 5th level of Qi refinement. The 5th level of Qi refinement. Just 7 days ago, he was merely at the 3rd level. How is this possible? It is indeed true. It was verified by the spirit testing stone pillar. The aura was exceedingly peculiar, a dark golden hue. Most alarming is that senior brother Lin Feng attempted to prevent him from testing, only to have his wrist shattered with a single strike. Hiss. One strike incapacitated Lin Feng, who is at the 6th level of Qi refinement. This is sinister. There must be something malevolent beneath that forbidden ground. What of the law enforcement hall? They will not let him go for harming a fellow disciple. Rumors, doubts, and trepidation swirled among the outer disciples, escalating rapidly. Xiao Yan's dilapidated hut had, in an instant, transformed into a place of taboo, with no one daring to approach. Inside the hut, the light was dim. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the cold earthen bed, his eyes tightly shut. Within him, the withered would meet spring technique was slowly circulating, dark golden streams of energy flowing like gentle rivulets through his newly resilient meridians. The claw wounds on his shoulder and the internal injuries were healing at an extraordinary pace, nourished by this newfound power. The dark gold and ancient jade in his palm radiated a gentle warmth, akin to the most loyal guardian. However, trouble arrived swifter than he anticipated. Bang! The decrepit wooden door was suddenly kicked open with immense force, splintering into fragments. Blinding sunlight flooded into the dim hut. 3 disciples clad in black martial attire, adorned with a fierce pattern of a mythical beast on their chests, stood resolutely at the doorway. The leader, a tall figure with a square jaw and piercing eagle-like eyes, was none other than Zhao Hu, a well-known captain of the law enforcement hall, possessing the cultivation of the 7th level of Qi refinement. The 2 individuals behind him were also formidable, both at the 6th level of Qi refinement. A chilling aura instantly enveloped the cramped space. Xiao Yan. Zhao Hu's voice resonated like the clash of metal, imbued with an undeniable authority, proclaiming, by the order of elderly from the law enforcement hall, you are to report immediately for questioning. No delays. His gaze was as sharp as steel needles, sweeping over Xiao Yan's seated form, lingering momentarily on the scars on his shoulder and his disconcertingly calm countenance. Outside the hut, a throng of outer disciples had gathered, their numbers dense yet eerily silent. The only sound being their heavy breaths. All were acutely aware that the true storm had arrived. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his dark golden pupils, there was an unruffled calm, akin to a still pond. He did not argue, nor did he resist. He simply stood up with composure, brushing off the dust from his gray robe. Lead the way. His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. The grand hall of the law enforcement hall was austere and forbidding. Black stone pillars supported the towering ceiling, and the walls were adorned with grotesque reliefs of instruments of punishment symbolizing the sect's laws, the air thick with the mingled scents of rust and blood. Light streamed through the small, high windows, casting cold beams onto the ground. At the elevated dais at the front of the hall sat 3 individuals. In the center was Elderly, who had presided over the recent competition and pronounced Xiao Yan's fate, his expression still devoid of emotion, his gaze indifferent, as if regarding an inconsequential object. To his left sat a middle-aged steward with a stern countenance and sharp eyes. On the right stood a robust elder, his face a mask of solemnity, bearing a resemblance to Lin Feng, who was none other than Lin Feng's father, the steward of the inner sect, Lin Mang. His gaze upon Xiao Yan was unmasked, brimming with a chilling intent to kill. Flanking the hall were 2 rows of disciples from the law enforcement hall, each exuding a heavy aura, the weakest among them at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Lin Feng's complexion was ashen, his right arm bound in thick bandages and suspended against his chest, standing beneath his father Lin Mang. His eyes directed at Xiao Yan filled with resentment and a lingering trace of fear. Xiao Yan stood alone upon the frigid ground of the central hall. Countless eyes scrutinizing him, some with disdain, others with indifference, and many with hostility, as if invisible mountains bore down upon him. Yet, he held his spine erect, his gaze calm as he met the eyes of Elderly upon the platform, as though the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him was but an illusion. Nonsense, Lin Mang thundered, slamming his hand upon the armrest of his seat, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the hall to tremble. My son has reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi refinement. How could he be injured by a mere 5th level practitioner? It is evident you have resorted to nefarious arts to harm him. He continued, Elderly, this boy fell into the forbidden grounds and returned unscathed, exhibiting a bizarre surge in cultivation and an unheard of dark golden aura. He must have acquired some malevolent artifact and practiced dark sorcery. He has harmed a fellow disciple, and the evidence is irrefutable. According to sect rules, he should have his cultivation revoked and be expelled from the mountain to serve as a warning. Lin Meng's accusations were like poison daggers, striking at the very heart of the matter. Xiao Yan's extraordinary encounter was thus labeled as heretical, and the charge of harming a fellow disciple became a death sentence. The atmosphere within the hall plummeted to an icy silence. All the law enforcement disciples had their hands poised over their standard weapons, their gazes locked onto Xiao Yan, at a mere command from the elder. They would spring into action to apprehend him. Elder Li's expression remained impassive, yet beneath his calm gaze, a subtle curiosity and greed flickered as he looked at Xiao Yan. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet laden with an invisible pressure. Xiao Yan, what do you have to say in response to Lin Meng's assertions? You fell into the forbidden grounds and returned after 7 days, your cultivation has inexplicably surged, and your spiritual energy has undergone a transformation. How do you explain this? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, it suggests you harbor guilt. All eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Yan. An explanation? It was nearly a dead end. How could he elucidate the dark golden spiritual energy? How could he rationalize the astonishing advancement in his cultivation? Any explanation, under the preconceived notion of malevolence, would appear feeble and ineffectual. A cold smile of resentment curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth, while the murderous intent in Lin Meng's eyes intensified. Just as the situation seemed dire and all believed Xiao Yan incapable of self-defense, he stirred. He slowly raised his right hand, opening his palm. A faint yet oddly penetrating hum reverberated through the hushed hall, as if a sigh from antiquity had escaped. Instantly, all gazes were drawn to his palm, where lay an ancient jade piece, roughly the size of half a hand, adorned with intricate dark golden patterns. The jade was neither metal nor stone. Its texture warm and subdued, with a profound dark golden radiance at its center, akin to a slumbering eye, flickering in sync with the soft hum. An indescribable, vast, and ancient aura, as if embodying the essence of millennia, began to diffuse silently with the emergence of the jade piece, like ripples across a tranquil pond. The atmosphere was not violently oppressive, yet it bore a weight that rendered one breathless, imbued with a profound sense of reverence stemming from the very essence of life. This aura dispelled the chilling ambience of the grand hall, even causing the cold, torturous implements depicted in relief to seem a shade dimmer. This object was what the disciple had acquired from the depths of the Forbidden Valley. Xiao Yan's voice was calm and unwavering, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. The disciple, grievously injured from a fall, was on the brink of death when this jade safeguarded a sliver of their life force. Upon awakening, the disciple felt the jade's warmth and wore it close to their heart. As for the breakthrough in cultivation, the disciple was unaware of the reasons. They merely sensed that after regaining consciousness from their injuries, the previously stagnant energies within their body seemed to have loosened. The practice of the sect's foundational qi drawing technique flowed more smoothly than before. Regarding the dark golden spiritual energy, the disciple had no knowledge of its origins, only recognizing that the jade emitted a radiance of the same dark golden hue. Is this divine artifact inherently obscure, possessing a spirit that protects its master? Elder Li's pupils constricted sharply, fixating intently on the ancient jade. With his extensive knowledge and cultivation, he instantly sensed the jade's extraordinary nature. That vast, ancient aura was far beyond that of an ordinary magical instrument or even a treasure. It resembled legendary relics, perhaps even a token of inheritance. Lin Meng and Lin Feng's expressions darkened significantly. They had intended to solidify the accusation against Xiao Yan for practicing demonic arts, but unexpectedly, he unveiled such a formidable ancient object. The aura emanating from the jade carried an innate dignity that forbade desecration. If one were to claim it as an evil artifact, even they could not bring themselves to believe it. Bring it to me. Elder Li's voice took on an urgent tone for the first time, his eyes gleaming with intensity, as an invisible spiritual pressure enveloped Xiao Yan in an instant. However, just as his spiritual pressure was about to reach the ancient jade, a resonant hum emanated. The dark golden light at the center of the jade flared brilliantly, a faint yet exceedingly pure energy, imbued with the ancient will to annihilate all existence, surged forth like a slumbering dragon awakened from its deep slumber. Boom. The invisible spiritual pressure released by Elder Li collided with an intangible, indestructible wall of size. It was instantly shattered, dissipating into nothingness. Even the recoil of that will caused Elder Li's heart to tremble violently, as though he had been swept by the cold gaze of a primordial behemoth. Ugh. Elder Li let out a muffled grunt, his complexion paling slightly. His eyes instantly filled with profound astonishment and an even fiercer greed. The divine artifact possesses a spirit. It chooses its master. This jade could autonomously resist his probing. Its rank was far beyond imagination. The grand hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was awestruck by the momentary clash of wills. Their gazes towards the ancient jade in Xiao Yan's hand were filled with reverence, greed, and an intricate web of incredulous emotions. Elderly suppressed the tumultuous blood and the storm within his heart, restoring a veneer of calm to his voice. Though his gaze remained intensely fervent, and the aura exuded from the jade was ancient and extraordinary. You acquired this object upon your fall. It seems fate has spared you. Your breakthrough in cultivation may also be attributed to the jade's nurturing influence, a fortunate coincidence. He skillfully sidestepped the characterization of malevolence, attributing everything to the divine artifact as protection and serendipity. Lin Mang's face turned ashen, his lips moved as if to speak further. Yet Elderly shot him a cold glance, the warning in his eyes unmistakable, before ascertaining the true essence and value of this ancient jade. It is far too perilous to act against Xiao Yan. However, Elderly's tone shifted abruptly, regaining its cold and authoritative edge. You have indeed grievously injured Lin Feng and severed his wrist, regardless of whether it was in self-defense or not. Harming a fellow sect member is a violation of our rules, given that you survived your fall from the cliff and have begun to recover. While there may have been extenuating circumstances, you shall escape the death penalty, yet the punishment for your transgression remains unavoidable. His gaze pierced through the assembly like lightning, his voice echoing with the weight of judgment. Henceforth, Xiao Yan is to be confined in the Black Wind Cliff-esque Contemplation Cave for 1 month. He shall not be permitted to leave without explicit permission. During this period, all expenses shall be borne by himself, as a deterrent to others. The mere mention of Black Wind Cliff sent shivers through many disciples. It is a notorious place of punishment within the Xiao Yan sect, perpetually besieged by fierce winds akin to blades, with spiritual energy scarce and volatile, and further tainted by sinister energies. It is a miracle for ordinary disciples to survive a month, let alone cultivate. This punishment, ostensibly a period of reflection, is in truth akin to banishment. A slow march towards death. A flicker of delight glimmered in Lin Mang's eyes, while Lin Feng glared at Xiao Yan with venomous hatred. Envisioning his tragic demise at the cliff's edge, Xiao Yan remained expressionless, calmly gathering his hand into a fist, clutching the dark golden ancient jade tightly once more. The jade's warm texture emanated a soothing glow, as if its core was flickering in a comforting manner. Disciple accepts the punishment. He slightly bowed, his voice steady and devoid of turbulence, as if the dreaded Black Wind Cliff were merely an ordinary cave. Chapter 5, The Initial Flame Spreads. Black Wind Cliff. A name well-deserved. Upon entering the seemingly cleaved and narrow entrance of the chasm, a piercing gale, fierce enough to flay flesh from bone, surged forth like an invisible beast. Accompanied by a chilling howl, the wind was no longer a mere sound. It transformed into a corporeal lash. The already tattered gray garment on Xiao Yan was suddenly torn open in several places, exposing skin that felt as though it were sliced by a multitude of frigid blades, instantly marked with fine trails of blood. The biting cold mixed with a ferocious energy, one that seemed capable of rending the soul, burrowed ravenously into his bones. The view was obscured by a gray haze. Towering cliffs, steep as if carved by a knife and as dark as ink, loomed on either side, devoid of life, leaving only the jagged scars of wind erosion. The valley floor was constricted, strewn with bizarre stones, the ground covered by a thick layer of black dust reminiscent of rust, the remnants of countless years of wind-eroded rock. The light was exceedingly dim, with only a few feeble rays filtering down from great heights, enhancing the ominous atmosphere. The air was thin with spiritual energy, wild as a runaway stallion, nearly impossible to absorb, instead mingling with dense, cold, malevolent energy that filled the air, akin to swallowing ice shards and iron shavings, causing one's blood to surge and veins to throb with discomfort. This place was not merely unsuitable for cultivation. It was a veritable forbidden zone for living beings. The contemplation cave is at the far end. Proceed there. Remember, for a month, you are not to leave without permission. The voice of the enforcing disciple echoed through the gale, intermittent and laden with impatience and a hint of schadenfreude, as he pointed towards a vaguely discernible, cavernous opening deep within the chasm, resembling the gaping maw of a beast, before hastily retreating, as if fearing to linger a moment longer in that cursed place. Xiao Yan braved the furious wind, each step a monumental struggle. The black dust beneath his feet barely reached his ankles, with each step sinking deeper into its depths. He summoned the dark golden energy flowing within him to shield his vital points. Yet he still felt a sharp pain on his skin and a chilling sensation in his bones, as if this insidious wind were poised to freeze and tear him apart. At last, he staggered into the so-called cave of reflection, a veritable abyss. Yet, standing at the entrance, Xiao Yan felt no trace of despair amidst the howling, bone-chilling winds. Instead, a peculiar light ignited deep within his dark golden eyes. Frenzied winds of obliteration, he murmured to himself, each word laced with a fervent excitement. What a splendid place! Truly. An exceptional locale for cultivating withered reviving in spring. This place, a purgatory for others, was for him an unparalleled treasure for refining his divine veins. Without hesitation, he advanced to the innermost part of the cave, seeking a relatively sheltered spot against the wind, where the stone wall was smooth. He swept away the thick black dust and sat cross-legged, his back straight as a javelin, allowing the gale rushing in from the entrance to lash against him like a whip, leaving trails of blood, yet he remained utterly oblivious. With eyes closed, he plunged into the depths of his consciousness. The dark golden ancient jade floated in his mind, emanating a gentle and steady glow, like a stabilizing anchor for his spirit. The clear route map of the withered wood reviving in spring technique unfurled before him, resembling a dark golden galaxy. As his intent surged, he activated the technique with all his might. In that moment, the effects of the cultivation were strikingly different from before. The chaotic winds within the cave seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, emitting a more piercing wail. Wisps of visible gray-black energy, interspersed with threads of dark red malevolent aura, surged violently, as if magnetically drawn, from the cave entrance and the crevices of the stone walls. Converging towards the seated Xiao Yan, these energies were wildly chaotic, laden with corrosive and destructive properties. Ordinary cultivators would shun them in horror, for inhaling them would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Yet, the instant they touched Xiao Yan's body buzz, the dark, golden, ancient jade within him seemed to awaken, its core glowing slightly brighter. A surge of pure and domineering suction erupted. The incoming gray-black and dark red energies were forcefully drawn into Xiao Yan's body, not directly into his meridians, but enveloped by the extraordinary warmth emanating from the dark golden jade, cleansing them. Sizzle, like boiling oil hitting snow. The frenzied malevolent energy and chaotic spiritual essence emitted a piercing sound as they were washed away by the warmth infused with the essence of obliteration and creation. Impurities were swiftly stripped away and incinerated, leaving only the most refined, core remnants of chilling obliteration and the primal essence of the tempest. Boom. The sparks surged dramatically. As if infused with new fuel, the dark golden light flared up several times more intensely. A new, even more searing and domineering flow of fire was born. Refined. Xiao Yan urged inwardly, guiding this newly birthed dark golden fire flow, imbued with the characteristics of the gale, along the profound pathway of withered wood reviving in spring. Commencing a new round of meridian refinement. This time, the pain was far more intense than before. If one were to liken the previous depths to a molten river of magma, then at this moment, it transforms into countless burning steel needles, intertwined with shards of frigid, piercing wind, relentlessly puncturing, slicing, scorching, and freezing through his meridians. The duality of excruciating pain instantaneously inundates his nerves. Xiao Yan emits a low, suppressed roar from his throat, his body trembling violently, the surface of his skin turning crimson, with veins bulging like coiling dragons. Soon after, a thin layer of frost emerges, frozen by the encroaching chill of malevolent energy. The torturous extremes of ice and fire ravage his being, yet he grits his teeth, the blood spilling from the corners of his mouth instantly crystallizing into icy shards. Within his sea of consciousness, the ancient golden jade radiates a steady glow, preserving the last flicker of clarity in his mind. He desperately channels his cultivation technique, guiding the domineering dark golden flames, akin to the most merciless of blacksmiths, forging and refining the obstructed, fragile meridians within him, reminiscent of withered branches and leaves. Hiss, hiss, hiss. More foul, black viscous liquid is expelled from his body, swiftly dispersed by the violent wind. Yet within the agonizing torment, a nascent power stubbornly emerges. The meridians, repeatedly tempered by the dark golden flames, are visibly becoming more resilient and broader. Glimmers of new life, akin to steel, begin to manifest upon the walls of the newly formed meridians. Time flows amidst the inhuman suffering and rapid transformation. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, Xiao Yan has become a silent boulder deep within the cave. Apart from the essential sustenance, a scant amount of preserved food, and water collected from the dripping cold droplets of the cave walls, he immerses himself in frenzied cultivation. The whipping winds serve as a catalyst for refining his skin, while the ferocious malevolent energy becomes the fuel that ignites his inner fire. The scars upon his body swiftly heal under the nurturing embrace of the dark golden energy, scabbing and shedding, as the new skin, shaped by the wind's relentless caress, takes on a resilient bronze hue, subtly shimmering with dark golden luster. Within him, the primary meridian initially opened, connecting to his arm, has been entirely enveloped in dark golden radiance, now several times more robust and broad. The dark golden energy surges within, akin to an emerging dragon, emitting a deep, resonant roar. Furthermore, numerous small, entirely new branches of meridians are being painstakingly developed and refined by the dark golden flames, like carving out new waterways upon a parched earth. On the 7th day, in the deep of night, the winds grow increasingly mournful, as if thousands of vengeful souls are howling within the chasms. Swirling black dust enveloping the cave and blurring his vision. Xiao Yan sits like a bell, surrounded by a faint dark golden halo, repelling the assaulting winds and malevolent energy. The dark golden energy within him surges ceaselessly, impacting a more intricate and arduous tiny meridian located in his right arm. This is an exceedingly vital branch within the withered wood rebirth technique. Once connected, the strength of his right arm will multiply several-fold, transforming the potency of his punches and claw attacks. However, this meridian feels as if it has been frozen by eons of glacial ice, extraordinarily resilient. Each impact of the dark golden flames brings forth soul-rending agony, the progress painfully slow. Just at this critical juncture of impact, a distinctly different sound shattered the air, sharper and more vengeful, as if a soul-piercing scream pierced through the tumultuous winds, echoing violently within the cavern. Deep within the cave, the stone walls, once shrouded in black dust, began to warp violently without warning. A dense, grayish-black malevolence surged forth like a fountain, swiftly coalescing into a blurred, ever-changing, grotesque phantom. This apparition lacked a fixed form, at times resembling a contorted human visage, at others a roaring beast's head, with a core emanating a dark red glow so intense it seemed to defy dissolution, radiating a nauseating chill, fury, and boundless resentment. This was the malevolent spirit of the gale winds. It was the lingering resentment of countless cultivators and beasts that had perished here over the years. Intertwined with the pure source of the sinister gale winds of this place, birthed under extreme conditions into an abominable entity, formless and intangible, yet capable of eroding the soul, freezing the blood, and devouring vitality. This spirit was evidently drawn to Xiao Yan, attracted by his frenzied consumption of the malevolent energy over the past 7 days and the abundant essence of life within him. It emitted a greedy and wrathful howl, transforming into an indistinguishable stream of gray-black light, disregarding physical barriers, bearing a bone-chilling coldness and a sharp, soul-rending impact, charging directly towards Xiao Yan's brow. Its target was his sea of consciousness, aiming to consume his very soul. Hurry, swiftly to the extreme. The chilling aura enveloped him in an instant, as if his soul were on the verge of freezing and tearing apart. The vengeful howl pierced through his mind like countless steel needles, churning his sea of consciousness into turmoil. A life-and-death crisis, far more perilous than facing the rock python. His cultivation was forcefully interrupted. The dark golden flames surged violently within his meridians, abruptly stalling, the backlash causing a sweet taste in his throat. Even more dire was the spirit's direct assault on his soul. Roll away. Simultaneously, the surging dark golden main vein within him roared with fervor. The amassed power no longer surged through the delicate meridians but unreservedly flowed through his arm, launching a powerful punch towards the oncoming malevolent spirit. This punch bore no flamboyant techniques. Only the most primal, most ferocious force was unleashed. Dark golden currents surged forth from his fist like flames, solid and tangible. Wherever the fist passed, the raging gale winds were brutally torn apart, parting the air with a piercing sonic boom. Boom. Sizzle. Like a scorching iron pressed against ice, the violent sound of obliterated energy was deafening. The spirit emitted an excruciating wail, reaching a pitch of utter agony. Its form, composed of the malevolent resentment, encountered the dark golden punch imbued with the will of annihilation as if meeting its nemesis. In that instant of contact, it twisted violently, boiling, and dissolving. The core's dark red glow flickered frantically, filled with unparalleled pain and terror. The dark golden punch maintained its momentum, as if uprooting decay, forcefully penetrating the core of the malevolent spirit. Bang. Just one punch. Nearly one punch. Enough to give even a late-stage chi refinement cultivator a headache. The malevolent spirit was obliterated into dust by Xiao Yan's fist, which contained the will of annihilation. Within the cavern, the violent gales continued to howl. Yet, Xiao Yan remained poised in his punching stance, surrounded by swirling dark golden light, resembling a war god descended upon the mortal realm. He gasped violently, beads of sweat forming at his temples, while his right arm throbbed with a burning pain and a tearing sensation due to the unrestrained outburst moments ago. Yet more than anything, he felt an exhilarating rush. A sense of power surged through him, a profound feeling of control over life and death. To his astonishment, that moment of life and death confrontation, where will and strength erupted in perfect harmony, had inadvertently caused the seemingly unyielding barrier of his meridian to exhibit a hint of looseness. A force, far purer and more formidable than before, was brewing deep within his dantian, ready to burst forth. The barrier of the 6th layer of chi refining had begun to tremble. Xiao Yan slowly clenched his fist, sensing the surging power within him in the imminent emergence of a new realm. His gaze turned toward the rampaging black winds outside the cave. Winds fierce enough to shred anything in their path, and a cold yet fervent smile graced his lips. The initial flames of creation would ignite from this black wind cliff, Chapter 6. The golden flame breaks the curse. The residual waves from the dispersal of the malevolent wind spirit still roiled within the cave. Fragments of gray-black malevolence being torn away by the mournful howls of the wind, emitting a reluctant hissing sound as they melted away. Xiao Yan maintained his striking posture, gasping for breath, while the fiery pain and tearing sensation in his right arm served as the cost of his power's overexertion. However, the dark golden flames burning in his eyes were more radiant than ever. That fleeting moment of life and death, where will and strength merged in perfect unity, not only shattered the malevolent spirit but also struck like a hammer against the seemingly solid barrier of the sixth layer of chi refining. The barrier had begun to loosen. Cracks spread like a spider's web. The pain quickly transformed into a surge of strength, becoming even more potent and refined. An overwhelming urge to break through surged within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, roaring through his meridians. This was the moment. The brilliance in Xiao Yan's eyes intensified, and without a hint of hesitation, he abruptly withdrew his fist, disregarding the temporarily subdued core of dark red malevolence deep within the cave, the remnants of the malevolent spirit, now dim and harmless. He settled back into a meditative position, his 5 hearts directed heavenward, his consciousness plunging into the depths of his sea of awareness. He focused. His thoughts spread like an invisible net, extending not merely within the cave but reaching out, actively connecting with the profound and vast essence of the primordial annihilation energy accumulated over countless eons in the depths of the Black Wind Cliff. Roar. The entire Black Wind Cliff seemed to awaken in fury. A more violent and piercing howl erupted from the depths of the chasm, akin to millions of ancient beasts roused from slumber. A visible torrent of gray-black malevolent energy, thick as ink, mingled with strands of silver energy that sliced through space, surged forth like a flood breaking its banks, pouring out from every crevice and corner of the chasm, rushing toward Xiao Yan's cave of reflection. Boom. At the entrance of the cave, the ferocity of the winds amplified tenfold. The hard black rock walls sparked with blinding fire as they were scraped, emitting a sound that grated on the teeth. The entire cave trembled violently, with stones cascading down. Xiao Yan's body instantly became the epicenter of this terrifying storm of energy. The faint, dark golden aura enveloping his body oscillated violently, akin to a flickering candle flame in a tempest, poised to extinguish at any moment. His skin was instantaneously lacerated by myriad minuscule wounds, with blood seeping out only to be swiftly crystallized into dark red ice. His bones emitted a lamenting groan under the unbearable strain. The sea of consciousness was assaulted by a tempestuous wave of malevolent thoughts, resembling a fragile vessel caught amidst tumultuous waves. Excruciating pain, a torment surpassing all limits. Yet, Xiao Yan's spirit remained as steadfast as a rock, firmly anchored to the ancient dark golden jade and the withered tree revives and spring technique within his sea of consciousness. The ancient jade radiated an unprecedented, gentle luminescence, akin to a stabilizing needle, subduing the surging sea of consciousness. The technique's pathway surged into action, guiding the terrifying torrent of energy capable of instantaneously obliterating a late-stage chi refinement cultivator. Refine. A voiceless roar detonated deep within his soul. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact resonated like the collision of stars. Xiao Yan's body trembled violently, with blood tinged with dark golden hue seeping from his 7 orifices. The dark golden patterns on his skin flickered in and out of visibility, as if flames coursed beneath the surface, igniting. The small meridian on his right arm, previously hindered by an obstinate bottleneck, shattered like fragile ice under the overwhelming torrent's onslaught. The meridian was instantaneously unblocked, widened, and the resilient dark golden hue spread across it. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The surging energy torrent, having breached this branch meridian, surged forth unrelentingly, like an enraged dragon unleashed from its dam, advancing along the main channel of withered tree revives and spring toward the crumbling barrier of the 6th layer of chi refinement, launching its final and most ferocious assault. Crack. A crisp shattering sound echoed from the depths of his soul. The barrier of the 6th layer of chi refinement, subjected to a cataclysmic impact from internal and external forces, finally shattered and disintegrated. Boom. A torrent of dark golden energy, exponentially more powerful and refined than before, erupted from the depths of his dantian like a primordial beast breaking free from all restraints. It instantaneously breached all blocked pathways, filling the newly invigorated, robust meridians. Wherever it flowed, old wounds healed, impurities incinerated, sinews and bones resonated, and flesh was reborn. Xiao Yan's body jolted violently, an invisible shockwave radiating outward from him. The heavy black dust that pervaded the cavern was instantly cleared, and the rampant influx of malevolent winds was forcibly repelled by several feet. The myriad wounds adorning his body healed at a visible pace, scabbing over, flaking off to reveal new skin beneath, as resilient as jade, subtly shimmering with a dark golden glow. His tattered gray robe was reduced to ashes in the gust, revealing a physique as formidable as steel and iron. With muscles that flowed seamlessly, brimming with explosive power. Buzz. His tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Thunderous roars resonated. Two beams of dark golden light, honed to perfection and seemingly capable of piercing the depths of the underworld, erupted from his eyes like the gaze of a slumbering ancient deity, where the beams traversed. The violent winds were instantaneously torn apart and annihilated. The cavern's hard black walls reverberated as if struck by an invisible hammer, producing a deep, resounding echo, while debris cascaded down, creating two unfathomable holes. The edges of the holes were smooth as mirrors, imbued with a lingering aura of scorching obliteration. Seventh layer of Qi refinement. Initial fire realm achieved. Power. An unprecedented sense of power surged through every limb and sinew. It felt as though a mere clench of his fist could shatter the very fabric of this world. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed. As a slender stream of condensed, liquid-like dark gold energy danced and flowed at his fingertips, emanating a chilling aura of destruction intertwined with creation. With a flicker of thought, the dark gold energy at his fingertips elongated and solidified into a short blade, approximately a foot in length, appearing almost tangible. The edge of the blade distorted the surrounding space, emitting a faint hum. The transformation of spiritual energy into form. This marked the pinnacle of energy refinement. Typically, only late-stage Qi refinement practitioners could barely achieve this. Is this the power of the initial stage of fire transformation? Xiao Yan felt the relentless, seemingly inexhaustible torrent of dark gold energy within him, sensing the razor-sharpness at his fingertips capable of effortlessly piercing through steel. A sense of dominion over his own fate surged forth within him. Yet, just as he was enraptured, immersed in the euphoric aftermath of his breakthrough and the surge of power, a voice suddenly pierced through the air. Good. Very good. Exceedingly good. A cold, hoarse voice, laced with unabashed greed and chilling malice, echoed at the cave entrance like a serpent's hiss, startlingly clear amidst the howling winds, piercing through his ears like an icicle. Xiao Yan's pupils abruptly constricted, the dark gold blade dissipating in an instant, every muscle in his body tensing as if poised to spring like a crouched leopard. The frigid, dark golden gaze, sharp as a blade, shot towards the source of the voice. There, at the entrance of the cave of reflection, which was being torn asunder by the violent winds, stood an unfamiliar figure. The newcomer was tall and lean, clad in a dark gray outfit that seemed to merge seamlessly with the ominous environment of Blackwind Cliff, his face obscured by a pale mask devoid of expression, revealing only a pair of elongated, sinister eyes that glimmered with a ghostly green light. He stood there, as the tumultuous winds parted around him like a barrier, not even stirring a corner of his garment. An overwhelming, chilling spiritual pressure, heavy as a mountain and as cold as the depths of the abyss, enveloped the entire cave instantaneously. This pressure far surpassed that of the Qi refinement stage. It was undoubtedly that of a foundation establishment practitioner. To break through at Blackwind Cliff and create such a commotion, attracting malevolent spirits, and then disperse them with a single punch, how intriguing, young man. The secrets you harbor are becoming increasingly fascinating to me. The masked figure spoke slowly, his ghostly green gaze greedily sweeping over Xiao Yan's bare, muscular torso, lingering momentarily at the location of his dantian, as if seeking to penetrate flesh and unearth its secrets, especially that peculiar dark gold energy within you, and the aura emanating from that object you hold. His gaze finally settled on the ancient dark gold jade resting against Xiao Yan's skin, radiating a faint, warm energy. Although the jade's aura was subdued, the tumult of celestial energy stirred by Xiao Yan's recent breakthrough, along with the resonance generated by his surging spiritual energy, clearly did not escape the perception of this foundation establishment practitioner. Elderly was indeed not mistaken. This seemingly useless boy concealed great fortune. Hand over your cultivation method and that ancient jade, and I, Qinsha, may grant you a swift end, sparing your entire corpse. The figure known as Qinsha spoke with a voice as frigid as ice, infused with a cruel and absolute confidence reminiscent of a cat playing with its prey. He slowly raised a skeletal hand, within which a swirling mass of eerie green flame, exuding a pungent stench and a corrosive aura, ignited silently. The air around crackled ominously, succumbing to the lethal poison. The oppressive aura of a foundational cultivator mingled with the deadly essence of the toxic fire, weaving an invisible net that ensnared Xiao Yan deep within the cavern. The atmosphere was thick with malice, palpable as a tangible force. Just after a breakthrough, with his power still unsteady, Xiao Yan faced a formidable enemy at the foundational stage, a true life-and-death crisis, far more perilous than his encounter with the malevolent spirit. Xiao Yan's heart felt as though it were clutched by an icy hand, his body bristled with fear. The immense threat of death loomed above him like an abyss. Yet, Within his eyes, the two clusters of dark golden flames not only refused to extinguish, rather, they burned with a frenzied intensity under the crushing pressure, growing even colder. Did he desire it? Xiao Yan gradually straightened his body, his spine erect like a spear, confronting the terrifying pressure of the foundational cultivator. A cold, fierce smile twisted across his blood-stained visage, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Then let it come. The narrow chamber of reflection was suddenly split by the contrasting yet equally destructive glows of dark gold and eerie green. The winds wailed, rocks groaned. And a brutal struggle for survival between chi refining and foundational cultivation was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 7. The Flames of Silent Despair. The ancient jade's astonishment that dark golden and eerie green lights clashed violently within the constricted chamber of reflection, resembling two colossal beasts from primordial times. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a blinding maelstrom of energy. The hard black rock walls cracked as if made of paper, and chunks of debris mixed with black dust cascaded down like a torrential storm. The entire cavern trembled violently, as if it would collapse entirely in the next moment. The eerie green poison flame in Qinsha's palm was insidious and viscous, possessing a strong corrosive and devouring nature. Upon contact with the dark golden flames enveloping Xiao Yan, it emitted a spine-chilling crackle. The green poison fire, like a maggot burrowing into bone, frantically eroded, attempting to taint the seemingly fragile dark golden barrier. The terrifying pressure from the foundational cultivator pressed down like an invisible mountain, overpowering Xiao Yan's fledgling strength. Dare an ant shine? Qinsha's raspy laugh echoed from beneath his mask, his cruel eyes gleaming with mockery. With a mere forward push of his skeletal hand, he unleashed his force. Boom. The dark golden flames surrounding Xiao Yan surged violently, flickering like a candle in the wind. An overwhelming force, mingled with chilling poison, surged into him. He let out a muffled groan, his body sent hurtling backward as if struck by a battering ram, uncontrollably crashing against the hard rock wall of the cavern. Crack. The sound of shattering bones rang clear. Xiao Yan coughed up a mouthful of blood, which bore an eerie green hue. The potent poison had invaded his innards along with the tremendous force. The dark golden flames enveloping him dimmed drastically, his bones feeling as if they were dislocating. While his organs were ravaged by countless venomous creatures, the agony intertwining with a numbing sensation spreading fiercely throughout his being. The figure of Qinsha appeared spectral, disregarding the collapsing debris and the raging winds, as he stepped forward, effortlessly traversing several meters to suddenly materialize before Xiao Yan. His hand, ablaze with a ghostly green poison fire, bore the stench of death, fingers clawing mercilessly toward Xiao Yan's throat. He intended to capture him alive, to extract secrets of the technique, and to seize the coveted dark gold ancient jade. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. The speed was too swift, the strength too formidable, leaving no room for evasion. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted to pinpoints. The corrosive poison began to fog his consciousness, and his body felt as heavy as lead. There was no way to block it. Absolutely none. Despair? No. You seek my life? Then let us perish together in silence. A roar erupted from the depths of Xiao Yan's throat, akin to a wail from the depths of the abyss, imbued with the resolution of mutual destruction. Ignited. This was true self-destruction. The spark detonated, and he was the primary target. Both body and spirit would be annihilated, with no hope of survival. Yet, this was the only method that came to mind to drag this formidable foundation establishment adversary down to hell with him. Boom. At the location of his Danzhong acupoint, a blinding dark gold radiance erupted, indescribably brilliant. This luminescence was not flame, but a pure essence, as if capable of extinguishing all existence. A terrifying aura, one that could wither all things and freeze time and space, swiftly permeated the surroundings. What? The malevolent grin on Qinsha's face abruptly froze. In his ghostly green pupils, shock and disbelief erupted for the first time. His claw, poised to grasp Xiao Yan's throat, halted mid-air as an indescribable terror, stemming from the instinct of his very soul, seized him. The essence contained within that dark gold radiance caused even this foundation establishment cultivator to feel his spirit freeze, his foundational stability falter. Such power was not something a chi refinement stage cultivator could possess. It was taboo. Instinctively, he wished to withdraw, but it was too late. Just as Xiao Yan became the crucible, desperately triggering the self-detonation of the annihilation spark, a hum resonated. The dark gold ancient jade, pressed closely against his chest and exuding a warm aura, erupted without warning into an unprecedented brilliance. The light was profound, vast, and ethereal, as if ancient stars, long dormant, had suddenly awakened. It did not attack Qinsha, but with irresistible might, it instantaneously suppressed the annihilation spark within Xiao Yan's Danzhong acupoint, poised to explode. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and Qinsha was at the forefront. He was too close to Xiao Yan. The ancient will that erupted from the ancient jade, though not directly aimed at him, swept over him with a mere fraction of its essence, akin to a colossal hammer crashing down upon his soul. Puff! Qinsha felt as if struck by lightning. The pale mask upon his face instantly fractured. He violently spewed forth a mouthful of black blood mixed with internal organs. The ghostly green poison fire was extinguished in an instant. His narrow, sinister pupils were filled with pure terror, confusion, and incomprehension. He felt his proud establishment foundation cracking before this will, like a sandcastle crumbling on the beach, while his soul flickered like a candle in the wind. On the verge of being extinguished entirely. No, it is impossible. What is this? He emitted a hoarse sound, akin to a broken wind instrument, his body trembling uncontrollably. As if sifting grain. In that moment, when Qinsha's spirit was shattered, and his foundation shaken, enveloped in an unprecedented terror and weakness, a thin, dark golden beam of light, refined to perfection and as fine as a hair, surged forth from the acupoint of Xiao Yan's dantian. Its speed transcended thought. In an instant, it pierced through Qinsha's fragile protective aura, weakened by a shaken foundation, and precisely entered his mouth, which had slightly parted in shock. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a faint sound, reminiscent of a red-hot iron pressing against ice. Qinsha's body stiffened abruptly. All movement came to an abrupt halt. His mask shattered completely, revealing a face contorted in extreme fear and agony, devoid of color. His once vibrant green pupils instantly lost all luster, leaving behind a hollow, ashen void. He rigidly and slowly lowered his head to gaze at his chest. A barely perceptible dark golden light emanated from the position of his heart. Immediately, countless fine cracks, ablaze with dark golden flames, spread out from that point like a spider's web, rapidly engulfing his entire being. Skin, muscle, and bone, all existence silently disintegrated within those dark golden flames, vanishing into the most primordial void. There were no screams, no struggles, like a sand sculpture dispersed by the wind, or a pencil drawing erased by an eraser. In the span of a single breath, a foundational cultivator, along with his garments, storage bag, and even the blood he had spat out, completely vanished without a trace. Only a faint, desolate aroma of annihilation lingered in the air, alongside a shallow pit. Its edges smooth as a mirror, scorched by the dark golden flames, bearing testament to the existence of a powerful life that once was. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the partially collapsed cave of reflection. The sound of falling rubble ceased, and even the ferocious gale seemed to be intimidated by the ancient will and power of annihilation that had just erupted, whimpering at the cave's entrance, hesitant to venture further. Thud. Xiao Yan could no longer sustain himself, as if all his bones had been drawn from his body, collapsing softly to the ground. The terrifying backlash from the forcibly interrupted ignition of the fire seed, the corrosive poison, and the dizziness from the impact of that ancient will overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. His vision darkened, consciousness sinking into the cold, pitch-black depths of the sea, with only the ancient dark golden jade at his chest radiating a warm, gentle light, like a solitary beacon. In the final moment before complete unconsciousness, his blurred vision seemed to catch a glimpse of that ancient dark golden jade, suspended deep within his sea of consciousness, its core glimmering with a profound light. As if a sleeping eye had ever so faintly blinked. Time passed, though it was unclear how long. Consciousness lay submerged in a cold, viscous quagmire, heavy and immobile. The paralysis and burning pain induced by the poison spread through his limbs and bones like maggots feeding on flesh. The excruciating agony of shattered bones and the suffocating torment of injured organs felt akin to a dull blade repeatedly slicing through flesh. A faint, almost imperceptible groan escaped from Xiao Yan's parched lips. His heavy eyelids felt as if they were burdened by an immense weight, and after much struggle, he managed to pry them apart just enough to glimpse the world. The blinding light forced him to shut his eyes once more, and it was only after a considerable interval that he dared to reopen them slowly. What met his gaze was the desolate scene of the reflection cave. One side of the cavern ceiling had collapsed, with massive black rocks jumbled together, further constricting the already limited space. Light trickled in through the gaps created by the collapse and from the remaining entrance high above, casting pale beams through the swirling dust. The air was thick with the earthy scent of soil, the acrid taste of rock dust, and a faint trace of something charred. He realized he was lying on a bed of cold rubble and dark dust, his entire body engulfed in pain, as though he had been disassembled and hastily reassembled. Attempting to move his fingers sent a jolt of piercing agony through him. Yet, he was relieved to find he could still move. However, any slight motion stirred a tempest of pain in his chest and abdomen, prompting him to cough up a mouthful of congealed blood tinged with a ghostly green hue. The poison lingered. Although it seemed suppressed by some force and had not further invaded his core, it continued to gnaw away at his vitality. With great difficulty, Xiao Yan rotated his eyes, searching for the figure that had brought this deathly threat. The cave was devoid of life, save for a smooth, mirror-like shallow pit that silently recounted the events that had transpired. Had he truly perished? Had he been reduced to nothingness by his uncontrollable extinguishing flame? At that moment, a faint yet oddly rhythmic hum emanated from his chest. Instinctively, Xiao Yan lowered his gaze. There, pressed against his breast, was the ancient golden jade, radiating a gentle and steady warmth. The light filtered through his tattered clothing, illuminating his skin smeared with blood and dust. What astonished him further was the flow of a subtle yet pure warmth, imbued with a refreshing essence that surged continuously from the jade, seeping into his body through the skin of his chest. This warmth was cool and soothing, reminiscent of a stream thawing in early spring. As it coursed through him, the chilling poison that had infested him seemed to meet its match, emitting faint hissing sounds as it was gradually neutralized and dispelled. Though the process was slow, the deep-seated numbness and burning pain within him began to ease, little by little. Xiao Yan sensed the transformation occurring within him. Gazing at the softly glowing jade on his chest, a torrent of indescribable emotion surged within him. Had this jade quelled the explosive fire within him at the last moment, thus saving his life? Now, was it actively purging the poison and healing his wounds? Did this divine object possess a spirit? Or was the remnant consciousness known as Jin not entirely extinguished? Realizing he was too gravely injured to communicate, he relinquished the effort, rather than resisting this warm current. He relaxed his body, aligning himself to guide this power to cleanse the areas most ravaged by the poison. Time flowed silently in the midst of his healing. Outside the cave, the howling winds seemed to wail incessantly. Within the cave, only the faint and labored breaths of Xiao Yan could be heard, accompanied by the barely perceptible hum emanating from the ancient jade. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, perhaps several hours, perhaps a whole day. He struggled, summoning every ounce of strength to gradually shift his body, leaning against a relatively stable massive rock. Each movement intensified his injuries, causing cold sweat to cascade down his brow. Leaning against the frigid stone, he gasped for air, akin to a fish out of water. His gaze swept over the disordered cavern, finally settling on a smooth-edged shallow pit. At the bottom of the pit, a glimmer of faint light caught his eye. Enduring the pain, Xiao Yan painstakingly made his way over. The pit's base was covered with an extremely fine layer of black ash. He cautiously brushed aside the ash, revealing a palm-sized token, entirely dark silver, with grotesque demonic patterns etched along its edges, resting quietly at the bottom. The token felt cold and heavy in his hand, neither metal nor wood, its material peculiar. The front bore an ancient character for demon, while the back depicted a perilous mountain shrouded in mist. Although the token emitted little in the way of spiritual energy, it radiated a chilling, murderous aura. The token of Qinsha? Xiao Yan traced the icy surface of the token. A foundation-building cultivator could not possibly possess only this one item. Yet, all other belongings, along with the storage pouch, had been utterly annihilated in the wake of the extinguished embers. Only this uniquely crafted token had survived. He tucked the token away, his gaze once more drawn to the ancient jade at his chest, which had regained its gentle luster. This time, the emotions reflected in his eyes were complex: relief at having survived calamity, gratitude towards the jade, frustration at his own weakness, and a profound reverence tinged with curiosity for the mysterious remnants of the flames. The path ahead was still long. Xiao Yan clenched the cold, demon-faced token tightly, feeling the lingering injuries and traces of poison within him, as the subdued dark golden flame in his eyes reignited, colder and more resolute than ever before. Blackwind Cliff had not yet claimed my life. Chapter 8. The Nine Nether Inferno in the Desolate Cave. Only the fierce wind wailed at the shattered entrance, akin to a restless ghost. Xiao Yan leaned against the cold rock, each breath pulling at the remnants of excruciating pain deep within his organs, along with the haunting toxins. The dark golden jade at his chest grew still, maintaining its warmth, yet no longer radiated healing currents, as if the previous restoration had drained its accumulated power. He lowered his head, caressing the cold, dark silver demon-faced token in his hand. It felt heavy, its chilling and murderous essence penetrating to the bone. The grotesque character on the front seemed to silently remind him of the shadow of death brought forth by the foundation-building cultivator not long ago. The token's edges were smooth yet sharp, its material neither metal nor wood, resembling some odd form of bone. Qinsha. Xiao Yan quietly mulled over this name, a dark golden glimmer swirling in his deep-set pupils, icy to the core. This individual had not appeared by mere chance at Blackwind Cliff. Was it the directive of Elderly? Or perhaps the machinations of the Linmang father and son? This token might very well be the key to unraveling this shroud of mystery. He secured the token close to his body, its cold touch pressing against his skin like an ever-watchful shard of ice. The relief of surviving did not linger for long, soon replaced by a deeper sense of urgency and an insatiable desire for strength. The shadow of the foundational cultivator loomed overhead like the sword of Damocles, Though Qinsha had perished, the forces behind him would not relent so easily. Only a mightier power could ensure survival along this perilous path of immortality. Xiao Yan's gaze penetrated the depths of the cavern. Fixated on the location of the dark red light that had temporarily quieted after he had shattered the malevolent spirit with a single blow. At this moment, it appeared more animated than before. Wisps of pure, dark red energy, imbued with the essence of wind and malevolence, seeped slowly from the crevices of the stone walls, coalescing like a wounded beast licking its wounds, gradually healing. The risks were immense. A moment's carelessness could lead to a backlash of malevolence, corrupting the soul and plunging him into an irretrievable abyss. Yet, the opportunities were equally vast. This was the sole and most formidable gift bestowed upon him by the Black Wind Cliff. His pseudo-spiritual root had long been forsaken by heaven and earth. Having emerged from the abyss of silence, what was there to fear from this fragment of malevolent spirit? A flicker of dark golden flame ignited fiercely in Xiao Yan's eyes, radiating a ruthless determination akin to a desperate gamble. He struggled, enduring excruciating pain as he sat cross-legged, his heart directed towards the heavens, his consciousness sinking into the depths of his mind's sea. The ancient dark golden jade floated at the center of his thoughts, emanating a steady, gentle glow, stabilizing his turbulent spirit like a divine anchor. The profound map of rejuvenation unfurled clearly within his mind's sea. This time, his target was no longer the drifting malevolence, but rather the slowly reviving core of the malevolent spirit. With utmost caution yet unwavering resolve, his consciousness, akin to intangible tendrils, reached towards the area radiating dark red light deep within the cavern. Suddenly, the core of dark red energy, previously recovering at a languid pace, trembled violently as if a drop of cold water had fallen into boiling oil. A surge of ferocity, chaos, and a spirit filled with resentment and destruction, akin to a vengeful serpent awakened, lashed out in retaliation against Xiao Yan's probing thoughts, crashing into his mind's sea in an instant. His vision was engulfed in darkness. Countless twisted, grotesque faces of vengeful spirits howled in despair, unleashing a tempest of violent winds that ravaged his psyche. His mind sea-churned violently, like a solitary boat in a storm. A chilling, putrid malevolence surged through the connection of thoughts, flooding into his meridians with frenzied intensity. The agony was excruciating, tearing at his very soul. A silent roar erupted from the depths of his being. The spark suddenly exploded with an unprecedented brilliance. No longer merely dark gold. It was now infused with a touch of sinister, violent dark red. It was as if he had cast new, more ferocious fuel into the furnace of annihilation. A new flame, far more scorching and domineering, imbued with properties of tearing and corrosion, was born. Xiao Yan let out a suppressed roar, his body quaking violently. The power of this newly birthed flame far exceeded anything he had previously wielded, racing along the pathways of rejuvenation, incinerating everything in its wake. Wherever it coursed, it was as if millions of serrated blades were scraping and cutting through the walls of his meridians. The remaining venom, under the onslaught of this turbulent flame, sizzled and wailed like snow under a blazing sun, swiftly being incinerated and dispersed. The pain reached an unprecedented zenith. It felt as though his entire being was being forged and reshaped from within by this newly ignited flame. Yet, Xiao Yan's mind was clearer than ever before. He could distinctly sense that amidst this inhuman agony, his newly awakened meridians were becoming more resilient and expansive at an unprecedented pace. The swift and corrosive attributes belonging to the gale wind evil spirit were being forcibly imprinted and integrated into the very essence of his spiritual power. Time slipped away in the throes of extreme pain and rapid transformation. Days passed, and the dim glow of the dark red core of the evil spirit deep within the cave gradually faded, ultimately vanishing entirely, leaving behind only a mundane black rock wall. All the primal energy had been forcibly consumed and refined by Xiao Yan. A profound hum erupted violently from within Xiao Yan. A torrent of dark gold, intermingled with dark red, surged forth from the depths of his dantian like a roaring river, exuding an aura of icy dominance and a hint of ferocious savagery. In an instant, it coursed through all the newly opened and repeatedly tempered meridians. A wave of invisible energy radiated outward from him, clearing the remnants of dust and debris within the cave. He had reached the pinnacle of the initial fire realm, the apex of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The purity and might of his spiritual power, in terms of destructive capability and corrosive potential, were sufficient to stand unrivaled during the Qi refinement period. More importantly, the newly born spiritual power contained a trace of the characteristics of the 9 Nether Inferno, embodying the essence of obliteration and creation, fused with the rapid cutting and contaminating properties of the gale wind evil spirit. When unleashing fire-based techniques, the power would be magnified, capable of delivering corrosive effects that would hinder opponents' movements. Slowly, Xiao Yan opened his eyes. Boom. Two beams of light, solidified into form, one dark gold and the other dark red. Entwined like a cold lightning that tore through the void, erupted from his eyes. Wherever the light reached, the air emitted a subtle tearing sound, and even the raging gales were instantaneously pierced and annihilated. The hard black rock walls deep within the cave were silently eroded, creating two unfathomable holes flickering with faint dark red flames. He felt the relentless torrent of power surging within him, as if it contained boundless destruction and rebirth. Sensing the remnants of toxic residue in his organs being completely incinerated, and the relief from his healed wounds ushered in a profound sense of control and dominance over the present. He rose to his feet, his tattered garments reduced to ashes, revealing a physique forged like divine iron. Beneath his bronze skin, a shimmering interplay of dark gold and dark red glimmered, brimming with explosive power. With a mere thought, a fresh surge of spiritual energy danced at his fingertips, no longer merely dark gold, but dark gold as the foundation. With ethereal dark red flames leaping at the edges, this was the Nine Nether Inferno. The flames burned silently, yet emitted an unsettling aura of annihilation and corrosion, causing the surrounding air to warp slightly. Xiao Yan gazed at the flames dancing at his fingertips, feeling the terrifying power within, and a cold, satisfied smile graced his lips. This perilous black wind cliff had ultimately become the crucible for his destiny. His gaze swept across the cave that had confined him for nearly a month, now partially collapsed. The gale still wailed at the entrance, but it could no longer pose a threat to him. It was time to depart. He stepped toward the cave entrance, preparing to scale the treacherous cliff he had traversed to arrive. However, the moment he stepped out of the cave and instinctively scanned the narrow chasm, his footsteps abruptly halted. His keen gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on a shadowy corner deep within the ravine, approximately several hundred yards from his current location. There, partially concealed by a massive black rock, lay a minuscule fissure, almost indistinguishable from the surrounding stone. The alignment of the fissure was unnaturally precise, and the weathering marks on its edges displayed a subtle variance from the naturally formed wind patterns nearby. More critically, with his heightened perception, now that he had attained a significant breakthrough in his cultivation, he faintly sensed an ancient spatial fluctuation emanating from the depths of that fissure, a fluctuation so elusive that, had he not recently experienced a surge in his awareness, he would have remained oblivious to its existence. Was there a secret buried deep within the forbidden grounds? His heartbeat quickened. The Black Wind Cliff was already a place shrouded in mystery, and the depths of this chasm were an uncharted desolation. What lay beyond this inconspicuous artificial seam? Was it a forgotten sect's concealed domain, or perhaps the remnants of an ancient cultivator's sanctuary? Opportunity or a deeper trap? Without the slightest hesitation, a blend of dark gold and crimson glimmered in his eyes as he seamlessly transformed into a wraith of the tempest. Traversing the hundreds of yards in an instant, silently appearing before the fissure obscured by the colossal boulder. The fissure was narrow, barely wide enough for a single person to pass sideways. Inside was shrouded in darkness, unfathomable in depth. The faint yet tangible ancient spatial fluctuation emanated from the depths of this inky void. Taking a deep breath, he ignited the Nine Nether Inferno at his fingertips, casting a dim glow that barely illuminated the area in front of him. He sidled into the narrow crack, as agile as a fish gliding through water. The passage was not straight but wound downward steeply. The rock walls were chillingly smooth to the touch, bearing evident signs of human excavation, though time and natural erosion had long since obscured their origins. The deeper he ventured, the clearer the ancient spatial fluctuation became, and the pervasive chill in the air intensified, more potent than that of the reflection cave by several folds. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, the constricted passage suddenly opened up. Before him lay a colossal natural cavern, entirely composed of obsidian rock. Countless sharp black stalactites hung from the ceiling like the fangs of a great beast, while the ground was strewn with jagged stones. In the center of the cavern lay a profound, pitch-black pool, roughly 10 yards in diameter, seemingly bottomless. The water was thick as ink, eerily still, exuding a chilling aura of death and an oppressive malice. Merely approaching the edge of the pool made him feel as though the Nine Nether Inferno within him had momentarily faltered, as if frozen, and the source of that ancient spatial fluctuation that had beckoned him forth loomed just above the still, cold waters of the pool. His gaze was instantly drawn to the space above the pool, approximately 3 feet above the water's surface. There, something hovered. It was not a treasure radiating brilliance, but rather a skeletal remains. A complete skeleton sits cross-legged, exuding a profound dark golden hue. This skeleton is not the pristine white of humanity, but resembles the deepest polished obsidian, subtly shimmering with a metallic luster. Each bone is exceptionally robust, imbued with an ineffable sense of strength. The skeleton maintains a posture of 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, its head slightly bowed, hollow eye sockets gazing into the silent, frigid pool below. What sends a tremor through Xiao Yan's soul is the aura emanating from this skeleton, a presence that transcends the endless river of time, steeped in the desolation and stillness of eons. This deathly stillness bears an uncanny resemblance to the aura of the dark golden ancient jade within his consciousness, hinting at a shared origin. The name June crashes through Xiao Yan's mind like thunder. Could this skeleton be the master of that ancient jade's residual consciousness? His gaze fixates intently on the knees of the seated skeleton. There, something is not empty. Resting upon the skeleton's knee is a bone fragment, approximately 3 inches long and 1 finger wide, radiating a gentle jade-white hue. The edges of the fragment are smooth, seemingly polished, its surface devoid of any markings. Yet it exudes a pure and gentle spatial fluctuation, distinctly different from the skeleton itself. It appears that this bone fragment is the key to stabilizing this peculiar space, shielding it from the terrifying deathly aura of the outside world. Beneath the skeleton's right hand, there lies a stone slab, roughly a foot square, equally as black as ink, yet remarkably flat and smooth. The surface of this slab seems to be inscribed with countless tiny characters, shimmering with a faint dark golden glow. Chapter 9. The Skeleton's Legacy. Silence. Absolute silence. Only the viscous, ink-like cold pond beneath, silently steaming with visible black cold air, carries the chilling essence capable of freezing souls. Infused with an unbearable resentment and deathly aura, standing at the pond's edge, the flickering light of 9 nether inferno dances at his fingertips, barely illuminating a mere inch of ground amidst the pure darkness and silence. That dim, dark red flame, under the terrifying chill emanating from the pond, flickers unsteadily, emitting faint hissing sounds. Yet his gaze is irresistibly drawn, like a magnet, fixated upon the dark golden skeleton suspended above the cold pond. It is an indescribable impact. This aura shares the same origin and essence as that of the dark golden ancient jade within his consciousness. Although the ancient jade is gentle and reserved, the skeleton is heavy with deathly stillness, but the unique charm that seems capable of ending all things while nurturing new life is unmistakable. June, is that truly you? Xiao Yan's heart pounds violently within his chest, nearly bursting forth. The true form of the master of the ancient jade's inherited consciousness manifests in the depths of this black-winged cliff, above the silent cold pond. With great effort, he shifts his gaze from the astonishing skeleton to its knee. Beneath the skeleton's right hand lies the same foot-square stone slab, black as ink and remarkably flat and smooth. The slab is densely inscribed with countless minuscule ancient characters, flowing like living entities, shimmering with a faint dark golden light. These characters are unlike any language Xiao Yan knows. Their structure intricately profound, with every stroke seemingly containing the ultimate truths of the universe. A mere glance was enough to send a wave of dizziness and intense allure coursing through Xiao Yan's soul. An impulse emanating from the depths of his very blood compelled him to draw closer, to reach out and touch that stone slab, to decipher the inscriptions upon it. It felt as though what was inscribed held the key to his destiny, something he was fated to obtain. Just as his heart surged, and he instinctively took a step forward, a sudden eruption shattered the stillness of the frigid pool. A colossal shadow, akin to a ferocious beast that had lain dormant for eons, burst forth from the viscous, inky waters, soaring skyward and sending a cascade of foul, acrid water splattering in all directions. A deafening roar, laced with unbridled malice and despair, instantaneously filled the cavern. The sound wave struck Xiao Yan's chest like a tangible hammer, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. Instinctively, the 9 nether flames surged within him, forming a shield of dark gold interspersed with deep crimson flames before him. The impact reverberated violently, the dark red flames flickering wildly. Xiao Yan staggered back several steps, a metallic taste flooding his throat, the sheer force of the roar rendering him momentarily dazed. Regaining his composure, he fixed his icy gaze upon the creature that had emerged from the depths. It was a towering figure, nearly 10 feet tall, its entire body encased in a thick, damp shell resembling a grotesque amalgamation of aquatic vegetation and black sludge, from which dark water continuously dripped. Through the gaps in its armor, decayed and rotting muscles, along with ghastly white bones, were faintly discernible. Its head was grotesquely large and misshapen, devoid of features save for 2 gaping voids that oozed black viscous liquid, absorbing all surrounding light into their abyss. Most unsettling were its distorted arms, which ended not in hands but in massive blades formed from countless white, bony spikes fused with a mysterious dark metal, radiating a chilling, sinister glow. On these bone blades, a dense aura of death coalesced, dripping a corrosive black liquid that tainted the air. This was a guardian corpse puppet, a terrifying entity birthed from the myriad vengeful spirits and residual bodies of powerful cultivators or beasts, cultivated over eons within a realm of profound darkness. It possessed immense strength, extraordinary defense, and swiftness akin to the wind, infused with lethal poison. The aura exuded by this corpse puppet unmistakably reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, with faint signs of a potential breakthrough to the mid-stage. It's hollow. Black water-filled voids fixated on Xiao Yan, emitting a more violent roar, clearly incensed by the presence of this intruder, a living being pulsating with vibrant life energy. The creature's massive bone blades crossed with ferocious speed, unleashing two waves of dark, deathly energy that sliced through the air like venomous serpents. Hurtling towards Xiao Yan with astonishing rapidity. So swift. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Yan's mind. The speed of this corpse puppet far surpassed that of the previous foe. Jinsha. With no time to ponder, he propelled himself forward, the hard black stone surface beneath him fracturing like a spider's web. In a split second, his form transformed into a blurred, dark gold shadow, narrowly slipping between the intersecting arcs of deathly energy. Slicing through the air, the blades met only empty space. Crashing violently against the black rock wall where Xiao Yan had just stood, cleaving two deep gashes into the seemingly indestructible stone, which emitted wisps of black smoke from the terrifying chasms. The air was thick with a sense of impending doom, accompanied by a hissing sound. Just as Xiao Yan steadied himself, the massive figure of the corpse puppet reappeared above him like a specter. The colossal bone blade descended with the weight of a mountain. Tearing through the gale with ferocity, the oppressive force caused the very stones beneath Xiao Yan to sink slightly. With no avenue for retreat, he resolved to meet force with force. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes, having reached the pinnacle of the initial fire realm. The power of the nine nether inferno erupted within him. His right fist clenched tightly, flames of dark gold and crimson intertwining, enveloping his fist in a tangible essence. A dominant fist intent that obliterated all, corroding all life. Surge forth. Break for me. He unleashed his punch, unadorned yet formidable. The fist wrapped in nine nether inferno soared forth like a blazing meteor, shrieking as it met the descending bone blade. Boom. The deafening clash of metal echoed through the cavern, accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion of energy. A terrifying shockwave radiated from the point of impact, causing the suspended black stalactites above to shatter and plummet into the frigid pool below, sending dark waters soaring into the air. Crack. A subtle yet distinct sound of fracturing filled the air. The rocks beneath Xiao Yan's feet splintered inch by inch. He felt as if he were being driven down like a nail by the tremendous force, sinking half a foot into the ground. A sharp, numbing sensation coursed through his right arm as the nine nether inferno oscillated violently, the dark red flames sizzling under the suffocating aura adhered to the bone blade. Remarkably, the enormous bone blade was forced upward by his mighty punch. The blackened sludge-like armor covering it instantly charred, cracked, and fell away under the terrifying heat and corrosive nature of the nine nether inferno, revealing charred bones beneath. With a roar of pain, the corpse puppet emitted a guttural cry, its hollow eyes swirling with dark mist, clearly taken aback by the unexpected strength of this seemingly insignificant prey. It swung its massive form backward, landing at the edge of the cold pool, its heavy bone blade embedded deeply into the earth, stabilizing its stance. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan propelled himself upward, landing on a protruding black stone a few yards away, breathing heavily. The numbing sensation in his right arm quickly subsided, and the nine nether inferno regained its stability. The recent confrontation, though taxing, had allowed him to gauge the creature's strengths and weaknesses. Its power was formidable, its defense astonishing, yet not invulnerable. The corrosive and annihilating force of the nine nether inferno proved effective against it. Infuriated, the corpse puppet yanked out its bone blade, transforming into a shadowy apparition once more, charging toward him with an even more intense stench of death. This time, it wielded its dual blades in a crisscross fashion, unleashing a barrage of dark, lethal slashes that sealed off every avenue of escape for Xiao Yan. Come at me. A flicker of dark gold light ignited in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced. As the deadly blade net closed in, his body became weightless, transforming into an ethereal wisp, weaving through the dense onslaught of deathly slashes with incredible angles and speed. The swift characteristics imparted by the nine nether inferno were pushed to their absolute limits. Each dodge was perilously close yet executed with exquisite finesse. The bone blade screamed through the air, narrowly missing the edges of his clothing. The gusts of deathly wind stinging his skin, yet they could never truly touch him. Now was the moment. A flicker of fierce intensity flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as his body, moving at high speed, came to an abrupt halt and changed direction. Like a wraith, he instantly appeared on the right side of the corpse puppet. With his right fist, long charged with energy, he concentrated the nine nether inferno to its utmost, transforming it into a sharply pointed, dark red fire spear, imbued with an intent to pierce through all, and he thrust it fiercely into the chink in its armor. Nine nether destruction. With a piercing sound, the massive bone blade, along with a decayed forearm, crashed down violently, striking the pitch-black rock. One arm incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan did not linger. He propelled himself off the colossal body of the corpse puppet and soared backward like a rock, landing at a safe distance. From the severed arm, black blood spurted forth like a fountain, mingling with the acrid sin of charred flesh from the nine nether inferno. Its remaining left arm, wielding the bone blade, flailed wildly, emitting a roar of unmatched fury, while its cavernous eyes swirled with dark energy, fixating upon Xiao Yan, filled with boundless resentment. However, the giant figure lost some balance due to the severed arm, causing its movements to become noticeably sluggish for a brief moment. It was precisely this instant that Xiao Yan had been waiting for. He did not aim to completely annihilate this peak foundation establishment corpse puppet, given his current strength. It was nearly impossible. His goal, from the very beginning, was that jade white bone shard resting upon the dark golden skeleton's knee and the stone tablet. Seizing the moment when the corpse puppet was momentarily hindered by pain and rage, Xiao Yan's figure surged forward. He propelled the nine nether inferno to its utmost swiftness. His entire being transformed into a nearly imperceptible dark golden, interspersed with dark red, streak of light, not charging at the enraged corpse puppet, but instead, at the fastest speed. Like an arrow released from its bow, shooting directly towards the suspended dark golden skeleton above the cold pool. The corpse puppet evidently did not anticipate that Xiao Yan's target was the skeleton by the time it reacted, letting out an even more violent roar and swinging its remaining bone blade in a desperate attempt to intercept. Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared before the dark golden skeleton, as if he had teleported. An indescribable pressure and aura of death enveloped him. Xiao Yan felt as if he were approaching a dying star. His skin prickled, and his soul trembled. Yet the flames burning in his eyes blazed even brighter. Without a moment's hesitation, his right hand, swift as lightning, reached directly for the jade white bone shard emanating gentle spatial fluctuations upon the skeleton's knee. His left hand extended towards the pitch-black stone tablet pressed beneath the skeleton's right hand, inscribed with dark golden characters. At the very moment his hands were about to touch the bone shard and the stone tablet, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. An unexpected phenomenon erupted. The long silent dark golden skeleton, in the depths of its hollow eye sockets, unexpectedly ignited two extremely faint yet seemingly capable of piercing through the age's dark golden lights. A will of annihilation, purer and more vast than the deathly aura of the cold pool below, as if the awakening of an ancient titan, exploded from the skeleton, instantly enveloping Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's movements froze in an instant, as if he had been cast into an eternal ice. His blood froze, thought ceased, and even the flickering nine nether inferno at his fingertips was extinguished in an instant. An irresistible, terrifying pressure, originating from the very essence of life, bore down upon him, causing his soul to groan under the unbearable weight, as if in the next instant he would be entirely dismantled by this overwhelming will, returning to the void. The shadow of death had never appeared so vividly clear. It was far more terrifying than facing Qinsha or the corpse puppets 100-fold, 1,000-fold. This emanated from an ancient powerhouse named Jin, whose skeletal remains harbored the last vestiges of indomitable will, launching a self-directed counterattack. It was over. A chill enveloped Xiao Yan's heart, just as the moment of life and death approached, and Xiao Yan's will was about to be utterly crushed by that vast, annihilating intent. Buzz. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the dark golden ancient jade, which had remained dormant, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. A torrent of will. Equally vast and ancient, yet imbued with a sense of protection and guidance, surged forth. Two distinct wills, originating from the same source, collided violently at the nexus where Xiao Yan's consciousness met his physical form. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a silent obliteration and merging. As if time itself had come to a standstill, Xiao Yan felt as though he were a solitary boat tossed about in a raging sea, instantaneously drawn into an incomprehensible whirlpool of will. Countless shattered images, chaotic fragments of thought, the birth and death of stars, the rise and fall of continents. The tragic demise of gods and demons violently assaulted his consciousness. The agony pierced through him like millions of steel needles stabbing at his very soul. Ugh! He let out a silent scream, dark golden blood gushing from his 7 orifices, just as he teetered on the brink of total mental collapse, profound, domineering, and transcendent information regarding body refining surged forth, forcibly imprinted upon him. Simultaneously, the residual waves of the annihilating will, having been guided and tempered, did not dissipate, but transformed into countless cold, heavy dark golden currents, imbued with the essence of finality, surging like myriad tiny venomous dragons into Xiao Yan's limbs, bones, and internal organs. This was not an attack, but rather the most brutal, direct, and tyrannical form of tempering. Xiao Yan's body convulsed violently, contorting in agony. His skin was instantly marred with countless dark golden cracks resembling spider webs, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. His bones groaned under the unbearable burden. like being hammered repeatedly by countless colossal hammers. Blood surged through his veins like boiling magma. Every inch of flesh, every single cell wailed in the throes of impending annihilation. This suffering far surpassed the previous consumption of the evil spirit's essence, even eclipsing the torment of being corroded by Chen Sha's poisonous fire. Yet amidst this inhuman pain and tempering, Xiao Yan's hands, driven by instinct and the faint guidance of the ancient jade's will, finally reached their destination. With his right hand, he grasped the warm, jade-white bone shard. With his left hand, he lifted the skeletal right hand's palm, seizing the cold, heavy, pitch-black stone slab. The touch was icy. At the moment he grasped the bone shard and stone slab, the jade-white bone shard suddenly radiated a soft white light. A pure and powerful spatial fluctuation enveloped Xiao Yan in an instant. Simultaneously, the dark golden skeletal remains seemed to exhaust their final vestige of strength. The dark golden light in its eye sockets extinguishing completely, as the vast annihilating will receded like a tide, leaving behind an even deeper silence. The skeletal remains trembled slightly, as if they might plunge into the frigid abyss below at any moment. A roar erupted. Below, the guardian of the pool, momentarily stunned by the sudden upheaval, finally unleashed its full fury. Its remaining left arm, armed with a bone blade seething with a desire to rend all asunder, summoned a cataclysmic wave of darkness, directing a devastating blow towards Xiao Yan, who had just grasped the treasure and was enduring the excruciating torment of obliteration. A terrifying blade of death filled the entire field of vision in an instant. Chapter 10. The ethereal escape of the spectral bone's silence. A stillness so profound it felt suffocating. Above the cold pool, Xiao Yan's hands were seemingly frozen in an eternal frost, clutching the smooth, jade-white bone fragment and the chilling black slab with a desperate grip. The icy sensation at his fingertips offered no solace against the agonizing turmoil within him. Akin to a multitude of volcanoes erupting simultaneously, or an endless barrage of colossal hammers relentlessly beating down upon him. His skin was marred with a web of dark golden fissures, blood coursing through his veins like molten lava, while his bones groaned under the unbearable strain. Every inch of flesh cried out at the precipice of destruction and rebirth. This pain surpassed all prior agonies, penetrating to the very depths of his soul. In that moment of fading consciousness, with his body on the brink of disintegration, a roar erupted. Below, the guardian of the pool, fueled by pent-up rage and malice, unleashed a cataclysmic strike. The remaining bone blade tore through the void, stirring the viscous, ink-like waters of the cold pool. A blade of death, honed to perfection and spanning several yards, descended like the scythe of a malevolent deity, imbued with the chilling essence of soul-freezing malice, instantly engulfing Xiao Yan's blurred vision. The speed was beyond comprehension. Before the blade arrived, the terrifying pressure accelerated the spread of dark golden fissures across Xiao Yan's skin, as though he were a fragile porcelain vase on the verge of shattering. The breath of death was icy and piercing. There was no escape, no defense. His body was in the most vulnerable and uncontrollable state of refinement. Even moving a single finger was an insurmountable challenge. Was it over? No. Just as the obliterating blade was about to make contact with Xiao Yan's body, a hum resonated. The jade-white bone fragment he clutched in his right hand seemed to respond to the Guardian's cataclysmic assault, or perhaps sense the intense refinement of obliteration power coursing through Xiao Yan, resonating with the essence of its original master, and suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of white light. A vast, pure, and formidable force, imbued with the principles of spatial translocation, surged forth like a slumbering dragon awakening, exploding from the bone fragment. The white light instantaneously enveloped both Xiao Yan and the jade-white bone fragment, along with the black slab. At that moment, the fabric of space itself was forcibly distorted and folded. Whoosh! The dark blade of death sliced through the very spot where Xiao Yan had just hovered, as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The terrifying blade aura cleaved through space, leaving pain groans in its wake, carving indelible black cracks. Even the silent cold pool below was split open, a massive chasm forming as the inky waters surged violently. Yet, what the blade had struck was merely void. Xiao Yan's figure, along with the suspended dark golden bones, which had been slightly displaced by the fragment's eruptive power, vanished into thin air in the mere fraction of a moment before the blade could reach him. Only the ripples of space, swiftly expanding and then rapidly calming, remained. A thunderous roar, filled with shock and rage, erupted from the guardian corpse puppet. Its massive, featureless head spun wildly, the deep chasm of its void-like gaze scanning the empty expanse above the desolate cold pool, while a tempest of deathly energy surged through the cave. Had its prey vanished right beneath its very eyes? A wave of intense dizziness and spatial disorientation receded like a tide. The chilling, unyielding, earthy texture beneath him registered in his senses. Xiao Yan abruptly opened his eyes, and instead of the eerie stillness of the cold pool cavern, he beheld a desolate mountain ridge. He found himself sprawled upon a patch of exposed, hard gray-black rock. Above him loomed an overcast sky, where a fierce wind howled, whipping sand and gravel against his face painfully. The air was thick with a thin yet violent spiritual energy, mingled with a familiar yet distant aura of malevolent wind belonging to Blackwind Cliff. Was this the outskirts of Blackwind Cliff? It seemed not far from the chasm where he had previously plummeted into the reflection cave. He had succeeded. That piece of spatial bone had, at the last moment, teleported him away. However, a more pressing concern was that his left hand remained tightly clenched around the cold, obsidian slab. Meanwhile, his right hand, which had saved his life with the jade-white bone shard, now emitted a subdued glow. Though warm, it conveyed an overwhelming sense of weakness. The once lustrous surface of the bone shard appeared slightly dimmed, and the spatial energy it contained had become exceedingly feeble and chaotic, clearly indicating that the recent long-distance teleportation had nearly exhausted its stored power, rendering it unusable for the foreseeable future. He needed to leave this place immediately in search of a sanctuary to heal. Xiao Yan, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise. Each movement of his muscles sent waves of agony through his bones, akin to being scorched by fiery veins. The dark, golden energy within him, the nine nether flame, had also grown extremely weak and chaotic, unable to manage itself under the onslaught of obliteration energy. Just as he managed to prop himself up, attempting to discern his surroundings, a faint yet lethal sound of disturbance sliced through the air from the shadow behind his right side. A flicker of ghostly blue light, like a serpent strike, darted towards his unprotected right temple with blinding speed. The timing was sinister, the angle treacherous. The assailant had evidently been lying in wait, anticipating this moment when he would emerge from teleportation, gravely injured and mentally unguarded. Were they ambushers? Were they allies of Chen Sha? Or had elderly sent someone to silence him? A profound sense of crisis washed over him like icy water. Xiao Yan's body was instantly covered in a chill of terror. Wounded and with his spiritual energy in disarray, his reactions were painfully sluggish. There was no way to evade. He could not even muster the remaining 9 nether flame for defense in time. At this critical juncture of life and death, swish, the ghostly blue light grazed the edge of his right ear, drawing forth a trickle of warm blood. A gaping wound appeared instantly on his right ear, exposing flesh to the bone as the icy poison seeped in. Humph! Xiao Yan stifled a groan. His body lost all balance due to the violent movement, and he tumbled forward in a disheveled manner. A searing pain and a chilling numbness radiated from my right ear as the toxic gas swiftly spread. My reactions were not sluggish. However, having fallen victim to my bone-corroding cold needle, even divine intervention would be futile. A raspy voice, laced with astonishment and a palpable intent to kill, echoed through the air. Emerging from the shadows was a figure clad in a dark gray outfit, their face obscured by a black mask. This individual was small yet robust, exuding a cold, serpentine aura, and was unmistakably at the pinnacle of the 9th level of chi refinement. In their hand, they clutched a slender needle flickering with a ghostly blue light, its tip stained with Xiao Yan's blood. Elderly was still wary, it seemed. Xiao Yan struggled to prop himself against a frigid rock, gasping for breath. As the blood oozing from his right ear took on a hint of ethereal blue, he fixed his gaze on the masked figure, his voice hoarse, ignited by a cold fury and resolute determination. The destructive force within him continued to rampage, the poison spread, his spiritual energy in disarray. And formidable foes loomed. He was truly in a dire predicament. Why ask unnecessary questions of a dying man? A glint of cold light flashed in the masked figure's eyes, clearly uninterested in idle chatter. In a blur, they lunged forward like a wraith. This time, both hands shot out, fingers entwined with the ghostly blue poison, resembling the pincers of a venomous scorpion, targeting Xiao Yan's eyes and throat. The speed was unfathomable. There was no evading, no blocking. Boom. The gray-black rock beneath him exploded instantly. His body surged forward like a cannonball, propelled by an unwavering resolve to advance, crashing headlong into the oncoming masked figure. Simultaneously, his left hand, stained with his own blood, clutched the cold, obsidian slab as if wielding a door, channeling all his strength and a desperate fury into a fierce strike aimed at his adversary's face. Let us perish together. This was a fight for survival. An exchange of injuries. A trade of lives. The masked figure had evidently not anticipated that Xiao Yan, in such a grievous state, would dare to retaliate with such reckless abandon. Even more surprising was the realization that the seemingly inconsequential slab could be wielded as a weapon. A flicker of shock and confusion flashed in their eyes, causing their forward momentum to falter slightly, instinctively transforming their claws into palms to block the incoming stone. Bang! The dull thud of impact was accompanied by the sickening crack of bones. The obsidian slab struck heavily against the masked figure's crossed arms. An unimaginable weight, infused with the slab's icy, deathly aura, descended like a mountain. Crack. The masked figure's arms twisted grotesquely. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream. The force of the block disintegrated in an instant. Xiao Yan pressed forward. His forehead, marred with dark golden fissures, crashed against the masked figure's chest, which had lost its defense due to the agonizing blow. Boom. The sound resonated like a drum. The masked figure's eyes bulged. Blood mixed with shattered internal organs erupted from their mouth. Their body was propelled backward, akin to a ruptured sack, crashing violently against a rock several meters away, sliding down lifelessly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, reeling from the recoil of the collision, coughed up another mouthful of blood, staggering backward as though his body were falling apart. Colliding heavily against the rock behind him, darkness encroaching upon his vision. The numbing toxicity had spread across half his face, intertwining with the destructive force and poison within him. The backlash overwhelming him, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. He struggled to maintain the last vestiges of clarity, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless form of the masked man, before laboriously shifting to his left hand, stained with blood. The obsidian stone tablet remained chillingly heavy in his grasp. Moments ago, he had struck with all his might, colliding with the masked man's arms, and the blood of Xiao Yan had ominously seeped into the intricately engraved, dark golden characters on the tablet. As if absorbed by a sponge. Buzz. The surface of the tablet shimmered as the absorbed blood activated the dark golden inscriptions, unleashing a faint yet blinding luminescence. An indescribable torrent of ancient and vast consciousness, seemingly holding the primordial secrets of the universe, surged violently along Xiao Yan's fingers, which clutched the stone tablet, forcefully invading his already crumbling mindscape. This time, Xiao Yan could no longer contain himself and let out a wretched howl that seemed inhuman. Excruciating pain. A soul-rending agony, far surpassing the previous torment of annihilation and refinement. His consciousness shattered like a candle flickering in the wind, obliterated by the torrent of ferocious intent. His vision was engulfed by an infinite expanse of dark golden light and incomprehensible arcane information. His body toppled backward, crashing heavily against the frigid rocks, consciousness slipping away completely. Yet, the obsidian tablet remained firmly clutched in his grasp. The dark golden characters, having absorbed his blood, began to pulsate with a life of their own, relentlessly infusing his unconscious mind with boundless and profound knowledge. On the desolate ridge, the howling wind mourned. A corpse, a comatose youth on the brink of death. His body marred by dark golden fissures, half of his face aglow with an eerie blue hue, and a stone tablet shimmering with an enigmatic dark golden light. Silence descended once more. Chapter 11. The source of initial Tao patterns, epiphany in the death realm. Consciousness sank. Shattered. Annihilated. Xiao Yan felt as though he were an inconsequential speck of dust, cast into an infinite, chaotic tempest of thought. There was no up or down, no passage of time. Only an unending torrent of arcane energies composed of dark golden characters. Each character was intricately complex, twisting and transforming, resembling living entities or the frozen laws of the cosmos. They swirled, collided, combined, and decomposed, forming countless fragmented star maps, broken runic chains, and ephemeral worlds that perished and were reborn. Vast, ancient, incomprehensible. Each wave of textual energy that surged past felt like millions of searing steel needles piercing his very soul. The pain transcended the limits of flesh. A pure torment at the level of the spirit. Under this indescribable onslaught, his consciousness, like a flickering candle, was repeatedly torn apart and extinguished. Yet, driven by an astonishingly resilient instinct, it struggled to coalesce once more. A silent wail echoed in the abyss of his consciousness. He felt himself on the verge of complete dissolution, being assimilated and devoured by the secrets of the stone tablet. Just as his awareness was about to succumb entirely to the vast torrent of thought, a hum resonated, deep within his sea of consciousness. The dormant dark golden ancient jade seemed to sense the peril of its host soul, erupting once again with a gentle and steady radiance. The radiance, though not blinding, exudes a steadfast power that seems to stabilize the very fabric of the universe, akin to a small, relatively tranquil domain forcibly unfurling at the heart of a tempestuous storm of thoughts. Within this sacred patch, safeguarded by the ancient jade light, the consciousness core of Xiao Yan, on the brink of complete disintegration, finally found a moment to breathe. Yet, this respite was anything but secure. The light of the ancient jade, like a thin veil, could only marginally diminish the onslaught of the mental torrent, failing to offer complete isolation. The vast, chaotic, and profound dark golden inscriptions, embodying the universe's ultimate truths, continued to infiltrate this sanctuary like countless venomous insects, assaulting and gnawing at his fragile awareness. Destruction or rebirth. Retreat was not an option. To retreat would be to obliterate both body and spirit. Since resistance was futile, he would instead strive to comprehend, to assimilate. He would transform this soul-destroying deluge into the sustenance for his own metamorphosis. Ignite for me. Like moths drawn to a flame, like ants attempting to shake a mountain. Boom. A more intense sensation of soul-rending surfaced. Xiao Yan's consciousness core trembled violently, as if on the verge of exploding at any moment. Yet, he held on tenaciously. The ancient jade light flickered with wild intensity, desperately preserving the sanctity of this realm. At the moment of contact, it was not mere understanding but resonance. No longer merely an impact of destruction, but a profoundly intricate inheritance that reached to the very essence. In the primordial void, before heaven and earth took shape, there existed a substance that coalesced, born before all else, known as the Source. The Source initially bore patterns, giving rise to myriad paths. One pattern's emergence and demise dictated the flourishing and withering of realms. This is the primordial path pattern of the Source, the root of all laws, the beginning of all paths. This was not a complete technique, but a fundamental comprehension of the Tao, the cornerstone for constructing all principles. It was akin to forcefully thrusting an encyclopedia detailing the universe's ultimate truths into the hands of a child just learning to read. The sheer volume of information threatened to overwhelm the consciousness of even the most adept nascent soul practitioner. With a sudden jolt, Xiao Yan's consciousness core swayed violently, as if struck by a heavy blow, causing his ethereal form to spit forth a mouthful of soul blood. The backlash from forcibly grasping the surface of the primordial path pattern was equally terrifying. Yet, in that moment, the flicker of dark golden flames in his eyes burned with unprecedented fervor. He had seized it. He had captured that fragment of order struggling to survive amidst the torrent of destruction. He had found the narrow opening leading to the supreme path. Just as he immersed himself in this revelation on the precipice of life and death, outside, on the desolate ridge, Xiao Yan's unconscious body remained marred by a web of dark golden fissures, blood seeping from the wound on his right ear, shimmering with an ethereal blue hue. His breath faint as a candle flickering in the wind. The pitch-black stone slab was gripped tightly in his left hand, its surface inscribed with dark golden characters that, after absorbing his blood, pulsated with a steady glow, continuously emanating subtle spatial fluctuations and enigmatic energies. This fluctuation resembled a beacon in the night. Several miles away from the ridge, in a natural stone cavern eroded by fierce winds, 3 figures encircled the fire. This was no ordinary flame, but a phosphorescent green fire, illuminating 3 faces similarly masked in black. They exuded an aura of solemnity, each at least at the 8th level of Qi refining, with the leader having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. At his waist hung a dark silver ghostly token, akin to Chen Sha's, though the character for Sha was slightly smaller, accompanied by a character for 7. You know old Six's temperament. He delights in toying with his prey. He is likely tormenting that young man now, another remarked with a scoff. The leader, Pei Qi, as evidenced by his waist token, sat in silent meditation, his eyes closed. He toyed with a ghostly blue bone needle, its tip glimmering with the same chilling brilliance as the poison needle used in the ambush against Xiao Yan. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and 2 beams of sharp light shot forth from his narrow pupils, fixating intensely on a certain direction along the ridge. Something is amiss. Pei Qi's voice was low and urgent. There are intense spatial fluctuations. An ancient and profound aura emanates from the direction old Six went. What? The other 2 instantly rose, their expressions filled with disbelief. Move, Pei Qi decisively commanded, his form flickering as he dashed out of the stone cavern, merging with the night like a specter, racing towards the source of the spatial disturbance. The other 2, not daring to linger, immediately followed in haste. On the ridge, the wind howled mournfully. The 3 of them appeared as 3 streaks of black lightning, silently materializing near the place where Xiao Yan lay unconscious. Upon seeing old Six's twisted and lifeless body on the ground, their pupils simultaneously contracted. Old Six, one of them let out a furious low growl. Silence. Pei Qi barked sharply, his cold gaze instantly locking onto Xiao Yan, who was slumped against a rock, unconscious and bloodied, with a dark stone slab in his hand that emitted a faint dark golden glow and mysterious fluctuations. That slab is peculiar. Pei Qi's eyes ignited with ultimate greed mixed with a hint of trepidation. To have slain old Six, who was at the 9th level of Qi refining, and to evoke such phenomena, this waste must have encountered an unimaginable fortune beneath the black wind cliff. Kill him. Seize the treasure. Another's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, as a short dagger, imbued with a vivid blue toxin, appeared in his hand. His figure flickered like a venomous serpent, lunging straight at Xiao Yan. The dagger tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it aimed directly for his throat. Quickly, ruthlessly, viciously. Just as the poisonous dagger was about to pierce Xiao Yan's throat, a sudden change arose. Boom. An invisible force field erupted from the center of Xiao Yan's body. The air groaned under the unbearable strain. The approaching assassin collided with an invisible wall of size. His forward momentum abruptly halted. The poison dagger was mere inches from Xiao Yan's throat, but could advance no further. The grimace on his face froze, replaced by utter horror. "What in the world is this?" he exclaimed, a mix of fury and fear as he desperately tried to channel his spiritual energy. However, he found that the intangible force field was as heavy as a mountain, possessing a bizarre power that seemed to freeze space and time, binding him firmly in place. At that moment, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Boom. Two beams of light, distilled to their utmost essence, radiating from the depths of his pupils like endless dark golden patterns of creation and destruction, tore through the darkness of the ridge, instantaneously piercing the astonished assassin's eyes. Those were not the eyes of a mere human. They were the indifferent gaze of a deity surveying mere ants. It is a chilling insight into the fundamental rules of the world, the pattern of confinement. A hoarse and frigid voice, devoid of any human emotion, emerged from Xiao Yan's cracked lips. Each word seemed to invoke some invisible law of the universe. As his words fell, the body of the assassin ensnared within the intangible force field was surrounded by the void, where dozens of exceedingly fine and elusive arcane patterns, etched in pure dark golden radiance, materialized. These patterns flickered and vanished like ephemeral phantoms. In the next moment, the assassin, maintaining a rigid posture as he lunged forward, was as though severed by countless invisible and razor-sharp spatial blades. From head to toe, his body silently shattered into numerous fragments, each with surfaces as smooth as mirrors. Blood, mingled with innards, burst forth like a sinister flower, splattering upon the cold rocks. Not even a scream could escape his lips. Instant annihilation. Truly. A complete obliteration of both body and spirit. Old 5. Another assassin's eyes widened in horror as he let out a chilling roar. "Run!" Black 7 nearly bellowed. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding any treasures, a profound sense of impending death coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent. He fiercely crushed a black jade talisman inscribed with a grotesque visage at his waist. With a hum, a thick, inky black mist enveloped him, accompanied by a powerful spatial fluctuation, ready to transport him away. But could he truly escape? Xiao Yan's icy voice resonated like a chill wind from the depths of the abyss. Leaning against the rock, he still appeared weak. Even his blood tinged with a bluish venom trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he gradually raised his left hand, stained with his own and Old 5's blood, extending his index finger towards the dark mist on the verge of vanishing, tracing a slow yet arcane trajectory in the air. Where his fingertip passed, a complex and dizzying pattern, composed of pure dark golden light, flickered momentarily in the void. Sever. A sharp crack echoed, as if space itself had been forcefully torn apart. The thick black mist enveloping Black 7 quivered violently, as though cleaved in two by an invisible blade. The intense spatial fluctuations immediately became chaotic and collapsed. The black mist emitted a mournful wail, unlike any human sound, before exploding into oblivion. Thud. Black 7's figure tumbled from the air, crashing heavily onto the rocks. The talisman at his waist, intended for teleportation, was now riddled with cracks, its spiritual essence utterly depleted. Blood gushed from his mouth, his breath faltering. His eyes filled with incomprehensible terror and despair. The spatial teleportation had been forcibly interrupted? What sorcery is this? The last surviving assassin, already petrified by the unfathomable horror before him, let out a ghastly cry, abandoning his fallen comrade and fleeing down the mountain in a frantic escape. He gasped for breath, each inhalation exacerbating his injuries and the lingering venom. The burden of forcibly comprehending and invoking the patterns was far beyond imagination. Black 7 struggled to rise, his gaze towards Xiao Yan resembling that of a soul staring at a demon returned from the depths of hell. His lips moved, as if attempting to articulate something. That aura. It's the guardian of the pool's corpse puppet? How could it have pursued us? How did it manage to break free from the constraints of the cold pond space? And how did it accurately pinpoint its location? A sense of impending doom, colder and heavier than facing the likes of Black 7, engulfed Xiao Yan's mind like icy water. Chapter 12. The water of calamity diverted the frigid mountain wind sliced through the air like a steel blade, whipping up sand and stones that struck Xiao Yan's face marred with dark golden cracks. Leaning against the jagged rocks, he gasped violently, each breath laced with the metallic tang of blood and the agony of torn innards. The numbness from his injured right ear had spread to half of his neck, while the eerie blue poison writhed beneath his skin, forcibly drawing upon the unfathomable source of the primordial path patterns. Even the most rudimentary stroke brought forth a soul backlash akin to countless searing needles piercing his skull, the remnants of a thunderous roar and chaotic dark golden text echoing in his consciousness. His strength had been drained to its limits. Within him, the newly born Nine Nether Inferno flickered weakly like a candle in the wind, struggling to sustain its last vestiges of life against the dual torment of annihilation and the insidious blue toxin. The dark golden patterns beneath his skin had long since vanished, leaving only a web of grotesque fissures that seemed on the verge of shattering completely. Yet, his gaze remained as cold as a 1,000-year-old frozen pond, resolutely fixed on the direction of the black-wind cliff chasm. That frigid, turbulent aura, brimming with boundless resentment, was tearing through the gusts with terrifying speed. Closing in on him, it was the guardian corpse puppet of the pond. It had indeed pursued him, breaking the confines of the cold pond space and honing in on his precise location. A roar erupted, more ferocious and vengeful than before, as if it contained the accumulated hatred of countless ages, crashing forth like thunder from the depths of the chasm. The sound waves, laden with palpable death energy, swept across the ridge in an instant. Boom! The massive rock behind Xiao Yan was struck by the sound waves, fracturing like brittle cookies, its surface cracking and countless fragments cascading down. The entire ridge trembled slightly. With a cough, Xiao Yan's already precarious body took another hit, violently expelling a stream of foul blood mixed with internal organs in the hue of the blue poison. His breath instantly waned to the utmost limit. Meanwhile, the remaining assassin Black 7 was similarly struck hard, having already been gravely injured from the abrupt interruption of spatial teleportation. He was now swept by the sound waves imbued with vengeful intent. Blood erupted from his 7 orifices, his body convulsing violently, his eyes wide with sheer terror and confusion. Fixated on the direction of the chasm, his throat producing a discordant, raspy sound. How could there possibly be a creature in the depths of the black wind cliff? There was no time. The speed of the corpse puppet was beyond imagination. That terrifying aura was already perilously close. The suffocating death energy washed over the entire ridge like a chilling tide, freezing even the howling winds. Escape? Given his current state, it was utterly impossible to elude the corpse puppet at the peak of foundational cultivation. Fight? That would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A certain death. Desperation. A true encirclement from all sides, with no path to heaven and no door to earth. At this critical juncture, as the colossal shadow of the corpse puppet threatened to tear through the chasm's edge, a flicker of madness and clarity ignited within Xiao Yan's nerves, which were nearly numbed by excruciating pain and venom. He directed his gaze, sharp as a frigid blade, across the gruesome remnants of the fifth brother's dismembered body, sweeping over the gasping, terror-stricken Black 7, ultimately fixating on the ghostly jade talisman at Black 7's waist, marred with cracks yet still emanating a faint essence of life. Law Enforcement Hall. Elderly. Lin Meng. If you wish for my demise, then let us all bear the brunt of this monster's wrath. A merciless thought crystallized instantaneously. The ferocity in Xiao Yan's eyes blazed as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, his bloodied left hand shooting forth with the speed of lightning. His target was not the corpse puppet, but rather the jade talisman at Black 7's waist. You. Black 7's eyes widened in despair, a futile struggle coursing through him. Yet he lacked the strength even to move a finger, helplessly witnessing that bloodied hand reach for his final glimmer of hope. With a crack, Xiao Yan's fingers, sharp as claws, crushed the jade talisman with a fierce determination, shattering it to pieces. Buzz. The moment the talisman fragmented, a faint yet distinct spatial fluctuation surged forth, intertwined with the scent of blood and spiritual energy that clung to Xiao Yan's hand, characteristic of the Law Enforcement Hall's assassins, spreading violently like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Though this fluctuation was subtle, in the overwhelming resentment perceivable by the corpse puppet, it glimmered like a firefly in the night, instantly becoming blindingly prominent. Simultaneously, roar. The colossal, mud-encrusted body of the guardian corpse puppet, akin to a demonic entity tearing through space, burst forth from the chasm's edge, crashing down upon the ridge. Its monstrous head, devoid of features save for gaping black voids, locked onto Xiao Yan, who had just shattered the jade talisman. Radiating the aura of the Law Enforcement Hall assassin, mingled with the remnants of blood and talisman shards. Alongside him stood Black 7, equally marked by the aura of the Law Enforcement Hall, yet teetering on the brink of death. The overwhelming resentment found a new outlet. Within the chaotic and brutal consciousness of the corpse puppet, these two insignificant beings, exuding the same hostile essence, were deemed as culpable as the detestable thief who had claimed the remains. No, they were accomplices of that thief. Die. A soul-piercing wail, laden with boundless malice, erupted in the minds of Xiao Yan and Black 7. The remaining bone blade of the corpse puppet's left arm rose high, the viscous, inky death energy surging upon it like a boiling tide. The entire ridge was engulfed in the shadow of this terrifying blade of death. Without a moment's hesitation, It descended with the force of annihilation upon Xiao Yan and Black 7, targeting both. No. Black 7 emitted a scream of despair. His eyes twisted with betrayal and fear. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yan crushed the jade talisman, marking the corpse puppet's furious wrath for the law enforcement hall's assassins, his body lost all support, collapsing backward in a feeble surrender. In his eyes, there was no trace of fear, only a chilling madness and a hint of resolute relief. With the last vestiges of his conscious will, he clutched tightly to the cold, obsidian slab and the warm, jade-white bone fragment in his arms. The skeletal blade of the corpse puppet tore through the air, carrying with it the deathly shadow of frozen souls, descending with a thunderous strike. At this critical moment, a voice, resounding with authority and grandeur like the thunder of the heavens, roared forth from the direction of the sect below the ridge. "You vile creature! How dare you wreak havoc in my Tianyan sect?" The voice, imbued with a mighty spiritual power, instantly overshadowed the howls of the corpse puppet and the whistling winds. Immediately, 3 radiant arcs, each of a different hue yet equally dazzling, emanating formidable spiritual pressure, streaked across the night sky like meteors tearing through the darkness, covering several miles in the blink of an eye and appearing above the ridge. The foremost one shone with a brilliant azure light, its sword energy piercing the heavens. The sharpness of the sword intent seemed capable of cleaving space itself. It was none other than Elderly of the Law Enforcement Hall. His hair and beard flared violently, eyes glinting with cold light, as he fixated intently on the terrifying corpse puppet swinging its blade. To the left, a fiery blaze roared, waves of heat radiating forth. Within the flames, one could discern the imposing figure of an elderly man with a stern expression. It was Lin Mang, the manager of the inner sect. His gaze towards the corpse puppet was filled with astonished fury, yet when it swept over the unconscious Xiao Yan and the lifeless body of He Qi, a barely concealed murderous intent flickered in his eyes. To the right, a heavy yellow light shone, akin to an earthen bastion. Within the glow stood a middle-aged cultivator with a solemn countenance, Elder Zhao from the Discipline Hall. The 3 foundational stage elders arrived in unison. Boom! Elderly, filled with righteous fury, took action. A solidified, Tinzhong-long azure sword phantom materialized, resembling the Milky Way cascading downwards, imbued with the intent to sever all. Striking fiercely against the massive bone blade of the corpse puppet, thunderous sounds of energy explosion echoed through the skies. The sharp azure sword aura collided with the viscous, dark blade of death, creating a cataclysmic shockwave that surged outward like an invisible hammer. Crack! Crack! The hard rocks on the ridge shattered like tofu, crumbling into dust. The nearest boulders were instantly reduced to powder. Xiao Yan's unconscious form was violently hurled through the air like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing against a relatively intact boulder, spitting out a mouthful of foul blood, and completely losing consciousness. Meanwhile, He Qi's body was reduced to mere ashes, along with the rock beneath him, obliterated in the wake of this devastating clash. The enormous form of the corpse puppet staggered backward from Elder Li's wrathful strike, the muddy carapace covering its skeletal blade fracturing in large chunks, charred, as it let out an enraged and agonized roar. The swirling black mist within its cavernous eyes churned violently, locking onto the 3 elders in the air with a vengeful fury that threatened to materialize. What is this creature? Lin Mang gazed at the horrifying, grotesque form of the corpse puppet below, his eyes brimming with disbelief. How could such a malevolent being exist within the depths of Black Wind Cliff? Elder Li's countenance turned ashen, his expression grave to the utmost degree. He fixated intently on the corpse puppet, its body cloaked in a layer of muddy carapace, and particularly on the enormous bone blade, especially the ancient patterns that adorned it. A flicker of disbelief and a deeply buried fear surged within the depths of his pupils. Roar! The corpse puppet seemed to recognize the 3 ominous auras before it. The gaping chasm from which black water flowed fixated on Elder Li, unleashing a roar imbued with an even greater ferocity and malice, as if it harbored an enmity steeped in blood. This roar transcended mere sound, intertwining with a chaotic and boundless hatred that struck at the very souls of the 3 elders. The remnants of eternal ash must be eradicated. The discordant and piercing wails of souls echoed in their consciousness like the grating of metal. Ash! The faces of Elder Li and Lin Mang instantly contorted in horror, as if they had heard the most dreadful name in existence. Especially Elder Li, whose long-buried fear magnified in an instant, transforming into palpable terror. As the corpse puppet roared, its massive body abruptly propelled itself from the ground, shattering the hard rock into a vast crater. Its remaining left arm, brandishing the bone blade high, now emanated a deathly aura that was no longer merely black, but a deeper, dark red that seemed capable of swallowing all light. A power far more terrifying, more violent, imbued with the essence of annihilation, coalesced wildly upon the bone blade. It disregarded the unconscious Xiao Yan, focusing all its overwhelming resentment and intent of destruction squarely upon the three elders in the air, particularly targeting Elderly. Boom. The dark red bone blade tore through space, its terrifying might causing the heavens and earth to tremble, akin to a world-ending demonic blade, fiercely striking towards the three astonished figures in the air. With Elderly in its sights, form a formation. Quickly, Elderly bellowed in a mixture of anger and fear. The azure sword aura surged instantly. Lin Mang's crimson flames and Elder Zhao's substantial yellow light erupted simultaneously. The three of them formed a tricolored, swirling shield of spiritual energy, bracing themselves against the apocalyptic dark red demonic blade. The impending clash of terror was about to erupt. The entire ridge surrounding the Black Wind Cliff became the epicenter of a cataclysmic battle at the foundation building level. Meanwhile, beneath the shadow of the crumbling rocks, Xiao Yan's unconscious body lay partially buried under a massive fallen boulder, drenched in blood, his breath faint as a wisp. Clutched to his chest was a pitch-black stone tablet, which, in an unnoticed corner, seemed to respond to the overwhelming collision and the name hidden within the corpse puppet's roar, faintly shimmering with a flicker of dark golden text. Chapter 13. The Ancient Jade Guardian Darkness. Thick, as if capable of freezing souls. Cold, penetrating to the marrow. Akin to countless icy needles piercing repeatedly. Pain, ubiquitous, gnawing at every nerve like a relentless parasite. This was all that Xiao Yan could perceive upon regaining consciousness. He felt as though he were submerged at the bottom of an eternal icy abyss, his body devoid of sensation. Only the pervasive cold and the numbing sting of toxic corrosion stubbornly reminding him of the faintest glimmers of life. His eyelids felt as heavy as if they were sealed shut. After much struggle, he managed to pry them open just a crack. There was no light. Only an expanse of pure, suffocating darkness. The air was thick with a putrid stench, intermingled with the heavy scent of blood, rust, and a musty decay. He found himself ensnared by a frigid metal chain, intricately inscribed with runes, dangling in midair. The chain dug deeply into his flesh, sending a jarring chill through him, accompanied by a debilitating sensation of his spiritual essence being forcibly siphoned away. Beneath him lay a rough, slick, and equally cold stone floor. Faintly, the sound of dripping water echoed from afar, each drop resounding unervingly in the oppressive silence. Was this the dungeons of the enforcement hall? No, it was a deeper, more terrifying prison. With a sudden cough, Xiao Yan expelled a mouthful of tainted blood, tinged with a ghostly blue hue, his vitality waning in an instant, and his consciousness fading once more. The backlash from forcibly channeling his energy, compounded by the chain's restraints, further exacerbated his already crumbling body. He emitted a stifled groan. His teeth clenched tightly, blood seeping from his gums. His internal condition was dire. The dark golden fissures from the purging tempering had not healed, but were instead throbbing under the chain's icy grip. Although much of the residual poisonous energy had been dispelled by the warmth of the ancient jade, remnants of the frigid venom still lingered within the wound at his right ear and in half of his meridians, slowly eroding his strength. Most critically, the forced activation of the primordial Tao pattern inflicted severe soul wounds, as if his consciousness was being seared repeatedly by countless red-hot irons, each thought bringing excruciating agony. The dark golden ancient jade on his chest offered only a barely perceptible warmth, devoid of any further response. The obsidian stone tablet inscribed with the primordial Tao pattern had long since vanished, evidently confiscated. This was a true dead end. A prison even more despairing than the depths of Black Wind Cliff. Just as Xiao Yan's consciousness began to plunge once again amidst the pain and cold, a harsh, grating sound of metal scraping pierced the stillness. The heavy, rune-etched iron door of the dungeon creaked open slowly. A flickering, yellowish light, akin to a flame in its death throes, struggled to penetrate the darkness, barely illuminating a small area at the entrance. Two figures entered, one after the other. The first figure carried a bone lantern that emitted a ghastly green glow. Under its light was a face devoid of emotion, as pale as that of a corpse. It was one of the enforcement disciples who had previously escorted Xiao Yan to Black Wind Cliff. His eyes were vacant, like those of a marionette. The second figure, whose shadow elongated under the flickering green light, wore a pristine azure robe, his demeanor indifferent, with eyes as cold as ancient ice. He was none other than Elderly, the presiding elder of the enforcement hall. His frigid gaze, piercing like a tangible probe, instantly fixed upon the suspended Xiao Yan. In that gaze, there was no anger, no compassion, only a detached scrutiny akin to appraising an object, coupled with a deeply suppressed, serpentine greed. Surprisingly, he still lived. His resilience is indeed remarkable. Elder Li's voice resonated within the dungeon, calm yet laced with a chilling authority. It seems that thing has been protecting you closely. He stepped forward, coming within 3 feet of Xiao Yan. The ghastly light illuminated Xiao Yan's face, marred with blood, cracks, and traces of the ghostly poison. revealing a disheveled figure with tightly shut eyes, barely clinging to life. "Speak." Elder Li's voice was as cold as the edge of a blade, piercing directly to the heart of the matter. "At the base of Black Wind Cliff, what did you encounter? What is the origin of that skeleton? What inscriptions are recorded on that stone tablet? And that ancient jade in your possession, whence did it come? What connection does it hold with the term gene?" The instant the word gene escaped his lips, an imperceptible flicker of deep trepidation and fear crossed Elder Li's indifferent eyes, as if the name itself were imbued with a curse. "Feigning death?" A cruel smile curled at the corners of Elder Li's lips, a glint of cold light flashing in his gaze. It seemed that without enduring some suffering, you would not speak. He did not take action himself, but merely nodded slightly to the enforcement disciple behind him, who was holding a bone lantern. The disciple, with a vacant expression, raised his hand and gently pressed on a raised rune at the base of the lantern. Buzz. The icy chains binding Xiao Yan's body erupted with a blinding glow from the eerie blue runes etched upon them. A chilling force of confinement, tenfold stronger than before, pierced through Xiao Yan's limbs and vital points like countless icy needles. Xiao Yan could no longer contain himself, letting out a shriek so harrowing it scarcely resembled human sound. His body convulsed violently, spasming uncontrollably. The dark golden cracks on his skin instantly ruptured, oozing dark golden blood. The eerie blue poison at the wound on his right ear writhed as if alive, hastening its corrosive assault. The soul injury within his sea of consciousness was ignited by this torturous agony, akin to being plunged into boiling oil. Pain beyond the limits. A dual torment of body and soul. Cold sweat streamed like a brook, saturating his tattered garments, mingling with blood and venom that dripped onto the ground with a hissing sound. His teeth ground together, gums torn, and his mouth was filled with the metallic taste of blood, his consciousness battered like a small boat in a tempest, on the verge of capsizing. "Speak." Elder Li's voice resonated like a death knell, cold and commanding. "Is that skeleton gene? What do the inscriptions on the stone tablet signify? Is that ancient jade a relic of Jin's legacy?" Stubbornness. The severity in Elder Li's gaze intensified as he signaled once more to the enforcement disciple. Buzz. The glow of the eerie blue runes on the chains surged once more. An even more violent chilling force inundated him, this time forcibly siphoning the already feeble essence of life from within Xiao Yan. Puff, puff, puff. Multiple skin eruptions erupted on Xiao Yan's body, tiny streams of dark golden blood gushing forth like miniature fountains. His breath diminished at a visible rate. His consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, its light rapidly dimming, the shadow of death never appearing so vividly as at this moment. Elder Li observed coldly, as if appreciating a masterpiece on the brink of shattering. He awaited either Xiao Yan's complete collapse or the ancient jade's resurgence. In either case, he sought the answers he desired. Just as Xiao Yan's life force was about to be extinguished by this torture, and his consciousness submerged into the endless abyss of darkness, Buzz, the ancient dark golden jade, long dormant against his chest, trembled gently without warning, a faint warmth emanating from it. A faint yet exceedingly pure stream of warmth, imbued with the essence of annihilation and creation, surged forth from the ancient jade, akin to a life-giving spring emerging in a parched desert. This warm current did not seek to combat the ferocious binding force of the chains. Rather, it skillfully flowed like the gentlest brook, disregarding the destructive powers akin to icy needles, directly permeating the crumbling core of Xiao Yan's heart. Soul protection, where this warm flow traversed the flickering flame of life, on the verge of extinguishment, was as if rejuvenated by a fresh supply of oil, stabilizing in an instant. Though still feeble, it burned tenaciously. Concurrently, a faint yet resilient protective consciousness unfurled like an invisible barrier around the core of Xiao Yan's shattering consciousness, isolating some of the agonizing torment that threatened to tear his soul apart, allowing the last vestige of his awareness to endure. It was as if, amidst the tempestuous sea, a sunken ship found a solitary rock upon which it could barely stand. Miraculously, Xiao Yan's rapidly declining breath halted its descent. Although still as tenuous as a wisp of smoke, hanging by a thread, it clung desperately to life. His eyes remained tightly shut, his body convulsing in agony. Yet the corners of his mouth, almost imperceptibly, curled into a cold and mocking arc. The ancient jade had once more come to his rescue. In his dire straits, it safeguarded the last flicker of his undying soul. Elder Li keenly detected the exceedingly faint, yet undeniably real fluctuation of aura emanating from Xiao Yan. His cold gaze instantly ignited with a piercing brilliance. He fixed his eyes intently upon the region of Xiao Yan's chest. Although no visible radiance appeared, the sharp perception of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator revealed that in that fleeting moment, a subtle yet overwhelmingly pure and vast wave of aura had emanated from Xiao Yan's chest. It was the resonance of the ancient jade. It was protecting its master. Indeed, the divine object possesses spirit. It is safeguarding this young man. A tempest surged within Elder Li's heart as the glimmer of greed eclipsed all other emotions. Such sentience, such power. The quality of this jade far exceeded my imagination. It may even be a true Tao artifact. He forcibly suppressed his excitement. Restoring his icy demeanor, he ceased urging the enforcers to intensify their punishment, for he understood that with the ancient jade's protection, no matter how severe the punishment, it would likely fail to obliterate this young man's will. Instead, it might provoke the jade, bringing about unforeseen consequences. What he desired was the complete secret and that piece of ancient jade. Very well. Elder Li's voice resounded once more, regaining its previous indifference, yet tinged with a barely perceptible patience. Your resolve is commendable. I shall observe how long your spirit can endure. He slowly paced, the ghastly green light casting his shadow upon the cold stone wall, resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour. Deep within the black wind cliff, the corpse puppet recognized the name of the entity known as jade. It referred to us as remnants. Elder Li's voice slithered into Xiao Yan's consciousness like a chilling serpent, recounting how 20 years prior, the Xiao Yan sect, in conjunction with 3 other sects, had established the 9 chains demon sealing array at a tremendous cost, shattering the soul of that fiend Jin and sealing his remains in the frigid depths of the black wind cliff abyss. I once believed that my victory was assured. However, 2 decades later, I find myself confronted by you, a mere waste with a false spiritual root, who has unwittingly breached the sanctum. You have even stirred the guardians of the dead and acquired his legacy. Your words, like a heavy hammer, struck forcefully against the foggy confines of Xiao Yan's consciousness. Though the agony remained excruciating, this chilling revelation pierced through his tumultuous thoughts like a bolt of icy lightning. June was the demon besieged by the 3 sects 20 years ago, sealed away, guarded by the undead? Had he inadvertently stumbled into the realm of the sealed? Do you believe that obtaining the legacy of that demon is mere fortune? Elder Li's voice dripped with unabashed scorn and murderous intent. It is a death warrant. A calamity of monumental proportions. The legacy of June is a taboo. It is an existence that must be utterly eradicated. To possess this relic makes you the enemy of the entire realm of cultivation. The Xiao Yan sect shall not tolerate you. The 3 sects shall not tolerate you. The righteous path of the world shall not tolerate you. Surrender the ancient jade. Reveal all that you witnessed at the bottom of the cold pool, especially the contents of that stone tablet. I may grant you a swift end, leaving your corpse whole. Otherwise, Elder Li's voice suddenly turned frigid, akin to a chilling wind from the abyss, searching for souls and extinguishing both form and spirit. I shall make you endure the most excruciating tortures, leaving you unable to live or die. The frigid threat seeped into Xiao Yan's ears like venom. Suspended in torment, his body trembled slightly from the searing pain. Slowly, with great difficulty, he lifted his heavy eyelids once more. Beneath the ghastly green light, his eyes, bloodshot yet ablaze with 2 flickering dark golden flames, met Elder Li's gaze. Filled with malice and greed, without a trace of fear, coldly unwavering. His blood-stained lips parted, his voice hoarse and broken, yet imbued with a chilling, resolute calmness. If you wish to kill, then kill. If you desire to search my soul, then come. If you seek the ancient jade and its secrets, his lips curled into a mocking grin, mingled with blood, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit returned from hell. Come and take it yourself. Chapter 14. The cold iron tempering pulse. Come and take it yourself. A crack finally appeared in the frigid mask of Elder Li. Within the depths of his indifferent eyes, akin to stones cast into a frozen pond, surged an uncontainable fury provoked by an ant, along with an indescribable apprehension. He fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Yan's chest, as if wishing to penetrate flesh and bone to discern the reaction of the dormant ancient jade. You are courting death. Elder Li's voice emerged like a hiss through clenched teeth, imbued with a bone-chilling malice. He abruptly raised his hand, halting the enforcers behind him from activating the chain runes once more. Torture would yield no results, with that mysterious ancient jade to protect him. Further inflicting physical torment would only squander time and might even provoke the ancient jade, resulting in unforeseen consequences. Searching his soul? He was not averse to the idea. However, confronting an artifact of suspected divine caliber, forcibly searching the soul of a host under its protection posed too great a risk. A moment's carelessness could lead to a backlash of soul energy, damaging the foundation of his Tao. He required a more prudent, more insidious method, one that could undermine Xiao Yan's will while circumventing the core protection of the ancient jade. Elder Li's malevolent gaze swept over Xiao Yan's body, marred by dark golden cracks and seeping blood, lingering upon the half of his neck corrupted by a sinister azure poison. Ultimately, it settled upon his trembling fist, which, despite the excruciating pain, remained clenched. A thought slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent. It appears you have adapted quite well to the agony of the flesh. Elder Li's voice regained its cold, steady tone, yet it was laced with an even more chilling malice. Allow me to let you experience the sensation of your soul being gradually stripped away, your will extinguished bit by bit. He slowly raised his right hand, his fingertip glowing with a concentrated, ethereal blue light. This radiance was frigid and sinister, akin to the ghostly flames of the underworld, emanating an eerie wave that corroded the very essence of the soul and froze consciousness. This was not an offensive spell, but rather a soul-corroding needle, forged from the practitioner's own soul power. Once this needle pierced the sea of consciousness, it would not deliver an immediate death. Instead, it would gnaw at the very foundation of the soul like a relentless parasite, inflicting a torment far more intense than physical pain, an inescapable spiritual dismemberment. Even the most resolute will would gradually crumble under such ceaseless torment. This needle, penetrating the soul and burning the heart, would not cease day or night. I am eager to see whether your ancient jade can protect your meager soul. The azure needle's glow intensified, the terrifying pressure of soul power resembling an invisible millstone, slowly grinding towards the suspended Xiao Yan. The shadow of death shifted from the simple annihilation of the flesh to the far more horrifying and despairing obliteration of the soul. As Xiao Yan hung there, his body instinctively tensed under the pressure of the azure needle's glow, causing more blood droplets to seep from the dark golden cracks beneath his skin. Within his sea of consciousness, the protective thought sustained by the ancient jade began to fluctuate violently under this malicious onslaught against his soul. Excruciating pain, weakness, toxins, and the impending spiritual torment converged like a multitude of mountains, threatening to crush him entirely. Yet, in that moment of internal and external assault, as his soul teetered on the brink of complete freezing, retreat was not an option. To retreat would mean the annihilation of both body and soul. The ancient jade could safeguard his heart and protect his soul core, yet it could not necessarily withstand this relentless soul erosion. There was no choice but to burn the boats behind him, to place himself in a position of life or death, to draw external power into his body, to use the enemy's strength as fuel, to forge a will of extinction into a crucible, to enact a defiance against fate akin to a withered tree blossoming anew. Was he courting death? A flicker of astonishment crossed Elder Li's eyes, yet the azure soul-corroding needle had already reached its zenith, radiating a bone-chilling soul power as it lunged towards Xiao Yan's brow like a striking serpent. With a piercing sound, the azure needle pierced Xiao Yan's brow without obstruction. A torrent of cold, sinister, and malevolent soul power surged forth, akin to a flood of toxic waters breaching a dam, instantly inundating his already crumbling sea of consciousness. Act! Xiao Yan let out a scream that was far from human, a heart-wrenching wail of agony. His body arched violently, as if tossed into boiling water. The cold iron chains binding him tightened, emitting a groan under the unbearable strain. The dark golden cracks on his skin spread and deepened instantaneously, as dark golden blood gushed forth like a fountain. His sea of consciousness felt as though it were pierced simultaneously by countless icy needles, churning violently. The consciousness core, safeguarded by the ancient jade, was swiftly engulfed by the toxic tide of azure soul power. The pain, 100-fold more intense than before, a spiritual dismemberment on the very essence of the soul. Elder Li's face revealed a hint of cold satisfaction. The soul-eating poison penetrated deep into the mind, rendering even celestial beings powerless to save him. This young man was utterly doomed. However, just as the eerie blue tide of soul power was about to completely engulf Xiao Yan's core of consciousness, devouring his spirit beyond recovery, a resonating hum reverberated. In the deepest recesses of his sea of consciousness, the ancient dark gold jade, which had long remained dormant, barely emitting a faint glow to protect the core, seemed to awaken with a seething fury at the malicious invasion of external soul power. It trembled violently, a torrent of will, far more vast and pure than before, imbued with the ultimate essence of annihilation and creation, erupted as if an ancient giant had awakened from its slumber. This torrent did not directly confront the eerie blue tide of soul poison, but rather swept through Xiao Yan's nearly shattered sea of consciousness with unparalleled dominance. It enveloped the invading soul-eating needle's power, the rebellious essence of the malevolent spirit, and the poisonous forces surging through the cold iron chains. All the chaotic, opposing, and destructive energies were instantaneously drawn into an invisible, immense whirlpool under the supreme will of annihilation. Annihilation became the furnace. All strength served as fuel. Boom! Dark gold, dark red, eerie blue. The three hues of flames intertwined, spiraled, and collided wildly. A new torrent of power, embodying annihilation, fury, corrosion, chill, and soul poison, distinct yet forcibly merged, was born, more domineering and terrifying than ever. A more piercing and inhuman wail erupted from the depths of Xiao Yan's throat. His body instantaneously transformed into a horrific battlefield. Where the newly born torrent of destruction flowed, it was as if countless red-hot, serrated, poison-coated steel blades were furiously scraping, cutting, burning, and freezing within him. Old meridians were brutally torn apart and widened. Broken bones were forcibly crushed and reassembled. The lurking poison was incinerated and dispersed. Even the soul power of the soul-eating needle was caught in this torrent, decomposed, and forcibly transformed into a peculiar energy nourishing the newly formed meridians. From destruction, rebirth. From the depths of death, life emerged. The cold iron chains binding his body became, at this moment, a conductor and amplifier of this terrifying refinement. The eerie blue runes on the chains flickered wildly, continuously siphoning the thick, chilling death energy from the depths of the dungeon, injecting it into Xiao Yan's body, becoming the new fuel for the reborn torrent of destruction. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The surface of Xiao Yan's body no longer oozed filthy blood but instead erupted with thick, viscous, foul-smelling liquid, mingling dark gold, dark red, and eerie blue. These were the forcibly expelled impurities, death energy, toxins, and shattered remnants of old tissue. His body trembled violently, convulsed, twisted, as if countless venomous serpents were writhing beneath his skin, and his bones emitted a cacophony of cracking and reassembling, akin to popping beans. He was like a divine metal being repeatedly forged and reshaped in the infernal furnace. The cold satisfaction on Elder Li's face froze entirely, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. The connection between his fingertip and the soul-eating needle was forcibly severed at the moment the torrent of rebirth erupted within Xiao Yan. A backlash caused his soul to tremble slightly. What sent a chill down his spine was the clear sight of the frigid iron chains binding Xiao Yan, their runes dimming at a visible pace. The chains, renowned for their ability to confine foundation-building cultivators, emitted a faint sizzling sound as they succumbed to the scorching three-colored flames enveloping Xiao Yan's form, revealing minuscule dark golden spots as if corroded. What malevolent power was this? Elder Li's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon. A chi refining stage cultivator, besieged by soul-corroding poison and shattered meridians, yet still alive while bound by these iron chains, provoking such a terrifying transformation? The chaotic and violent aura emanating from the intertwining flames was steeped in an ancient and supreme essence that sent shivers to his very soul. There was no time to waste. This child was too wicked. He must be slain at once, and the ancient jade seized. The intent to kill was unmistakable. A fierce light flickered in Elder Li's eyes, devoid of any hesitation. With fingers poised like a sword, a green sword energy coalesced at his fingertips. Its sharp intent tearing through the cold air of the dungeon, resolutely aimed at Xiao Yan's heart. The target was the ancient jade he guarded. Abomination. Die. The furious strike of a late-stage foundation cultivator was as swift as lightning. Before the sword energy arrived, its razor-sharp edge had already rent the tattered fabric of Xiao Yan's chest, exposing skin marred with dark golden cracks and tainted blood, dangling in the air. Xiao Yan's body convulsed violently under the torrent of destruction, his consciousness flooded with pain and chaos. Faced with this deadly strike, he appeared oblivious, or perhaps utterly powerless to evade. Just as the green sword energy was about to pierce his heart, his twisted face, contorted in agony, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Boom. Two intensely concentrated gazes, deep within which countless dark golden patterns flickered wildly, burned with the three-colored flames, resembling divine swords cleaving through the heavens, fiercely thrusting toward Elder Li. In those eyes, the previous cold mockery and despair had vanished, leaving only a pure essence that seemed capable of devouring all existence. Along with a ferocity akin to a primordial beast breaking free from its shackles. Begone! He made no attempt to block. Instead, at the moment the green sword energy was about to reach him, he poured all the chaotic, nascent power within him, along with the extinguishing will that surged from the ancient jade, unreservedly and frantically into the chains binding his chest. Buzz. The frigid iron chains, now covered in minute dark golden spots from the overwhelming force, erupted in an unprecedented blend of ghostly blue and dark gold light. Like a wrathful dragon awakened. Boom. A resounding crash reverberated through the dungeon. Elder Li's indomitable green sword energy plunged into Xiao Yan's chest. However, the anticipated scene of piercing flesh and shattering bones did not unfold. What the sword tip struck was not flesh and blood, but the chains bursting forth with a strange radiance. An unimaginable force, a terrifying backlash intertwined with annihilation, fury, corrosion, and chilling dread, surged through the sword's aura, crashing into Elder Li's arm like a torrent breaching a dam. Crack. Elder Li's expression shifted dramatically as the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoed through his arm. The gathered sword aura instantly disintegrated. He let out a muffled groan, his body staggering uncontrollably backward, each step leaving deep imprints on the hard rocky ground. His internal energy surged tumultuously, and his spiritual power fell into disarray, his eyes filled with profound shock and a hint of horror. How could the cold iron chain momentarily revive under the infusion of that sinister energy within Xiao Yan, only to unleash such a terrifying backlash? Suspended in midair, Xiao Yan, after enduring the dreadful impact of the lethal sword strike, coughed up a torrent of mixed, tricolored foul blood, his breath rapidly waning, and the flames enveloping his body dimming significantly. Yet, where the sword's aura had pierced his chest, a clear indentation on the cold iron chain was rapidly spreading dark golden spots, resembling a spider's web. The chain itself emitted a faint and dense cracking sound. The bindings were on the verge of breaking. In the silent dungeon, an eerie stillness prevailed. Only Xiao Yan's labored breaths and the subtle sounds of the chain's fragmentation could be heard. Elderly steadied himself, wiping away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at the swiftly spreading dark golden spots on the chain and the burning annihilation and rage in Xiao Yan's eyes. A chilling sense of unprecedented crisis gripped the heart of this late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. This child must not be allowed to live. It was imperative to eradicate him at all costs. Chapter 15. Azure Sword locking the soul. The silent dungeon was pierced by the faint cracking sounds emitted by the cold iron chain. That sound resembled the shattering of ice at the depths of an abyss, carrying an unsettling omen. Elderly steadied his staggering form, his late-stage Foundation establishment's spiritual pressure erupting with the fury of an enraged deep sea, instantly thickening the dungeon's foul air to a viscous consistency. The excruciating pain radiating from his fractured right arm was forcefully suppressed, replaced by a boiling horror and an unprecedented cold, killing intent in his eyes. The millennium-old cold iron chain, reputed to restrain Foundation establishment cultivators, was now seemingly corroded by an invisible plague. Around the clear indentation where Xiao Yan had been pierced by the sword aura in his chest, dark golden spots were spreading at a visible rate, eroding the chain. The chain's chilling metallic sheen was being supplanted by a profound, reserved darkness imbued with a sense of annihilation. The faint cracking sounds grew denser and louder. Abomination! You shall not be spared. Elder Li's voice echoed like a cold wind from the netherworld, each word laced with the murderous intent to freeze souls. He held nothing back, denying Xiao Yan any chance of a comeback. Azure Sword Domain. Locking the soul. Buzz. The Azure Sword will emitted a deep hum, like the Grim Reaper's grinding will slowly coming to life. The terrifying sword pressure and soul-absorbing force descended in an instant. The cold iron chain suspending Xiao Yan groaned under the unbearable weight, tautening to a straight line. Xiao Yan's already cracked body was instantly lacerated by the invisible sword energy, countless tiny wounds erupting, as dark golden blood sprayed forth like mist. In the sea of consciousness, the protective intent supported by ancient jade surged violently, as if it could be torn apart at any moment by the gravitational pull of the soul-locking eye. A true kill. There was no escape. Just as the Azure Sword wheel was about to completely envelop him, a blinding light erupted from the soul-locking eye. Roar. Suspended in the air, Xiao Yan let out a roar akin to that of a dying beast. The sound was hoarse and fragmented, yet it contained a frenzied will to tear everything apart. Break. It must break these chains. This was the only path to survival. With a silent soul-shattering roar, Xiao Yan's right arm, bound by the cold iron chain most severely corroded by dark golden spots, suddenly erupted with a dazzling dark golden radiance. Within that brilliance, countless minuscule and intricate Taoist pattern phantoms, seemingly composed of pure dark golden energy, flickered across the surface of the chain. Though ethereal, shattered, and fleeting, they exuded a supreme aura capable of penetrating rules and tearing apart all existence. Crack, crack, crack. It was not a simple break, but rather a shattering into numerous pieces of varying sizes, their edges smooth as mirrors and shimmering with a faint dark golden sheen. The chain binding his right arm had burst apart. What? Elder Li's pupils constricted like needles. Taoist patterns. The moment the chain shattered, it undeniably flashed with the aura of legendary Taoist patterns. Though extremely faint and fragmented, the sensation of tearing through rules was unmistakable. This boy. He actually touched the threshold of Taoist patterns. How could this be possible? In that fleeting moment of Elder Li's shock, Xiao Yan, freed from the bonds of his right arm, surged forth like an unleashed ancient beast. His bloodied left hand grasped the chain around his chest, which had not yet broken but was similarly mottled with dark golden spots, all the remnants of destructive torrents within him. Combined with the frenzied power of his liberation and a thread of the ancient jade's extinguishing protective will, poured into his left hand without reservation, with wild intensity. Open for me. His left hand, fingers like burning iron pincers, pulled fiercely. Buzz. Crack. The same dark golden Taoist pattern phantoms flickered across the chain. The cold iron chain around his chest shattered in response. Thud. Free from all restraints, Xiao Yan fell heavily onto the cold, slippery rocky ground, splattering a great deal of murky blood and fragments of the chain. Yet, in the very instant he landed, his bloodied right hand shot out with the precision of a hawk's talon, not to attack elderly, but to seize the scattered cold iron fragments on the ground, their edges glimmering with a faint dark golden sheen. Sword domain. Slaughter. He swiftly combined his hand seals. The slowly rotating azure sword will suddenly accelerated. Countless sharp azure sword energies shot down like a torrential rain. The soul-locking eye at the center of the sword will shone even brighter. A terrifying gravitational force locking onto Xiao Yan's chaotic soul, which had just broken free from its restraints. As Xiao Yan was about to be pierced by a myriad of swords, his soul torn asunder, the bloodied face of the fallen Xiao Yan twisted into a cold, manic smile. He raised his right hand, laden with fragments of cold iron, and with a surge of strength, he forcefully hurled them towards the cascading azure rain of swords in the ethereal light of soul confinement. Go. Whoosh. 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 Dozens of fragments, varying in size and with sharp edges, glimmered with a faint dark golden sheen, as if imbued with life. They transformed into arrows of death, intermingled with hues of dark gold, dark red, and deep blue, tearing through the air with a piercing scream, soaring upwards defiantly. This was not a weapon driven by spiritual energy, but merely fragments thrown with brute force. Yet, in the moment they left his hand, the remnants of dark golden runes, the chaotic torrent of destruction within Xiao Yan, and the faint enhancement of the ancient jade's will of annihilation granted these ordinary metallic shards a fleeting, terrifying ability to pierce through spiritual defenses. The sharp metallic sounds of friction echoed intensely. Some of the cold iron fragments were instantly shredded by the fierce azure sword gale, but many others, like a red-hot branding iron piercing through ice, stubbornly penetrated the sword gale's interception. The chaotic destructive power attached to the fragments clashed with the sword gale, annihilating and exploding into bursts of intertwined tricolored energy sparks. Moreover, several of the fastest fragments, imbued with the most potent runic essence, slithered through the gaps of the sword gale like venomous serpents, shrieking towards the center of the sword wheel, the flickering soul-confining eye. Humph. A mere trifling skill. A flicker of intensity flashed in Elderly's eyes as he subtly altered his sword technique. The soul-confining eye at the center of the sword wheel swelled with a more powerful pulling force, aiming to absorb those fragments along with their power for refinement. However, just as the dark golden shards were on the verge of touching the ethereal light of the soul, the faint remnants of the destructive Dao rhyme imprinted by Xiao Yan clashed momentarily with the confinement rules of the soul-confining eye, resulting in a brief, almost imperceptible conflict at the level of loss. The ethereal light of the soul-confining eye abruptly stalled. The rotating sword wheel exhibited a fleeting, nearly undetectable stagnation. It was this minuscule pause. Below, Xiao Yan, who had fallen to the ground, felt the two clusters of burning dark golden flames in his eyes ignite brilliantly. Ignoring the excruciating pain and chaos threatening to tear him apart, he seized this rare opportunity, bought with his life, and with his last vestiges of strength. His body shot towards the heavy iron door of the dungeon like an arrow released from a bow. Boom, boom, boom. The dense azure sword gales rained down upon the spot where he had just landed, blasting the hard rocky ground into countless deep craters, debris flying. Although he had evaded the core of the sword rain's deadly assault, several fierce residual sword gales still swept across Xiao Yan's rolling back and thighs, instantly tearing flesh and exposing bone. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Ugh! Xiao Yan let out a suppressed grunt, yet his momentum did not falter. Akin to an injured lone wolf, leaving a trail of blood as he crashed violently against the heavy iron door of the dungeon, inscribed with runes. Thud. Want to escape? A delusion. Elderly, filled with rage, unexpectedly broke into laughter as the sword will spun once more, the soul-locking eye radiating an even more intense glow. The terrifying suction firmly ensnared the feeble breath of Xiao Yan. Refine it for me. The azure sword wheel, imbued with an aura of annihilation, descended again, this time unhindered. At the very moment this lethal attack was unleashed, Xiao Yan's left hand, pressed against the iron gate, felt the dormant dark gold ancient jade within his palm vibrate against the cold metallic surface without warning. A faint yet exceedingly pure force of annihilation and creation intertwined with the dark gold blood flowing from Xiao Yan's palm, as if endowed with life, instantaneously penetrated the surface of the iron gate, merging with the glowing azure runes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was as if a searing iron brand had been pressed onto ice. The powerful runes, forged by formidable restrictions, emitted a piercing sound of dissolution upon contact with the jade's annihilative force and Xiao Yan's blood imbued with the essence of primordial Dao patterns. The radiance of the runes dimmed, twisted, and shattered at a visibly rapid pace. The jade's power was eroding the dungeon's restrictive runes. Elder Li's eyes erupted with sheer astonishment and greed. This jade possessed such formidable might. However, before he could react, a thunderous explosion, reverberating like the roar of the heavens, erupted from the direction of Blackwind Cliff. The violent tremors instantaneously engulfed the entire Xiao Yan sect's foundation. The solid rock walls of the dungeon shook violently, causing countless fragments to rain down. Even Elder Li's steadfast azure sword quivered violently. Following this, a chilling, tempestuous pressure, brimming with overwhelming resentment and annihilation, enveloped the entire sect, akin to an ancient demon awakening from slumber. Roar! The hatred of Li Qian, the elder dog of the Li clan, was eternally unquenchable. The intermittent howls of the corpse puppet, laden with a deep-seated vendetta, resonated like a death knell from the depths of the underworld, exploding in the minds of every cultivator within the Tianen sect. Elderly Li Qian turned as pale as a ghost, his eyes filled with profound terror. The corpse puppet had actually broken through the outer elder's defenses. It had locked onto his true name directly. The sect's alarm bells rang frantically. Countless powerful auras surged upwards from all corners. Chaos, an unprecedented turmoil descended. At that moment, as Elder Li's mind was thoroughly shaken by this cataclysmic upheaval, a split-second delay emerged in the operation of the sword wheel. At that instant, Xiao Yan, crouched before the iron gate, summoned his last vestige of strength and pressed his bloodied left hand forcefully against it. Buzz! The azure runes, eroded by the jade's power to the brink of collapse, shattered like a straw breaking the camel's back. Boom! The heavy iron door of the dungeon was thrust open by his dying push, creating a narrow gap just wide enough for a single person to slip through. Chapter 16. Qingyi dots the wood. A bone-chilling cold, mingled with the earthy scent of decay and rotting roots, enveloped him from all directions. He felt himself being dragged, scraping against the rugged, slippery ground, each jolt of his broken body eliciting a tearing pain. The wind howled in his ears, accompanied by a faint rustling sound, akin to leaves brushing against one another, alongside a subtle fragrance, as crisp as the cold springs of a secluded valley. It is neither the chilling scent of rust from the law enforcement hall, nor the dank decay of a dungeon. Where is this place? The primal instinct for survival compelled him, as he valiantly endured the excruciating pain of soul poison gnawing at his essence. With great difficulty, he slowly lifted his heavy eyelids. His vision was blurred, akin to gazing through a layer of blood-stained frosted glass. The first sight that met his eyes was the damp, dark brown ground rushing away beneath him, intertwined with enormous roots. The light was exceedingly dim, with only a few feeble beams of moonlight filtering through the sparse gaps in the high branches, outlining the bizarre and twisted silhouettes of the colossal trees surrounding him. He was moving, dragged forward by an unseen force. Xiao Yan abruptly turned his stiff neck, his vision muddied with blood and mud, struggling to focus on a slender, graceful green figure just a few steps ahead of him. Her face was indistinct, but her long, flowing hair shimmered with a faint glow in the dim light. The peculiar emerald gown she wore was not of ordinary silk, but seemed woven from countless fresh, tender leaves. As she moved, the hem of her dress brushed against the damp moss and roots, producing a soft rustling sound, untouched by any filth. The crisp fragrance of flora emanated from her being. Was it she? Had she saved him? At the moment he collapsed, utterly exhausted after pushing open the dungeon's iron door. Did this green figure appear like a specter, seizing him and dragging him into the darkness? Who was she? Why had she rescued him? Was she from the Tianyan sect? Or was this rescue merely another form of confinement? Just as he escaped the wolf's den, had he now entered the tiger's lair? A profound sense of crisis and a burning anger at being deceived gripped Xiao Yan's heart. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and his blood-soaked right hand curled into a claw, desperately attempting to harness the last vestiges of his physical strength to grasp the emerald light at his waist. However, conserve your strength, little one. A voice, cool and serene, like a mountain stream flowing gently, unexpectedly resonated before him, clearly reaching Xiao Yan's ears. The voice was soft yet possessed an uncanny penetrative quality that immediately quelled the tumultuous soul poison within his consciousness, causing the power he had gathered to dissipate in an instant. The soul-piercing needle in his brain, the cold iron locks of the soul chain shattering his form, could still invoke the collapse of the silence of the Tao. Indeed, that minuscule remnant of 9 nether inferno and that jade within you have certainly stirred you up. Should you continue to flail, provoking the soul poison to erupt entirely, even a Deluo golden immortal could not save you. She could see through his internal condition with a mere glance. 9 nether inferno? Ancient jade? Even the silence of the Tao. A tempest of astonishment surged within Xiao Yan. This woman was certainly no ordinary being. Before he could fully register her words, she pivoted sharply, revealing a small clearing nestled among towering ancient trees. In the center of the clearing stood an extraordinarily peculiar giant tree, rising majestically from the earth. The tree exuded a warm, subdued jade hue, its trunk not straight but gnarled and spiraled, resembling several azure serpents entwined in symbiosis. The crown of the tree was not dense. Its sparse branches and leaves, akin to the finest jade carvings, radiated a soft, cool luminescence under the dim moonlight. Strangely, beneath the tree lay not soil, but a crystal-clear pond emanating a faint chill, its waters reflecting the shadows of the jade tree, creating a dreamlike illusion. A rich and ineffable spirit of life, infused with the essence of vibrant vegetation, mingled with the cool luminescence emitted by the jade giant, enveloping the entire clearing. Merely inhaling this essence alleviated a fraction of the tumultuous pain surging within Xiao Yan's chest and abdomen, while the soul poison gnawing at his consciousness weakened slightly. The purity and richness of the spiritual energy in this place far surpassed that of the inner sanctum of the heavenly Transformation sect. This jade giant tree was undoubtedly a rare celestial root of the earth. The green-clad maiden led Xiao Yan to the edge of the pond, whereupon she withdrew her emerald radiance. He fell into the frigid shallows like a sack of broken hemp, splashing water around him. The bone-chilling cold enveloped him instantly, yet curiously suppressed the searing agony within. Endure it, the maiden's cold voice resonated once more. She did not gaze at Xiao Yan, but instead extended her delicate finger towards the trunk of the jade giant tree, gently tapping it. Buzz! A soft emerald glow ignited from her fingertip and merged into the tree trunk. In the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A palm-sized, scale-like piece of jade bark silently detached from the gnarled trunk of the jade giant tree, floating in midair. The wound from which the bark fell did not bleed. Instead, it healed instantly, smooth as ever. Following this, the suspended jade bark seemed to possess a life of its own, slowly ascending above Xiao Yan under the guidance of the maiden's verdant light. Upon its surface, countless exceedingly fine and intricate emerald patterns suddenly illuminated. A pure, gentle, and vast essence of life cascaded down like nourishing rain from the heavens, mingling with the cool radiance of the jade giant tree, coalescing into a concentrated emerald beam that gradually enveloped Xiao Yan, who was immersed in the icy pond. At the moment the beam made contact, Xiao Yan could not suppress a muffled groan. This was not pain, but an indescribable sense of relief. It felt akin to parched earth cracking open, finally welcoming the gentle spring rain. The overwhelming and gentle essence of life disregarded the filth and scars on his body, directly permeating his skin and pouring into his limbs and bones. This essence bore an extraordinary power of purification and nourishment, wherever it flowed. The tingling sensation of healing arose from wounds torn by cold iron chains and soul-eating needles. The blocked and ruptured meridians, akin to desiccated riverbeds, were revived by the refreshing spring water. The sinister blue venom lurking in the wound and meridians of his right ear hissed like a creature encountering its nemesis, being slowly and resolutely neutralized and dispelled. Even the relentless soul poison gnawing at his consciousness was forcibly suppressed, with a portion purified under the brilliance of this vast essence of life and jade light. The excruciating pain receded as swiftly as a receding tide, and instead arose a warmth and vitality that penetrated to the very marrow. His body, on the brink of collapse, drank greedily from this overwhelming life force, much like a withered seedling nourished by divine water. An unexpected transformation unfolded. Buzz! Hiss, hiss, hiss! The power of the green-clad maiden and the ancient jade, in a manner that Xiao Yan could not comprehend, began to jointly restore and fortify his nearly collapsing, forcibly awakened body. Eh? The woman in the green dress emitted a barely audible gasp of surprise. For the first time, her typically placid and frigid eyes revealed a clear expression of astonishment. She fixated intently on the area around Xiao Yan's chest, as though she could penetrate flesh and bone to behold the dormant ancient jade within. Qingyi. Is that her name? She indeed recognizes Jin. Enveloped in the icy pool, Xiao Yan endured the excruciating dual agony of tearing and reconstitution within, yet his consciousness stirred slightly. Suppressed by the soul poison, he caught a whisper from the woman, and his thoughts raced urgently. At that moment, Qingyi's gaze abruptly shifted from Xiao Yan's chest, her head snapping up to gaze into the night sky beyond the glade, towards the mountain gate of the Tianyin sect. A verdant luminescence ignited in her cold eyes, akin to two lanterns piercing through the fog. Humph! The specters linger. Her voice turned icy, laced with a hint of lethal intent. Xiao Yan strained to follow her gaze. In the distance, the chaotic cacophony of spiritual light explosions and the roars of corpse puppets from the Tianyin sect seemed to have quieted somewhat. However, in their stead, three radiant figures of distinct colors, each exuding formidable spiritual pressure, sliced through the night sky with astonishing speed, racing towards the ancient woodland where they stood, leading the charge. The emerald brilliance was blinding, and the swordess aura was ominous. None other than Elder Li, Beside him, a fiery red was Lin Mang, and another, a heavy yellow radiance, belonged to Elder Xiao of the Discipline Hall. The three foundational energies formed an invisible net, firmly ensnaring their location. They were in pursuit, and at an alarming pace. Clearly, Elderly had inscribed some clandestine tracking mark upon him, where the soul poison from the soul erosion needle was at play. The shadow of death surged forth once more, like a chilling tide. Just as Xiao Yan had felt a glimmer of vitality, despair plunged his heart into the abyss. Trouble. A flicker of impatience crossed Qing Yi's cold brow. She glanced at Xiao Yan, whose breath remained faint and whose body trembled violently beneath the verdant light. Then cast her gaze towards the three swiftly approaching figures, originally intending to stabilize your injuries using the power of the Qing Ming pool. It now seemed there was no time to spare. Her tone was detached, as if recounting a trivial matter unrelated to herself. Before her words had fully dissipated, Qing Yi's delicate hands, as fine as jade, abruptly rose, forming an intricate and ancient seal before her chest. As the seal took shape, her emerald leaf dress stirred without wind, countless minuscule green runes flickering to life upon its hem. In the heart of the glade, the towering ancient jade tree erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of emerald light. The sparse emerald leaves atop the canopy swayed wildly, producing a sound akin to the crisp clash of myriad jade pieces. The verdant wood awakens, and all sounds conceal their forms. With a clarion call, Qing Yi thrust her hands outward. Boom. Centered around the ancient jade tree, a gentle yet boundless emerald light curtain instantaneously expanded. This curtain was not a solid entity, but rather composed of countless tiny, lifelike specks of emerald dust, resembling an immense, inverted jade bowl that enveloped the entire glade, along with Xiao Yan within the icy pool. In the instant, the luminous barrier materialized. A formidable and enigmatic force of concealment and assimilation permeated the surroundings. All traces of Xiao Yan's faint vitality, the soul poison within him, the annihilation waves from the ancient jade, and even the overwhelming essence of life emanating from Qing Yi vanished without a trace, as if this area had been transformed into an ordinary corner of a sparsely populated woodland. Even the extraordinary ancient jade tree, shrouded in the light barrier, appeared to morph into merely an unusual yet ordinary ancient wood. Three swiftly approaching cultivators, akin to shooting stars, abruptly halted miles away from the forest. The aura has vanished. Elderly, standing upon a verdant sword aura, hovered in the air, his countenance ashen. His gaze filled with uncertainty as he surveyed the unusually tranquil forest below in the moonlight. He held aloft a constantly spinning, ethereal compass formed of deep blue soul energy, which had previously pointed clearly toward a distinct light source, now weakened and blurred, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, as if it would extinguish at any moment. How could this be possible? The soul poison imprint from the soul erosion needle penetrates deep into the spirit, unless he is utterly shattered. There is no way it could completely conceal itself. Lin Mang's entire being surged with crimson flames, his voice tinged with disbelief and agitation. Elder Zhao's expression turned grave. Enveloped in a dense, earthy yellow aura, he declared in a deep voice, "There is something amiss here. The aura of this entire forest seems to have been forcibly subdued by some powerful force. Even my late-stage foundation establishment spiritual sense cannot penetrate." The three hovered in the air, their formidable spiritual senses sweeping over the forest below like an invisible tide. The trees, rocks, and streams appeared entirely normal. The faint aura belonging to Xiao Yan, along with the elusive mysterious fluctuations, had vanished as completely as a stone sinking into the ocean. "Search, inch by inch," he commanded, filled with an unwilling determination. "He is gravely wounded and cannot have escaped far. He must have employed some sinister secret technique or treasure to obscure his presence." A glint of ferocity flashed in Elder Li's eyes as he issued the order. The three shooting stars instantaneously scattered, akin to immense searchlights, unleashing their overwhelming spiritual senses and spiritual pressure upon the forest below in a thorough search. In an instant, the forest was engulfed in a tempest, birds and beasts scattering, trees splintering under the force. Within the area cloaked by the verdant barrier, an eerie calm prevailed. The onslaught of spiritual senses from the external foundation establishment elders surged like invisible tidal waves, yet they swept through the void, unable to disturb the barrier in the slightest or detect any anomalies within. The three powerful presences loomed nearby like ferocious beasts, exuding a palpable sense of oppression. In the cold pond, Xiao Yan was submerged in the frigid waters, his body persistently enveloped by the emerald beam. The agonizing pain of his internal rift and reorganization persisted. The soul poison was suppressed, and his vitality was gradually recovering. He fixated on the three frantic cultivators outside the barrier, resembling headless flies in their desperate search, then turned his gaze to Qing Yi, who stood by the pond, her hands maintaining a seal, her complexion slightly pale. Sustaining such a potent concealment barrier evidently required considerable exertion from her. She turned her face slightly, with moonlight filtering through the barrier, casting a cool arc along her delicate jawline. I merely require a pawn for the moment, a piece capable of stirring this stagnant pond, unsettling certain individuals to the point of sleeplessness. You, bearer of the remnants of the embers, happen to be pursued by that old hound Li Qian, with your life hanging by a thread. Her words were cold and direct, akin to assessing a mere tool. As for why I chose you, Qingyi finally turned slowly. Her eyes, glimmering like emeralds against the verdant backdrop, fell upon Xiao Yan's face for the first time without any veil. That gaze was clear and frigid, imbued with an understanding of everything and a hint of ineffable pity. It is because within you resides a trace of the meager nine nether inferno, along with the forceful stirring of that faint imprint of the primordial Tao pattern, which has yet to fully dissipate. Her voice, like a chilling spring, struck against Xiao Yan's heart with every word. Chapter 17. The Thousand Miasmas of the Profound Bone. Qingyi's words fell like a frigid meteor into the cold pond, stirring up tumultuous waves within Xiao Yan's consciousness. Those two terms were like the heaviest of brands, searing deeply into his nearly shattered will. Agonizing pain, weakness, and the numbing sensation of soul poison gnawing at him seemed to momentarily retreat in the wake of her declaration, leaving only a suffocating palpitation and a sense of absurdity. As if destiny had gripped his throat, Xiao Yan lifted his head, his blood-stained face revealing dark golden pupils that pierced through the shimmering veil, locking onto Qingyi's cold silhouette. The chill of the pond and the excruciating agony within him rendered his voice hoarse and strained. Why should I trust you? She slightly tilted her head, her emerald-like eyes sweeping over Xiao Yan as if they could penetrate his shattered form, gazing directly at the faint flicker of flame and the silent ancient jade within him. Li Qian, Lin Meng, and the forces behind the Tianyin sect fear the power of the embers, just as they fear divine retribution. You carry its legacy. Making you a mortal enemy, they must eliminate. In this vast world, there is no longer a place for you to belong. As for me, a faint, nearly ethereal curve graced Qingyi's lips. You may consider this a transaction. I will temporarily preserve your life, suppress the soul poison, and restore this crumbling vessel of annihilation to its nascent form. In return, you must survive, becoming strong enough to truly ignite that flicker of flame. Strong enough to venture to a certain place and glimpse the remnants left by the embers. Where? Xiao Yan's heart raced. Deep within the Thousand Miasmas forest, the profound bone cave. Qingyi's voice remained flat and undisturbed, yet it plunged Xiao Yan's heart into despair. The Thousand Miasmas forest, the profound bone cave. These names pierced his memory like poisoned ice spikes. Within the realm of the Tianyin sect, it was a location renowned alongside the Black Wind Cliff. Perhaps even more perilous. The Black Wind Cliff is a place where the gale cuts like a blade, and the sinister chill gnaws at the bones, while the Thousand Miasmas forest is perpetually shrouded in a kaleidoscope of unpredictable and deadly miasma. This miasma not only harbors potent toxins but also erodes spiritual power and hinders consciousness, teeming with countless bizarre and deadly creatures adapted to the toxins. The Profound Bone Cave, renowned as a deadly zone at the heart of the Thousand Miasmas forest, is said to have no survivors who venture deep within. Corpses vanish, becoming part of the miasma. You wish for a severely injured and dying individual, whose cultivation barely reaches the chi refining stage, to venture into the Thousand Miasmas forest? To enter the Profound Bone Cave? What difference is that from asking him to leap directly into the cold pond of the Black Wind Cliff? Do you want me to die? The ferocity in Xiao Yan's eyes erupted, his voice brimming with uncontainable anger and a touch of humiliation. Want you to die? Qingyi finally turned around, the moonlight filtering through the luminous veil, casting a faint shadow upon her exquisite yet expressionless visage. She regarded Xiao Yan as one might observe a struggling ant, her voice remaining as frigid as ever, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. The pure soul phantom? Xiao Yan's pupils constricted. He had never heard of such a thing. Yet Qingyi spoke with unwavering conviction, suggesting no hint of deception. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the very fabric of space, directed towards the direction of the Qianzhong forest. Her voice laced with an unusual resonance. There lay an experimental site left by Jin in years gone by, a remnant of his path towards obliteration, intertwined with themes of poison, life, death, and rebirth. The Nine Nether Inferno within you harbors a corrosive power of extinction, which may resonate with the environment there. Opportunity and peril coexist, a tremendous temptation alongside a fatal trap. She paused, her fingertips flickering with verdant luminescence, maintaining the stability of the veil. I shall escort you to the edge of the Qianzhong forest. The path thereafter is yours to tread. Choice? Xiao Yan found himself submerged in the icy depths, enduring the excruciating pain of his slowly mending body, acutely aware of the cold, sinister soul poison that lay dormant yet restless around his soul core. and the faint spark within his sternum that refused to be extinguished. Remaining in the Xiao Yan sect would mean certain death. Li Qian would not spare him. The enforcement hall, Lin Mang, and indeed the entire sect would deem him a remnant of a demonic scourge, eager to eradicate him. Venture into the Qianzhong forest? Dare to enter the Xianbone cave? A gamble of life and death. Perhaps a tenfold risk of annihilation. Yet, that glimmer of hope, that slender chance to grasp Jin's true legacy, that faint prospect of vengeance against all who had trampled upon and scorned him, the despair of a false spirit root, the brink of death from a fall, the humiliation within the martial arena, the tortures of the enforcement hall. And Li Qian's murderous intent flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern, ultimately crystallizing upon the silent ancient jade resting against his chest. He abruptly lifted his head, his blood-smeared face alight with the unprecedented blaze of dark golden flames. All hesitation, fear, and indecision were utterly consumed in that moment. I shall go. His voice, hoarse yet resolute, bore the weight of a determined commitment, as if he had burned his bridges behind him, unrepentant even in the face of certain death. In Qingyi's eyes, a minuscule, barely perceptible ripple seemed to flit by, akin to a small stone cast upon a placid lake. She uttered no more words, merely nodding slightly. Very well. As her words fell, the hand seal she maintained transformed abruptly. The verdant brilliance at her fingertips surged forth. Buzz. The emerald veil enveloping the open space suddenly contracted inward, coalescing into an exceptionally refined beam of green light, instantly encasing Xiao Yan within the icy pool. He felt a gentle yet irresistible spatial force enveloping his entire being, as the scenery before him warped and blurred. The frigid water, the crisp aroma of the flora, and Qingyi's ethereal silhouette all swiftly receded from his sight, vanishing. The next moment, the world spun chaotically. Cold, viscous air, thick with the stench of decay, surged into his nostrils. Xiao Yan crashed heavily onto the damp ground, thickly layered with black humus. Agony radiated from every part of his body, prompting an involuntary groan to escape his lips as he struggled to lift his head. Before him lay not the tranquil Qiming pool nor the cool embrace of moonlight, but a realm of utter desolation, a forest shrouded in oppressive darkness. Towering ancient trees twisted and contorted, their bark exhibiting an eerie hue of black and violet, reminiscent of congealed, stagnant blood. Thick, sinewy vines coiled around the trunks like colossal serpents, their surfaces riddled with repugnant pustules and viscous slime. The air was saturated with an impenetrable, kaleidoscopic miasma, crimson as blood, ghostly blue as will-o'-the-wisps, sickly green as poison, and dark purple like bruises, intertwining, flowing, and shifting, akin to the flickering tongues of countless venomous snakes, rendering the entire forest a bizarre spectacle, brimming with deadly allure. This was the forest of thousand miasmas. Merely inhaling the air here sent searing pain through Xiao Yan's lungs, a chilling numbness swiftly spreading through his respiratory tract. The flow of spiritual energy within him became sluggish, as though ensnared in a viscous mire. The soul poison within his sea of consciousness seemed to stir restlessly, agitated by the thick, toxic atmosphere. Even more terrifying was the immense suppression his spiritual awareness faced in this place. It felt as if it were veiled by a dense, toxic shroud, allowing him only a feeble perception of several paces around him. Beyond that lay the swirling, vibrant, and lethal miasma, along with the shadowy, grotesquely contorted silhouettes of the trees. In the profound silence, a chilling rustle echoed, as if countless malevolent eyes were watching him, the unwelcome intruder, concealed beneath the veil of poisonous mist. A true abyss, more bizarre and perilous than the Black Wind Cliff. Xiao Yan, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain and discomfort brought on by the miasma, struggled to sit upright. He surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the suffocating poison and the distorted trees, there was nothing else. Qingyi had long since vanished, leaving him alone to confront this land of death. He took a deep breath of the noxious, murky air, the acrid, sweet scent striking his senses. Yet it sharpened his muddled mind slightly. Within 7 days, he must locate the soul-purifying ghost orchid. He must enter the Xuangu cave. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, fraught with danger. Yet within his eyes, the flicker of dark golden flames burned colder and more resolute. He slowly rose to his feet, his body, smeared with detritus and stagnant blood, appeared particularly frail amidst the vibrant miasma, yet his spine stood straight. His gaze pierced through the thick poison, directed towards the deeper, darker recesses of the forest where light seemed to vanish. Remnants left by the Xuangu cave's embers beckoned him. He took a step forward, bearing the weight of his wounds and determination, like a lone wolf plunging into the maw of a colossal beast, resolutely advancing into the depths of the swirling, vibrant miasma. Chapter 18. The manifestation of the Tao body. Silence reigned, not a silence devoid of sound, but a tapestry woven from countless subtle, spine-tingling noises that formed a deathly shroud. The rustle was the thick miasma brushing against the twisted bark. The drip was the toxic liquid falling from the enormous pustules on the vines. The scuttling was the unknown poisonous insects creeping beneath the decaying matter. And there was that faint hissing, akin to a serpent's flickering tongue, emanating from all directions, penetrating his eardrums and reaching deep into his soul. With each step, Xiao Yan tread upon the slick, sunken black detritus, as if walking upon the cold wall of a giant beast's stomach. The vibrant, colorful miasma enveloped him thickly, each breath akin to swallowing scalding gravel, searing his trachea and sending a numbing sensation coursing through his veins. The flow of spiritual energy within him had become excruciatingly sluggish, akin to rusted gears, while the feeble spark of the nine-nether inferno struggled to flicker deep within the Tanzhong acupoint. Besieged by the external toxic miasma and the lurking threat of the soul-devouring needle-S venom, his consciousness was confined to a radius of less than 10 feet around him. Beyond that lay a churning abyss of poisonous mist eager to devour all. An unknown peril lurked within, like countless frigid compound eyes peering through the gaps in the miasma. He could only rely on instinct and a faint sense of direction, pushing deeper into the forest towards the increasingly oppressive silence. The direction indicated by Qing resembled a beacon in the darkness, yet remained tantalizingly out of reach. Suddenly, the miasma roiled violently ahead. A dark purple shadow, as swift as lightning, tore through the colorful fog, accompanied by a putrid wind, hurtling straight towards Xiao Yan's face. It was a serpent, as thick as an arm, its body cloaked in dark purple scales, with a head flattened like a spade. Its triangular eyes glimmered with a cruel luminescence, and its fangs dripped with viscous green venom. Quick, toxic, ruthless. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted. Wounded, his body reacted a fraction too late. He desperately turned to the side, his right hand, caked in muck. Instinctively gathering a trace of the remaining nine-nether inferno, emitting a faint dark red glow, and struck towards the serpent's shadow. The impact was made. His palm connected with the serpent's body. The sensation was chilling and slick. The dark red flame sizzled against the serpent's scales, producing a hissing sound and releasing a plume of black smoke. The serpent recoiled in pain, emitting a sharp hiss, its attack trajectory deflected, narrowly grazing Xiao Yan's neck. The cold scales scraped against his skin, leaving a burning sting. Yet before Xiao Yan could feel relief, the miasma on his right surged again. 3 ghastly green vines, resembling toxic whips, silently coiled towards his ankles. The vines were adorned with sharp barbs, shimmering with a ghostly green venomous glow. Caught in a pincer attack, Xiao Yan propelled himself backward with a powerful kick against the decaying matter beneath him, rolling clumsily. A vine grazed past his calf, tearing flesh and spraying blood. The numbing sensation spread instantly from his leg. Amidst his tumble, he coughed up a mouthful of tainted blood, now laced with a ghostly blue hue. His breath growing increasingly feeble. The chaos within him erupted under the relentless assault, excruciating pain crashing over him like a tsunami. He could not afford to stop. To halt meant death. In the thousand miasma forest, every step was fraught with peril. Each breath was poison, and each inch of soil concealed a lethal predator. Uncertain of how long he had been fleeing, the colors of the miasma deepened before him. Amidst the vibrant hues, the oppressive shades of sickly green and dark purple dominated, while the air was thick with a nauseatingly sweet, putrid stench. The decaying matter beneath his feet became unnaturally soft and wet, each step sinking deeply, producing a sticky squelching sound. Ahead lay a vast swamp, blanketed in thick green duckweed. The water's surface was murky, perpetually bubbling with dark green bubbles that released even more potent toxins upon bursting. Scattered along the swamp's edge were enormous, ghastly white animal bones, partially obscured by the miasma, resembling markers of death itself. In the heart of the swamp, upon a vast black boulder ensconced with moss, loomed a massive shadow. It was a gigantic frog, as large as a grinding stone. Its body was adorned with a mottled skin of emerald green and deep black, resembling putrid moss, each bump slightly swollen, oozing a viscous, foul-smelling, dark green venom. Its enormous eyes, akin to lanterns, displayed a murky dark yellow hue, with pupils resembling cold vertical slits, fixated intently on Xiao Yan, who had intruded at the swamp's edge. This was the notorious phosphorescent toad, a fearsome creature renowned throughout the thousand miasma forest. Its venom possessed terrifying corrosive properties and neurotoxic capabilities, with its noxious mist able to dissolve steel in an instant. Even more terrifying was its tongue, lined with barbs and capable of striking like lightning. A heavy, chilling aura, as oppressive as a mountain and steeped in a sinister poison, enveloped Xiao Yan like an invisible net, signaling the presence of a formidable foe. This aura was unmistakably at the initial stage of foundation building, far beyond the previous venomous serpents and toxic vines. Xiao Yan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. With a ferocious beast blocking his path, pursuing enemies behind him, the lurking toxins, trapped in a venomous mire, depleted of spiritual energy. And with his injuries worsening, it was a true predicament of being surrounded on all sides. In the murky yellow of the toad's vertical pupils, a glimmer of cruel mockery flashed. Its massive throat swelled ominously, resembling a festering blister poised to burst. With a thunderous croak, akin to the sound of rolling thunder, the frog's call erupted. Accompanying this sound was a thick, tangible mist, swirling with hues of dark green and ghastly purple, surging forth from its mouth like a toxic river unleashed. In an instant, it engulfed a significant portion of the swamp, cascading down upon Xiao Yan. Before the venomous mist even reached him, the putrid stench made Xiao Yan dizzy. As if countless minute poison needles were stabbing at his skin, the flow of his spiritual energy came to a complete standstill within his consciousness. The soul toxins surged as if injected with a stimulant, violently assaulting the protective aura of the ancient jade. There was no escape, no means to defend. Ah! Xiao Yan cried out. 9 nether inferno! Even if only a sliver could awaken the sinister energies of this toxic mire. Boom! A faint dark red flame flickered into existence around Xiao Yan's body. Yet, under the overwhelming onslaught of the venomous mist, it flickered like a dying candle. Quickly subdued to a mere wisp, its color fading to a dull black. Poof! The toxic mist, thick as syrup, instantly engulfed Xiao Yan. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The unsettling sound of corrosion rang out. The fragile protective barrier of 9 nether inferno surrounding him melted away like snow, swiftly eroded. The dark green and ghastly purple mist surged forth like a multitude of greedy venomous insects, attacking his exposed skin, nose, mouth, and even seeping through his tattered clothing. Corrupting his wounds. Excruciating pain. An unimaginable torment. It felt as if millions of burning ants were gnawing at his flesh, burrowing into his very marrow. His skin erupted with countless grotesque blisters, which quickly burst, spilling forth yellow-green pus. The old injury on his right ear and the fresh wound on his leg felt as if scalded with boiling acid, instantly splitting open to reveal bone. A numbing sensation, cold as a tide, swept over him, rendering his muscles rigid, leaving even his fingers motionless. Ah! Xiao Yan emitted a piercing wail, one that transcended the bounds of human sound as his body convulsed violently, akin to being cast into a furnace of boiling venom. His consciousness, under the onslaught of excruciating pain, shattered like fragile glass, instantly tainted with hues of toxic green and gruesome purple. The chilling embrace of death had never been so vividly apparent. With a triumphant croak, the plumbum toad released a sinister hiss, its murky vertical pupils gleaming with cruel satisfaction. Its formidable form bent slightly, and its barbed, crimson tongue, akin to a steel whip, shot forth like a venomous arrow, tearing through the lingering miasma with a shrill cry. Precisely aimed at the gaping wound in Xiao Yan's chest, targeting his heart with lethal intent. A single strike to snuff out his life, swift, merciless, and deadly. An assault from a foundational beast. Severely injured and on the brink of death, Xiao Yan had no chance to evade. In that fleeting moment when the scarlet tongue was poised to pierce his heart, a resonant hum erupted from the depths of Xiao Yan's mind, which had been ravaged by poison and stood on the precipice of collapse. The dormant dark golden ancient jade, sensing the imminent extinguishment of its host's life force, suddenly radiated an unprecedented brilliance. A torrent of immense, pure will, imbued with the essence of supreme annihilation and creation, surged forth like a colossal axe splitting the heavens. This will did not directly confront the external venomous assault, but rather seized control of Xiao Yan's body, which was on the verge of losing control, forcibly awakening the source of his annihilation path that had endured relentless torment from the toxins, yet had never truly been extinguished. Crack, crack, crack. Within Xiao Yan's body, marred by toxic blisters, pus, and dark green, ghastly purple marks, a series of sharp, explosive sounds reverberated as his bones responded. Beneath the skin, the dark golden fissures, which had only slowly begun to heal and strengthen, suddenly ignited with life. Countless intricate, esoteric patterns, seemingly composed of pure dark golden energy, emerged as if imprinted by ancient deities buried deep within his bloodline, manifesting within his bones, meridians, and flesh. An indescribable ancient power, heavy and obscure as if originating from the dawn of creation, combined with the jade's essence of annihilation and genesis, erupted forth. The annihilation path body, under the dual impetus of the ancient jade's will and the life or death crisis, finally revealed its true magnificence for the first time. Xiao Yan's body, rigid from the poison, twisted at an astonishing angle, an action so swift it surpassed the limits of his severely injured form. Swoosh! The scarlet tongue grazed his left scapula before plunging in with ferocity. The sharp barbs instantly tore through flesh, sending a spray of dark golden blood and shattered bone fragments flying. The agony rendered Xiao Yan's vision dark, yet his movements did not falter. Seizing the brief opening created by his twist, his right hand, now smeared with toxic sludge yet faintly revealing the shadow of dark golden patterns, suddenly spread its fingers wide. Like a searing brand, driven by an instinctive craving from the path body to consume poison and death, he lunged fiercely at the slick, icy scarlet tongue that pierced his shoulder. Devour. A hoarse, fragmented roar, imbued with the will of annihilation, erupted from Xiao Yan's throat, which had been ravaged by the toxic mist. Suddenly, the dark golden patterns on his palm radiated with an intense brilliance. An indescribable, domineering force surged forth with tremendous fervor. The emerald-hued phosphorescent toad emitted a shriek of sheer terror. It sensed an irresistible, terrifying power, as if capable of consuming all existence, pouring into it through its tongue. The essence of its horrific venom, the foundational poison it had painstakingly cultivated over the years. And even its own life force were being frantically drained and devoured by this force. The murky green toxins flowed down its crimson tongue like a flood unleashed, surging wildly towards Xiao Yan's grasping hand. The barbed tongue, visibly shriveling and withering, trembled violently, filled with an incomprehensible dread and despair reflected in its murky slit pupils. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yan seized the toxic tongue and invoked the instinctual ability of his Tao body to consume, a far greater and more chaotic torrent of venom surged through his right hand, violently crashing into his nearly collapsing meridians. With a violent expulsion, Xiao Yan spewed forth a torrent of blood, mingling dark green and dark gold. His body was struck as if by an invisible hammer, propelling him backward, crashing heavily into the viscous humus at the edge of the toxic mire. Blood gushed from the gaping wound in his right shoulder, mingling with the dark green venom. The terrifying toxic essence that had invaded his body wreaked havoc, clashing violently with the original soul poison, the corrosive soul needle's power, and the annihilating force unleashed by his Tao body, leading to utter obliteration. The dark golden patterns on his skin flickered erratically, as the blisters and sores that had formed rapidly shriveled, crusted over, and fell away, revealing beneath a new layer of skin that glimmered with a subtle dark golden sheen, yet was swiftly covered again by the newly flowing dark green poison. It was akin to two worlds engaged in a ferocious tug-of-war within him. Excruciating pain, a soul-rending agony, 100-fold more intense than before. Yet amidst this inhuman suffering, Xiao Yan's consciousness, clouded by the toxic mist and soul poison, gained an unusual clarity through the instinctual eruption of his Tao body and the protective will of the ancient jade. He beheld the phosphorescent toad, its massive form rapidly deflating like a punctured balloon after losing a significant portion of its toxic essence, wailing as it plunged into the dark green mire, splashing foul water everywhere before rapidly sinking. He saw his right hand, still gripping the toxic tongue, as the dark golden patterns beneath his skin gradually faded, leaving behind an exceedingly subtle mark, a dark golden vortex imprint in the center of his palm, faintly exuding an aura of consumption. Moreover, he felt within him the chaotic, conflicting energies of destruction, being forcibly digested by the instinctual nature of his annihilating Tao body and the ancient jade's will. Although still accompanied by tearing pain, strands of pure, peculiar energy, embodying both annihilation and potent venom, were being forcibly integrated into his bones, which were riddled with dark golden fissures, and into the new flesh that was forming. The fractures in his bones slowly began to mend, while the dark golden sheen of the newly formed flesh deepened and became more subdued, even faintly embellished with the emerald patterns of the phosphorescent toad. From destruction comes rebirth. Utilizing myriad poisons as fuel, he forges the path of annihilation. Xiao Yan lay upon the cold, decaying matter, gasping violently, each breath accompanied by a searing pain and the acrid scent of poison. He struggled to rise, yet his body felt as if it had been shattered, with a penetrating wound in his right shoulder, sending waves of excruciating agony through him. He had survived. In the face of the lethal assault from the foundational beast, he had, through the instinct of the annihilation body and the protection of the ancient jade, forcibly carved out a sliver of life. Remarkably, he had even managed to inadvertently awaken the devouring characteristic of his body, rendering it seemingly more resilient under the harsh trials of the venom. The cost, however, was steep. His injuries deepened, the energy within him became increasingly chaotic. And though the soul poison was suppressed, it still clung to him like a relentless parasite. More troubling were the countless cold eyes lurking in the depths of the miasma, which suddenly became more agitated, more ravenous. Numerous presences, some chilling, others ferocious, all filled with a thirst for blood, converged upon him like sharks sensing the scent of blood. An even greater threat surged forth, akin to a tide of dark green, overwhelming in its advance. Chapter 19. The mystic bone jade coffin silence enveloped the cavern like viscous ink, pressing heavily in the depths of the mystic bone cave. The air was thick, almost tangible, steeped in an eternal chill and a deathly aura that was indescribably tainted with poison and decay. Light was utterly consumed, save for the flickering ink-green patterns of the 9 nether inferno at Xiao Yan's fingertips, casting a faint, quivering crimson glow that barely illuminated the space before him. He leaned against the cold, slick cave wall, covered in a viscous moss, panting heavily. Each inhalation pierced him to the marrow, accompanied by a rich, metallic sweetness. The wound in his right shoulder, inflicted by the poisonous toad, had temporarily ceased bleeding under the feeble burn of the 9 nether inferno. Yet the surrounding flesh exhibited a foreboding mix of dark green and deep gold, signaling impending necrosis, while a numbing sensation entwined half of his body like a frigid vine. Worse still was the turmoil within. The terrifying torrent of venom from the toad's essence clashed violently with the soul poison of the soul erosion needle. The explosive force of the annihilation body, and the protective will of the ancient jade, akin to furious dragons battling within his meridians. The pain gnawed at his nerves like a relentless parasite. In a sea of consciousness, the light of the ancient jade stood as a beacon amid the storm, fiercely guarding the faint soul core, yet the onslaught of soul poison rendered his vision dim and flickering. He had to find the soul-purifying Yutan before the soul poison erupted completely. Xiao Yan clung to his last thread of clarity, his dark gold pupils scanning the fabled ground from which no one had ever returned. The cavern was even more immense and profound than he had envisioned. Within the reach of the 9 nether inferno's dim glow, jagged black stalagmites and stalactites loomed, their forms twisted like frozen demons. The ground was blanketed in thick, slippery black sludge, emanating a pungent stench, where the pale bones of enormous beasts lay partially submerged, some bearing savage bite marks and corrosive holes. A chilling sensation, emanating from the depths of his soul, coiled around his spine like a frigid serpent. It felt as though some ancient and terrifying presence slumbered in the suffocating silence of this darkness, an invisible pressure permeating the air in every inch. He dared not linger, dragging his battered body along the cave wall, stumbling deeper with every faltering step. The mud beneath his feet was slick and treacherous, each movement sinking him further, producing a squelching sound that echoed like a drumbeat in the stillness. Time lost its meaning. Perhaps it had been a mere incense stick's burn, or perhaps an entire hour. Up ahead, in the dim recesses of the cavern, a faint and eerily peculiar light seemed to emerge, not the glow of flames, nor the refraction of gems. It bore the essence of a frozen, icy moonlight, emanating a heart-stopping pallor. Xiao Yan's heartbeat quickened dramatically. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain and dizziness, hastening his pace. As he maneuvered around a colossal black stone pillar, reminiscent of a rib, the scene before him opened up magnificently. A vast, hemispherical cavern unveiled itself. The ceiling soared high, adorned with countless hanging stalactites resembling the fangs of a colossal beast, pointing ominously downward. At the center of the cavern lay a chilling pool, about 10 zhang in diameter. The water was not a deep green, but an all-consuming, profound black, as if it could devour all light. The surface was eerily calm, akin to a massive obsidian mirror, reflecting the jagged stalactites above, enhancing the sinister aura. The pool emanated an oppressive coldness, a deathly aura 100-fold more intense than the rest of the cavern. Merely approaching it, Xiao Yan felt his spiritual energy come to a complete standstill, as if his very blood was on the verge of freezing. The soul poison of the soul-eroding needle became alarmingly active under the influence of this deathly aura, violently assaulting the ancient jade's protection. The source of that pale and strange light was indeed from the center of the cold pool. In the pitch-black waters, approximately 3 feet above the surface, a jade coffin floated serenely in the void. The coffin exuded a warm, subdued white hue, neither metal nor stone. Crafted from an unusual material, its surface smooth as a mirror, devoid of any carvings or embellishments. That eerie, pallid luminescence emanated from the coffin itself, akin to solidified moonlight, illuminating a small area around it, yet failing to dispel the darkness of the pool, instead adding to its ominousness. The coffin measured about 7 feet in length and 3 feet in width, its shape archaic. It hovered quietly above the stagnant waters of the cold pool, radiating an air of frigid silence, yet imbued with an indescribable ancientness and majesty. It seemed to be the very source of the cavern's deathly aura and venom, yet simultaneously the sole sanctuary in this desolate realm. Jinghan Yudan. Xiao Yan's gaze instantly fixated on the jade coffin. Qingyi had mentioned that Jinghan Yudan coexists with the soul-eroding grass, which likely grows in the heart of this cavern. Was this peculiar jade coffin, suspended above the cold pool, the very location of the soul-eroding grass? Or was the Jinghan Yudan contained within the coffin itself? Hope ignited within him like a wildfire, rekindling the nearly extinguished flame of his life. He struggled, recklessly charging towards the edge of the cold pool. However, just as he was less than 3 zhang away from the chilling waters, roar, a deep, thunderous roar, imbued with a malevolent and ferocious aura, erupted suddenly from the shadows to the right of the frigid pool. The entire cavern trembled slightly in response to this formidable sound. Following this, a colossal shadow burst forth from the darkness like a dragon of despair, positioning itself between Xiao Yan and the cold waters. It was a flood dragon, a creature of immense size, its body cloaked in a dense armor of intertwined dark green and black scales, far larger than the previous poisonous toad. Its robust form was as thick as a water barrel, coiled menacingly at the edge of the cold pool, akin to a dragon guarding its treasure. Its triangular head was terrifying, with enormous vertical pupils exuding a murky, dark golden hue, where cold, bloodthirsty flames flickered deep within. Its gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth, exhaled a noxious green mist, laden with corrosive potency. A weighty, mountainous pressure of terror, mingled with a toxicity tenfold that of the poisonous toad, surged forth like a tangible tsunami, crashing relentlessly upon Xiao Yan. Mid-stage foundation establishment, perhaps nearing the late stage. This was the true guardian of the Xianbone Cave. The dragon's icy vertical gaze fixated on the intruder, its expression rife with savagery, greed, and a hint of fury stirred from its slumber. Clearly, the lingering essence of the poisonous toad on Xiao Yan and the intoxicating allure of the venomous primal source were both a provocation and a delectable prey to it. The dragon issued a threatening low growl from its throat, its slimy, massive body slowly undulating, poised like a drawn bowstring, ready to unleash its wrath. Green venom dripped from its fangs, corroding the dark rock floor with hissing white smoke, blocked by the mid-stage poison dragon ahead, and with no retreat behind. The oppressive atmosphere of the cold pool eroded his spirit, and the soul poison raged within him. He was severely wounded, his spiritual energy depleted. This was a true deadlock. Even more desperate than facing the poisonous toad, Xiao Yan's heart felt as though it were gripped by a frigid hand. The flicker of hope in his eyes was swiftly engulfed by the shadow of death. He fixated on the pale jade coffin suspended above the cold pool, then cast his gaze upon the terrifying poison dragon radiating lethal menace before him, his teeth grinding together in a desperate resolve, his gums bleeding. Retreat? To do so would trigger the soul poison's eruption, leading to inevitable demise. Advance. Confronting a mid-stage poison dragon meant certain death. Roar. The dragon, clearly losing its patience, suddenly propelled its massive body. The hard ground shattered instantaneously. Its enormous head, akin to a battering ram, charged forth with the shriek of rending air and a dense plume of green venom, crashing violently towards the beleaguered Xiao Yan. The speed was such that it afforded the injured man no time to react. There was no escape. Desperation surged within Xiao Yan's eyes. He ceased all attempts at defense or evasion, instead pouring every ounce of his remaining will and strength recklessly into the ancient golden jade embedded in his chest. Simultaneously, his bloody left hand shot upwards, striking forcefully at the center of his energy point. Ah! Xiao Yan released a death-defying roar, his body convulsing violently as he concentrated his final strength, the dark golden cracks beneath his skin glowing faintly once more. Just as he was about to ignite himself, the dragon's massive jaws descended with lethal intent. An unexpected phenomenon occurred. Buzz. The change did not originate from within Xiao Yan, but rather from the pale jade coffin floating in the heart of the cold pool. The surface of the jade coffin suddenly pulsated with an intense, stark white radiance, as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil pool. Following this, the coffin's sleek exterior silently revealed an intricate tapestry of minuscule, dark golden patterns, so elaborate and profound that they seemed to come alive, twisting, wandering, and intertwining. An indescribable will of obliteration, older, purer, and more vast than the stagnant depths of a frigid pool, erupted from the jade coffin, awakening the slumbering ancient deity within. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. The venomous serpent lunging at Xiao Yan collided with an invisible wall of despair, abruptly halting in midair. The bloodthirsty flames in its eyes were instantaneously replaced by sheer terror, its vertical pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Its massive body trembled uncontrollably, emitting hissing sounds of dread, as if it had encountered a nemesis deep within its bloodline. The self-destructive power Xiao Yan had gathered was extinguished like a flickering candle in the wind at the moment this overwhelming will descended upon him. He felt as insignificant as a speck of dust in a raging sea, utterly vulnerable. The ancient jade within his consciousness erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, fiercely shielding his core of awareness, yet still eliciting an irresistible shiver from the depths of his soul. Who disturbs my eternal slumber? At the instant the voice echoed, The dark golden patterns dancing across the surface of the jade coffin shone brightly. With a thunderous impact, the rigid, trembling head of the serpent, hovering before Xiao Yan, burst apart as if struck by an unseen hammer. Dark green venom, shattered bone fragments, and brain matter mixed with viscous slime erupted like a grotesque flower under the stark white light. The stench was overwhelming. The massive, headless serpent body convulsed violently before crashing onto the cold stone floor with a resounding thud. The dark green venom gushed forth like a brook, quickly frozen by the chilling, deathly aura of the pool. Instant annihilation, the very essence of its being obliterated. The formidable mid-stage foundation-building venomous serpent was crushed like an ant before the will residing within the jade coffin. Silence fell once more within the cavern. Only the sound of the serpent's blood pooling and Xiao Yan's harsh, strained breaths could be heard. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, his back pressed against the icy cave wall. His face, smeared with blood and serpent remnants, bore the marks of profound shock and bewilderment at having survived. He gazed intently at the jade coffin in the center of the cold pool, now tranquil once more, as its dark golden patterns slowly faded away. His heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. It is undoubtedly the ash. Only such an existence, a lingering remnant of will, could so effortlessly annihilate a foundation-building serpent. The chilling voice, the indifferent will, resonated with the remnants of ash he had sensed in the depths of the Forbidden Valley. Their essence and nature intertwined. The embryonic form of the pseudo-spiritual root, the nine-nether demonic flame, and the jade the cold. Raspy voice of intent echoed once more within Xiao Yan's consciousness, imbued with a sense of scrutiny and an indescribable complexity. To have come this far. The tone of that voice suddenly shifted to one of icy scrutiny, laden with a penetrating inquiry and a hint of murderous intent that seemed capable of freezing time itself. Are you the inheritor? Yet another thief coveting the path of annihilation, seeking to plunder? Chapter 20. The choice of ashes, heir or thief. The cold, hoarse voice, as though composed of fragments from eons past, pierced through Xiao Yan's nearly shattered consciousness like countless ice-cold steel needles. Each word imbued with a soul-piercing inquiry and a detached murderous intent potent enough to freeze time itself. This is Ashes, the ancient powerhouse who left behind an unparalleled legacy. Besieged by the three sects, whose bones lay sealed within the frigid depths of a cold pool, now echoes with the final interrogation of its residual will. The pale jade coffin suspended above the silent, icy pool, its surface patterns of dark gold slowly fading back into the solid pallor, yet the overwhelming, vast, and utterly desolate ancient pressure loomed like an invisible dome, shrouding the entire cavern, a weight 1,000-fold heavier than the venomous serpent's malevolence before. The air thickened like molten lead, each breath drawing forth a piercing sting to the soul. Collapsed against the frigid cavern wall, Xiao Yan lay bloodied. A gaping wound in his right shoulder rendered numb and icy by the encroaching deathly aura. Within his consciousness, the soul poison surged like a shark drawn to blood, frantically battering against the protective halo of the ancient jade. The exploded head of the venomous serpent lay not far off, its dark green blood frozen upon the rocks, releasing a pungent stench that silently attested to the horror of the will residing within this jade coffin. Heir or thief? Blood and flesh smeared across Xiao Yan's face. His muscles twitched from excruciating pain and immense pressure. He fixed his gaze upon the hovering jade coffin, the dim golden flames flickering within his pupils dancing wildly beneath the immense pressure, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Thief? Had he intruded upon a forbidden realm? Disturbing the eternal slumber, igniting the corpse puppets, exposing the skeletal remains, thereby attracting the pursuit of Li Qian and others, bringing calamity to this legacy? By forcibly devouring the essence of the venomous toad, had he also committed an act of sacrilege and theft against the power of annihilation? Countless thoughts clashed within his chaotic consciousness like a tempest. Excruciating pain, the gnawing of soul poison, the dread of death, and the indomitable will that arose from the depths of the black-wind cliff, struggling to rise again and again from the brink of death. The despair of a pseudo-spiritual root, the near-death plunge, the humiliation in the training arena, the tortures of the law enforcement hall, Li Qian's soul-corroding needles, the toxic mists of the azure phosphor toad, and the deathly gaze of the venomous serpent, all had paved a path through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Fraught with peril at every step, had he ever flinched? Had he ever surrendered? This power was earned at the cost of his life. This path of annihilation was the sole straw he clutched in the abyss of despair. Not for plunder, not for theft, but to survive. To seek justice from all who trampled upon and scorned him. To seize control of his own destiny. Not a thief, he nearly roared, each word dripping with blood and the tremor of the soul. This power is the straw I grasped in the abyss of annihilation. The only support I have to reclaim the blood debts from this unjust world, from those sects that preach righteousness while engaging in vile acts. I triggered the corpse puppets. Exposed the skeletal remains, not of my own volition. Yet, if given the chance to relive it, for the sake of survival, I would still seize that jade. I would still unleash that resonance to shatter the cold, iron chains. As Xiao Yan's voice suddenly escalated, imbued with a frenzied intensity that seemed to tear at his throat, he declared, I, Xiao Yan, refuse to be a mere waste. I refuse to be treated as prey. Above all, I refuse to perish silently in some shadowy corner. This path of annihilation is one I have chosen for myself, even if it leads to irretrievable doom, even if I am reviled as a demon by the world. I shall forge ahead. Should you, elder, regard me as a thief and seek to take my life? Xiao Yan's blood-stained right hand shot up, fingers splayed wide. The dark, golden vortex mark, left by the devouring of the venomous toad, faintly glimmered in his palm. His eyes burned with a cold madness. Then come. Let me witness whether this legacy of ashes culminates in annihilation or rebirth. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the space. The pallid glow upon the surface of the jade coffin resembled frozen ice, devoid of any tremor. The immense weight of annihilation hung heavily, like a mountain, shrouding all. Within the cave, only the labored, bellows-like breaths of Xiao Yan and the thunderous beating of his heart echoed. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each breath feeling as protracted as a century. Just as Xiao Yan believed that the will of the jade coffin was poised to unleash its wrath and obliterate him entirely. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, resonated deep within his consciousness, a sigh that seemed to traverse millennia, imbued with an ineffable complexity. Within that sigh lay weariness, mockery, and perhaps a barely detectable sense of resignation. I refuse to be prey, as if grasping at straws in the abyss of annihilation. A once promising spirit root now lay in despair. With that sigh, the oppressive weight that had enveloped the cave began to recede, akin to a receding tide. The frigid radiance upon the jade coffin's surface softened and withdrew, like melting ice and snow. Subsequently, the coffin's smooth, mirror-like lid silently slid open, revealing a narrow gap. A wave of pure, crisp fragrance, reminiscent of the first thawing spring water, surged forth from the fissure, cleansing the soul of all impurities. Wherever this ethereal aroma wafted, the dense, chilling miasma and the noxious stench within the cave dissipated swiftly, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Even the pitch-black waters of the cold pool seemed to gain a hint of clarity within Xiao Yan's consciousness. The frenzied assault of the soul-eroding needle's poison against the ancient jade's protection was suddenly doused in scalding oil, emitting a wretched hissing sound as it was swiftly suppressed. Dissolving significantly, the bone-deep chill and the soul-rending agony receded rapidly, akin to a retreating tide. Pure soul ghost orchid. It must be the pure soul ghost orchid. Hope blazed like a wildfire, reigniting the flickering flame of Xiao Yan's life. He struggled to rise. Yet the weight of his injuries and the immense drain on his mental fortitude caused him to collapse once more to the ground. The lid of the jade coffin continued to slide open silently, illuminating the interior with a pallid glow. Contrary to his expectations, there were no skeletal remains or horrifying sights within. Instead, the coffin was lined with a layer of pure white silk, as if condensed from moonlight. Upon this silk, an extraordinary plant quietly flourished, an anomalous grass known as the soul-eroding grass, standing approximately half a foot tall, its entirety displaying a translucent, jade-like hue. The grass blades were as fine as hair, their edges shimmering with a dark luster, emanating an eerie wave that devoured soul power. Above the soul-eroding grass, suspended in the void approximately 3 inches from the tips of the blades, there blossomed a flower. This flower, no larger than an infant's fist, exhibited an immaculate and almost translucent alabaster hue. Its petals, layered intricately, resembled the finest jade meticulously carved, emanating a soft and cool luminescence. At the heart of the bloom lay a profound, understated brilliance, as if it contained the dark golden glow of an infinite starry sky. It was this very dark golden center that continuously released a refreshing and ethereal fragrance, capable of cleansing the soul and purifying the toxins within. The ethereal soul flower. Blooming once every century, it possesses the extraordinary ability to purify soul toxins and stabilize one's spirit. It does not take root in the soil, but rather draws its nourishment from the soul energy of the soul-eroding grass, floating and flourishing as if in a symbiotic relationship between life and death. At this moment, the flower was at its zenith. The pure alabaster petals had fully unfurled, and the dark golden point at its core sparkled brilliantly. Evidently at the peak of its medicinal potency, a radiant gleam erupted in Xiao Yan's eyes. He struggled, exerting every ounce of strength to crawl towards the edge of the cold pool. Each movement sent waves of excruciating pain through his wounds. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the suspended alabaster flower. The chilling aura of the pool still penetrated deeply, eroding his vitality. Yet now, the flower's delicate fragrance acted as an invisible barrier, diminishing the encroaching deathly essence. Closer, ever closer. Just as Xiao Yan's fingertips were about to brush against the icy rock at the edge of the pool, a cold, raspy voice echoed in his mind once more. Remember your choice. This time, the tone bore less indifference and malice, infused with an indescribable weight. The path of annihilation is not a smooth one. It is both an end and a new beginning. I hope you do not forsake this path. The voice faded away, melding into the eternal darkness. The last glimmer of light on the surface of the jade coffin receded entirely, the lid closing silently, transforming back into the pale object that floated above the still water, as if it had never been opened. Xiao Yan's fingers finally grazed the rock at the edge of the cold pool. He struggled to sit up, greedily inhaling the purifying fragrance of the ethereal flower. The erosion of soul toxins was suppressed to its lowest point, and his mind felt clearer than ever before. However, a tremor from deep within his soul and the final reminder of that thought momentarily halted his outstretched hand. Do not forsake this path. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, the mingling sense of the ethereal flower and the pool's chill filling his lungs. When he opened his eyes again, the flicker of dark golden flame had returned to silence, leaving only a cold determination. No longer hesitating, his bloodied hand pierced through the icy deathly essence above the pool. Disregarding the bone-chilling cold, steadily and cautiously plucking the suspended ethereal soul flower. It felt warm and smooth as jade, devoid of any weight. The pure alabaster petals and the dark golden point at its core radiated a tranquil luminosity. In that very moment, the flower departed from the soul-eroding grass. The ebony-hued grass rapidly withered at a visible pace, decaying into a plume of ash, which dispersed upon the white silk within the coffin. Xiao Yan clutched the ethereal soul flower tightly in his palm. Its refreshing fragrance and purifying energy flowed like a gentle stream through his arm's veins, continuously surging into his body on the brink of collapse. A suppressed groan escaped from deep within his throat. This time, it was no longer a source of anguish, but rather an ineffable sense of tranquility. Moreover, the dim golden specks at the heart of the ethereal flower seemed to resonate with the ancient jade within Xiao Yan's body in an extraordinary way. A thread of exceedingly pure, primordial energy, embodying the essence of creation and annihilation, subtly merged with his repeatedly tempered, dark gold fissured bones and newly formed flesh. Thanks to the medicinal power of the ethereal flower, the unhealed wounds on his body, corroded and festering from the venom, began to scab and shed at a visible pace under the dual influence of the ethereal power and the newly born nine nether flame. The dark gold patterns flickered beneath his skin, each flicker rendering the newly formed flesh more resilient, subtly revealing a restrained metallic sheen. The horrific wound on his right shoulder, once perforated, throbbed with a frenzied pulse as the flesh and bone emitted faint cracking sounds, gradually healing and mending. From destruction arose rebirth. The ethereal flower not only dispelled the soul poison and stabilized his spirit, but also acted as the finest catalyst, igniting a deeper metamorphosis of his annihilation body. Alongside the rekindling of the nine nether flame, his corporeal form was undergoing an unparalleled rebirth. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the icy rock at the edge of the cold pool, firmly grasping the increasingly dull and inward-curling petals of the ethereal flower, while diligently channeling the withered would-meet spring technique. The turbulent dark gold currents, nine nether flame, guided the medicinal power of the flower and that thread of primordial essence, fervently cleansing and repairing every inch of his damaged meridians and bones. Time slipped away in silent transformation. After an indeterminate duration, when the last petal of the ethereal flower finally withered and dissolved into specks of jade-white light in the air, a deep and resonant hum erupted from within Xiao Yan. A torrent of dark gold, far more powerful and refined than before, imbued with an icy dominance and a hint of purifying annihilation, roared forth from the depths of his dantian. In an instant, it surged through all the repaired and strengthened meridians. The initial fire realm was perfected, the pinnacle of the ninth layer of chi refinement. The purity and robustness of his spiritual energy were sufficient to rival that of a foundation-building novice in terms of destructive and corrosive capabilities. More importantly, under the nurturing of the ethereal flower and that thread of primordial essence, the annihilation body had achieved preliminary stabilization and transformation. His physical strength far surpassed that of fellow body-refining cultivators of the same rank. He slowly opened his eyes. Boom. Two beams of condensed essence, with dark gold patterns swirling in the depths of his pupils, illuminated the area before him like a piercing cold lightning, instantly brightening several feet around him. The radiance was sharp and frigid, imbued with a detached understanding of certain fundamental truths of the world. The stifling cold of the mysterious bone cave no longer posed a tangible threat to him. He felt the unceasing power surging within him, felt the right shoulder wound that had fully healed, leaving only a grotesque scar, and sensed the unprecedented clarity and stability in his sea of consciousness. He gradually rose, his spine straight as a divine weapon tempered through trials by fire. His gaze swept over the now silent pale jade coffin, his eyes filled with a complex sense of reverence. This sentiment towards the senior Jun was etched in Xiao Yan's memory. He murmured softly to himself, his voice calm yet resolute, as his gaze turned towards the darker depths of the cave. The ethereal flower had been obtained, and the soul poison had been resolved. Yet, within the depths of the experimental site left behind by the Ashen Bones cave, do more secrets regarding the path of annihilation remain concealed? He did not depart immediately. Instead, he cast his cold gaze into the profound darkness. Chapter 21. The source of spirit seeds. The cave lay in a deathly silence, akin to a tomb. Only the surface of the cold pool, resembling ink-black jade, reflected the jagged stalactites of the ceiling, enhancing the eerie depth. The ethereal luminescence of the pure soul orchid had long since vanished, leaving only a lingering resonance that cleansed the soul, intermingled with the chilling, deathly aura rising from the water, creating a peculiar atmosphere where ice and fire intertwined. Xiao Yan stood at the edge of the cold pool. The power of the perfected initial fire realm surged and roared through his meridians, while the condensed dark golden essence of the nine nether inferno flowed ceaselessly, imbued with the cold, tyrannical essence of annihilation and purification. The penetrating wound on his right shoulder was reduced to a dark red, grotesque scar. The newfound stability of the annihilation body filled his limbs with an overwhelming sense of power, far surpassing his previous strength. His consciousness was clear and steadfast. The soul poison eradicated, as the ancient jade's warm glow resembled a miniature dark golden sun, hovering at the center of his thoughts. Having survived calamity, his strength was fully restored, even elevated to new heights. Yet, he did not leave immediately. His dark golden pupils, akin to finely tempered blades, pierced through the final gentle glow emanating from the pallid jade coffin, resolutely fixated on the denser darkness deeper within the cave. A darkness that seemed capable of devouring even light itself. The Ashen Bones cave, a site of experimentation left behind. The pure soul orchid was merely a gift at the entrance. The true secrets, the remnants of annihilation concerning poison and life, death and transformation, were undoubtedly hidden within that profound darkness. Upon stepping into that area, his senses were instantly stripped away. An absolute darkness, an utter silence. Even the sound of his own heartbeat and the flow of blood were magnified to a thunderous drumbeat. The air was thick and heavy, imbued with an ancient, purer chill than the deathly aura of the pool, akin to the breath of a millennium-old ice, pervasively eroding his protective spiritual energy, attempting to freeze his very soul. His spiritual awareness was compressed to its limits, akin to a bird trapped in a mire, barely able to extend its reach 3 feet around. Only the dark golden ancient jade at his chest radiated a constant warmth, dispelling the chilling aura that invaded his very marrow and stabilizing his tumultuous spirit. Xiao Yan urged the nine nether inferno to its utmost limits, the dark golden flames flowing across his surface, serving as the lone beacon in the darkness, barely illuminating the space in front of him. The ground beneath his feet transformed from slick mire into a peculiar, hard, cold black rock, pockmarked with tiny holes, producing a dull thud with each step. The deeper he ventured, the heavier the oppressive weight originating from the core of darkness became. It felt as though a colossal boulder weighed upon his heart, rendering each breath incredibly arduous. The annihilation body instinctively activated, the dark golden patterns beneath his skin flickering into visibility, emanating a faint resistance. Uncertain of how long he had traversed the darkness, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. It was neither flame nor the radiance of jade. Instead, it was an exceedingly faint, subdued dark golden point of light, flickering like solidified stardust. This light point hovered at the end of the darkness, resembling the only undying star in the eternal night. Xiao Yan's heartbeat quickened abruptly. He suppressed the tumultuous blood and the dizziness inflicted by the pressure on his consciousness, quickening his pace. Navigating around a colossal black stone pillar, reminiscent of a titan's support, the vista ahead suddenly unfolds. A cavernous expanse, far grander than the frigid pool, reveals itself. The vault of the cavern reaches heights unseen, shrouded in an abyss of darkness. The walls are not mere rock, but rather exhibit a profound and subdued hue, akin to a dark golden sheen that seems to absorb all light. Countless intricate and esoteric natural patterns, delicate to the extreme, adorn the surfaces, flowing and pulsating like living entities, exuding an ineffable aura of obscured wisdom. Merely gazing upon it causes Xiao Yan's soul to tremble. as if witnessing the birth and demise of stars, the magnificent spectacle of the universe's genesis. At the heart of the cavern, the core hovers. It is not a jade coffin, but rather a peculiar stellar nexus, composed of innumerable fragments of various sizes and shapes, all exhibiting the same profound dark golden luster. These enigmatic metallic, or perhaps skeletal, shards are not chaotically assembled, but rather adhere to an unfathomable trajectory, rotating slowly like a cosmic galaxy. Between the fragments, an energy flows, akin to liquid dark gold, connecting each piece and forming a 3-foot diameter vortex of dark gold that rotates languidly. At the vortex's center lies not an emptiness, but a singular point, distilled to perfection, radiating a dual essence of pure annihilation and creation in dark golden light. Like the heart of the vortex, each flicker resonates with the pulsation of the entire dark golden nexus. This vast and desolate force, capable of withering all life yet brimming with infinite vitality, emanates from this very core. In an instant, the thought flashes through Xiao Yan's mind. The annihilation stellar nexus. This is undoubtedly the core creation left by the ashes. It embodies the path of annihilation, serving as the crucible for experiments of poison and life, death and rebirth. What leaves Xiao Yan even more astounded is the sight beneath the slowly rotating dark golden nexus. The flowing liquid dark golden energy cascades like a waterfall, gathering below into a shallow pool approximately a foot in diameter. However, this is not a pool of liquid, but a handful of soil. A handful that radiates a warm, jade-white hue, as if formed from the purest essence of moonlight. The surface of this soil is enveloped in a faint jade-white mist, exuding a pure, gentle, and almost nurturing vitality, brimming with life. This essence stands in stark contrast to the oppressive stillness of the cavern, yet harmoniously intertwines, creating an extraordinary balance between life and death, annihilation and creation. Upon this handful of jade-white earth, the dark golden energy from the nexus descends like a nourishing rain, fostering the growth of an extraordinary plant. Standing nearly 3 inches tall, it displays a translucent dark golden hue, resembling the finest crystal sculpted to perfection, not resembling typical flora. It consists instead of countless minuscule, ever-changing dark golden runes. These runes flow along an arcane trajectory, occasionally coalescing into a miniature sapling, sometimes transforming into a flickering flame, and at other times scattering into a myriad of starlit points. An indescribable aura, seemingly infused with fragments of the world's fundamental laws, emanates from this runic plant. Tao Source Spirit Seed. A name like thunderbolts resonates through Xiao Yan's mind. This is no ordinary spiritual seed. It is a manifestation born from the profound principles of annihilation and the overwhelming vitality of existence. It represents the ultimate experimental culmination of the transformation between life and death. The genesis of annihilation. The aura emitted by this spiritual seed resonates intensely with the 9 nether flame within him, the essence of the annihilation path, and even the ancient jade in his sea of consciousness, as if drawn together by magnetic forces. An instinctual, irresistible yearning, rooted in the essence of life, suddenly engulfed Xiao Yan. He must possess it. He must refine it. The fundamental principles contained within this seed will serve as the supreme key to unlock a higher realm of the annihilation path. In that instant, as Xiao Yan's heart surged and he unconsciously stepped forward, a tremendous vibration shook the very core of the annihilation star hub. The rotation intensified, and the dark golden point at the center erupted with blinding brilliance. A cold, annihilating intent, 100-fold stronger than before and capable of freezing time and space, descended like an awakened ancient titan, furious and imposing. It locked onto Xiao Yan instantly. Touching the source of the path equals death. The chilling, hoarse, emotionless voice of intent struck deep within Xiao Yan's consciousness like an immense hammer, declaring not an inquiry but a pure proclamation of annihilation. Boom. The entire cavern seemed to awaken. The dark golden patterns flowing along the walls ignited in radiance. Countless beams of condensed dark golden light, embodying the true essence of annihilation, surged forth like awakened venomous dragons tearing through the darkness, bearing the might to obliterate everything from all directions toward Xiao Yan, who had ventured into the forbidden zone. Each beam was potent enough to pierce through the defenses of foundational cultivators. A true array of extermination, more terrifying than the venomous serpents, 100 times more fearsome than Li Qian's sword domain. This was the ultimate guardianship left by the flames. Non-heirs would perish upon contact. The shadow of death, like a frigid hand, instantly grasped Xiao Yan's heart. There was no escape, no defense. The power of the perfected initial fire realm seemed as insignificant as dust before the will of the annihilation star hub. No. Xiao Yan roared in defiance. The 2 clusters of dark golden flames in his eyes blazed to their utmost intensity. The 9 nether flame within him erupted wildly, the essence of the annihilation path operating at its limits. as dark golden patterns flickered frantically beneath his skin. He abruptly formed seals with his hands, attempting to summon the power of the ancient jade from his sea of consciousness. However, all defenses crumbled like paper before the will of the star hub. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dense, dark golden light instantly pierced through his protective spiritual flames, tearing apart the defenses of his path body. Like countless red-hot needles, they viciously pierced through Xiao Yan's limbs, meridians, dantian, and soul. An indescribable agony overwhelmed Xiao Yan in that moment. It was the ultimate torment of his flesh being torn apart inch by inch and his soul being repeatedly flayed. He felt his body and consciousness being forcibly decomposed and annihilated by the myriad beams of annihilation light. The coldness of death had never been so vividly clear. Just as his consciousness was on the verge of being utterly shattered, returning to the void, in a fleeting moment buzz, deep within his sea of consciousness, the ancient dark golden jade that had remained dormant, emanating a gentle glow, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, akin to a supernova's radiant explosion. A vast and pure torrent of will, imbued with the supreme essence of annihilation and creation, surged forth like the primordial light that heralded the dawn of existence. Crashing into Xiao Yan's nearly shattered consciousness and corporeal form, this will did not oppose the annihilating assault of the star pivot. Rather, it resonated in an extraordinary manner with the countless beams of annihilation that had invaded Xiao Yan's being. It was as if waters of the same source had instantaneously merged. As if proclaiming an ancient decree, the myriad beams of annihilating light that had relentlessly ravaged Xiao Yan's essence suddenly ceased their destruction. They appeared to be calmed and guided by an invisible force, transmuting from destructive needles into the purest, most primordial essence of the path of annihilation. Like rivers rushing to the sea, they surged towards Xiao Yan's dantian, flowing into the ancient jade phantom within his consciousness. Boom. Foundation established. The barriers shattered like fragile ice. Yet this was no ordinary foundation. The essence of the path, transformed by the annihilating will of the star pivot, was unimaginably pure. Intertwining with the ancient jade's truth of annihilation and creation, surging wildly within Xiao Yan's being. As it traversed his meridians, they were forcibly expanded and reshaped, becoming as resilient as divine metal. His bones underwent relentless forging and tempering, their density and strength magnifying, flowing with a dark golden sheen. His flesh was utterly transformed, each cell seemingly infused with the divinity of annihilation and creation. His consciousness expanded infinitely, solidifying, with the radiance of the ancient jade shining ever more brilliantly. Akin to the cornerstone of a celestial foundation. Crucially, the ethereal seed of the path, composed of countless dark golden runes and suspended above the essence soil, was irresistibly drawn by this shared power, breaking free from the essence soil and transforming into a streak of flowing light, disregarding the star pivot's barriers, and instantly merging into Xiao Yan's brow. Boom. Xiao Yan felt as though his head had been struck by the explosive force of the universe's inception. Countless profound and obscure fragments of the primordial path, imbued with the cycles of life, death, annihilation, and creation, surged into his consciousness like a deluge bursting forth. These fragments were far too vast and esoteric, surpassing his current comprehension. The pain was akin to millions of searing irons piercing his skull. His awareness was engulfed like a tiny boat amidst a raging tempest, focusing his spirit to absorb the essence of the path. The resounding and ancient voice of intent echoed once more, offering a hint of guidance. From destruction comes rebirth. The lethal strike of the annihilating star pivot, under the guidance of the ancient jade and the will of the ashes, unexpectedly became his greatest opportunity to forge an unparalleled foundation and refine the seed of the path. The agony remained, as if subjected to the torments of purgatory. The dual metamorphosis of body and soul brought forth a suffering beyond imagination. Yet amid this inhuman torment, Xiao Yan could distinctly sense his power surging at an unprecedented rate. The essence of his life was undergoing a monumental transformation. Time flowed amidst the extremes of pain and transcendence. When the final remnants of the violent path fragments were subdued by the ancient jade and absorbed by his body, a deep and grand resonance erupted within Xiao Yan. It reverberated like a great bell, shaking the entire mystic bone cavern. He slowly opened his eyes. Boom. Two profound beams of light, akin to the essence of reality, emanated from his gaze, which seemed to harbor a myriad of dark golden patterns, resembling a miniature galaxy. Slowly revolving within the depths of his pupils, this divine radiance pierced through the absolute darkness of the cavern, illuminating a space of several dozen feet. His gaze was deep, cold, and indifferent, as though it could penetrate the very essence of all things, imbued with an ineffable pressure. Foundation establishment. The foundation of annihilation. Crafted from the core of the Tao Source Spirit Seed, fueled by the power of the Annihilation Star Pivot, and guided by ancient jade, it forged the supreme foundation. He felt a terrifying power surging within him, capable of crushing mountains. The spiritual energy had ceased to be gaseous. It transformed into a dark golden liquid magma, flowing ceaselessly through his wide and resilient meridians. The quality of the nine nether inferno underwent a qualitative leap, with strands of pure white luminescence dancing within the dark golden flames, embodying the purifying force of the soul-cleansing Yuhua. Merged with the essence of the Tao Source Spirit Seed, the body of annihilation underwent a profound metamorphosis, its skin radiating a subtle dark golden luster akin to jade. Each movement brimming with the power to shatter mountains and split the earth. His consciousness expanded, stable and vast, as ancient jade floated at the center, emanating a steady glow. Below it, the shadow of the Tao Source Spirit Seed, formed from countless Tao fragments, slowly rotated, serving as the core of the foundation, continuously exuding an enigmatic aura. At this moment, although he had just begun establishing his foundation, in terms of the purity of spiritual energy, the strength of his physical form, the stability of his soul, and his comprehension of the Annihilation Tao, he was more than capable of overwhelming an average practitioner in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Coupled with the devouring characteristics of the Annihilation body and the terrifying might of the nine nether inferno, he could even contend with those in the late stages of foundation establishment. A true metamorphosis. He slowly raised his hand, fingers slightly splayed, with a mere thought. A brand new flame, dark golden at its core, with edges flickering with pure white purifying light, ignited silently at his fingertips. The flames danced, distorting the surrounding air, rendering the space seemingly fragile. His gaze swept over the slowly rotating Annihilation Star Pivot, now devoid of threat, then glanced at the jade-white essence below, radiating immense vitality, before finally resting upon the profound darkness. Elder Jun's benevolence shall forever be remembered by Xiao Yan. He bowed deeply before the star pivot. After the gesture of respect, he did not linger. Although this place held great opportunity, it was certainly not a place for prolonged stay. The fluctuations of the star pivot and the manifestation of the Tao Source Spirit Seed entering his body had likely alarmed certain entities. He turned, his figure transforming into a dark golden streak of light, merging into the darkness from whence he came. His speed far exceeded his previous pace, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the space that slowly expanded, just as his figure vanished. The center of the slowly rotating Annihilation Star Pivot flickered with a faint dark golden light, a weaker, almost ethereal thought, traversing through endless time and space. Carrying a sense of solace and fatigue, quietly dissipated into the boundless darkness. The Tao is not extinguished. Chapter 22. The edge of foundation establishment. The dark golden streak of light tore through the viscous darkness deep within the Shinbone cavern, its speed far exceeding that of earlier. With each step Xiao Yan took, the hard, cold, peculiar black rock beneath his feet silently caved in, leaving shallow footprints edged with faint dark golden patterns. The space around him twisted slightly, creating invisible ripples, akin to a stone cast into a still pond, expanding silently. His thoughts flowed like a river, and the foundational spiritual energy within him, akin to dark golden molten lava, suddenly calmed, becoming refined and restrained. Reminiscent of a dormant colossal dragon, the lustrous dark golden sheen on his skin faded, leaving only the ordinary bronze hue, while deep within his pupils, the miniature starry patterns rotated slowly, exuding an indelible chill and profundity. This was the pinnacle of self-control over his foundational power, an exquisite convergence of his essence. Xiao Yan, having just grasped the foundational force, felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Each heartbeat resonated like a dull drumbeat. His blood flowed like mighty rivers, harboring the strength to shatter mountains and split stones. His meridians were broad and resilient, forged as if by divine gold. As the spiritual energy liquefied, the essence of the nine nether inferno also transcended, with the dark golden lava concealing a flickering jade-white flame. Imbued with the purifying quintessence of the soul, cleansing Yutan, and the fundamental principles of the Tao Source Spirit Seed, its power far surpassing that of the initial fire realm by several multiples. Even more enigmatic was the sea of consciousness. An ancient jade floated serenely, steadfast as a divine anchor, beneath which the ethereal shadow of the Tao Source Spirit Seed, formed from countless fragments of principles, slowly revolved. Each pulsation seemed to resonate with some celestial truth, continuously nourishing his spirit and subtly deepening his comprehension of the fundamental laws of annihilation, creation, and reincarnation. Although he had merely begun to glimpse the path, it had already unveiled a clear route to a higher realm. The desolate passage receded rapidly, and ahead, a chilling aura unique to the cold pool region became faintly discernible. Yet, Just as he was about to break free from that absolute darkness, a thunderous roar erupted. 3 distinctly different, yet equally formidable auras, suffused with raw greed and murderous intent, descended upon the cold pool area like 3 invisible mountains, crushing the silence with a violent force that surged into the depths of the cave. The air thickened, becoming viscous as if clinging, the piercing cold intertwining with a frenzied malice, suffocating him. "Junior, surrender what you have obtained from the cave. I shall spare your life." A cold voice, as frigid as the winds of the 9 hells, pierced the air, unmistakably belonging to the master of the Tyene Pavilion. "Haha. What a rich essence of annihilation and creation. You cannot swallow this opportunity, boy." Another voice, hoarse and bloodthirsty, followed, reeking of nauseating blood. It was the blood-clad youth. Roar. The final sound was a deafening roar, filled with fury and a murderous frenzy. The Xian bone-poisoned crocodile. It had evidently sensed the terrifying fluctuations from the last explosion of the Annihilation Star pivot and the traces of the Tao Source Spirit Seed being taken. That was the treasure it had guarded for countless ages, its domain, its reverse scale. The core of the 3 auras locked onto Xiao Yan, who had just stepped out of the shadowy region. Quick indeed. A chilling glint surged in Xiao Yan's eyes, and the starry patterns within his pupils accelerated their rotation. Without a moment's hesitation, his charge intensified, and as his foot struck the ground, he erupted forth with even greater speed. Boom. The hard rock beneath him cracked inch by inch, debris flying. He transformed into a dark golden afterimage, nearly elusive to the naked eye, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, charging directly towards the oncoming formidable auras with unyielding ferocity. His target was the cave entrance. Seeking death, the master of the Tyene Pavilion barked fiercely. Though she was astonished by the sudden surge of Xiao Yan's speed, the mere aura of the initial fire realm, which Xiao Yan had mostly concealed, was as insignificant as an ant shaking a tree in the face of her formidable late foundation establishment Cultivation. She even deemed it beneath her to employ her innate magical treasure, merely pointing from afar. A piercing beam of ethereal white light, honed to perfection, shot forth like the chilling winds of the underworld, silent yet faster than lightning, instantly traversing dozens of yards and aiming directly at Xiao Yan's brow. Where the beam passed, the very air crystallized into delicate ice patterns, the chill penetrating to the soul. This single strike was more than sufficient to effortlessly annihilate any cultivator beneath the mid-foundation establishment stage. Confronted with this lethal strike, Xiao Yan's gaze turned as frigid as an ancient glacier, resolutely unflinching. Just as the ghastly white beam was about to pierce through his skull, a resonant hum erupted. A layer of subtle, dark golden luminescence suddenly radiated from his skin. Beneath the surface, intricate dark golden patterns sprang forth, swirling as if imbued with life. A powerful aura, emanating from the essence of life itself, solid, obliterating all, exploded forth. With a deafening clang, akin to the clash of divine metals, the beam, intent on penetrating rock and stone, struck forcefully at Xiao Yan's brow. The anticipated shattering of his skull did not occur. The dark golden radiance surged violently, the patterns beneath his skin flickering wildly like countless miniature whirlpools, voraciously consuming and dismantling the frigid death energy and terrifying penetrating force. The beam halted as if it had collided with an unyielding divine mountain, stalling just 3 inches from Xiao Yan's brow. The blinding light flickered intensely, emitting a sound that grated on the teeth, as myriad cracks spread across the beam. What? The cold demeanor of the Lord of the Tyene sect transformed into sheer horror, her pupils constricting. Her furious strike from the late foundation establishment stage had been staunchly resisted by a mere novice in the initial fire realm. This utterly shattered her understanding. In that fleeting moment of shock, Xiao Yan roared from the depths of his throat, akin to the roar of a dragon or tiger. He thrust his forehead forward. The dark golden patterns at his brow radiated brilliantly. Boom. The beam, now riddled with cracks, was shattered by the sheer force of his physical prowess, scattering into a myriad of icy shards that vanished into the void. Simultaneously, a roar erupted. Damnable little thief. Return my source of Tao. The monstrous shadow of the Xian Gu poison crocodile, enveloped in a tempest of rancid winds and toxic miasma, surged forth like a collapsing mountain, wielding a destructive fury as it barreled in from the side. Its massive head, crowned with a sinister horn gleaming with a ghostly green light, aimed directly for Xiao Yan's waist. The force of this collision was enough to pulverize a small mountain into dust. On another front, the blood-clad youth also sprang into action. His eyes gleamed with increased greed, as Xiao Yan's defiance against the Lord of the Tyene sect only reinforced his belief in the extraordinary opportunities within the cave. Such a powerful physique, perfect for refining into blood slaves. He grinned wickedly, his figure transforming into a blurred shadow of blood, moving with astonishing speed. A claw enveloped in viscous crimson light, its fingers like hooks, silently reaching for the back of Xiao Yan's heart. A three-pronged assault. There was no escape. In the blink of an eye, a fierce glint ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. Faced with the terrifying impact of the Xian bone venom crocodile, he not only refrained from evading, but instead channeled the surging foundational spiritual energy within him, alongside the power of the annihilation body, entirely into his right fist. With a fierce determination, he clenched his fist, as dark golden runes beneath his skin flowed and burned like molten lava. There were no extravagant techniques, only the purest concentration of strength. A single punch, enveloped in the newly awakened 9 nether hellfire, dark gold as the base with jade white flames leaping, carried the domineering will to annihilate all as it struck fiercely at the oncoming massive crocodilian head. As he unleashed his punch, the very fabric of space seemed to compress. The air before his fist emitted a deafening roar, unable to withstand the burden. Boom. It was as if 2 meteors collided violently within a narrow cavern. The thunderous cacophony mingled with the enraged, pained roars of the Xian bone venom crocodile, and the violent shockwaves surged forth like a tangible tidal wave, erupting with a thunderous blast. The hard cavern walls were torn apart. Deep scars etched into the stone as debris rained down like a tempest. Xiao Yan's body trembled violently, his blood surging. A coppery sweetness rising in his throat as he was forced back several paces by the immense recoil, leaving deep imprints in the rock with each step. Yet the brilliance in his eyes only intensified. The annihilation body operated frantically, swiftly devouring and neutralizing the rampant energy that invaded his being. Meanwhile, the formidable Xian bone venom crocodile was struck so hard by the punch that its massive head jerked violently, its enormous body staggering backward. The eerie glow of its single horn dimmed, and on its hardened, scaly head, a distinct, slightly concave imprint of a fist emerged. Dark golden flames clung to it, imbued with purifying and annihilating power, fiercely scorching the scales and producing a hissing sound. The Xian bone venom crocodile let out a thunderous, anguished roar, its crimson vertical pupils locking onto Xiao Yan with a newfound glimmer of uncertainty amidst its ferocity. At that moment, as Xiao Yan was pushed back and the Xian bone venom crocodile suffered its injury, a sinister blood shadow had already surged toward his vulnerable back. Die. The blood-clad youth's eyes sparkled with cruel delight as his blood claws tore through the air, poised to pierce Xiao Yan's unguarded back. In a dire instant, an elbow strike intercepted the blood claw. A dull sound erupted, akin to the tearing of worn leather. Ah! The blood-clad youth emitted a piercing scream. His blood-soaked claws, capable of shattering mid-grade magical artifacts, encountered Xiao Yan's elbow and felt as if they had struck a red-hot iron. The viscous blood light enveloping the claws was instantly vaporized by the jade-white purifying flames, searing them. Immediately afterward, a torrent of formidable, cold, annihilating energy surged uncontrollably into his arm. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing rang out clearly. The blood-clad youth's entire arm twisted grotesquely, bones snapping inch by inch. The terrifying dark golden flames spread like a maggot, wildly coursing up his shattered arm, withering flesh and charring veins in their wake. The power of annihilation was insidiously devouring his very life essence. The annihilation body, the 9 nether hellfire. Impossible. The blood-clad youth's soul seemed to escape his body as excruciating pain and terror twisted his features. No longer able to focus on attacking, he let out a shriek, his body erupting in a flash of blood light, transforming into a blood rainbow as he retreated with even greater speed than before, desperately invoking secret arts to suppress the annihilating flames that clung to him like a parasite. In the briefest span of breaths, the rabbit took flight while the hawk descended. Xiao Yan, embodying the essence of the path of annihilation, boldly clashed against the formidable finger of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He met the ferocious might of the Xian bone poison crocodile with his indomitable fist and delivered a devastating elbow strike to the blood-clad youth. Though he was momentarily repelled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his aura soared like a resplendent battle god emerging from a bloodbath. The power of foundation establishment began to reveal its brilliance. This child possesses a devilish spirit. We must seize him with all our might. The master of the Tyene Pavilion's countenance turned ashen, her previous disdain evaporating as she shrieked vehemently. She formed a hand seal, and a hauntingly pale bone banner materialized above her, exuding an overwhelming aura of chilling death. The banner fluttered without wind, and countless vengeful souls howled and writhed within its confines, as the temperature within the cavern plummeted to a frigid extreme. This was the Wan Pahanine banner, a superior grade Xian artifact. The Xian bone poison crocodile erupted into a frenzied rage, disregarding the dark golden flames ablaze upon its head. Its massive form shook violently, unleashing a torrent of glistening, emerald-hued bone spikes that erupted from its back like a deluge, saturating the entire exit of the cavern. The poison needles tore through the air with a piercing shriek, as corrosive mists began to envelop the surroundings. The blood-clad youth glared at Xiao Yan with unparalleled malice, dark energy swirling around his severed arm as he forcefully stifled the spread of the annihilation flame. With his uninjured hand, he formed a seal, summoning a blood-colored flying sword that buzzed ominously as it emerged from its sheath. Its blade entwined with countless tormented faces of vengeful spirits, emanating a nauseating aura of sanguinary malevolence, aimed directly at Xiao Yan. The three formidable adversaries unleashed their full might, their lethal techniques converging. A terrifying spiritual pressure mingled with chilling death energy, toxic miasma, and overwhelming bloodlust transformed the entire Cold Pond region into a realm of despair. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his veins, his gaze sharp as a blade. The nascent power of Foundation establishment roared within him, while the nine nether inferno ignited silently in his palm, intertwining dark gold and jade white, radiating a brilliance of destruction and purification. He cast a glance at the sealed exit, his eyes suddenly shifting toward the cavern's depths, where an unexplored, even darker expanse awaited. There lay the deeper recesses of the Shinbone Cave, the only possible path to survival. Do you wish to kill me? Then follow me. Xiao Yan uttered a low cry, his figure abruptly pivoting. Instead of rushing toward the blocked exit, he shot forth like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the darkness toward the unknown depths, filled with an ancient and ominous aura. Chase. We cannot allow him to escape. The master of the Tine Pavilion screamed, as the Wanpahan banner stirred, unleashing a multitude of icy souls that transformed into a relentless torrent of frigid ice in hot pursuit. The Shinbone poison crocodile roared, its massive body crushing rocks as it violently barreled through the obstructing stalagmites, pursuing with reckless abandon. The blood-clad youth's eyes glimmered with crimson light, enduring the excruciating pain of his severed arm as he wielded the blood sword, transforming into a streak of sanguine brilliance. Hastily tailing behind, Xiao Yan maximized his speed, his consciousness sharply focused. As he raced forward, he frantically attuned to the aura emanating from the depths of the encroaching darkness. The essence of the annihilation path and the ethereal image of the Tao source spirit within his sea of consciousness faintly conveyed a subtle, yet distinct sense of direction, guiding him onward. The deadly threats behind him drew ever closer. 3 terrifying attacks loomed, ready to engulf him at any moment. Suddenly, a vast and chilling cavern opened before him, revealing an even larger, eerily silent expanse. In the center of this cavern lay not a cold pond, but a desiccated expanse of cracked black earth, vast and foreboding. In the heart of the land stood an eerie bone gate, towering dozens of feet high, constructed from countless massive, pallid beast bones. The gate leaned precariously, exuding an aura of decay and foreboding accumulated over endless ages. Its frame was entwined with long dead, dark red vines resembling congealed blood. Beyond the bone gate lay a profound vortex of darkness, so deep that even light seemed to be consumed by it. The vortex spun slowly, emanating a chaotic, twisted, and vile essence that sent shivers down one's spine, as if it connected to the very depths of the underworld. What sent a chill down Xiao Yan's spine was a massive, fractured stone tablet that jutted out above the towering bone gate. The material of the tablet was reminiscent of both stone and bone, riddled with cracks. Upon it was inscribed ancient characters in a dark hue, akin to dried blood, radiating a nauseating aura of malice and curses. Though the script was twisted and difficult to decipher, the intent it conveyed struck the intruder's soul like a brand. Wyoming Gu Kuing. Those who trespass shall fall into the abyss. Flesh for fuel, souls for light. The terrifying warning, mingled with the chaotic and corrupt essence emanating from the dark vortex behind the bone gate, formed a powerful mental shockwave that caused the rapidly approaching master of the Tine Pavilion, the young man in blood-red attire, and even the ferocious Xian Gu poison crocodile to instinctively pause, their faces betraying intense trepidation. Wyoming Gu Kuing. The master of the Tine Pavilion exclaimed in disbelief, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. This wretched place is actually connected to there. The young man in blood-red attire turned ashen, fixated on the dark vortex with eyes filled with terror. Damn it! It bears the essence of the flesh-melting furnace. Entering means certain death. Even the fierce Xian Gu poison crocodile displayed a flicker of instinctive fear in its crimson vertical pupils. Its massive form halted before the bone gate, restlessly clawing at the ground and emitting a low growl, yet it dared not advance another step. It harbored a primal dread of the aura emanating from that dark vortex, a fear rooted deep within its very bloodline. At that moment, while the 3 formidable foes were cowed by the terror of the Wyoming Gu Kuing, a glint of resolute determination flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. The pull he felt from the chaotic and vile essence behind the bone gate did not instill fear. Rather, it awakened an unusual craving within him, akin to that for sustenance. It was as if deep within that chaos lay a vital nutrient required for his path of obliteration. With peril ahead and pursuers behind, Retreat spelled certain death, while advancing offered a faint glimmer of chance. Wyamingu Kuing. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a cold smile, infused with a madness born from desperation. Let us see whether this cursed mind devours me, or I consume it. Before his words could fully dissipate, under the furious and astonished gazes of the three formidable adversaries, Xiao Yan did not falter. Instead, he propelled himself to his utmost speed, transforming into a streak of dark golden light, charging resolutely towards the ominous bone gate and plunging headlong into the all-consuming dark vortex. In an instant, his figure was engulfed by the viscous darkness, vanishing without a trace, leaving only the fractured stone tablet above the bone gate, radiating a faint aura of curses. He went in. The young man in blood-red attire stared at the slowly spinning vortex, which seemed to select its victims, his voice hoarse and filled with disbelief. The master of the Taiyin Pavilion wore an expression as dark as the abyss, his gaze fixed intently on the bone door, his eyes shifting through a tumult of emotions that ultimately crystallized into profound unwillingness and a barely perceptible dread. A madman, a complete lunatic, having entered the ghostly inferno mine. Even if he were to encounter the greatest fortune, death would be his inevitable fate. Flesh and blood would serve as fuel, and souls as candles. No one could emerge alive. The Xian bone poison crocodile let out a roar of agitation and fury, its massive tail crashing against the nearby rock wall, sending shards of stone flying. Its source of spiritual essence had been seized, and its foe had retreated into a desolate realm that even it feared, igniting a frenzy of rage that left it powerless. Deep within the cavern, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Only the pale bone door and the slowly swirling vortex of darkness behind it silently conveyed the terrors of the ghostly inferno mine. The master of the Taiyin Pavilion and the blood-clad youth exchanged glances, ultimately retreating with hearts heavy with resentment and a flicker of survival-induced trepidation. The Xian bone poison crocodile lingered at the cave's entrance, roaring for a long while before, consumed by wrath and unwillingness, it sank into the depths of the cold, dark pool. The Xian bone cave returned to its ancient stillness. Only the bone door leading to the ghostly inferno mine stood like an eternal warning, looming in the depths of darkness. Meanwhile, the figure known as Xiao Yan had already stepped into the flesh-melting furnace, a place 100 times more perilous than the Xian bone cave. His path unfolded amidst the intertwining of annihilation and creation, leading him deeper into an abyss of unknown and danger. Chapter 23. The flesh-melting furnace, thick, frigid, imbued with a nauseating sweetness and the stench of decay. Darkness engulfed Xiao Yan in an instant. It felt as though he had plunged into a mixture of eons of ice and boiling blood. The piercing chill and the soul-searing filth assailing him simultaneously, voraciously eroding his protective spiritual power. This force was not merely cold or hot, it harbored a chaotic, twisted essence. Overflowing with endless resentment and cursed will, it pervaded every pore, seeking to infiltrate his meridians and defile his sea of consciousness. Humph! With a muffled grunt, Xiao Yan unleashed the dark golden luster of his body, the annihilation Tao body instinctively operating at its zenith. The intricate and profound Tao patterns beneath his skin erupted like activated veins of lava, flashing and swirling with fervor. A chilling, domineering essence of annihilation permeated from within him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The tainted darkness emitted a screech as if it were a living entity being scorched. The chaotic will that sought to erode him swiftly disintegrated upon contact with the Tao rhythm emanating from the annihilation Tao body, much like snow meeting the sun. The polluted energy that invaded his body was voraciously absorbed and transformed by the Tao body's formidable devouring properties, morphing into pure, yet bearing the mark of chaos, annihilation energy, merging with the surging dark golden lava spiritual power. Within the sea of consciousness, the ancient jade glow remained steady, serving as an anchor, firmly suppressing his soul against the onslaught of chaotic curses. Below it, the phantom of the Tao source spirit seed, formed from countless fragments of Tao principles, trembled ever so slightly, exuding an indescribable yearning. It was as if, within the depths of this polluted chaos, lay a source of nourishment it desperately craved. The ghostly inferno mine, the flesh-melting furnace. This land of absolute death, for one who possessed the annihilation Tao body and the Tao source spirit seed, had unexpectedly transformed into an alternative sanctuary of sustenance. As the pressure suddenly diminished, Xiao Yan's mind regained a semblance of calm. He immediately heightened his spiritual awareness, now referred to as divine consciousness, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, piercing through the viscous darkness to survey his surroundings. He found himself in an underground expanse of unimaginable magnitude. The vista before him was not of rocky cave walls, but rather of undulating, dark red flesh that resembled the inner lining of a colossal organ. This fleshy wall was riddled with thick, twisted veins akin to blood vessels, pulsating with a viscous, phosphorescent green liquid that exuded a nauseating stench of decay and death. Countless distorted, anguished, and vengeful faces flickered on the surface of the flesh, silently wailing. Remnants of souls consumed and melted away by this cursed mine over countless ages. Beneath his feet lay a similarly pulsating, fleshy ground, sticky and slick, emanating a disturbing elasticity. Further afield, rivers of thick, foul blood mixed with molten, rancid black grease meandered through the flesh-ridden ravines, rising in a noxious, toxic green mist. Within this haze, grotesque, deformed silhouettes, driven solely by the instinct to kill, aimlessly wandered, emitting hissing noises, remnants of miners completely assimilated by the cursed mine, having lost their identities. The entire space was devoid of any trace of spiritual energy, overwhelmed instead by an infinite expanse of filth, death, malice, and chaos. The air was heavy as lead, each breath resembling the act of swallowing poison. Had it not been for the dual protection of the ancient jade and the body of annihilation, an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator would have found their spiritual power rapidly contaminated and depleted, their physical form decaying, and their spirits sinking into despair. This was the flesh and blood furnace, and Xiao Yan's gaze was gravely serious. The dangers and peculiarities of this place far exceeded those of the Xian Bone Cave. The omnipresent chaotic and filthy will acted like millions of fine needles, incessantly assaulting his mind. Without the protection of his ancient jade and the body of annihilation, he would have long since succumbed to despair. At that moment, a roar filled with pure hunger and the desire for destruction erupted suddenly from a nearby river of foul blood. A putrid wind rushed toward him, reeking of decay. A colossal shadow burst forth from the murky depths like a cannonball, charging directly at Xiao Yan. It was an indescribable monstrosity. Its body resembled that of a giant lizard. But instead of scales, it was covered in countless writhing, festering flesh tumors. 3 distorted heads were crammed onto a short, thick neck. One was the decayed head of a crocodile, another was a wild boar head festooned with pus-filled sores, and the last bore the grotesque, anguished features of a once human cultivator. 6 limbs of varying lengths and shapes flailed wildly, some resembling scythe-like bone blades, while others were covered in sores and suckers. A nauseating aura of overwhelming filth and chaotic intent radiated from it, creating a repulsive force field, born from the blood and flesh furnace of the ghostly mine. This abomination was a twisted creature formed from the remnants of countless devoured beings and corrupted energies. It possessed no intelligence, only the primal instinct to consume all living things. Its energy fluctuations reached the peak of early Foundation establishment, and within this realm of filth, its ferocity was magnified. The stench-filled wind assaulted him as the grotesque limbs, covered in sores and suckers, lunged toward Xiao Yan's head, shimmering with a foul phosphorescence. Another scythe-like bone blade silently slashed toward his waist. The assault was simple, brutal, yet infused with a vile power capable of shattering all defenses. Seeking death, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced. This monstrous foe would serve as a perfect opportunity to validate his strength post-Foundation establishment. With a thought, the liquid dark gold lava spiritual energy surged into his right fist. Intricate patterns glowed beneath his skin. A lustrous jade sheen enveloped his knuckles, and a purifying jade-white flame danced around it with an invigorating energy. No embellishments. Only the culmination of annihilation and power. Boom. A punch, striking first despite being launched later, resembled a dark gold meteor, crashing violently into the grotesque appendage. Splurt. Like a searing iron plunged into putrid flesh. The jade-white purifying flame erupted instantly, emitting a piercing, sizzling sound. The grotesque mass exploded, foul blood and pus splattering everywhere, while the suction cup-like structure withered and charred under the assault of annihilating power. The terrifying force surged through the limb uncontrollably. Crack. The creature's limb, along with the extensive decaying flesh, was shattered to pieces by this single blow. Filthy blood and flesh rained down. Roar. 3 heads simultaneously emitted anguished howls, while the remaining limbs flailed wildly in a frenzy. Xiao Yan moved like a specter, evading the incoming bone blade, while his left hand formed a claw. Dark gold energy coalescing at his fingertips, sharp enough to rend anything, as he struck towards the grotesque creature's remaining head that still bore a distorted human face. Swoosh. 5 dark gold claws flashed by. That distorted human-faced head was effortlessly torn apart like a rotten fruit. Foul blood and grayish brain matter erupted. Yet, the creature's ferocity was thoroughly ignited. The remaining crocodile head and wild boar head opened their massive, fawn-filled jaws, unleashing 2 streams of foul, viscous breath shimmering with a sinister green toxin. This breath carried potent corrosive and chaotic curses, capable of tainting even high-grade magical artifacts. Before the breath arrived, the nauseating stench had already disturbed Xiao Yan's spirit. Purify, Xiao Yan exclaimed, urging his mind. The 9 nether hellfire encircling his body surged violently. Dark gold formed the base, while the jade-white flames surged. A pure, immense force of purification erupted, sweeping away all filth. Sizzle. The 2 toxic breaths, potent enough to contaminate foundation-level cultivators, collided with the jade-white purifying flame, producing a violent corrosive sound, rapidly evaporating and purifying. The surrounding foul air was instantly cleared. At the moment the creature's breath was thwarted, Xiao Yan's figure had already closed in like a relentless shadow. His eyes shimmered with cosmic patterns, instantly seizing the fleeting imbalance caused by the creature losing one of its heads. Annihilation finger. The index and middle fingers of his right hand converged, the dark gold light condensing to perfection, a point as profound as a black hole, with jade-white flames flickering at the edges, thrusting forward in an instant. The speed surpassed visual perception. The target aimed directly at the chaotic core of the wild boarhead's forehead. Puff. A soft sound, akin to bursting a bubble. The finger ray penetrated the wild boarhead's forehead without obstruction. The terrifying annihilation power, mingled with purifying flame, detonated instantly in the chaotic core like a fuse ignited in gunpowder. Boom. The wild boar's head, along with a portion of its torso, erupted violently like a detonated powder keg, exploding from within. Dark blood, shattered bones, and putrid entrails gushed forth like a torrential downpour. The chaotic will contained within emitted a silent wail, utterly extinguished under the dual onslaught of annihilation and purification. It was over. Xiao Yan's gaze turned icy as he flashed above the creature's remains, raising his right foot, adorned with dark golden patterns that covered his entire leg. He brought it down with the force of a colossal axe, imbued with the might to shatter mountains. Boom! Like a massive hammer striking a drum, the quivering, fleshy ground shook violently. The monster's remnants, along with its lone crocodilian head, were forcefully driven into the viscous ground of blood and flesh by the terrifying power of that foot. Bones shattered completely, transforming into a continuously writhing pool of foul blood and flesh. The remnants of the chaotic will emitted a final lament, swiftly consumed and assimilated by the resonance of the annihilating body. A surge of tainted energy, purer and more profound than before, imbued with the essence of chaos, rushed into Xiao Yan's body like a torrent breaching a dam, flooding in through his feet. Xiao Yan trembled slightly. The energy was overwhelmingly vast and chaotic, far surpassing the environmental filth he had passively absorbed before. The annihilating body operated frantically, the patterns beneath his skin glowing like heated branding irons, emitting a deep hum as they voraciously absorbed and transformed the energy. Dark, golden liquid spiritual power surged through his meridians, greedily drawing in the chaotic nourishment, becoming more refined and weighty. Even the faint silhouette of the Tao Source spirit seed in his sea of consciousness appeared to solidify slightly. However, forcibly consuming such immense chaotic energy also brought about a fierce backlash. Xiao Yan's complexion paled slightly, as the ancient jade light in his sea of consciousness flickered, stabilizing his soul against the aftershocks of the chaotic will. He stood still, eyes closed, adjusting his breath while the dark golden sheen on his skin flickered uncertainly, working tirelessly to digest this unexpected boon. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting a deeper galaxy and a more refined pressure, tinged with a hint of chaotic annihilation, flickered and vanished. The overwhelming tainted energy was formidable, and as Xiao Yan felt the surge of power within, his expression grew more solemn. This mining worm, merely the lowest tier scavenger of the flesh furnace, already possessed the ferocity of a peak foundational stage cultivator. Within these depths, there surely existed even more terrifying entities. Moreover, while consuming this chaotic energy was beneficial, the chaotic will's imprint, like a maggot in the bone, posed a risk of backlash if accumulated excessively. He lifted his gaze toward the depths of the flesh furnace, where the miasma thickened, the pulsating flesh walls grew larger, and the rivers of tainted blood surged more violently. Faintly, a heavier and more brutal roar echoed from afar, shaking the polluted air. The pull from the Tao Source spirit seed pointed in that direction, as if something at the core of the chaos and filth was drawing it in. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan suppressed the surging blood and the lingering chaotic whispers in his sea of consciousness. No longer hesitating, he transformed into a more subdued stream of dark gold, following the spirit seed's faint guidance, resolutely moving deeper into the all-consuming flesh furnace. Beneath his feet lies a writhing mass of flesh, surrounded by a river of flowing foul blood. The air is thick with a suffocating miasma of poison and resentment. Countless distorted remnants of enslaved miners, reduced to mere instinct, wander in the distance, emitting meaningless wails. Deeper within, a colossal and terrifying presence appears to be slumbering. Each breath stirring the tide of the noxious fog. This path leads further into the abyss of hell. With every step, he treads upon decaying flesh and endless peril. Yet, Xiao Yan's stride bears no hesitation. The path of annihilation is, after all, a journey from death to rebirth. This crucible of flesh is both a dead end and the whetstone upon which he forges his supreme foundation. Chapter 24. The core of filth in the depths of the flesh furnace. The filth is thick and tangible. Xiao Yan transforms into a dark golden stream of light, swiftly darting between the undulating walls of flesh. Beneath him lies a viscous and slippery path of blood and flesh, while beside him churns a river of foul blood bubbling with toxic bubbles. The chaotic while permeating the air is akin to millions of invisible hands, frantically tearing at his consciousness. Had it not been for the steady glow of the ancient jade within his mind's sea, the ethereal shadow of the Tao source spirit seed emanating profound Tao rhythms, and the annihilative body voraciously consuming the surrounding corrupt energy, he would have succumbed to the maddening erosion by now. The pull emanating from the shadow of the Tao source spirit seed became clearer after devouring the miner's marrow worm, resembling a faint lighthouse in the darkness, resolutely guiding him towards the very core of the furnace. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened like that of an eagle, his consciousness highly concentrated, deftly avoiding the aimless, rotting remnants of miners that drifted in the miasma, exuding a stench of decay. These utterly assimilated husks posed no threat to him. Yet their mere existence silently attested to the horrifying essence of this flesh furnace. As he ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly grotesque. The flesh walls no longer bore a dark red hue, but rather manifested a heart-stopping shade of purplish black, reminiscent of necrotic organs. The blood vessels coiled upon them were as thick as giant pythons, flowing not with phosphorescent green blood, but with a viscous, nearly solid substance, exuding a pungent stench of sulfur. Upon the surface of this substance, countless twisted faces, contorted in agony, silently screamed, melting, reforming, and repeating in an endless cycle, emanating curses of resentment potent enough to shatter the souls of foundational cultivators. The ground beneath him grew scorching hot, as if he were stepping upon a searing iron plate. Had it not been for the resilience of the annihilative body, an ordinary mortal would have been reduced to cinders. In some places, immense fissures opened, spewing forth scalding steam mixed with shattered bones and rotting flesh. The chaotic will in the air nearly coalesced into a tangible form, transforming into countless visible, writhing shadowy tendrils that incessantly lashed against Xiao Yan's protective spiritual barrier, producing a hissing sound of corrosion. The speed of the annihilative body's absorption and transformation was nearing its limit. Xiao Yan could feel sharp stings upon his skin, a sign of the chaotic will's imprint accumulating. A roar erupted, more frenzied and weighty than the previous encounter with the miner's marrow worm, akin to a muffled thunderclap resonating from the impenetrable miasma ahead. The sound carried a terrifying sonic wave, causing the writhing flesh walls to undulate violently and the foul blood river to surge tumultuously. It has arrived. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted abruptly, his form shifting from extreme motion to utter stillness, firmly anchoring himself upon a relatively protruding, hardened lump of flesh. The dark golden spiritual energy surged and roared within, while the nine nether inferno silently burned on the surface. The dark gold served as a foundation, with a jade-white flame dancing, purifying the approaching filthy shadows with its searing touch. Ahead, the miasma of corruption was violently stirred as if by an invisible giant hand, churning tumultuously. A massive, suffocating shadow gradually materialized from the mist. It was no longer the form of a worm-like creature. Its essence resembled an enormous pulsating mass, akin to a colossal heart, with a diameter exceeding 5 zhang. The surface of this fleshy orb was covered in layers of purple-black tumors, continuously secreting a viscous, pus-like liquid. Countless robust tentacles, adorned with suction cups and sharp bone spurs, extended from the orb like live serpents, writhing wildly within the miasma. At the tip of each tentacle was a grotesque maw filled with sharp teeth, dripping with saliva. Even more disconcerting was the enormous, murky eye, laced with blood vessels. Embedded in the center of the flesh ball, this singular eye rotated, brimming with insatiable hunger, chaos, and a pure desire for destruction. The energy emanating from it reached an astonishing peak, unmistakably a malevolent entity birthed from the core of a flesh furnace, having consumed countless tainted energies and remnants. A chaotic, blurred thought wave, seemingly composed of innumerable fragmented souls, surged forth, radiating a nauseating greed that directly assaulted Xiao Yan's consciousness. Boom! Before Xiao Yan could react, the enormous eye at the center of the flesh ball abruptly locked onto him. In the next moment, over 10 savage tentacles, bristling with bone spurs and suction cups, shot forth like cannonballs, tearing through the corrupted air with horrific sonic booms and a pungent stench, converging on Xiao Yan from all directions. Even before the tentacles reached him, the overwhelming force of suction made Xiao Yan's body sway, as if he were about to be drawn into the abyss of the flesh ball's insatiable maw. The attack encompassed every possible escape route. The speed was akin to lightning. The strength was sufficient to shatter small mountains. How fast? Alarm bells rang frantically in Xiao Yan's mind. This creature's method of assault was even more treacherous and lethal than that of the Mine Essence worm. In a moment of dire urgency, Xiao Yan pressed his hands down forcefully. The dark golden lava spiritual energy within him erupted violently, centered around him. Within a radius of 3 zhang, the dark golden 9 nether inferno erupted skyward like a volcanic explosion. The flames transformed from a mere thin layer into a thick, burning sea of liquid fire. With dark gold as the base, the jade-white flames danced and swirled within, emanating a terrifying heat capable of incinerating all and purifying corruption. Sizzle, 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 like a red-hot iron plunged into boiling oil. The dozen or so savage tentacles that had lunged toward him were violently pierced into this sea of dark golden and jade-white flames. An unearthly, piercing shriek erupted simultaneously from the flesh ball and the maws of each tentacle. The jade-white purifying flames possessed a natural restraint against corrupt entities. The pus, suction cups, and even the sturdy bone spurs on the tentacles emitted intense corrosive sounds and billowed thick black smoke upon contact with the purifying flames. The dark golden flames, akin to maggots burrowing into bones, fervently scorched and devoured the corrupted energy contained within the tentacles. However, the ferocity of this flesh ball creature far exceeded imagination. The excruciating pain not only failed to deter it, but instead fully unleashed its viciousness. The charred tendrils writhed and struggled in a frenzy, defiantly enduring the searing embrace of the 9 nether flames as they pressed inward. Simultaneously, an abundance of additional tendrils erupted from the gelatinous mass like a torrential downpour. Even more dreadfully, the colossal single eye at the center of the mass widened abruptly. A resonant hum echoed as an exquisitely refined, murky purplish-black beam of chaotic energy surged forth, imbued with the terrifying intent to obliterate souls and corrupt the very foundation of existence. It disregarded the spatial distance, traversing the inferno in an instant, and struck fiercely at the center of Xiao Yan's brow. This was a mental assault, directly aimed at his very soul. This strike proved far more lethal than the physical attacks of the tendrils. Should it land, his consciousness would shatter in the blink of an eye. The ancient jade of soul suppression. Xiao Yan's consciousness trembled violently. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the beam, his thoughts anchored firmly onto the warm, ancient jade at the core of his mind. A resounding hum reverberated. The jade radiated with brilliance, unleashing a torrent of vast and pure will, imbued with the supreme essence of annihilation and creation, enveloping his consciousness and forming an indomitable, invisible barrier. Boom! The purplish-black, chaotic beam collided violently against the barrier forged by the jade's will. It was akin to thunder crashing within his mind. Xiao Yan's vision darkened, and blood seeped from his 7 orifices. His consciousness surged tumultuously, akin to a raging sea. The jade's radiance flickered wildly as the barrier quivered intensely, fissures appearing upon its surface. The vile intent contained within the chaotic beam was insidiously potent, resembling countless tainted steel needles, relentlessly drilling and corroding. Had it not been for the jade's supreme status, this blow could have grievously wounded or even annihilated his soul. Excruciating pain tore at his essence. Xiao Yan's body lurched violently, and the 9 nether flame domain he maintained wavered for a fleeting moment. In that brief instant of mental upheaval and defensive vulnerability, 2 of the most robust tendrils, their thick, callous surfaces tipped with sharp bone spikes, forcefully tore through the fluctuating flames, carrying charred flesh and copious tainted blood. Resembling 2 venomous serpents, one lunging directly for Xiao Yan's heart, while the other coiled with terrifying constrictive power towards his waist. Too swift, too cunning. They seized upon the moment his soul was wounded. Destruction, Dao body. Arise. In the face of life and death, Xiao Yan erupted with unprecedented ferocity. He forcibly suppressed the agonizing turmoil within his consciousness, channeling the strength of the destruction Dao body to its utmost limit. The dark golden patterns beneath his skin blazed like molten lava, radiating with an incandescent brilliance. A lustrous sheen enveloped his entire form, unleashing an aura that was unassailable and capable of annihilating all. He did not flinch or evade. His left arm's muscles bulged, dark golden spiritual energy enveloping it like a divine metal gauntlet, and with a powerful punch, he struck the bone-spiked tendril lunging towards his heart. Simultaneously, his right leg was infused with immense force, sweeping horizontally like a battle axe, attempting to kick away the encroaching tendril. Clang. Thud. His left fist collided fiercely with the bone spike tendril, producing a shrill clamor of metal against metal. The tip of the bone spike, under the formidable defense and might of the destruction Dao body, shattered upon impact. Yet, the terrifying force contained within the tendril still caused Xiao Yan's left arm to convulse violently, blood surging, and his form uncontrollably sliding backward. However, the sweep of his right leg was a moment too late. The tendrils that entwined him resembled a cunning python, swiftly evading the lethal arc of the axe. The front, adorned with numerous suckers, abruptly opened its maw, viciously sinking its fangs into the calf of Xiao Yan's right leg. The sharp incisors pierced through the lustrous skin, embedding themselves deep within the flesh. A potent venom, imbued with a paralyzing and corrupting effect, surged forth with a terrifying pulling force. The excruciating pain and instantaneous numbness elicited a muffled groan from Xiao Yan. Even more dreadful was the forceful suction emanating from the suckers, akin to countless greedy mouths ravenously consuming his blood and spiritual energy. The wound rapidly darkened and swelled. The grotesque creature let out an excited shriek, its single eye brimming with insatiable greed. More tendrils abandoned their assault on the sea of fire, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood, surging towards the ensnared Xiao Yan with frenzied intent to rend him asunder and devour him whole. A crisis, an unprecedented life and death predicament, his leg immobilized, poisoned, and drained. While more tendrils advanced, his consciousness realm continued to violently tremble in the clash against the ancient jade and chaotic beams of light. Amidst this desperate situation, a profound hum resonated. Deep within the realm of consciousness, the ethereal image of the Dao Source spirit seed, which had been slowly revolving and exuding an enigmatic resonance, began to tremble violently without warning. An indescribable wave of desire and greed surged forth, akin to a ferocious beast awakened after eons of hunger, erupting with unparalleled intensity. This impulse was not directed at Xiao Yan but was fiercely fixated on the core of the colossal grotesque creature. It was as if, buried within the filthy chaos of its form, lay a primal substance that it desperately craved. Simultaneously, an even more refined, domineering force of annihilation began to emanate uncontrollably from the Dao Source spirit seed, coursing through the wound inflicted by the tendril, flowing upstream. Like countless invisible roots, it forcefully penetrated into the tendril, reverse devouring its core of filth. Roar! The excited shriek of the grotesque creature abruptly transformed into a piercing wail of terror and agony. It sensed a power far more domineering and terrifying than its own, frantically plundering its most essential and primordial strength through its tendrils. This force bore an overwhelming will of annihilation that sent shivers through its very soul. It struggled wildly, attempting to sever the tendril. Yet it was too late. The reverse devouring of the Dao Source spirit seed, once initiated, was akin to a maggot that clings to the bone. Xiao Yan could clearly perceive a vast energy, purer by 100-fold than the filth it consumed, and infused with the chaotic core's imprint, surging into his body through the invisible roots. This energy was overwhelmingly vast and refined. It instantaneously shattered the current transformation limit of his annihilation Dao body. Boom! It was as if a volcano erupted within Xiao Yan's being. The dark, golden liquid spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, compressing and metamorphosing. The runes beneath his skin glowed with a brightness akin to branding irons, emitting a low, mournful sound under the immense strain. His bones cracked with a series of explosive sounds, as muscle fibers were forcibly torn and reconfigured. An overwhelming pressure, far greater than before and resonating with chaotic annihilation, erupted uncontrollably from within him. Mid-stage of foundation establishment, under the reverse plundering of the Dao Source spirit seed and the forceful infusion of the vast source of filth, a breakthrough was forcibly achieved. Excruciating pain, a searing agony engulfed his entire being. Yet, amidst this excruciating pain, an unprecedented sense of power surged forth. Break free! A fierce glint filled Xiao Yan's bloodshot eyes as he unleashed a ferocious roar. The tempestuous strength from his breakthrough instantaneously coursed through his ensnared right leg. With a resounding rip, the dark golden luminescence intertwined with the newly awakened, more domineering nine nether mystic flame, the chaotic purple-black patterns within the flames becoming increasingly pronounced, erupted violently from within like a searing blade. The hideous tentacle that had clamped onto his calf, along with its tooth-filled maw, was obliterated by this terrifying force that erupted from within, scattering flesh and blood into the air. The grotesque creature emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its severed mouth gushing forth foul blood as its massive form convulsed violently. Xiao Yan freed himself from his restraints, the wound on his right leg rapidly healing under the tumultuous spiritual energy and the influence of the annihilation Dao body. He hovered amidst the filth-laden air, enveloped in the eerie purple-black pattern 9 nether mystic flame, an amalgamation of chaos and annihilation radiating from him, akin to a demon emerging from the infernos of hell. His cold gaze, with galaxies swirling in the depths of his pupils, fixated intently on the enormous, terrified mass retreating before him. Chapter 25. The giant claw shatters the void. As the core of corruption was devoured by the Tao Source Spirit Seed, the colossal creature appeared drained of all vitality. Its purple-black flesh rapidly shriveled and withered, its robust tentacles drooping helplessly, disintegrating into a putrid mire that emitted black smoke, ultimately merging into the undulating flesh walls. What remained was a vast, bottomless pit, steeped in the lingering essence of chaos and annihilation. Xiao Yan floated in the tainted air, the 9 nether mystic flames surrounding him gradually receding. The dark golden base remained profound, yet the edges of the purifying jade-white flame now bore an additional layer of eerie, profound purple-black patterns, akin to the flowing blood of corruption, emanating an extraordinary Tao rhythm interwoven with chaos and annihilation. The dark golden patterns beneath his skin became increasingly intricate and arcane, faintly revealing a purple-black luminescence, each pulse stirring the tides of the surrounding corrupt energy. Mid-stage foundation establishment. And a foundation of unparalleled robustness, fused with the core essence of the flesh furnace as corruption. He clenched his fist, feeling the tumultuous power within him, as if it could rend mountains asunder. The spiritual energy was viscous like molten dark gold divine iron, imbued with an unsettling weight. His sea of consciousness expanded, becoming more stable and vast, the ancient jade light warm and constant, while beneath it, the phantom of the Tao Source Spirit Seed had now solidified several times over, adorned with similar purple-black patterns to those of the 9 nether mystic flame, slowly rotating and emanating an even more profound and obscure essence, as if containing the primordial breath of the duality of chaos and order. Indeed, this flesh furnace is the crucible of my annihilation Tao body. Xiao Yan's gaze turned cold and sharp, the starry Tao patterns in his pupils swirling with a hint of the lingering aftermath of devouring. The sense of attraction from the Tao Source Spirit Seed, having consumed this core mass, not only did not dissipate but instead grew clearer and more fervent. That sensation penetrated the denser, seemingly solidified miasma ahead, guiding him towards the most core and forbidden region of the flesh furnace. There lay the very source of chaotic corruption. It was the sustenance that the Tao Source Spirit Seed truly craved. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan's figure shifted, transforming into a more refined shadow of dark gold, radiating with a purplish-black glow. Following the scorching pull, he plunged headlong into the swirling, ink-like miasma ahead. The filth here transcended mere energy, manifesting almost as a tangible substance, viscous, frigid, and oppressive. Each step felt as though he were traversing through congealed blood. The onslaught of chaotic thoughts reached a crescendo, akin to countless burning steel needles mercilessly stabbing at his consciousness. Were it not for the resplendent glow of the ancient jade and the Tao Source Spirit's ethereal resonance forming a second layer of protection, Xiao Yan's spirit might have faced imminent collapse. A tearing agony surged through his skin, a harbinger of the chaotic imprint forcefully assaulting the limits of his annihilation body. The Tao body operated frantically, akin to an overburdened furnace, emitting a deep, resonant hum as it forcibly devoured and transformed the encroaching filth. Yet, the pace of transformation barely kept up with the intensity of the assault. Ahead, within the depths of endless darkness and filth, a pulsation could be faintly discerned. Thump, 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 like the heartbeat of a slumbering ancient giant. With each throb, the core of the fleshly furnace trembled. The miasma surged violently, the writhing flesh walls convulsed, and the flowing foul blood and oil surged back in reverse. An indescribable terror, laden with the essence of all things demise and the primal chaos, loomed like an invisible mountain of tremendous weight, gradually awakening, pressing in with increasing clarity. This pressure surpassed foundational realms. It even transcended Xiao Yan's understanding of golden core cultivators, embodying a pure chaos and annihilation that belonged to no laws of this realm. The resonance of the Tao Source Spirit trembled to unprecedented heights. The conveyed intent transformed from mere desire to a fusion of insatiable greed and a primal instinctive dread. Just ahead, a fierce determination mingled with gravity in Xiao Yan's gaze. As he faced the terrifying pressure capable of shattering souls and overwhelming foundations, he forcibly channeled his spiritual power, accelerating rather than slowing down. He had to reach the source of the pull before that dreadful entity awoke completely. At last, the filth-laden miasma was forcibly parted. His vision expanded wide. This was not the vast space he had envisioned, but a collapsed, twisted chamber resembling a colossal wound. The chamber's walls were solidified, akin to black crystalline filth, adorned with deep cracks coursing with a dark red sheen, reminiscent of desiccated veins. In the chamber's center, there were no monsters, no core flesh spheres, only a viscous pool, pulsating as if alive, exuding the aura of ultimate demise. The water of the pool was as dark as ink, yet shimmered with flecks resembling solidified stars and dark red phosphorescence. The surface of the pool was anything but tranquil, perpetually churning, swelling into enormous pustules that burst forth, splattering thick black liquid, releasing an odor foul enough to corrode spiritual treasures. More disquieting were the countless enormous, twisted skeletal remains drifting in the depths of the pool, seemingly belonging to various horrific creatures. Each bone radiated a despairing malice and curse. Thump, thump, thump. The source of that terrifying pulsation emanated from the very depths of this foul pool. With each pulse, the water boiled violently. The entire chamber trembled violently, and the very fabric of space seemed to grow fragile. The scorching pull of the Tao Source spirit seed unmistakably directed its end towards the very center of the pool, where the tumultuous churn was most intense and the viscous black liquid reigned supreme. It seemed as if within that endless mire, a chaotic essence was gestating. A primordial crystal of sorts. It was it. A radiant glimmer ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. He sensed that should he consume the entity within the pool, both the Annihilation Tao body and the Tao Source spirit seed would undergo an unimaginable transformation. However, just as his gaze locked onto the heart of the pool, ready to plunge in recklessly, an unforeseen anomaly erupted. Boom. The entire foul chamber was as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, collapsing inward with a violent distortion, a force 100-fold stronger than before, infused with a wrathful will to obliterate all, erupted like a chaotic tempest from the depths of the tainted pool. How dare an ant covet the essence of the source? A horrific thought, chaotic and hoarse, seemingly formed from the wails of a billion vengeful souls, struck Xiao Yan's consciousness like a multitude of colossal hammers. Puff! Xiao Yan staggered as if struck heavily, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. His consciousness felt as though it had been cast into a mirror shattered by a boulder, the ancient jade light flickering wildly. The phantom of the Tao Source spirit seed trembling violently, nearly dissipating under the onslaught of this terrifying notion. His form quaked violently, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backwards to crash against the cold, unyielding crystal wall. Crack! The crystal wall shattered, and blood erupted from Xiao Yan's mouth, his bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Had it not been for the tremendous increase in strength of the Annihilation Tao body post-Foundation establishment, this blow would have reduced him to mere fragments. The tainted pool roiled with fervor. The water, as if animated, parted to the sides. An indescribably colossal claw slowly emerged from the depths. What manner of terrifying entity did this claw belong to? Merely extending a single claw? Its might surpass the realms of Xiao Yan's understanding. Roar! The chaotic and wrathful thought surged once more, coinciding with the slow rise of that massive claw. The claw's digits curled slightly, locking onto Xiao Yan, who had been flung back and embedded in the crystal wall. An invisible, terrifying force capable of freezing space descended instantaneously. Xiao Yan felt as though he were a mosquito trapped in amber, his thoughts sluggish and dulled. Death. An absolute shadow of demise loomed. Should this claw descend? Not even a mid-foundation cultivator, nor a golden core, would escape annihilation. No. The unprecedented crisis of death ignited the innate ferocity and indomitable spirit within Xiao Yan. Within his consciousness, the phantom of the Tao Source spirit seed trembled violently under the oppressive force, erupting with a blinding purple-black radiance. A will of devouring and destruction, emanating from the very essence of the Annihilation Tao, combined with Xiao Yan's unwavering will to survive, erupted with a thunderous roar. Annihilation Star Vortex. Xiao Yan's eyes blazed crimson, tears of blood streaming down his face, as a beast-like howl emanated from deep within his throat. His hands formed seals at a speed beyond limits, and all liquid dark golden spiritual energy intermixed with purple-black patterns, the primal force of the Annihilation Tao body. The Tao rhythm emitted by the phantom of the Tao Source spirit seed in his consciousness, and even a trace of the supreme essence of annihilation and creation from the ancient jade, were forcibly merged, compressed, and ignited in that moment. A minuscule vortex, exuding an aura that sends tremors through the entire filthy chamber, rapidly formed before Xiao Yan's chest. This vortex, as profound as a cosmic black hole, boasted edges of exquisitely condensed dark gold, while at its core, a tempestuous jade-white purifying flame danced amidst deep violet-black, chaotic patterns. Countless delicate dark golden runes, seemingly embodying the birth and demise of stars, flowed within the vortex. A terrifying gravitational force, capable of devouring all and annihilating all laws, even warping space itself, erupted with a resounding force. This was not mere sorcery. It was the embryonic form of the path of annihilation, forcibly birthed by Xiao Yan in the throes of life and death, using the Tao Source spirit seed as its core, merging all his strength and insights. The moment the Annihilation Star Vortex manifested, the terrifying force field that had locked onto Xiao Yan was forcibly torn apart, creating a narrow opening. Boom. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the filthy claw, bearing the terrifying might to crush stars, came crashing down. An indescribable thunderclap echoed. The very core of the flesh and blood furnace seemed to lament beneath that claw. Where the claw descended, space shattered like fragile glass, forming a chaotic void of distortion. All tangible and intangible entities, filthy crystal walls, writhing flesh tumors, and flowing black liquid, vanished silently upon contact with the claw's tip, dissolving into primordial chaotic energy. Yet, Xiao Yan's figure did not crumble into dust beneath the claw. In the millionth of a second before the claw struck, the minuscule yet fearsome Annihilation Star Vortex before his chest suddenly expanded and began to whirl. Rather than resisting the cataclysmic force of the claw, it acted like an insatiable black hole, voraciously consuming the terrifying energy turbulence that emanated from the claw's edge, potent enough to tear apart golden elixirs. Sizzle. The chaotic energy turbulence, too wild to comprehend, was violently drawn into the Annihilation Star Vortex. The vortex trembled violently, its dark golden edges flickering erratically, while the jade-white purifying flame clashed fiercely with the violet-black chaotic patterns, as if on the verge of collapse. Xiao Yan's body felt as though it were struck by countless colossal hammers simultaneously. His bones emitted a series of explosive cracks, his skin fissured, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. Yet, he withstood it. Or rather, he harnessed this destructive force. After the Annihilation Star Vortex consumed a portion of the claw's turbulent energy, it not only did not collapse, but instead drew sustenance from the destruction. The chaotic patterns of deep violet black at its core suddenly illuminated, unleashing an even more ferocious and chaotic force of annihilation in a counteroffensive. Boom. Not directed at the claw, but rather forcefully aimed at the space beneath the vortex. Crack. A crisp and heart-stirring sound of shattering resonated. The chaotic annihilation force unleashed by the Annihilation Star Vortex, infused with a portion of the claw's might, tore open a pitch-black, twisted rift at the edge of the destructive force field enveloping the claw. Beyond the rift was not another region of the netherworld ghost mine, but a realm deeper and older, suffused with endless Tao rhythms of annihilation, as if time itself had solidified into nothingness. This was the direction once pointed out by the remnants of the ashes. It was the land of Tao traces deeper within the path of annihilation. Forward. In Xiao Yan's eyes, a final glimmer of resolute determination erupted, disregarding the excruciating pain radiating from his shattered body. Harnessing the recoil generated by the explosion of the Annihilation Star Vortex, he plunged into the rapidly diminishing spatial rift like a moth drawn to a flame. Expending his last vestiges of strength, a deafening roar erupted from the master of the filthy giant claws, shattering the void with its fury. The claw's tip pivoted menacingly, imbued with an even more terrifying force of destruction as it lunged towards the closing rift. It would not allow the ant that dared to steal the essence of its source to escape. Yet, it was ultimately a fraction too late. Just as the terrifying power of the claw was about to rend the fabric of space at the rift, a humming sound resonated. The chaotic spatial fissure, as if smoothed by an unseen hand, vanished without a trace. The claw struck empty air, and the violent force transformed that region into a chaotic void of rampant energy. Xiao Yan's figure, along with the spatial rift, completely disappeared into the flesh and blood furnace. He stepped into a realm more enigmatic and perilous than the netherworld ghost mine, a place that existed solely within the guidance of the remnants of the annihilation path. The journey was far from over, yet the dangers intensified. Chapter 26. The land of path marks and absolute silence enveloped him, an utter void. There was neither light nor darkness, no sense of direction, and time itself seemed to stand still. Xiao Yan felt as if he were a speck of dust cast into the vacuum, drifting in an eternal weightlessness. His consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion. Each attempt to coalesce was mercilessly torn apart by the pervasive, chilling void that froze his thoughts. The intense pain had long since dulled, replaced by a hollow sensation as the essence of life was slowly siphoned away. His body felt as though it had ceased to exist, leaving behind only a flickering ember of thought, wavering feebly in the absolute void. The last eruption of the Annihilation Star Vortex, which had forcibly torn open the spatial rift to cast him into this realm, had nearly drained him of everything. His flesh was on the verge of collapse, meridians snapping inch by inch, his Dantian's energy pool depleted, and even his sea of consciousness marred by spiderweb-like cracks. Only the ancient jade at his center and the ethereal shadow of the source spirit seat still emitted a faint yet tenacious glow, akin to a candle flickering in a tempest, fiercely guarding the last remnants of his true spirit. Was this the landscape deeper within the path of annihilation? As guided by the remnants? An eternal void, an absolute end? just as that flickering ember of thought was about to extinguish completely. A hum resonated deep within his sea of consciousness. The cracked and dimly glowing ethereal shadow of the source spirit seed trembled ever so slightly. Like a stone cast into a still pond, a ripple of invisible waves emanated from the core of Xiao Yan's remaining thoughts, spreading with excruciating slowness. Where the ripples traversed, the absolute void was disturbed. It was no longer pure nothingness. Some exceedingly thin, nearly imperceptible existences manifested the faintest traces as they were brushed by the ripples. They were neither matter nor energy, nor even rules. They were a frozen state, a remnant of an existence that had been utterly erased. They hung in the void like cosmic dust, each with a distinct form. Some appeared as fine, faint lines, as if etched by an invisible chisel. Others manifested as minuscule fragments, reminiscent of shattered mirrors. Still others coalesced into twisted folds, as if space itself had been forcibly kneaded. Though devoid of inherent power, they emanated a familiar aura to Xiao Yan, pure, transcendent, the essence of the ultimate silence that follows the dissolution of all things. This presence was more ancient, more primal, and closer to the very nature of the Tao than the chaotic oblivion he had sensed within the crucible of flesh. Was this the trace of the Tao? The ultimate imprint sought by the ashes, the remnant left after all things had succumbed to silence? The very cornerstone of this realm of traces? The tremor of the shadow of the Tao source spirit became increasingly palpable, akin to a dying traveler in the desert catching a whiff of moisture. A faint yet clear desire surged forth, directing attention to those traces so tenuous they were nearly imperceptible. Devour, refine them. That was the most primal sustenance on the path of obliteration. The instinct for life overwhelmed the encroachment of the void. The remnants of Xiao Yan's consciousness erupted with an unprecedented fervor for survival. The urge to devour extended like formless tendrils, laboriously reaching out, guided by the shadow of the Tao source spirit, cautiously touching upon the nearest faint linear trace. There was no cataclysmic clash of energies, no tumultuous clash of wills. At the moment the intent made contact with that trace, an indescribable essence of chilling obliteration, yet imbued with a certain purity, flowed quietly like a gentle stream along the link of intention, silently infusing the fracturing shadow of the Tao source spirit. The shadow quivered slightly, and a minute crack on its surface began to mend at a visibly perceptible pace, though exceedingly faint. It resembled a long-awaited rain after a parched drought. Effective. Xiao Yan's spirit sword. The intent, like greedy roots, extended more actively, ensnaring those tenuous traces within the void. Lines, fragments, and spatial folds, their Tao essence, while weak, was pure and primal. The trickling stream merged into the nearly depleted sea of consciousness, nourishing the cracked Tao source spirit. The shadow's radiance began to restore its brilliance, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace. The mending cracks increased in number, more wondrously. As these primal Tao essences nurtured the remnants of Xiao Yan's consciousness, the flicker of his intent also began to stabilize and gradually expand. The thoughts frozen in the void thawed like glaciers, beginning to flow once more with great difficulty. The physical form remained shattered, the meridians still exhausted. But the reconstruction of the sea of consciousness and the restoration of the Tao source spirit reignited the flame of life within this body on the brink of oblivion. It was an exceedingly slow process. In the realm of Tao traces, there was no concept of time. Xiao Yan lost track of how long had passed, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps an eternity. His consciousness resembled the most patient of miners, meticulously searching through the endless void, capturing those tenuous traces. The cracks in the shadow of the Tao source spirit had healed significantly, its radiance stabilizing. Though far from its zenith, it was no longer on the verge of collapse. On the surface of the ethereal shadow, the chaotic purple-black patterns, born from the crucible of flesh and blood, became dim and obscure under the cleansing flow of the pure essence of annihilation, as if impurities were being purified and refined. The entire spiritual seed as shadow grew more solid and translucent, emanating a resonance that approached the supreme essence of annihilation left behind in the ancient jade. The burgeoning flame of intent allowed Xiao Yan to observe this realm of Tao traces with greater clarity. His vision spread like ripples on water, expanding his perception manifold. The eternal silence and void persisted. The Tao trace imprints remained as sparse as dust. Yet, in the deeper recesses of this domain, he sensed something distinctly different. Huge shadows loomed. They floated like islands adrift in an ocean of nothingness, colossal in size, with forms that twisted and warped. Some resembled peaks, as if kneaded by invisible hands, solidifying countless shattered spatial creases. Others appeared as an infinite, solidified black mirror lake, its surface marred by web-like cracks. Still others resembled the translucent outlines of bones, glowing faintly with a ghastly white light, remnants of immense creatures drained of their flesh and blood. These massive shadows exuded a far denser and more chaotic resonance of annihilation than the minute Tao trace imprints. They acted like colossal magnets, attracting the surrounding thin Tao trace imprints toward them, drawing them in. Simultaneously, the shadow of Xiao Yan's spiritual seed conveyed a powerful, almost instinctual yearning for the core regions of some of these shadows, as if they harbored a higher essence of Tao trace, a sense of danger, equally lethal. Accompanied this yearning, those enormous shadows were not mere lifeless entities. They were powerful conglomerates of annihilation Tao traces, incomprehensibly formidable. Xiao Yan could faintly sense a dormant will within the solidified bone outlines, in the core of the shattered mirror lakes, and in the creases of the twisted peaks, an instinct to devour all that disturbed its slumber. This place was anything but benign. The immense shadows were likely far more terrifying than the foul claws at the heart of the flesh and blood furnace. They were an integral part of the Tao traces, embodiments of annihilation. In his current state, should he draw near, he would likely be instantaneously assimilated by the chaotic resonance they emitted, becoming a trivial new imprint upon those gigantic shadows. The intertwining of desire and acute danger from the spiritual seed resonated within Xiao Yan's consciousness. He forcibly suppressed the instinctual greed, contracting his intent with heightened caution, capturing the thin Tao trace imprints only at the safe periphery, solidifying his own being. Just as he carefully navigated around a massive shadow resembling a solidified black wave, his intent brushed across a relatively open expanse of nothingness. Suddenly, a faint yet uniquely resonant tremor emanated from the shadow of the spiritual seed. This tremor did not point toward the Tao trace imprints, but rather toward the void itself. Xiao Yan's heart stirred, and he meticulously scanned the area with his intent. At first, there was nothing, still absolute nothingness. However, as he concentrated his intent, as if wielding the most precise chisel to carve into that void, several exceedingly faint, nearly dissipated imprints emerged, appearing in the void with great obscurity. They were not Tao traces. It resembles the remnants of a presence that once lingered here briefly, leaving behind colossal imprints. These traces are not human footprints, but rather the claw marks of some entity, sharp and fierce as if they had torn through the very fabric of space, deeply etched into the void. The edges exude a faint yet profoundly familiar aura that causes Xiao Yan's soul to tremble, cold, domineering, and supremely transcendent. They embody the supreme essence of annihilation and creation, a harmonious duality. This resonance is akin to that of the ancient jade, mirroring the will imprinted by the ashes left in the void bone cave of the celestial annihilation star hub. Ashes. It is evident that ashes once traversed this realm. These are the traces he has left behind. These footprints are not static. They extend forward along an enigmatic trajectory, leading deeper into the unfathomable darkness of the path of traces. Each imprint radiates a powerful will of existence, acting as an indomitable beacon in this realm of desolation, fiercely marking a path that was once forged. The residual thoughts of the venerable ashes pulsate with intense vibrations, evoking an indescribable surge of excitement and hope. Ashes has been here. Not only did he come, but he also left his mark in this place where even existence itself could be obliterated. What does this signify? It implies that this seemingly insurmountable path of traces is not the ultimate conclusion. Ashes has ventured deeper and left behind guidance. The ethereal essence of the Tao source spirit seed resonates powerfully with the lingering aura of the footprints, illuminating the surroundings with a heightened brilliance. Those claw-like imprints appear to come alive within Xiao Yan's perception, emanating a subtle yet unmistakable pull, directing him toward the distant continuation of the traces. This path meanders and twists, avoiding several ominous shadows that exude a terrifying presence, leading toward the unknown and more profound core of the path of traces. Should he follow in Ash's footsteps or cling to the relatively safe periphery, slowly recuperating? The answer is evident. The flickering remnants of Xiao Yan's thoughts ignite with unprecedented resolve. He no longer hesitates, anchoring his will firmly to the faint pull emanating from Ash's footprints. Following that ancient and magnificent trail, akin to pursuing the dim light of a sage. The flicker of Xiao Yan's remaining thoughts, accompanied by the ethereal essence of the Tao source spirit seed, drifts like a solitary vessel cast into the deep sea, resolutely heading toward the insatiable darkness of the path of traces with unwavering determination. Ahead lies an unknown depth more profound than eternal void itself. Yet, Ash's footprints serve as the sole beacon in this darkness. The path of annihilation, guided by Ashes, stubbornly extends into the increasingly elusive distance within this realm of returning to the void. Chapter 27, The Colossal Claws of Stars and the Profound Silence of the Void. Only the footprints of Ashes shine like ancient stars, guiding the way in the eternal darkness. The flicker of Xiao Yan's lingering thoughts follows closely behind the faint yet distinct claw marks, navigating the boundless emptiness of the path of traces with great difficulty. Each advance feels akin to struggling within solidified amber. Every extension of thought bears the chilling encroachment of the void and the omnipresent suppression of the essence of annihilation that permeates the path of traces. The ethereal glow of the Tao source spirit seed's shadow radiated steadily, akin to a protective lamp, simultaneously warding off encroachment while greedily absorbing the ephemeral Tao traces it encountered along its path. It slowly yet resolutely mended its own fractures, refining the essence of its core. Time became an indistinct concept, and at the periphery of perception. The immense claw prints of Jin no longer pointed towards pure nothingness, but instead melded into the silhouette of a colossal shadow. Xiao Yan's focus sharpened. Before him lay an indescribably magnificent entity occupying the farthest reaches of his awareness. It was not the previously witnessed distorted peaks or frozen mirror lakes, but an unimaginably vast claw. A claw composed of countless shattered, twisted bones emanating a ghastly pale luminescence. It was not an intact skeleton, but rather appeared as if it had been violently torn from an even grander star carcass by some unfathomable force, solidified in this place. The claw bones exhibited a hue that was neither metal nor jade, a ghastly white, their surfaces marred by profound, cosmic-like fissures, with dim stardust glimmering along their edges. 5 claw fingers, towering like ancient pillars, bore a fierce and majestic form, their tips retaining a sharpness that could rend space itself, even after eons of silence. They still exuded a chilling, soul-freezing terror. This was not the filthy claw of a flesh furnace, but the remains of a celestial beast. Its carcass assimilated and crystallized into a stellar claw after the ultimate extinction of the stars. The final few claw prints of Jin were indelibly imprinted upon the palm of this stellar skeletal claw, as if he had once lingered here, gazing upon the relics of celestial annihilation. Even more startling for Xiao Yan was the unprecedented pinnacle of desire emanating from the Tao Source spirit seed at this moment. That yearning blazed like a wildfire, fervently directing itself towards the core of the stellar skeletal claw. There, amidst the convergence of countless ghastly bones, at the very spot where Jin's footprints were inscribed, pulsed a profoundly reclusive halo, interweaving deep dark gold with pale starlight, akin to a heartbeat, the essence of annihilation. 100-fold purer than the Tao traces, 1,000-fold more refined. It was the most central and primordial crystallization of the annihilation path. A remnant of the star's extinction and the return of all things to the void. It was the true treasure of the Tao trace realm. The footprints left by Jin ultimately pointed directly to this core of the stellar skeletal claw, the essence of annihilation. This was no mere coincidence. Jin must have discovered this entity, leaving his marks with unparalleled power, illuminating a beacon for those who would follow. Ecstasy and shock instantly overwhelmed Xiao Yan. Should he manage to devour and refine this substance, his Tao source spirit seed would undoubtedly undergo an unimaginable transformation. The foundation of the annihilation path would solidify to an unshakable degree. However, a lethal sense of crisis clung to him like a shadow. The skeletal claw itself radiated an aura of annihilation, convoluted and heavy, as if the weight of 1 billion lifeless stars were stacked upon it. Merely approaching it made Xiao Yan feel as though his mental flame flickered like a candle in the wind. At any moment it could be extinguished by the pure, deathly pressure of the stars. More terrifying still, deep within the pale bones of the claw, around that dark golden core of starlight, he sensed a slumbering will. A chaotic will, born from the remnants of the celestial behemoth's annihilated soul, is steeped in endless resentment and the instinct for destruction. It lurks like a dormant venomous dragon, fiercely guarding the core essence. Any external disturbance will provoke its cataclysmic retaliation. To approach it with the meager remnants of his strength is akin to a moth drawn to a flame. What should he do? Xiao Yan's remaining consciousness whirled with intensity, operating like a frigid machine. The footprints of Jun imprinted upon the structure of the colossal skeletal claw resonated with the ebb and flow of the dormant will. Xiao Yan grasped a crucial insight from the traces left by his predecessor. Jun's claw marks were not mere random imprints. Their positions, angles, and the lingering traces of the Tao's rhythm all conformed to a certain arcane cadence, as if they formed a unique path. A route that maximally evades the oppressive complexities of the skeletal claw's Tao, while deftly circumventing the most sensitive regions of the core's dormant will. A secret pathway akin to traversing a minefield. This was the guidance left by Jun, the sole lifeline he had laid out for the inheritor to reach the source essence. Go. Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. The fire of his consciousness erupted with a resolute brilliance, firmly locking onto the Tao's trajectory left by Jun's claw marks. He no longer drifted aimlessly in the void, but instead concentrated his thoughts with utmost precision, akin to the most delicate of chisels, carefully gliding along the etched path of the claw marks. The trajectory twisted and turned, clinging closely to the pale giant bone's surface, occasionally delving into the profound fissures of the bone and darting past the edges of cracks suffused with dim stardust. Each step felt as precarious as walking on thin ice. The complex annihilative Tao of the skeletal claw clung like a viscous mire, relentlessly tugging at and eroding his consciousness. The fluctuations of the dormant will surge like the dark currents of the deep sea. Each subtle rise and fall tightened Xiao Yan's nerves. Fearing the awakening of that destructive presence, the ethereal shadow of the Tao source spirit fervently operated, emanating pure annihilative Tao rhythms, striving to assimilate the relatively gentle energy streams along the trajectory, providing a fragile shield for the advance of his consciousness. The flame of his intent flickered under the immense pressure, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet it continued to burn tenaciously with the support of the Tao source spirit. The end of the trajectory drew ever nearer. The dark gold and pale starlight intermingled within the annihilative source essence became increasingly distinct in his perception. It resembled a miniature star core on the verge of extinguishment, exuding the purest aura of ultimate dissolution. Yet within that profound silence, it faintly harbored the nascent glimmer of stellar creation. An extraordinary balance between annihilation and creation was achieved at this moment. Jun's final claw mark was deeply imprinted just beneath the luminous halo of the source essence, as if an invisible hand gently cradled this essence of celestial annihilation. It was time. The flame of his intent followed the final claw mark's trajectory, like a weary bird returning to its nest, finally reaching the threshold of the annihilative source essence's glow. Just as the intent made contact, a resonant hum erupted. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy. Instead, an indescribable force, cold enough to freeze time itself, surged forth, imbued with the grand intent of the cosmic cycle of birth and death, cascading into him through the connection of his consciousness. This power was too pure, too vast. It transcended Xiao Yan's current limits. It was no longer a trickling stream but a torrent of a starry river. A silent wail emanated from the depths of consciousness. The ethereal shadow of the Tao source spirit seed, akin to an ice cube cast into an inferno of millions of degrees, was instantaneously engulfed by an overwhelming torrent. The shadow trembled violently, showing signs of fissures reopening that had only just begun to mend. The entire sea of consciousness was assailed by the pure essence of annihilation, akin to a solitary vessel amidst a raging tempest, perilously close to capsizing. Even more terrifying was the influx of this annihilative essence, which, like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil yet stagnant pool, stirred the slumbering chaotic will deep within the claws of the cosmic skeleton. A silent roar erupted from the very core of the soul, imbued with the fury of being plundered and the desire for annihilation, reverberating like countless thunders deep within Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. Boom! The colossal claws of the cosmic skeleton quaked violently. On the ghastly white surface of the bones, the profound fissures suddenly ignited with dim stardust, transforming into a multitude of pale, vengeful, and chaotic streams of light. A shadow of the colossal claw, forged from pure chaotic will and the diverse rhythms of annihilation, emerged from the depths of the bones beneath the radiant essence, aiming with terrifying force to seize Xiao Yan's fragile flicker of consciousness and the ethereal shadow of the Tao source spirit seed. A true act of protective retaliation, born from the remnants of the annihilated soul of the celestial beast. Should this claw grasp its target, Xiao Yan's consciousness, along with the Tao source spirit seed, would be instantly torn asunder and assimilated, becoming but a trivial new mark upon the colossal claw. Life and death balanced on a razor's edge. At that moment of irreversible doom, a hum reverberated through the center of Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. The ancient dark golden jade, which had remained dormant, radiating a gentle glow, unexpectedly erupted with an unparalleled brilliance. A vast, pure will, imbued with the supreme essence of annihilation and creation akin to that left behind by the ashes in the Shinbone cave, surged forth as if transcending the eons. This will did not directly confront the chaotic claw's shadow, but instead harmoniously fused with the frenzied influx of annihilative essence flooding Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness and the shadow of the Tao source spirit seed, which was on the brink of collapse. It was as though a key of shared origin had found its lock. Boom! Guided by the will of the ancient jade, the shadow of the Tao source spirit seed unleashed an unprecedented power of devouring. The once tumultuous flow of annihilative essence, which threatened to rupture it, was forcibly constricted and refined, akin to rivers converging into the sea, madly merging into the shadow. The shadow solidified at a visible pace, expanding. The surface's residual purplish-black chaotic patterns were thoroughly washed away, purified, and obliterated. Countless more profound and intricate dark golden Tao patterns, embodying the true essence of stellar creation and destruction, swiftly emerged and flowed across the surface of the shadow. The core of the entire shadow, a point where dark gold intertwined with pale starlight became resplendent, akin to a nascent stellar embryo. Simultaneously, the trace of supreme annihilative creation emanating from the ancient jade entwined itself around the shadow of the Tao Source spirit seed like the most resilient chain of loss, forming an invisible protective barrier that exuded the essence of ashes. In the fleeting moment that this protective barrier was established, bang, the shadow of the colossal claw, forged from chaotic will, struck fiercely against the barrier. It was as if a giant hammer had crashed upon an ancient divine mountain. The barrier trembled violently, and the ancient jade emitted a frenzied brilliance. Xiao Yan Sea of Consciousness felt as though it were engulfed by countless suns, the excruciating pain threatening to render him unconscious. Yet, the barrier remained unbroken, steadfastly blocking this devastating claw. Upon the barrier, the supreme essence of annihilation and creation, belonging to James, swirled and clashed fiercely with the chaotic and destructive resonance emanating from the shadow of the starry claw, resulting in annihilation. The chaotic will seem to be subdued by this more exalted and pure aura, originating from the same source. The attack experienced a slight delay. Now was the moment. The remnants of Xiao Yan's consciousness erupted with a final frenzy. He ceased his attempts to control the torrent of annihilation that surged in, instead pouring all his will into the shadow of the Tao Source spirit seed, guided by the ancient jade, and he voraciously devoured and refined. The shadow of the Tao Source spirit seed transformed into the core of a black hole, ravenously consuming the immense essence of annihilation. The shadow grew increasingly substantial, its radiance more resplendent, and the Tao resonance it emitted approached the essence that Jin had left within the ancient jade. The protective barrier, formed by the true essence of the ancient jade, gradually integrated into the shadow of the Tao Source spirit seed during the process of devouring the source essence. Becoming part of it, the chaotic will of the starry claw howled in reluctance and launched another frenzied assault. However, at this moment, the shadow of the Tao Source spirit seed, having consumed a vast amount of source essence and fused with a trace of the true essence of the ancient jade, had undergone a qualitative transformation. Its emanation of the annihilation Tao resonance became more refined and pure, subtly infused with an air of supreme majesty. Although the barrier still quivered violently, it could barely withstand the onslaught. Devour, refine, transform. At the core of the starry claw, the dark golden starry essence visibly shrank and dimmed at an observable pace. Meanwhile, the Tao Source spirit seed in Xiao Yan Sea of Consciousness was no longer just a shadow. It had fully solidified into a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg, its entire form radiating a profound dark golden hue, with a core of eternally unyielding pale starlight slowly rotating within. The surface of the crystal was adorned with countless enigmatic starry Tao patterns that ebbed and flowed, exuding a vast and desolate aura of supreme annihilation, capable of withering all things while containing the spark of creation. It floated at the center of the Sea of Consciousness, bathed in the gentle glow of the ancient jade, their essences intertwining, as if guarding the nascent core of a star. The seed of annihilation, the true seed of the Tao, based on the essence of the starry annihilation, it fused with the true meaning of Jin, transforming from the ethereal into the tangible. Just as the final trace of source essence was consumed by the Tao seed, an explosive roar resounded. The chaotic will of the starry claw lost its target, emitting a final silent roar filled with reluctance and fury as the gathered shadow of the claw shattered, fading back into the depths of the pale skeletal structure, sinking into a deeper slumber. The entire annihilation Tao resonance of the starry claw dimmed correspondingly. The remnant flame of Xiao Yan's consciousness, nourished by the vast Tao resonance emanating from the newly birthed Tao seed, swelled instantly, fortified as if infused with the might of the galaxy. His consciousness swept over himself. Although his physical form remained broken and battered, his sea of consciousness was as solid as a rock. The Tao seed had taken shape, its foundational strength far surpassing what it had been before. An unparalleled sense of power and enlightenment flooded his heart. He gazed at the final imprint left by Jin, filled with ineffable gratitude and astonishment. Jin had not only provided a path but also left behind a safeguard within the ancient jade. This essence of annihilation is the true legacy that Jin has prepared for his heir. The seed of the Tao has taken root, and the path ahead is not entirely severed. Jin's footsteps continue to extend into the deeper darkness of the Tao trace realm. Xiao Yan's will, ignited like a newborn star, carries the resplendent seed of the Tao as it embarks once more, guided by ancient wisdom. Chapter 28. The return of the star hub in the Tao trace realm. The eternal void of silence is shattered. Xiao Yan's consciousness burgeons like the core of a nascent star, nourished by the vast essence of the newly birthed annihilation Tao seed. His will is no longer a faint flicker but has transformed into a blazing dark golden flame, born of pure annihilation's true intent. Its radiance pierces the void, illuminating the surrounding ephemeral Tao traces with startling clarity. His sea of consciousness is utterly stabilized, vast as an infinite sea of stars. At its center, a seed of annihilation. Small as a dove's egg, with a dark golden exterior and a core of eternal, pale starlight, slowly rotates, emanating an aura of supreme authority that draws all things back to their origin while containing the spark of creation. An ancient jade floats beside it, its gentle glow illuminating both, their essences intertwining, forming the indomitable foundation of Xiao Yan's current Tao. His will sweeps over his battered physical form. Under the overwhelming resonance of the Tao seed, the exhausted energy sea in his dantian surges like a parched riverbed welcoming a celestial deluge. The liquid dark golden spiritual energy, now tinged with pale starlight, rushes forth, forcibly clearing the blocked meridians, akin to molten divine metal, restoring and reinforcing every inch of his being with brutal efficiency. Bones crackle like popping beans, mending fractures, their density and strength soaring, revealing a dark golden luster. Flesh is torn and reconstituted, each cell infused with the divinity of stellar annihilation, harboring explosive power. The cracks in his skin heal rapidly, the newly formed surface displaying a resilient dark golden hue. Intricate Tao patterns flickering beneath. From destruction comes rebirth. With the essence of stellar annihilation as fuel and Jin's true intent as the furnace, the reforged body of annihilation emerges. Its strength and potential far exceeding that of the initial formation within the crucible of flesh by 100-fold. As the last trace of physical injury is completely mended under the Tao seed's great power, a deep and grand sound of Tao reverberates. Akin to the primordial bell that heralded the creation of the universe, emanating from Xiao Yan and resonating through the long silent Tao trace realm. He slowly opens his eyes. With a thunderous roar, two concentrated orbs of light, their pupils appearing as miniature starry rivers composed of countless dark golden Tao patterns, whirl rapidly, slicing through the absolute darkness of the Tao trace realm. Everywhere his gaze falls, the thin Tao traces emerge, trembling, seemingly stirred by the newly born resonance of annihilation that melds with the true essence of stellar void. Foundation established. At this moment, although he is yet to undergo the tribulation of the golden core, in terms of the grandeur of his Tao foundation, the purity of his spiritual energy, the robustness of his body, the stability of his soul, and the depth of his comprehension of the annihilation Tao, he has already surpassed the ordinary early-stage golden core practitioners. The seed of annihilation has taken root. He has embarked upon a distinctly different path. Power, a force sufficient to govern his own destiny, even to shake the very essence of this eternal void, fills his entire being. Xiao Yan lowered his gaze, observing his tightly clenched fist, beneath which a dark golden sheen flowed, while the silent flames of the nine-nether inferno flickered with pale star-like sparkles. The flames danced, transcending mere burning and purification, for they embodied the grand will of the birth and demise of the stars, the return of all things to the void. The surrounding nothingness seemed to weaken, subtly showing signs of being assimilated by the essence of obliteration. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the void, once more landing on the enormous, unmatched starbone claw. Upon closer inspection, the oppressive sensation brought forth by the chaotic essence of obliteration had significantly diminished within the depths of the colossal claw. The dormant chaotic will trembled slightly in the presence of the supreme aura of obliteration emanating from his Tao seed, revealing a hint of fear and trepidation. The footprints of June remained clearly imprinted within the palm of the giant claw, leading deeper into the abyss. Yet, Xiao Yan did not immediately proceed. His attention was drawn to a minuscule dark golden light point, nestled beside the final imprint of June's footprints, almost merging with the surrounding solidified traces of obliteration. This light point was exceedingly subtle. Had it not been for the transformation of his Tao seed, which had elevated his sensory perception, he would have scarcely noticed it. A faint wave, imbued with the essence of the obliteration star core, emanated from the light point. Xiao Yan's heart stirred. He concentrated his thoughts, cautiously reaching out toward the dark golden point. At the moment of contact, a hum resonated. The light point suddenly flared to life. A familiar and pure wave of the true essence of obliteration and creation radiated outward. Within the brilliance, an infinitesimal three-dimensional vortex, composed of countless dark golden runes, slowly rotated into view. It was the miniature projection of the obliteration star core from the depths of the Xianbone cave, formed from myriad peculiar fragments. Simultaneously, a stream of thought containing coordinate information flowed into Xiao Yan's consciousness via the mental link. The core fragment of the obliteration star core had returned to its rightful place. An instant of clarity washed over Xiao Yan. The immense obliteration star core within the Xianbone cave was not whole. The most central and primal fragment had been extracted by June through great power and hidden beneath his star bone claw. The footprints left by June pointed not only toward the essence of obliteration, but also toward this core star fragment. Only with the initial formation of the Tao seed could one perceive and summon its return. Xiao Yan felt a profound shock. The legacy left by June was intricately interconnected. Each step meticulously calculated. No longer hesitating, he beckoned the obliteration Tao seed from his consciousness. The pale star spark within the core of the Tao seed brightened slightly. And a pure force, infused with the true essence of star obliteration, surged forth, entering the diminutive star core projection. The projection solidified instantly. A powerful suction erupted, targeting the concealed dark golden light point. With a swift motion, like magnets drawn together, the dark golden light point detached from the skeletal structure of the starbone claw, transforming into a slender stream of dark golden light that merged into the rotating star core projection. Boom! The star core projection radiated magnificently. Its form instantly solidified, expanding to the size of a fist. Countless profound dark golden runes circulated within, emanating a pure, more vast essence, closer to the fundamental laws of obliteration and creation than that of the Xian Bone Cave star core. It seemed to come alive, gliding toward Xiao Yan, rotating gently before him. It had returned to its rightful place. With a low exclamation, Xiao Yan summoned his will. The fist-sized fragment of the dark gold star hub core transformed into a streak of flowing light, piercing into his brow and merging directly into his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness trembled violently. The seed of annihilation and the fragment of the dark gold star hub, akin to celestial bodies and their cores separated for eons, instantaneously generated an irresistible gravitational resonance. Buzz! The radiance of the seed surged dramatically as the pale star light of the core spun rapidly, emanating waves of exuberant delight. The dark gold star hub fragment circled around the seed, gradually descending as countless dark gold runes flowed forth like living entities, intertwining, merging, and restructuring with the star patterns on the surface of the seed. A brand new, more profound and intricate structure swiftly took shape within the sea of consciousness. The seed, resembling a stellar core, remained steadfast at the center, radiating the true essence of annihilation and creation. Meanwhile, the dark gold star hub fragment transformed into a three-dimensional orbit constructed of innumerable dark gold runes, revolving slowly around the core like a galaxy. Upon this orbit, glimmers akin to miniature stars adorned its expanse, resonating harmoniously with the starlight of the seed's core. The entire structure exuded a grand rhythm of mastering rules and deducing the cycle of birth and death. The Annihilation Star Hub, a true Annihilation Star Hub, centered upon the seed and infused with the essence of stellar annihilation, took form within Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. At the moment the star hub fully aligned and the seed and hub perfectly fused, an indescribable resonance, seemingly emanating from the dawn of the universe. The end of all things surged forth, a vast and imperceptible storm, centered around Xiao Yan, sweeping across the entire realm of Tao traces. Boom! This ancient, deathly still void trembled violently, as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. Countless suspended Tao trace imprints were stirred and drawn towards Xiao Yan by this sudden, supremely pure resonance, converging like moths to a flame. In the distance, the towering shadows of solidified peaks, shattered lakes, and the skeletal outlines of colossal beasts emitted a low, disturbed hum under the impact of this resonance. The dormant chaotic will, filled with suspicion and fury, exhibited faint signs of awakening. Xiao Yan hovered in the void, enveloped by a faint glow formed by the converging Tao trace imprints. As if draped in a veil of stars, he felt an unprecedented clarity and mastery over the path of annihilation brought forth by the operation of the Annihilation Star Hub within his sea of consciousness. As if every movement could invoke the annihilative power of this realm. Yet, an unforeseen change arose. Just as he immersed himself in the newfound might, a sudden ripping sound echoed. The void beside Xiao Yan, fragile as cloth, was violently torn apart by a massive, pale claw, heavy with bone armor and glimmering with the chilling light of space-rending talons, appearing without warning. This claw was fearsome in its form. Its bones exuded a cold, pale light reminiscent of ancient ice, covered in thick, jagged bone armor. Each claw was as robust as a colossal pillar, radiating a pure, terrifying essence capable of freezing time and space, of rending all existence. Its oppressive force far exceeded that of the starry skeletal claws previously encountered. Even subtly suppressing the tempest of resonance, Xiao Yan had just unleashed. The thief of the Tao shall perish. A chilling, hoarse voice, devoid of any emotion yet infused with a pure, soul-freezing intent to kill, pierced through Xiao Yan's consciousness like countless ice spikes. This intent was not chaotic. It embodied an extreme coldness and order, a singular order that existed solely for the purpose of annihilation. The stellar bone claw, deep within the realm of Tao marks. A more formidable entity of annihilation coalesced. It was awakened and drawn by Xiao Yan's fusion of Tao seeds and the resonance of the star nexus. Perceiving him as a thief seeking to usurp the essence of the Tao marks realm, the attack came without warning, swifter than thought. The bone claws, resembling towering pillars, suddenly spread wide, emanating a terrifying chill that froze time and space, their absolute sharpness capable of tearing through all existence. Akin to 5 guillotines poised to sever heaven and earth, descending upon Xiao Yan. Before the claws reached him, the pure force field formed by the essence of annihilation had solidified the space around Xiao Yan completely. Even the gathered light of the Tao mark imprints was frozen and shattered. There was no escape, no defense. The essence of annihilation contained within this claw was pure and formidable, directly targeting the very source of the Tao. Death, a shadow of death. Even more pure and frigid than when confronted with the filthy giant claws, instantaneously grasped Xiao Yan's heart. The annihilation star trajectory. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Xiao Yan's eyes reflected not fear, but an unprecedented calmness and madness. Within his consciousness, the nascent annihilation star nexus whirled with fervor. The core Tao seed radiated brilliance, while the surrounding dark gold runic orbits rapidly deduced their trajectories. An esoteric thought imbued with the power to grasp the rules and perceive the pathways flooded his mind. In the 1,000th of a second before the 5 spatially rending claw shadows descended upon him, Xiao Yan's figure, as if manipulated by an invisible hand of space, vanished in an utterly illogical yet harmonious trajectory that resonated with a certain supreme Tao essence, disappearing in a most peculiar manner. It was neither teleportation nor mere speed. Rather, it was as if he had anticipated the trajectory of the claw shadows, finding a fleeting sliver of existence amidst the cataclysmic web formed by their descent. Like stars traversing their predetermined orbits, he slipped through the gaps of destruction. Thud, 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 thud. The 5 claw shadows struck fiercely at the precise location where Xiao Yan had just stood. The solidified space shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into nothingness, leaving behind 5 unfathomable rifts emanating a terrifying chill of annihilation. The devastating energy aftermath ravaged the surrounding Tao mark imprints, erasing them entirely. However, Xiao Yan's figure had already materialized in the void, 100 yards away. His complexion slightly pale, the recent star trajectory step, though seemingly effortless, exacted a tremendous toll, posing a severe test to both his consciousness and Tao seed. Roar! The stellar bone claw seemed taken aback that its prey had escaped its lethal strike, a ripple of surprise surfacing within its icy intent. Yet, almost immediately, a more frenzied killing intent surged forth. Boom! The torn spatial rift expanded violently. The entire monstrous claw, shrouded in menacing bone armor, along with its terrifying arm that resembled a mountain range, thundered forth from the fissure. A terrifying pressure, capable of freezing eternity and tearing apart the universe, bore down upon Xiao Yan like a tangible iceberg. The true body had descended. The battle had only just begun. The tranquility of the Tao marks realm had been irrevocably shattered. Chapter 29. Bone Claw Pursuit. The pallid Bone Claw tore through the eternal silence of the Tao scars, resembling an ancient glacier spanning the void. The 5 fingers, shrouded in menacing bone armor, spread wide, their tips rending the spatial fissures that had yet to mend, emanating a chilling terror that could freeze the very soul. That frigid intent, existing solely for annihilation, resembled countless invisible icicles, locking onto Xiao Yan from 100 feet away. Ants that dare to tread must face obliteration. The thought echoed with unruffled calm, yet it bore the absolute will to shatter stars. Boom! The ghastly white bone claw clenched suddenly, not aimed at Xiao Yan, but rather seizing the very region left in the wake of its spatial rending. Crack! It was akin to shattering an invisible giant mirror of glass. The spatial structure of that area, along with the remnants of Tao markings and the dissipating essence of annihilation, was instantaneously frozen, pulverized, and transformed into the most primordial dust of nothingness by an irresistible, pure force of obliteration. The shockwave of destruction bore down upon Xiao Yan like a tangible avalanche of ice, carrying the might to freeze time and space and obliterate all existence, rumbling towards him. Wherever it passed, even the void itself seemed to shatter. Before the attack arrived, the extreme chill had already cloaked Xiao Yan's newly reborn dark golden skin in a layer of ghostly frost, his blood sluggishly flowing, as if his very soul were on the verge of freezing. Within his consciousness, the newly birthed annihilation star vortex spun furiously, its core Tao seed bursting forth with dazzling starlight, forcefully dispelling the invading chill and maintaining the flow of Tao rhythm. There was no escape. This strike encompassed too vast a range and approached with too great a velocity. Annihilation Star Vortex. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. He no longer evaded. The star vortex within his consciousness rapidly deduced, and his hands slammed together before him. The liquid dark golden star power, infused with the true essence of stellar annihilation, along with the primal force of the annihilation Tao body, was instantaneously drained, compressed, and ignited. Buzz. A vortex, 100 times more refined than that formed in the flesh furnace, deep as a black hole, with edges flowing with intertwining dark golden and pallid star patterns, materialized before Xiao Yan in an instant. At its center, the light of the eternal star core blazed with unprecedented brilliance. Boom! The destructive shockwave that had frozen time and space collided violently with the annihilation star vortex. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the silent dissolution and devouring. The star vortex spun madly like a black hole that had hungered for eons. The edges of the dark golden star patterns ignited, exuding powerful devouring force, forcibly drawing in, disassembling, and assimilating the relatively chaotic chilling force of annihilation from the outskirts of the shockwave. The core's eternal starlight erupted with terrifying annihilation heat, akin to the core of a supernova, forcefully refining the absorbed chill, purifying it into the purest essence of annihilation Tao power, nourishing itself. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The piercing sound of ice and fire annihilating reverberated in the silent void. The star vortex trembled violently, the patterns at its edges flickering uncertainly, as if they might be frozen and torn apart by the horrific chill at any moment. Xiao Yan shuddered violently. Dark golden blood, infused with starlight, spilled from his mouth and nose, the frost enveloping his body thickened instantly, only to be melted away by the erupting annihilation heat within. His skin alternating between cracking and healing in the extremes of cold and heat, a cycle of torment that brought excruciating pain. Yet, the star vortex held strong. It withstood the devastating blow capable of freezing the golden core, consuming and refining in a relentless manner. The frigid intent of the star skeleton's claws seemed to ripple with the faintest tremor, akin to a gentle breeze brushing over a glacier. The prey could actually withstand its assault head-on. This surpassed its understanding. Just as the claw's mental wave faltered for the briefest moment, a mere fraction of a second, Xiao Yan's eyes darkened with fierce determination, a primal roar emanating from the depths of his throat. He no longer maintained the stability of the star vortex, but instead poured all his will into it, forcibly igniting the core's eternal starlight. Boom! Like a supernova erupting at the center of the path's mark. The desolation star vortex instantaneously expanded and exploded. All the accumulated power, Xiao Yan's spiritual energy, the essence of his Tao body, the chilling force of the devouring claws, and the pure Tao principles refined through flames, merged with the destructive energy of the core's starlight, transforming into an indescribable beam of destruction, intertwined in dark gold and pale white, imbued with the terrifying intention to incinerate the stars and obliterate all laws. This beam did not target the claws directly, but violently struck the connection point between the massive arm bone and the rift in space. Where the beam passed, the fabric of space silently disintegrated, leaving behind an indelible, pitch-black scar. The core's searing heat was the absolute nemesis of the claw's pure coldness. Crack! A sound that sent chills through the bones, reminiscent of a glacier's core fracturing. Now, in the instant of the star vortex's detonation, Xiao Yan harnessed the catastrophic recoil to propel the speed of his desolation Tao body to its zenith. He no longer gazed at the aftermath. His consciousness frantically calculated in the sea of stars, his focus unwaveringly locked onto the deeper, darker void obscured by the massive figure of the claw. The footprints of ash. That faint yet clear guidance lay in that direction. Starry steps. Xiao Yan's figure once again became ethereal, as if treading upon invisible celestial trajectories. With each step, he created subtle ripples within the solidified rhythm of desolation, his form slipping like a phantom through the chaotic force field unleashed by the claw's agony and rage. His speed was so swift that it left behind a trail of afterimages, targeting the area behind the claw, indicated by Ash's footprints. Ants, do not flee. The fury of the star skeleton's claw reached its zenith. It had never been so wounded by mere ants, nor had it been toyed with so. The cold intent transformed entirely into a violent, murderous resolve. Ignoring the injury at the arm's connection point, its 5 talons, as imposing as pillars, suddenly spread wide, their tips aimed at the direction of Xiao Yan's escape. At the tips of the claws, 5 beams, honed to perfection and exuding a pure, pale luminosity, instantly coalesced. These beams were not mere energy forms, but the highly compressed essence of desolation itself. They disregarded spatial distance, carrying the absolute intent to freeze souls and erase existence. instantly traversing the void, akin to 5 executioner's blades, ruthlessly slashing towards Xiao Yan's back. Each beam contained enough power of the Tao to effortlessly obliterate a late-stage golden core cultivator. The speed of the attack surpassed the limits of the starry steps. The icy grip of death instantaneously seized Xiao Yan's heart. There was nowhere to evade, nothing to block. 5 beams of annihilating light locked onto his soul. And even if he attempted to employ the starry trajectory step once more, he would inevitably be struck by at least one beam. Given his current state, being hit by any of them would result in his utter destruction, both physically and spiritually. In a moment of dire peril, trapped in a seemingly inescapable predicament, Xiao Yan's eyes were bloodshot, his madness and resolve reaching an apex. He abruptly turned, no longer fleeing, but instead confronting the 5 lethal beams of light. He channeled all the remaining power within him, along with the computational force of the Annihilation Star Matrix from his consciousness sea, into the location of the seed of his chest. "Senior Jun, aid me," his intent roared, reverberating throughout his consciousness. At the center of his consciousness sea, the core of the Annihilation Seed, a point of eternal stellar brilliance, erupted under the impetus of Xiao Yan's life and death will, radiating an unprecedented and intense light akin to a star's final explosion. Simultaneously, the ancient jade that had been floating nearby, gently illuminating the surroundings, suddenly blazed forth with resplendent brilliance. A vast and pure essence, imbued with the aura of June, surged forth like a flood unleashed, instantly merging with the impending stellar brilliance. Buzz. A point of dark golden stellar core light, indescribably brilliant, refined, and devastating, suddenly ignited before Xiao Yan's chest. This point, as small as a mustard seed, seemed to harbor the ultimate power of the entire star's annihilation. The moment it appeared, the surrounding space silently collapsed, twisting into absolute darkness. The 5 beams of pale annihilation light, now weakened, slowed dramatically before the terrifying gravity and high temperature emitted by this stellar core light. Resembling ice spikes thrown into a furnace, their fronts beginning to distort, melt, and disintegrate. However, the stellar core light did not explode. Guided by the true intent of the ancient jade, Xiao Yan's entire will did not seek to detonate it, but rather to use it as a fuse. An ultimate projectile aimed at the body of the starbone claw. "Go!" Xiao Yan forcefully thrust his arms forward. The point of dark golden stellar core light, refined to perfection, shot forth like a world-ending arrow propelled by an invisible bowstring, carrying the terrifying intent to annihilate all eternity, cleaving through the stilled void, and instantaneously penetrating the connection point of the starbone claw S-arm, previously ravaged by the explosion of the star vortex. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The next instant, a thunderous roar erupted. An explosion beyond description reverberated on the level of the soul, the laws, and the very essence of nothingness. The instant the dark golden stellar core light was absorbed, it was as if a sun had detonated within the heart of a glacier. A blindingly bright light, capable of searing the very essence of consciousness, mingled with the all-consuming dark golden flames, erupted violently from the connection point of the starbone claw S-arm. The ancient white bone armor, as solid as millennia-old ice, vaporized silently like snow under the spring sun upon contact with the explosion of light. It evaporated, revealing the cracked arm bone beneath. That indomitable arm bone, infused with the pure essence of annihilation, now twisted, deformed, and melted within the cataclysm of the intertwining dark golden and blinding white flames, as if it were mere mortal iron cast into a hellish furnace. Roar. The starbone claw emitted a previously unheard, soul-twisting wail of agony. That cold consciousness shattered completely, leaving only the most primal, excruciating pain of being forged in the fires of annihilation. The colossal arm bone, along with its terrifying, incomplete form that had yet to fully emerge, convulsed violently amidst the cataclysmic explosion of light. The dreadful energy of annihilation surged ferociously along the arm bone, penetrating deep into the spatial rift where its essence resided, provoking a more ominous and thunderous explosion. No longer could it pursue Xiao Yan. The destructive flames consuming the star core were ravenously eroding its very foundation. It had to muster all its strength to resist and suppress this internal devastation. The spatial rift twisted and trembled violently, emitting groans of unbearable strain, as if it might collapse entirely at any moment. An opportunity. In the instant Xiao Yan unleashed that world-destroying strike, he had been drained of all his power. His body thrown backward like a tattered cloth, his consciousness momentarily shrouded in haze. Yet, the traces of the embers within his sea of consciousness acted as a final beacon, guiding him forward. Relying on the last remnants of instinct, he summoned the feeble vestiges of spiritual energy propelled by the terrifying shockwave from the explosion. akin to a solitary leaf in a tempest, directing himself towards the profound darkness indicated by the ember's footprints behind the starbone claws, channeling his final strength into that direction. His figure, illuminated by the annihilating flames consuming the pale claws, resembled a moth drawn to a flame, vanishing instantaneously into that deeper darkness where even light was devoured, disappearing from sight. Behind him, only the starbone claws writhed in a frenzy within the destructive flames, a terrifying spectacle of roaring chaos, alongside the glaringly red, continually melting giant arm. The ancient stillness of the Path of Traces was utterly shattered by this earth-shattering collision. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had stepped into a realm more unknown than the core of the Path of Traces, guided by the footprints of the embers. The Path of Obliteration, after the strike of the burning star, advanced into the unfathomable darkness once trodden by the embers, a depth untouched even by the starbone claws. Chapter 30. The Mark of the Path Master. Absolute darkness is not the void of silence, but rather a more profound, viscous existence. Xiao Yan's consciousness, like a flickering candle in a tempest, extinguished completely after unleashing that strike of the burning star, sinking into an abyss of chaos. His body lay in ruin, meridians severed, bones cracked, and even the newly formed body of obliteration teetered on the brink of collapse. Only deep within his sea of consciousness, the seed of obliteration, amalgamated with star essence and fragments of the star pivot, radiated a faint yet tenacious light, akin to a steadfast anchor safeguarding the last vestiges of his indomitable spirit. While fervently drawing from the nearly non-existent energy surrounding him, striving to mend his shattered form, uncertain of how long he had languished in the darkness. A faint glimmer of light pierced through the chaos, akin to a needle breaking through ink, laboriously seeping into his muddled consciousness. Accompanying this was an indescribable sensation. No longer was it the absolute void of frozen thought found in the Path of Traces, but rather a cold, hard surface imbued with the weight of ancient epics. The ground was not rock. Its texture resembled that of some solidified metal or bone, devoid of life, its surface adorned with intricate, seemingly naturally formed arcane patterns. The air was as heavy as lead, each faint breath inducing a searing pain that felt like tearing flesh. Yet amidst this weightiness, there lingered an unparalleled essence of obliteration that Xiao Yan had never before encountered. The essence that permeates this place is purer than any mark of the Tao, more ancient than the very fabric of stellar origin, and more imposing than the claws of celestial remains. It is omnipresent, insidious, cold, and tyrannical, as if this locale itself is the very source of annihilation, the final resting place of all existence. The mere pervasiveness of this aura renders Xiao Yan's nearly collapsing form to emit groans of unbearable strain, causing even the radiance of his Tao seed to flicker. Had it not been for the Tao seed merging with a fragment of true intent from the ember, which resonates subtly with this Tao rhythm, he would have likely been entirely assimilated and obliterated by this supreme essence of obliteration in an instant. Where's this? The remnants of his consciousness struggled to coalesce around this thought. He fought to pry open his heavy eyelids. His vision was obscured, revealing only an eternal expanse of a dark golden hue that seemed to absorb all light. He laboriously turned his head, and what met his gaze was an indescribable tomb, majestic and moribund in its stillness. The dome above was lost to sight, shrouded in an abyss of dark gold. Supporting this dome were countless colossal pillars, as thick as mountains, exuding the same cold, dark golden sheen. The surfaces of these pillars were not smooth but adorned with an intricate tapestry of natural patterns, so minute and complex that they defied comprehension. These patterns flowed like living entities, ebbing and flowing, exuding an ineffable Tao rhythm. Merely gazing upon them sent tremors through Xiao Yan's soul, as if he were witnessing the ultimate cycle from the universe's birth to its obliteration. More ancient and profound than the Tao patterns upon the walls of the celestial annihilation star pivot, the ground was composed of the same material. Dark golden bricks imbued with Tao patterns, cold and unyielding. The vastness of the entire space was heart-stopping, with only a central area where an altar of indescribable form stood tall. This altar seemed not assembled, but rather to have organically grown from the dark golden earth. It exhibited an irregular polyhedral shape, as though distorted by an unseen, immense force, with countless sharp edges piercing the void, emanating a sense of tearing reality apart. The altar shimmered with a subdued dark golden glow, its surface similarly adorned with flowing patterns that encapsulated the essence of ultimate annihilation. Atop the altar, rather than a divine object of worship, there floated a mark, a paw print, no larger than a hand, radiating a pure dark golden hue. This paw print bore an uncanny resemblance to the footprints left by Ember in the realm of Tao marks. Yet the Tao rhythm it exuded was magnitudes more vast. It hovered there in serene eternity, the very core of the entire sepulchral space, the source of this supreme essence of annihilation. The edges of the paw print distorted the very fabric of space, collapsing and forming eternally rippling waves in the void. Just from a distance, Xiao Yan felt as insignificant as dust, as if a mere thought from that paw print could render him entirely void. Ember. This is undoubtedly the core mark left by Ember, the true imprint of the Annihilation Tao Master's power. This place is Ember's sepulchre, the sacred origin of the path of annihilation. However, a wave of instinctual fear, deeper than any before, seized Xiao Yan's heart in an instant. Danger. A sensation of lethal peril did not emanate from the paw print itself, though its aura was paramount. It bore a dormant, non-aggressive majesty, but rather from below the altar. In the shadowy recesses of the twisted polyhedral pedestal at the altar, Xiao Yan's blurred vision discerned several figures. They were not corporeal entities, but rather composed of pure, viscous shadows as dark as ink. Their forms were in constant flux, at times coalescing into indistinct humanoid outlines, and at other times dispersing into a tumultuous mass of black smoke, rife with malice and avarice. At the positions of their heads, 2 points gleamed with a crimson light akin to coagulated drops of blood, fixated with ravenous intensity upon the dark golden claw imprint atop the altar. The aura emanating from these shadows was frigid, tainted, and suffused with an endless sense of depravity and chaos. It clashed starkly with the sublime and pure essence of the annihilation, Tao resonating within this sepulchral space, akin to tainted blood falling into a pristine glacial lake. Their very existence was an affront to this sacred ground. What shattered Xiao Yan's psyche further was the palpable energy fluctuations radiating from these shadows, which reached a level of terror beyond his comprehension. They were more profound, more sinister than the starbone claws. Merely their unconscious pressure brought forth a lamentation from his bones, as if they were on the verge of shattering. A chaotic and indistinct thought wave, reminiscent of millions of vengeful souls whispering, emerged from the most solid of the shadows, bearing an unadulterated greed for the claw imprint and a pure desire for the obliteration of Xiao Yan, the intruder. They seemed to be stirred by the commotion of Xiao Yan's descent and the faint Tao resonance emanating from him, akin to that of the embers. The crimson gaze swiftly diverted from the apex of the altar, locking onto Xiao Yan, who lay on the ground like an insignificant insect. With the cold precision of a venomous serpent, a cacophony of chaotic thoughts overlapped, heralding an undeniable proclamation of destruction. There was no earth-shattering assault. One roiling shadow merely brushed lightly in Xiao Yan's direction with a casual flick. A thick, cold wave of darkness, imbued with the intent to obliterate souls in the absolute will of tainted Tao, surged forth like a tide of death, silently yet swiftly crossing the void to engulf Xiao Yan. Wherever it passed, even the pervasive resonance of the supreme annihilation, Tao seemed momentarily sullied and frozen. There was no escape, no defense. The level of this attack transcended the limits of Xiao Yan's comprehension. He could not even perceive the composition of its power, only feeling that his very existence, from flesh to soul, from spiritual energy to the essence of the Tao, emitted a desperate lament before that dark wave. The radiance of the annihilation Tao flickered wildly, striving to resist, yet it was as futile as a firefly against the full moon. Death, true, complete, and utter annihilation of both body and spirit loomed before him. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yan's remaining consciousness erupted with a final cry of defiance and despair. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the claw imprint atop the altar, that eternal dark golden mark reminiscent of ancient stars. Ember, the roar of his will, infused with all his life-s imprints and Taoic aspirations, surged forth like a moth drawn to flame, crashing fiercely into that claw imprint. Buzz. At the pinnacle of the altar, the dark golden claw imprint, which had lain dormant for countless epochs, flickered feebly. A thread of dark golden light, condensed to perfection and as fine as a hair, yet imbued with the ultimate truth of annihilation and creation, instantaneously shot forth from the claw imprint, as if transcending the bounds of time and space. The speed of the light trace transcends the very concepts of time and space. It arrives later, yet precedes all. Just as the dark tide, capable of annihilating souls, was about to engulf Xiao Yan, a whisper, that slender, hair-thin dark golden trace silently pierced the core of the dark tide. There was no cataclysmic explosion. It was akin to a glowing iron rod being thrust into ice. The viscous dark tide, upon contact with the light trace, recoiled as if it had encountered its nemesis, emitting a silent, yet piercing wail of despair. The core of the tide ignited in an instant. The pure dark golden flame, originating from the light trace, spread silently, purifying all in its path. The tainted darkness melted away like snow in boiling water, swiftly dissipating. The terrifying power, capable of corrupting the foundation of the Tao and extinguishing souls, crumbled before this essence from the master of annihilation, proving utterly fragile. The shadow that struck forth emitted a scream of anguish and disbelief. It writhed. Its crimson gaze filled with horror and malice, fixated upon the claw mark at the pinnacle of the altar, as if it had encountered the most fearsome of foes. The dark tide it had carelessly unleashed was effortlessly purified by a mere flicker of light from the adversary. The other shadows instantly stirred, their crimson eyes darting uncertainly between the claw mark and Xiao Yan, their roiling forms radiating a profound sense of trepidation. They seemed to harbor an instinctive fear of the claw mark's power, hesitant to strike again. After purifying the dark tide, the light trace did not dissipate. Instead, it appeared to possess a sentience of its own, gently bending and instantly merging into the center of Xiao Yan's brow. Boom! An indescribable torrent suddenly engulfed Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness and his battered corporeal form. This torrent was not one of destructive force, but rather of vast, pure, frigid essence. Overwhelmingly powerful, embodying the very principle of annihilation and creation. It resembled the first ray of light that birthed the heavens and the earth, instantaneously illuminating Xiao Yan's crumbling sea of consciousness, washing over his fractured meridians, caressing his cracked bones, and revitalizing his nearly disintegrating body of annihilation, wherever it flowed. The shattered sea of consciousness was forcibly mended, expanded, and fortified. The broken meridians were reshaped by the pure essence of annihilation, widening and becoming as resilient as divine gold. The body of annihilation on the brink of collapse seemed to be infused with the most primordial vitality, the dark golden patterns beneath his skin flashing wildly, reorganizing into intricate and profound forms, emanating an even more formidable aura of solidity and annihilation. Even the seed of annihilation within his sea of consciousness, upon merging with this essence, became more refined and profound, its core of eternal starlight surging in brilliance, subtly resonating with the supreme aura of the altar's claw mark. At the end of destruction, new life emerges. The primordial imprint of ash, sensing the desperate call of the inheritor of the same path, bestowed a touch of protection and grace. Xiao Yan's shattered body was enveloped in a warm, yet overwhelming dark golden halo, as though immersed in the maternal spring of life. His wounds healed at a visible pace, the cracked skin regaining its smooth resilience, while the exhausted spiritual power within him ignited like a spark, bursting forth with renewed vitality. Becoming even purer and denser, infused with the essence of the master of annihilation. More importantly, within his sea of consciousness, there now existed a trace, extremely faint, yet remarkably distinct. A diminutive dark golden claw imprint, perfectly mirroring the one atop the altar, was etched deeply into the core of his Tao seed. This imprint exuded the essence of annihilation, serving as an eternal mark, a testament acknowledged by the very essence of the Tao Lord. A subconscious groan escaped Xiao Yan's lips as his heavy eyelids struggled to part slightly. Through his blurred vision, the dark golden claw imprint at the apex of the altar remained suspended in timelessness. Below the altar, several swirling shadows fixated on him with crimson eyes, brimming with malice, greed, and a profound sense of trepidation. They seemed to deliberate, hesitating whether to risk a potential counterstrike from the altar's claw imprint to obliterate this ant, who had received even a modicum of protection from the Tao Lord. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire space of the tomb of annihilation trembled violently, without warning. The dark golden pillars supporting the dome emitted a deep, resonant hum, while the ground, adorned with intricate Tao patterns, surged and swayed. A terrifying will, rife with chaos, tearing, and filth, surged from beyond the tomb, crashing violently against the barriers of the tomb space like a cataclysmic tide. Simultaneously, a phantom claw, covered in grotesque bone armor and starkly white, emerged, tearing through the fabric of space just outside the barriers of the tomb. It was it, the starry skeletal claw that Xiao Yan had grievously wounded with his burning star strike in the land of Tao patterns. It had followed the lingering essence of Xiao Yan's escape to the tomb of annihilation, attacking recklessly. Its aim was to rend the barriers of this space, invade the sacred ground, not only to extinguish Xiao Yan but also to seize the Tao Lord's claw imprint at the altar's summit. The barriers of the tomb space quaked violently, emitting agonized groans under the immense strain. The dark golden claw imprint atop the altar flickered with a dim light, seemingly stabilizing the space's power. The crimson gazes of the shadows below the altar instantly shifted toward the pale skeletal claw phantom beyond the barriers, their chaotic thoughts tinged with an even stronger greed and a hint of schadenfreude. Trapped in a dire predicament, Xiao Yan, mustering the scant remnants of his strength, struggled to rise. The newly formed mark of the Tao Lord in his consciousness radiated a faint heat, conveying a chilling battle intent. He gazed at the eternal claw imprint atop the altar, then at the space-rending white skeletal claw beyond the barriers, and finally swept his eyes over the shadows lurking below the altar. The tomb of annihilation had ceased to be a sanctuary. It had transformed into a perilous death trap. Chapter 31. The imprint of the burning star, the tomb of annihilation, was utterly torn asunder from its silence. Boom, boom. The monstrous white claw, shrouded in grotesque bone armor, was infused with the pure, annihilating coldness and furious will from the depths of the land of Tao patterns. Like a battering ram of oblivion, it struck relentlessly against the barriers of the tomb space. Each blow sent the entire tomb into convulsive tremors. The dark golden pillars supporting the dome groaned under the immense pressure, while the ground, adorned with profound Tao patterns, surged like tumultuous waves. Outside the barriers, the space was rent with spiderweb-like white fissures, as a terrifying chill and destructive shockwaves seeped through, causing the very air to crystallize into fine ice. At the apex of the altar, the dark golden imprint of the Tao Lord flickered with an uncertain radiance. With each glimmer, a vast and pure essence of annihilation and creation permeated the air, forcefully mending the fractures in the barrier and stabilizing the precarious space. Yet, the oppressive force it radiated was largely diverted to withstand the relentless onslaught of the external starry skeletal claws, inevitably weakening the internal pressure within the sepulchre. Below the altar, several fallen entities composed of viscous shadows bore crimson gazes that fervently flickered amidst the tremors of the barrier, the flickering of the altar's imprint, and the struggling figure of Xiao Yan. Although a sense of trepidation lingered, the quaking of the spatial barrier and the dispersion of the imprint's power had carved a bloody gap before the ravenous wolves. The churning filth of their shadows intensified, exuding a chaotic and greedy aura akin to a tangible miasma, threatening to taint the pure essence of annihilation within the sepulchre. As the barrier threatened to crumble, the densest shadow whispered in chaotic tones, its crimson gaze fixated firmly on Xiao Yan, seizing the opportunity presented by the Tao Lord's imprint. An arm, formed of shadow, slowly lifted, pointing towards Xiao Yan, not as an attack, but as a vile lure. A thick, cold, and insidious force of corruption, reminiscent of invisible chains, instantly coiled around the newly inscribed Tao Lord imprint within Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. This power was exceedingly malicious. It did not seek to annihilate Xiao Yan immediately, but rather to pollute and distort the imprint that had just been etched into the core of his Tao seed, symbolizing the recognition of the ashes. Once the imprint was contaminated, the foundation of Xiao Yan's path would utterly collapse, potentially reducing him to a puppet of these fallen entities. Suddenly, as Xiao Yan steadied himself, his body trembled violently. His sea of consciousness felt as though pierced by countless tainted icy needles. The Tao Lord imprint quaked violently, its edges tinged with a faint, disquieting gray. An icy, chaotic whisper, brimming with endless temptation, flooded his mind, attempting to dismantle his will and coax him into surrendering to corruption. Meanwhile, the external starry skeletal claws intensified their assault. Boom! The barrier emitted a heart-wrenching wail as a massive, pale crack spread like lightning. The icy tips of the skeletal claws, sharp enough to rend all things, had already breached the crack, encroaching into the sepulchre's space. Caught between internal and external assaults, besmirched by corruption, the Tao Lord imprint flickered urgently, striving to repel the tearing of the external foe while simultaneously suppressing the lurking fallen shadows within. All while attempting to divert some power to dispel the corrupting force entangling Xiao Yan's Tao Lord imprint, it was already beyond its capacity. The noose of death had tightened around Xiao Yan's throat. The path to his demise was imminent, his very essence on the verge of obliteration. No. In the face of despair, an unprecedented madness and resolve ignited within Xiao Yan's eyes. In a sea of consciousness, the Tao Lord imprint, ensnared by corruption and trembling violently, did not dim. Instead, propelled by his indomitable will, it erupted in a blinding dark golden radiance. The imprint ignited like a star, with will as the flame and the path as fuel. He no longer sought to dispel the tainting entanglement, but instead, channeled all remaining spiritual power. The original force of his annihilation Tao body, the deducing power of the star pivot in his sea of consciousness, and even the Tao Lord imprint itself, as fuel for a frenzied conflagration. Elder Jean, assist me in incinerating the filth. Annihilation returns to the void. The roar of intention reverberated with an unwavering resolve, detonating within the sea of consciousness. The core of the Master's imprint, that singular eternal star radiance, akin to being cast into a furnace of billions of degrees, erupted instantaneously with a cataclysmic blaze capable of incinerating celestial bodies. Buzz! The dark golden flames, infused with the essence of the Master's origin. Intertwined with the power of Xiao Yan's own extinguishing Tao seed, surged forth like a wild inferno, swiftly engulfing the tainted forces entwined around the imprint. Hiss! Like hot oil splashing onto snow. The cold and corrupting power emitted a piercing shriek before the Master's origin flames, rapidly incinerated, purified, and obliterated. The ashen hue at the edge of the imprint faded in an instant, returning to a dazzling brilliance, even more refined and fervent than before. Roar! The shadow of corruption that had struck from beneath the altar emitted a cry of anguished fury. It felt its corrupting power collide with the searing brand, instantly obliterating a significant portion. Its crimson gaze brimmed with disbelief. Yet, Xiao Yan's cost was equally grave. Forcing the ignition of the Master's imprint was akin to incinerating the very foundation of his path. His sea of consciousness throbbed with excruciating pain. The light of the Tao seed dimmed by a third, and the core's eternal star radiance displayed signs of instability. His physical form was besieged by a torment akin to disintegration. Newly healed skin cracked once more, oozing dark golden blood. But he succeeded, temporarily repelling the taint of corruption, securing a fleeting opportunity for counterattack. Just as the shadow of corruption was driven back by the flames, in that split second of profound shock. As the starbone claw tore through the barrier, its tips fully penetrating the tomb, the star trails flowed backward. There lay the shadow's edge of corruption, where the external claw's power clashed violently with the internal altar's claw imprint, the most fragile point of spatial structure. Xiao Yan's aim was never merely to defeat any single adversary. What he sought was to ignite, to detonate this fragile equilibrium, to unleash the storm of destruction, engulfing all. Break for me. Boom. An indescribable cataclysmic explosion erupted at the core of the Tomb of Ashes. Like the great explosion at the dawn of the universe, a blinding light, capable of obliterating consciousness, instantly consumed everything. An energy storm, so feral it could shatter the very fabric of reality, exploded in a spherical frenzy from the point of impact. Space, like a fragile glass mirror, shattered inch by inch. Countless ebony fissures in the fabric of space spread like gaping jaws, instantly devouring all in their vicinity. The altar, that twisted polyhedron, born from the dark golden earth, stood at the storm's epicenter. Countless sharp edges were violently broken and shattered by the raging energy. The solid base was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The dark golden claw imprint of the Master, suspended at the apex, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance in a bid to suppress it, yet was fiercely battered by this chaotic and multifaceted storm of destruction, its radiance fluctuating violently, momentarily subdued, trembling slightly. The shadow of corruption, positioned closest to the explosion's core. They emitted a desperate cry of terror. Their viscous shadowy forms, akin to snow exposed to the searing sun, were ruthlessly torn, evaporated, and obliterated by the tempestuous energy storm. The scarlet gaze brimmed with resentment and disbelief, fixated on the diminutive figure of Xiao Yan amidst the tempest. Yet unable to draw closer, it could only desperately roll back, attempting to flee from the eye of the storm. The entire Tomb of Ashes teetered on the brink of collapse amid this cataclysmic explosion. The dark golden pillars supporting the dome emitted a deafening sound of fracture. The intricate patterns upon the stout columns flickered wildly, yet could not halt the spread of the fissures, leading to a thunderous collapse. The dark golden ground, adorned with intricate designs, shattered like broken ice, sinking and disintegrating over vast expanses. Above, without the support of the great pillars, countless massive dark golden rocks, flowing with mystical designs, plummeted like falling stars. The rifts in space devoured the disintegrating matter and dissipating energy like a voracious beast. The apocalypse had arrived. The Tomb of Ashes was succumbing to its own annihilation. Xiao Yan, the instigator of this chaos, was violently hurled away by the destructive backlash at the moment of impact. The flames ignited by the brand quickly dimmed amid the explosion, and the essence of the path trembled violently, plunging his consciousness into darkness. His fractured body, akin to a withered leaf in a tempest, was ensnared by the violent currents of energy, helplessly cascading towards the deeper, darker rift revealed by the collapsing space behind the altar. His figure appeared diminutive and fragile amidst the collapsing pillars, falling debris from the dome, rampant spatial rifts, and chaotic energy storms, swiftly consumed by the shadowy rift, vanishing from sight. Atop the altar, the dark golden claw imprint of the Path Master quivered violently in the storm, its radiance flickering uncertainly. A feeble wave of intent, imbued with complex emotions, perhaps solace or a sigh, swept across the direction of Xiao Yan's disappearance like a final breath, before fading into profound silence, striving to stabilize itself against the impending destruction of the tomb. the fallen shadow reconstituted in the distance. Its scarlet gaze fixed unwaveringly on the altar's claw print and the rift where Xiao Yan had vanished, filled with unwillingness and bitterness, yet constrained to linger at the storm's edge, too fearful to advance further. The tomb of ashes collapsed entirely under Xiao Yan's desperate strike, igniting the brand and resulting in mutual destruction. The sanctum, the source of the path of extinction, transformed into a desolate wasteland rife with storms of annihilation and spatial rifts. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan plunged into the unknown rift revealed in the depths of the tomb after triggering the storm and severely injuring his formidable adversary, his fate uncertain. The path was not extinguished, yet the road ahead had descended into an abyss even more unfathomable than the realm of path marks. The guidance of ashes had, for the time being, been severed above the ruins of the collapsed path. Chapter 32. The Abyss of Return. Absolute darkness, viscous as ink, heavy as lead. Xiao Yan's consciousness floated within the boundless chaos, akin to drowning in a frigid abyss. The agony of his shattered body pierced through his soul, the body of extinction teetering on the brink of disintegration, each feeble breath tinged with the metallic scent of rusted blood. Within the sea of consciousness, the essence of the path of extinction, amalgamated with stardust and fragments of the celestial pivot, dimmed to the utmost degree, like a candle flickering in the wind. The nascent mark of the Pathmaster at its core was blurred around the edges, riddled with fine cracks as it strained to ignite itself against the encroaching corruption and the explosive storm of the tomb, nearly exhausting its very essence. Only the ancient jade continues to emit a gentle and constant luminescence, akin to the final keystone anchoring the tumultuous waves, steadfastly safeguarding a fragment of his indomitable spirit. The descent is an endless abyss, the duration of which is indeterminate. It may have spanned millennia, or perhaps merely a fleeting moment. Thud. It does not crash upon a hard surface but rather plunges into a viscous, frigid mire, permeated with a corrosive essence. The biting chill instantly invades his entire being. More piercing than the void of the path's markings. Even more terrifying is the onslaught of a foul will, imbued with boundless resentment, madness, and the essence of corruption. Akin to countless icy, venomous needles, disregarding the crumbling defenses of the annihilation body, frantically infiltrating his pores, seeking to taint his meridians, desecrate his sea of consciousness, and dismantle his last vestiges of unyielding resolve. The excruciating pain elicits a silent scream from the remnants of Xiao Yan's consciousness. Within the sea of consciousness, the imprint of the Tao Master flickers to life, attempting to dispel the filth, yet this effort only causes fractures to spread, dimming the radiance further. The essence of the Tao trembles violently, its core starlight flickering erratically. The abyss of ruins. What is revealed after the collapse of the Tomb of Ashes is a realm more profound, more tainted, and more despairing than the ghostly minds of the underworld. The pervasive filth here is no longer mere energy but a corruption that verges on the level of cosmic law. Just as Xiao Yan's will is on the brink of being utterly submerged by this insidious taint, a resonant hum echoes within his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the dormant ancient jade erupts with an unprecedented brilliance. A vast, pure essence, imbued with the aura of ash, floods forth. Akin to a primordial torrent that sweeps through Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness and his frail body. Wherever this torrent flows, the invading foul will shrieks like snow melting under the sun, swiftly disintegrating, purifying, and annihilating. The collapsing annihilation body is forcibly stabilized. The dark golden patterns beneath his skin shimmering wildly, unleashing a formidable devouring power that voraciously consumes the relatively benign chaotic energy within the surrounding viscous filth, transforming it. The withered meridians, akin to parched earth receiving rain, greedily absorb this forcibly transformed annihilation energy, bearing the mark of corruption. At the terminus of destruction, the ancient jade once again bestows its protection, with the overwhelming essence of annihilation. It forcibly purifies the filth and compels the annihilation body to reverse the consumption of the nutrients from this abyssal deathscape. As the pain lessens, Xiao Yan's heavy eyelids struggle to part. His vision remains engulfed in a thick darkness, yet the jade's glow serves as a faint beacon, barely illuminating a small patch before him. Beneath his feet lies a dark red, almost black sludge, resembling congealed plasma, exuding a pungent stench and a potent corrosiveness. Within this mire are countless massive, decayed skeletal remains and shattered, tarnished metal fragments, grotesquely twisted, their origins indistinguishable. Looking up, the endless darkness extends upward, unfathomably deep. The enormous dark golden fragments that fell during the collapse of the tomb have long since vanished, seemingly devoured and digested by this abyss. Even more shattering to Xiao Yan's psyche is a foul waterfall ahead, composed of viscous blood, molten black grease, and countless writhing, phosphorescent green insects. cascading thunderously from the unseen darkness above. The waterfall, spanning over 1,000 zhang, roared with a deafening sound, akin to the lamentations of countless vengeful souls. As the cascade crashed into the murky depths below, it stirred tumultuous waves of filth, unleashing a noxious green mist that obscured the sky and bore the curses of chaos and poison. Wherever this toxic haze passed, the very fabric of space emitted a hissing sound, as if corroded. At this moment, Xiao Yan found himself ensnared within the viscous mire at the edge of this foul waterfall. The surging waves and the venomous vapors, like a monstrous beast poised to devour, threatened to engulf him entirely. He must escape. The instinct for survival overpowered the excruciating pain in his body and the weakness of his consciousness. Summoning the last remnants of his spiritual energy, the essence of his obliteration body erupted with its final force, struggling to break free from the clutches of the sludge. However, an unexpected turn of events ensued. Boom. The very bottom of the abyss of the return trembled violently without warning, as if an ancient giant, long dormant, had stirred. The mire roiled, and the foul blood boiled. The flow of the tainted waterfall suddenly accelerated several-fold. Within the descending torrent of filth, countless phosphorescent green insects, as if startled, frantically congregated and intertwined. In the blink of an eye, at the heart of the waterfall, a colossal, writhing, and ever-changing green demonic eye, formed from billions of insects, materialized with sudden clarity. This demonic eye possessed no pupil, only a swirling expanse of pure, ghastly green flame. Within that flame, the terrifying spectacle of decay and the descent of souls was reflected, a wave of horror, more refined and concentrated than the filth of the abyss, exuded in absolute will that obliterated souls and sullied foundations, striking like an invisible hammer toward Xiao Yan, who had only just begun to rise. The abyssal demonic eye, a concrete manifestation birthed from the very essence of the abyss of the return's corruption. It harbored an instinctual, destructive enmity toward all living beings attempting to struggle. The attack was silent, yet swifter than thought. The ghastly green flame at the center of the demonic eye suddenly contracted before erupting. A beam of destruction, distilled to its utmost, manifested as a filthy, dark green light, disregarding spatial distance and carrying a terrifying will that froze even the Dao seeds, piercing through the murky vapor and directly striking Xiao Yan's brow. Wherever the beam passed, even the viscous muck was instantaneously vaporized and obliterated. There was no evasion, no defense. The power contained within this strike, the essence of the corruption, far surpassed the taint of fallen shadows. In Xiao Yan's current state, being struck would shatter the imprint of the Dao Master, leading to the immediate annihilation of his soul. The icy grip of death instantaneously froze Xiao Yan's heart. He scarcely had time to think. In that moment of inevitable doom, a low hum resonated within his consciousness. The Dao Master imprint, marred with cracks and dimmed in radiance, akin to being cast into the furnace of the final ember, erupted once more under the catalyst of ancient jade light, releasing an unprecedented, resolute dark golden flame. This flame was not a shield, but rather a finely distilled trace of dark gold, as small as a needle, yet imbued with the essence of the source of oblivion. The trace did not aim at the incoming beam of the demonic eye, but rather, through an arcane trajectory, forcefully plunged into the depths of the mire beneath Xiao Yan's feet. With a silent plunge, the dark golden trace seamlessly disappeared into the viscous sludge. Time seemed to elongate at that moment. The foul beam of the abyssal demonic eye, tearing through the toxic mist, was now mere inches from Xiao Yan's face. The dark golden light etched into the mire, emanating a faint yet strikingly clear wave of obliteration infused with the essence of ashes, spread out like ripples from a stone cast into a stagnant pool. Boom. Beneath Xiao Yan's feet, the viscous sludge, along with the colossal remains of an ancient beast that had lain silent for countless millennia, erupted under the influence of the obliteration wave summoned by the light. A torrent of chaotic energy, vast and intricate, imbued with ancient ferocity and indomitable will, surged forth, mingling with the expelled filth and fragments of bones. Akin to a volcano that had been suppressed for eons, erupting towards the heavens. This tumultuous outburst coincided perfectly with the corrupt beam emitted by the abyssal eye. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Like hot oil splashing into ice water, the two disparate forces, both harboring terrifying destructive potential, collided violently just above Xiao Yan's head. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a silent obliteration and corrosion. The tainted beam voraciously eroded the chaotic energy of the explosive torrent, while the ancient feral will and bone shards within the surge acted like myriad blades, ruthlessly slicing through and consuming the corrupt essence of the beam. The piercing sound of annihilation intertwined with the roars of ancient malevolent spirits reverberated at the depths of the tainted abyss. The turbulent energies, a chaotic amalgamation of dark green and deep crimson, wreaked havoc like an uncontrollable serpent. The shockwave generated by the explosion struck Xiao Yan with immense force. Gasp! He felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, blood spurting from his mouth, a blend of viscous dark gold and murky green. His body was flung backward like a kite severed from its string. Yet, it was this cataclysmic force that liberated him from the deadly grip of the malevolent beam and the constraints of the filthy mire. He tumbled, shattering several massive, decayed rib bones protruding from the sludge, and ultimately crashed onto a relatively solid black boulder, encrusted with foul moss. The agony nearly rendered him unconscious, but the will to survive compelled him to keep his eyes wide open. Above him, the abyssal eye emitted a silent, furious shriek. Its dark green beam was firmly held at bay by the chaotic torrent erupting from below, unable to advance an inch. The eye thrashed violently, while millions of insects writhed in a frenzy, attempting to coalesce greater power. Xiao Yan, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise and escape this area. However, as his gaze swept across the vast pit created by the earlier explosion, revealing a segment of what lay buried beneath the sludge, his pupils abruptly constricted. The explosion had unveiled a portion of something concealed below, not the remains of a colossal beast, but a gigantic fragment of a skull radiating a chilling dark golden hue. The fragment was grotesque in form, adorned with a thick layer of intricately patterned bone armor. Despite having endured the corrupting forces of ages, it still exuded an unsettling aura of pure obliteration and sharpness. This essence was hauntingly familiar to Xiao Yan, reminiscent of the star bone claws that had pursued him in the land of the Tao marks, ultimately tearing through the barrier of the Ashen Tomb. This was indeed another remnant of an even larger starbone claw. Its former owner must have been a terrifying existence far surpassing the one that had hunted Xiao Yan. Deep within the hollow eye socket of that immense skull fragment, a faint yet remarkably pure point of light emerged, exuding an eternal dark golden sheen, reminiscent of a flickering candle flame bravely resisting the winds. The vibrations emanating from this luminous point were of the same essence as the traces left by the remnants of the Tao on the ground, perhaps even more refined, bearing a distinct, directional coordinate. The Ember Star Mark. The name thundered through Xiao Yan's mind with an electrifying resonance. This was no mere coincidence. Not only had Ember traversed this desolate abyss, but he had also encountered something profound within the terrifying remains of this colossal beast. He left behind this star mark, akin to a lighthouse amidst darkness, illuminating the path for those who would follow. The Tao source spirit seed within his consciousness quivered with an unprecedented fervent longing, pointing towards the dark golden star mark nestled deep within the eye socket. A glimmer of hope for life, the final guidance left by Ember. Yet, the annihilation storm above was drawing to a close. An even more terrifying assault from the abyssal eye of demise was brewing. Amidst the swirling mire of filth, countless grim green phosphorescent insects coalesced once more, akin to a school of piranhas sensing blood, surging towards Xiao Yan and the exposed position of the star mark with reckless abandon. With the star mark as his beacon ahead and the malevolent eye pursuing him from behind, he found himself ensnared in a sea of countless insects. Obtain it! A final spark of madness ignited within Xiao Yan's eyes. No longer hesitating, he summoned every ounce of remaining strength, unleashing the last vestiges of his devouring might from the extinction Tao body, voraciously absorbing the chaotic energies within the foul mire, while resolutely locking his intent onto the dark golden star mark nestled within the skull's eye socket. His figure surged forth like a moth drawn to the flame, propelled by an indomitable spirit, hurtling towards the depths of that pit, aimed directly at the gaping eye socket of the colossal beast. The ultimate escape from the abyssal black abyss, under the faint glow of the star mark left by Ember, boldly commenced amidst the mire and despair. Chapter 33. Shattered ancient jade. The filthy mire of the abyssal black abyss roiled like a boiling blood pool. The abyssal eye of demise loomed high above the center of the filth-laden waterfall, its ghastly green flames coalescing into a beam of annihilation, poised to obliterate all. Hundreds of millions of wretched green phosphorescent insects converged into a tidal wave of death, their piercing shrieks corrosive to the soul, surging from all directions, relentlessly closing in on the exposed fragments of the colossal beast's skull at the bottom of the pit, and on Xiao Yan, who was racing towards the eye socket's star mark with a frenzied hunger. The noose of death tightened simultaneously from the heavens and the earth. Blood vessels surged within Xiao Yan's eyes, and the minuscule starry Tao patterns within his pupils spun wildly under the pressure of life and death. Ignoring the impending cataclysmic beam descending from above, dismissing the myriad of venomous insects surrounding him, he pushed the extinction Tao body to its utmost limits. The dark, golden Tao patterns beneath his skin blazed like branding irons, unleashing the final consuming force as they voraciously siphoned the chaotic energies from the filthy mire. The remnants of dark golden starry spirit energy mingled with the essence of the Tao body, akin to the final roar of a dying beast, pouring into his legs. "Give me the way," he bellowed, his body transforming into a dark golden arrow launched from a bowstring, slicing through the tainted air with a piercing shriek. Forcefully breaking through swathes of approaching insects, and unhesitatingly plunging towards the vast, hollow depths of the colossal beast's skull. His target was set directly on that faint yet life-giving dark golden star mark nestled deep within the eye socket. The distance was rapidly closing. 10 zhang, 5 zhang, 3 zhang. The foul, poisonous wind rushed towards him. The serrated fangs of the wretched green insects were almost upon his skin. Above him, the annihilating beam of the abyssal eye had reached its zenith, casting a ghastly green glow that illuminated the entire pit, as though it were a realm of the dead. Just as Xiao Yan's fingertips were about to graze the dark golden star mark, a silent, yet piercing shriek, laden with the will of destruction, emanated from the abyssal eye. A meticulously condensed dark green beam cleaved through the toxic mist, disregarding the fabric of space. Carrying with it the absolute power to obliterate souls and corrupt the very foundations of the Tao, descending in an instant. Its target was not Xiao Yan, but rather the dark golden star mark nestled deep within the skull's eye socket. It sought to obliterate this beacon of hope left by the ashes before it could shine forth. Simultaneously, a tidal wave of countless insects converged like a gaping maw, completely submerging Xiao Yan's figure. Innumerable ghastly green fangs savagely sank into his body of obliteration, producing a nauseating, corrosive sound. Venom and chaotic curses surged into him with reckless abandon. No. A desperate howl exploded within Xiao Yan's heart. He watched helplessly as the world-ending beam surged forth, aimed directly at the star mark. His fingertips were mere inches from the mark, yet it felt as though an eternity separated them. On the brink of catastrophe, inescapable doom. Just as the dark green beam was about to strike the dark golden star mark, and the myriad insects were poised to rend Xiao Yan's body asunder, a hum resonated. The ancient dark golden jade resting upon Xiao Yan's chest, which had remained dormant, radiating a gentle glow, erupted without warning, unleashing an unprecedented brilliance akin to a supernova. A pillar of dark golden light, dense with the essence of the origin of annihilation and the supreme truth of creation, burst forth from the jade. This beam did not target the abyssal eye or the swarm of insects. Instead, it struck fiercely against the dark golden star mark nestled deep within the skull of the colossal beast before him. Boom! Like a spark igniting eons of dry tinder. The star mark, which had previously flickered weakly, was awakened in that instant by the ancient jade's light, erupting forth with an indescribable, pure, and vast starlight of obliteration. The starlight did not disperse, rather, it instantaneously transformed into an exquisitely condensed beam composed of countless intricate dark golden runes. This beam disregarded the locking mechanism of the dark green beam of destruction and the barrier posed by millions of insects, striking Xiao Yan's brow at a speed that transcended time and space. Just as his fingertips nearly brushed against the beam, there was no harm, only an unfathomably vast and pure stream of spatial coordinate information, and the power of obliteration surged into Xiao Yan's consciousness like a deluge of stars. Aya! Xiao Yan let out a cry that intertwined agony and ecstasy. His consciousness felt as though it were inundated with billions of stars, threatening to tear apart. The nearly shattered imprint of the Tao Lord, under the infusion of this pure star-marking force, began to mend its cracks, radiating an explosive brilliance. The core of the seed of annihilation, the eternal starlight, spun wildly, greedily absorbing this congruent spatial Tao. His entire consciousness expanded and solidified amidst the excruciating pain, as if it were destined to encompass the entire universe. And at that very moment the star mark's beam struck Xiao Yan. A thunderous roar echoed. The terrifying dark green beam from the abyssal eye crashed down upon the site of the erupting star mark. Yet, the anticipated annihilation did not transpire. The eruption of the dark golden star mark emitted a vast and desolate starlight, forming an indomitable, invisible barrier. The emerald beam collided with the barrier as if a cow were to plunge into the sea. The tainted primordial power contained within was fervently disassembled, purified, and obliterated by the supremely pure starlight, failing to stir even a ripple. A howl erupted. The abyssal demon eye emitted an incredulous wail of fury. The tide of billions of insects became increasingly frenzied in their assault on Xiao Yan, attempting to thwart this unforeseen turn of events. Yet, it was too late. Having absorbed all the information from the star mark, Xiao Yan's eyes radiated a piercing brilliance that penetrated the void. He no longer regarded the futile beams of the demon eye, nor did he pay heed to the corrosive bites of the myriad poisonous insects surrounding him. His will, supported by the ancient jade's glow and resonating with the imprint of the Tao seed and Tao master, firmly anchored itself to the ultimate coordinate transmitted by the star mark. That coordinate seemed to be etched deep within his very soul. The guidance of the ashes illuminated the path home. Xiao Yan's hands moved with a speed that transcended limits, frantically forming seals. Each seal invoked the spatial principles of the star mark that had just been absorbed in his sea of consciousness. Every ounce of residual power within him, along with the tainted energy devoured and transformed by the desolation Tao body, was consumed in a blaze. Within the sea of consciousness, the recently healed imprint of the Tao master erupted once more with a resolute flame, serving as the final fuel. Buzz, centered around Xiao Yan's body. An exceedingly minuscule yet tremulously potent spatial vortex instantly took shape, exuding an aura that sent shivers throughout the entirety of the abyssal black void. The vortex was as profound as a cosmic black hole, its edges composed of condensed dark gold, while at its core flickered the eternal light of stars. Countless intricate spatial Tao patterns, formed by the star mark's runes, flowed in a cycle of creation and destruction within the vortex. A terrifying force, capable of tearing through space and penetrating dimensional barriers, erupted with a thunderous roar. This was not an attack, but rather a self-ignited spatial passage. With the star mark coordinate at its core, the thick, tainted spatial structure of the abyssal black void was forcibly torn apart before this awe-inspiring spatial might. As fragile as thin paper, whoosh, a pitch-black, twisted spatial rift, its edges flowing with dark gold and pallid starlight, suddenly gaped open before Xiao Yan. Beyond the rift lay not the void but a profound, silent realm, saturated with the remnants of the supreme desolation Tao rhythm that Xiao Yan was intimately familiar with, the shattered space of the Tomb of Ashes. It was the ruins following the collapse of the Tomb of Ashes, the origin from which Xiao Yan plummeted into the abyss after unleashing a storm to severely wound a formidable foe. The path indicated by the star mark led not to salvation, but rather to the very source of annihilation. Was it coincidence or the deep intent of Ashes? However, there was no time for Xiao Yan to ponder further. The moment the spatial rift opened, the abyssal demon eye went utterly berserk. Roar! It abandoned its futile beam attacks. As the massive form of the demon eye, enshrouded in a torrent of tainted deluge, surged forth with the will to annihilate all, akin to a fallen, ghastly green star, crashing down upon the spatial rift and Xiao Yan before it, intent on shattering both. The billions of insects, in a frenzy, disregarded everything and surged toward the rift, attempting to block and contaminate it. Go! A final spark of determination ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. He no longer hesitated. Enduring the excruciating agony inflicted by the burning mark of the Tao Lord on his soul, as well as the torment of his flesh being gnawed and corroded by countless venomous insects. With his last vestiges of strength, he plunged into the recently opened, violently distorted rift in space. In the fleeting moment that his figure vanished into the rift, a tremendous roar erupted. The colossal form of the abyssal eye, accompanied by a torrent of filth, crashed violently against the entrance of the rift. An indescribable collision of terrifying energies ensued. The space rift, akin to an ice surface struck by a massive boulder, instantly became marred with a web of inky fissures. The rampant, tainted energy clashed violently with the formidable power of the newly opened spatial gateway, annihilating everything in its path. The rift twisted and trembled violently, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. With half of his body already immersed in the rift, Xiao Yan felt as though he had been struck hard. A sharp pain radiated from his back as bones fractured. The brilliance of the Tao Lord's mark within his consciousness dimmed to the brink of extinction. The Tao seed quaked violently, its core starlight flickering erratically. He spewed forth a mouthful of dark golden tainted blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. As his body was thrust deeper into the rift by the devastating shockwave generated from the explosion behind him. In the moment before his figure completely vanished into the distorted rift, his peripheral vision caught sight of the ancient golden jade that had been suspended at his chest, unleashing its final power. After enduring the dual impacts of the abyssal eye's collision and the storm of spatial annihilation, a faint crackling sound resonated, as if echoing deep within his soul. A profound fissure, as if piercing through the stars, suddenly appeared on the surface of the ancient jade. Its gentle radiance dimmed significantly in an instant. Xiao Yan's heart trembled violently as an indescribable sense of loss and coldness seized him. Yet, his body was entirely engulfed by the chaotic currents of space. Boom, boom, boom. Within the depths of the abyss, the space rift, subjected to the impact of the abyssal eye and the internal energy conflict, emitted a resounding explosion, collapsing and vanishing entirely. Only a terrifying vortex of energy remained. wildly spinning and devouring the tainted energy and fragments of space. The abyssal eye let out a furious and unwilling shriek. As billions of insects were torn apart and consumed at the vortex's edge, the residual light of the starlight left by the ashes extinguished completely after the return path was opened. Fragments of the colossal beast's skull were slowly buried again beneath the swirling mire of filth. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's figure, along with the cracked ancient jade, was swept away by the chaotic currents of space, plunging into the desolate ruins formed after the collapse of the Tomb of Ashes, filled with storms of destruction and spatial rifts. Chapter 34. The desolation returns to truth. The chaotic currents of destruction sliced through Xiao Yan's battered body like countless invisible razors. The shards of space whistled past him like shattered glass, armed with the energy to annihilate all. The desolate domain formed by the collapse of the Tomb of Ashes was rife with ferocious energy storms, twisted spatial rifts, and the omnipresent, chilling remnants of the supreme and extinguished Tao. Xiao Yan's body was tossed like a discarded rag doll within the turbulence, rolling and being flung about. The searing pain from his fractured bones, the scorching agony of being gnawed and corroded by myriad venomous insects, and the soul-rending sensation brought on by forcibly opening the spatial passage surged over him like relentless waves, threatening to shatter his already precarious consciousness. In the depths of the sea of consciousness, the once resplendent mark of the Pathmaster now flickered dimly, akin to a candle sputtering in the wind. Its surface marred by a web of cracks. Each feeble glimmer inflicted excruciating pain upon the soul. The eternal starlight at the core of the seed of annihilation teetered on the brink of extinction, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Only the ancient jade resting upon his chest, riddled with profound fissures and nearly devoid of radiance, continued to emanate the last vestiges of warmth. Reminiscent of a drowning man's final piece of driftwood, desperately clinging to the remnants of his true spirit. Has it come to an end? The lingering thoughts floated amidst the chaos, the chill of death akin to a maggot burrowing into bone. Yet, in that fleeting moment, when consciousness was on the verge of complete submersion, boom, a shadow, cloaked in grotesque bone armor and bearing colossal, ashen claws, descended with a terrifying pressure that froze time and space, violently tearing through the raging tempest of energy at the outskirts of the desolate ruins. Like a guillotine of annihilation, it lunged towards the tumbling figure of Xiao Yan. It is it, the starry skeletal claw that had been grievously wounded in the land of path markings. Now breaching the sepulchral barriers, it had tracked Xiao Yan's lingering essence and forcibly invaded this realm of obliteration. Its claws, charred and ragged, bore testament to its injuries sustained during the collapse of the tomb. Yet within that icy intent remained a singular, unadulterated fury and desire for destruction aimed at Xiao Yan, whom it deemed insignificant. This claw contained all of its strength, disregarding its wounds. Intent on utterly shattering Xiao Yan along with the mark of the Pathmaster within him that it both loathed and coveted. Simultaneously, from the shadow of the distorted space, several viscous figures, swirling with endless malice and greed, emerged silently like sharks drawn to blood. Their crimson gazes fixated on Xiao Yan, particularly on the dim mark of the Pathmaster within his sea of consciousness. The shadows, overlapping with chaotic and blurred thoughts of possession, bore an unabashed desire for dominion. Among them, one shadow, the most tangible, flashed its scarlet gaze, unleashing a dark red chain, formed from pure corrupted will, akin to a foul serpent. It sped forth, silent yet swifter than lightning, piercing through the violent spatial turbulence directly towards Xiao Yan's brow. Its target was none other than the nearly shattered mark of the Pathmaster. They sought to pollute and seize this final vestige of the Pathmaster in Xiao Yan's moment of utmost vulnerability, as the starry skeletal claw drew attention. A true annihilation. The physical obliteration of the starry skeletal claw was met with the mental pollution and predation of the fallen shadows. Xiao Yan's remaining strength felt as insignificant as dust before these two terrifying entities that transcended his current realm. There was no escape, no defense. The icy grip of death instantly froze Xiao Yan's thoughts. In that critical instant, where annihilation loomed, a crisp, heart-wrenching sound resonated from the dark, golden, ancient jade. Riddled with cracks and nearly extinguished, crack. A deep fissure, resembling a scar etched across ancient stars, spread across the surface of the jade. Buzz. The ancient jade did not completely shatter, but at its core, a point of light, condensed to an indescribable essence, born from the true intent of obliteration, ignited with the brilliance of a star sealed for eons. The moment the light appeared, time seemed to freeze for a fraction of a second. The terrifying trajectory of the starry skeletal claws rends the very fabric of space, while the fallen shadows stab towards the tainted chains of the mind's sea. The rampant spatial turbulence and energy storms render everything feeble before the purest essence of the ultimate truth. As the sigh of the Tao's return descends, a dark golden glimmer ignites from the core of the ancient jade, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, silently merging into the cracked and dimly lit imprint of the Tao Master within Xiao Yan's consciousness. Boom! An indescribable torrent surged through Xiao Yan's mind. No longer a violent impact of energy, but rather a cold, domineering, and supremely enlightening realization of the Tao. It was the last remnants of the essence of Jin that ignited the nearly extinguished imprint of the Tao Master, forcibly imparting the profound truths of annihilation, the creative mysteries, the laws of stellar birth and demise, and the trajectories of spatial oblivion, all belonging to Jin's understanding of the Tao, flooding into the core of Xiao Yan's Tao seed like a divine revelation. This was not merely a bestowal of power, but a transmission of the Tao, at the cost of Jin's complete dissolution. The final flame of the Tao was ignited for the inheritor. Jin, the elder. Xiao Yan's consciousness emitted a silent, heart-wrenching roar. An ineffable sorrow and understanding drowned his spirit in an instant. Pain, the ultimate agony of the soul consumed by the Tao fire. Jin's vast comprehension of the Tao felt like billions of burning stars forcefully crammed into his minuscule mind, threatening to burst and incinerate his very essence. Enlightenment, the ultimate clarity that pierces through the clouds. The once obscure and elusive principles of annihilation, the ultimate mysteries of life and death, the birth and demise of stars, now unfolded with unprecedented clarity, like patterns revealed in one's palm. Each crack upon the imprint of the Tao seemed to transform into a path leading to the ultimate truth. The seed of annihilation within his consciousness, under the burning of the Tao fire, not only resisted collapse, but, like a phoenix reborn from the flames, erupted with an unmatched brilliance, its core radiating a light more resplendent than ever, as the inscribed patterns of the Tao frantically reconfigured and transcended, emanating an essence of annihilation ever purer and closer to the source. No need for contemplation. Instinct. The combat instinct derived from the essence of the annihilation path awakened explosively under the catalysis of Jin's imparted teachings. Confronted with the skeletal claws that tore through space and froze time, Xiao Yan's form, amidst the chaotic maelstrom, tilted at an astonishing and physically impossible angle, akin to a leaf dancing in the wind or a star gliding along its destined path, spinning gently. Swoosh! The skeletal claws, imbued with the terrifying power to shatter stars, viciously struck the very spot where Xiao Yan had just been. The violent winds of the claws ripped through space, annihilated the turbulence, yet merely tore a bloodied corner of his garment. Xiao Yan's figure appeared like a specter beside the shadow of the claws. At the same time, he did not evade the tainted chains lunging toward his brow. His right hand, as if foreseeing the future, rose up, fingers splayed, the tips no longer ignited by flames, but crystallized into the substantial, intertwined dark golden and pale white star radiance of annihilation, Tao markings. Annihilation and oblivion. A chilling voice, bearing the solemnity of Jin's legacy, resonated clearly in the realm of destruction. With 5 fingers poised against the end of that tainted chain, the motion appeared languid, yet in truth, it was swifter than lightning as they gently grasped. There was no cataclysmic collision. It was akin to clutching a wisp of murky smoke. The dark red tip of the chain, coalesced from a fallen will and potent enough to corrupt the very essence of the path, dissolved silently into nothingness the moment it encountered the void like traces of annihilation flowing between Xiao Yan's fingers, as if cast into the depths of oblivion. Returning to the most primordial void, the annihilation rapidly spread along the chain. The fallen shadow that struck out emitted a piercing wail of intent. It felt its core essence being devoured and disassembled by an unseen black hole. The spreading force of annihilation, imbued with the supreme resonance of extinction, instilled a terror that emanated from the depths of its soul. It frantically sought to sever the chain, only to realize in horror that the force of annihilation had surged along the links of intent, flowing upstream, beginning to scorch its shadowy core. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, having effortlessly neutralized the deadly ambush of the fallen shadow, turned his cold gaze towards the star skeleton claw, which had fallen into a momentary state of furious inertia after missing its strike. In his consciousness, the flame of the path blazed fiercely, and the insights of ashes surged like a river. The annihilation star pivot was in a frenzy of calculations, changing in the blink of an eye. The traces of the path beckoned calamity. Xiao Yan's hands formed an ancient, profound seal, seemingly summoning the annihilation of the heavens. Within his consciousness, the core star of the reborn annihilation seed erupted into blinding brilliance. Countless dark golden runes, composed of insights from the ashes and embodying the true essence of the birth and demise of stars and the void of space, erupted from his body, instantly merging into the surrounding tempest of chaotic energy and the fractured fabric of space. Buzz. The entire desolate wasteland seemed to be cast into a still pool by a massive boulder. The previously chaotic and rampant energies of destruction, as serpentine as venomous snakes, appeared to be imbued with a semblance of order and direction under the influence of the annihilation runes Xiao Yan summoned. Boom. Countless torrents of violent energy, as if guided by an unseen hand, instantaneously altered their course, transforming into roaring energy dragons that fiercely struck at the charred, disarrayed wound of the star skeleton claw. Numerous distorted spatial fractures, like activated venomous serpents, instantaneously coiled around the arm bone of the claw, frantically cutting, tearing, and devouring its stable structure of annihilation. More terrifyingly, above the claw's head, a precarious weak point in the unstable space, caused by the collapse of the tomb, collapsed with a thunderous roar under the influence of the path runes, forming a small black hole radiating a horrific gravitational pull, filled with a storm of destructive space. The black hole, like a greedy maw, bit ferociously into the skull of the claw, using force against force, wielding the very destructive power of the desolate wasteland as a blade against a formidable enemy. Roar. The star skeleton claw emitted an unprecedented roar of terror and agony. Its massive form was instantly engulfed by the raging energy dragons, entwined and bitten by countless spatial serpents, while the black hole above its head posed a lethal threat. It could no longer afford to pursue Xiao Yan, as its icy intent was utterly consumed by fear. It struggled fiercely, roaring in a desperate attempt to escape the sudden and dire predicament. Its colossal bone claws relentlessly tore at the rift in space that ensnared it, resisting the devouring force of the black hole above, even willing to sever parts of its bone armor, severely eroded by the turbulent energy. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, a glimmer of determination ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. He bore no hesitation in battle, enduring the excruciating pain of the soul-consuming flame and the frailty of his body. He rapidly deduced the cosmic patterns in his consciousness. The enlightenment bestowed by the flame of the abyss allowed him to instantly perceive a relatively stable spatial gap, briefly formed amidst the chaos due to the claw's struggle and the black hole's pull. This gap subtly led beyond the realm of despair, a faint, chilling aura from the Xian bone cave seeping through. Forth he surged, Xiao Yan transformed into a streak of dark golden light, propelling the speed of his extinguished body to its zenith, gliding through the tumultuous energy voids like a nimble fish, deftly avoiding the ravaging debris of space. Plunging into the chaotic spatial fissure, his figure vanished instantly within the depths of the violently contorted rift, amidst the desperate roars of the starbone claws, the anguished wails of the fallen shadows consumed by chains, and the terrifying thunder of the black hole devouring all. After his disappearance, the rift resealed itself like a healing wound, vanishing from sight. Within the desolate ruins, only the starbone claws continued their frantic struggle against the tempest of destruction, accompanied by the resentful shrieks of the fallen shadows. The dust from the collapse of the tomb of ashes drifted slowly, akin to a silent elegy offered in tribute to the last legacy of the Lord of Annihilation, as well as to the lingering soul that sacrificed itself to illuminate the path home. Chapter 35. The Return of the Xian Bone. A chilling aura mingled with the acrid scent of blood, permeating the depths of the cold pond within the Xian Bone cave. The viscous air retained the scorching aftershocks of the violent clash of spiritual energy, alongside three powerful presences that had fallen into eerie silence. The Lord of the Tying lay prostrate upon the frigid black rock, a charred hole piercing through her forehead to the back of her head, its edges still flickering with a jade-white purifying flame. Her once cold and haughty gaze was now wide with disbelief and despair, as if she could scarcely comprehend that her late-stage foundational cultivation and her Xian Great Superior Wampa Coldine flag could be defeated by one of mere initial flame realm. The blood-clad youth appeared even more tragic, his upper body nearly torn asunder at the waist, the severed edge charred, covered in flickering flames of dark gold and deep purple interwoven in a dance of destruction. His remaining head bore a visage twisted in eternal terror, with dark red blood clots congealed in his orifices. The blood-colored flying sword that had once been entwined with countless vengeful souls lay shattered into several pieces. Scattered amidst the tainted blood, its spiritual light extinguished. The largest corpse belonged to the Xian Bone Poison Crocodile. Its mountain-like body lay overturned at the edge of the cold pond, a massive, smoothly edged hole piercing through its hardened skull, replacing its once fearsome horn. Dark gold, jade white, and deep purple flames flickered like maggots, defiantly burning at the hole's edge, exuding a terrifying aura of annihilation, purification, and chaos intertwined. Its emerald blood mingled with shattered innards, gushing forth from the hole and the great tear in its abdomen, staining the obsidian pond a murky, wretched green. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the cave, recently marred by a cataclysmic slaughter. The only movement came from the tricolored vortex at Xiao Yan's feet. Comprised of three distinctly different primordial energies, the extreme in-death aura, the tainted blood malice, and the venomous demonic essence, which continued to swirl slowly, emitting a deep, resonant hum. Standing at the vortex's center, Xiao Yan's nine nether flame had receded, leaving only a subdued dark golden luminescence flowing over his skin. While intricate patterns of Tao flickered in and out of visibility beneath the surface, he gently closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling. Each breath akin to a great whale swallowing the sea, fervently drawing the pure primordial energy from the vortex into his being. Devour. Refine. The barrier of the mid-foundation stage shattered silently like thin ice. A more expansive and refined dark golden torrent, imbued with the essence of penetrating rules, surged through his meridians. Now fortified severfold, roaring with power. The essence of the nine nether flame ascended, the core of the flame shining even more brilliantly. As the dark golden base subtly integrated pale, icy crystals of the lunar chill, dark red veins of blood malice, and eerie green specks of toxic essence. The body of annihilation greedily absorbed the attributes of solidity, sharpness, corrosion, and rebirth brought forth by the three primordial sources, each cell rejoicing in a deeper metamorphosis. Boom. A terrifying pressure, exponentially stronger than before and laden with chaotic annihilation, erupted uncontrollably from Xiao Yan's body, akin to an awakened ancient beast. The cave trembled violently. Stalactites crashing down from the ceiling, splashing murky water into the cold pool. Late foundation stage, a natural progression. Moreover, it was a robust foundation, harmoniously fused with the three formidable primordial sources, marking a profound transformation of the annihilation body into the late foundation stage. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. Boom. Two concentrated gazes, as if three miniature celestial orbs were revolving within the depths of his pupils, cleaved through the cave's darkness like a blade of creation. Wherever his gaze fell, the air twisted silently, and the lingering chill of death and blood malice disintegrated as if meeting their nemesis. Power. An unprecedented sense of strength filled his limbs and bones. He gently clenched his fist, the dark golden patterns beneath his skin igniting, the air resonating with an unbearable explosion. At this moment, although he had just entered the late foundation stage, his purity of spiritual energy, the strength of his physique, the stability of his soul, and the profundity of his comprehension of the annihilation Tao were sufficient to crush an ordinary perfected foundation cultivator. Coupled with the devouring nature of the annihilation body and the nine nether flame, which amalgamated the three primordial sources, he would dare to confront even an early golden core cultivator. His gaze swept over the corpses of the three powerful beings, cold and devoid of mercy. The law of the survival of the fittest, an unchanging principle in the realm of cultivation. They had coveted opportunities, seeking to end his life. Now, they lay dead. Their entire cultivation transformed into nourishment for his path, merely a cycle of cause and effect. This place was no longer safe to linger. Xiao Yan's thoughts raced. The fluctuations from the Xianbone cave, particularly the aura he had unleashed during his breakthrough, likely alerted the outside world. The Taiyin Pavilion and the Blood Malice Hall would not let this matter rest. The entrance to the abyssal ghost mine deeper within had also become a dead end. No longer hesitating, he focused his mind, and a fresh strand of nine nether flame leapt from his fingertips. The core of the flame, dark and profound, flickers with a jade-white purifying blaze at its edges, while within flows a ghastly white ice crystal, mingling with dark crimson blood and eerie green poison spots. The fusion of these three sources emanates a terrifying aura capable of incinerating all things, tainting souls, freezing vitality, and corroding the very foundations of existence. Silently, the three-colored flames drift down upon the corpse of the Lord of the Taiyin. With a soft hiss, there is no violent combustion, akin to a searing iron pressed against thin ice. The corpse, along with its ceremonial robe, storage pouch, and the scattered fragments of the Wampa Hanin banner, vaporizes instantaneously upon contact with the flames, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Only a small patch of rock, transformed into glass by the intense heat, remains. The same flames descend upon the battered body of the blood-clad youth and his shattered blood sword. Blood, flesh, and remnants of the blade vanish as if drawn into a black hole. Lastly, the enormous corpse of the Xian bone-poison crocodile. The three-colored flames alight upon the vast perforation in its skull, spreading like a living entity, swiftly engulfing its colossal form. The beast's mountainous body collapses silently into nothingness, its toxic blood incinerated, leaving only a charred, glistening scar at the edge of the cold pool. The annihilation of corpses and obliteration of traces are executed with the extinguishing fire that merges the three primordial essences, erasing all evidence entirely. Having completed this, Xiao Yan does not linger. His figure flickers, transforming into a more refined and restrained dark golden flow, imbued with a tricolored glimmer. As he hurtles towards the exit of the Xianbone cave, his speed far surpasses that of his arrival, leaving behind only a circle of rippling space. Deep within the cave, the pale skeletal door leading to the Nether Ghost Mine stands resolute, while the fractured stone tablet above emanates a faint aura of curses, silently recounting past dangers. Yet, all of this has become irrelevant to Xiao Yan. Outside the Xianbone cave, deep within the desolate and lifeless Black Mountains, the space subtly warps as a dark golden flow silently escapes the cliffside, revealing Xiao Yan's form atop the jagged black rocks. The external daylight is somewhat blinding. Although the air remains thin and cold, imbued with the scent of sulfur, it is infinitely more refreshing than the murky, deathly atmosphere within the cave. Xiao Yan takes a deep breath, reveling in the surge of immense power within him and the exhilaration of regained freedom. However, in that fleeting moment of relaxation, a faint yet distinct tremor emerges from his chest. Accompanying it is a feeling of weakness and tearing that originates from the depths of his soul. Xiao Yan's expression shifts as he immediately turns his focus inward. At the center of his consciousness see the Tao seed of extinction, which fuses the essence of celestial stars and fragments of the star pivot, shines with eternal brilliance, and remains as steadfast as a rock. Yet, the ancient dark gold jade floating beside it harbors a profound crack traversing its body, now emitting a faint yet disconcerting spatial fluctuation. Along the edges of the crack, fine spiderweb-like fissures slowly spread. The jade's warm glow visibly dims by the second. The ancient jade is on the verge of collapse, the last remnant of the Ember's sanctuary. After enduring the obliterating storm of the abyss and the forced opening of a spatial passage, is witnessing an accelerated disintegration of its internal structure. Should it shatter completely, not only will this final bastion be lost, but the essence of Ember and any potential legacy contained within will also be obliterated. It is imperative to find a method to repair the ancient jade promptly. Xiao Yan's gaze was grave. The existence of the ancient jade is not merely tied to Ember's legacy. It is also subtly connected to the imprint of the Tao Lord within his consciousness. While the imprint has stabilized, its essence shares a common origin with the ancient jade. If the jade were to fracture, the imprint could very well face upheaval. In that fleeting moment when his mind was stirred by the jade's unusual activity, Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head. Icy eyes piercing the sky to the right like a sword. Three powerful auras, akin to hawks that have spotted their prey, were rapidly approaching from afar. The foremost figure, clad in a robe resembling that of the Lord of the Tyne Pavilion, bore a gaunt visage and an aura as frigid as eternal ice. Unmistakably a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Behind him, two others, both mid-stage Foundation establishment, exuded slightly weaker auras yet possessed equally sharp and sinister gazes. All three bore the emblem of a waning pale moon, signifying their affiliation with the Tyne Pavilion. There lingered a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy in this place. In the presence of the Pavilion Lord, the elder at the forefront swept his consciousness over the area where Xiao Yan stood, his expression shifting dramatically. He keenly detected the remnants of the Pavilion Lord's extreme in-death energy still lingering in the air, along with two other powerful yet unfamiliar scents of blood and demonic energy, as well as a recently advanced and not yet fully stabilized late-stage Foundation establishment aura. His gaze instantly locked onto the solitary figure standing on the black rock below, exuding a depth of aura akin to an abyss. Xiao Yan, youngster, who are you? The withered elder demanded sharply, his voice as chilling as the winds of the nine hells, imbued with undeniable pressure and murderous intent. What has transpired here? Where is the Lord of the Tyne Pavilion? The other two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators swiftly spread out, forming a pincer formation that subtly blocked Xiao Yan's retreat, their eyes vigilant and greedily scanning him. A newly advanced late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, yet bearing the remnants of the Pavilion Lord's presence and the traces of battle in this locale. Such a scenario was inherently suspicious. Xiao Yan slowly turned, his dark golden pupils coldly surveying the three figures in the air, as if regarding three corpses. The Trisource annihilation power within him had just calmed, yet the jade's unusual movements stirred a tempest of malice within his heart. The Lord of the Tyne Pavilion? Xiao Yan's lips curled into a cold and cruel arc, his voice flat but laced with an icy chill. She coveted what she should not possess, and now she has returned to silence. Returned to silence. The withered elder's pupils constricted, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. The Lord is dead. slain by this nameless, newly advanced junior. How could this be possible? Yet the lingering death energy of the Lord and the disturbing, profound pressure emanating from the opponent compelled him to believe it. Arrogant junior. You dare slay our pavilion lord. Capture him, extract his soul, and refine his essence to uncover the truth. Following a brief moment of shock, a torrential wave of rage and murderous intent surged forth. The withered elder roared, and his hands swiftly formed seals. A completely pale ice crystal flying sword, exuding endless coldness, hummed as it was unsheathed, its blade aimed directly at Xiao Yan. Two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators behind him simultaneously shouted fiercely, each summoning their magical artifacts. The ghastly, frigid spiritual energy locked onto the vital points surrounding Xiao Yan. Three formidable chill-infused auras, intermingled with a potent killing intent, descended like three towering icebergs. Faced with this lethal predicament, Xiao Yan exhibited no fear in his eyes. Rather, a cold battle fervor ignited along with a hint of excitement to test his newly acquired powers. With a whisper, he raised his right hand slowly. Upon his palm, a novel flame emerged, its dark golden base coursing with a chilling white ice crystal, dark red blood energy, and ghostly green poisonous spots, igniting silently. The flame flickered, causing the surrounding air to warp, freeze, and corrode, emitting a mournful wail under the unbearable burden. Just right. Let me utilize you to test the taste of these three sources of annihilation. Chapter 36. The Secret of the Shattered Ancient Jade with a Whisper. Atop Xiao Yan's elevated right palm, the three-colored flame, dark golden at the base, flowing with chilling white ice crystal, dark red blood energy, and ghostly green poison, danced silently. Though diminutive, the aura it radiated twisted the space in mournful cries, as if grasping the source of annihilation that could incinerate all things. Arrogance. The withered elder's hair stood on end. Fury and murderous intent completely overpowering the flicker of doubt deep within. His hands swiftly shifted through seals, and the chilling white ice crystal flying sword suspended before him erupted with a piercing cold light. The sword hummed and vibrated, instantly splitting into dozens of condensed, tangible ice, soul, sword chi. The sword chi tore through the air, carrying an extreme cold that could freeze the soul, akin to a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, enveloping Xiao Yan's vital points. Ice soul locking technique. Kill. The other two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators also shouted fiercely in unison. One conjured a white bone shield, its surface filled with countless wailing spectral illusions, emanating a powerful mental shockwave and chilling energy field, attempting to hinder Xiao Yan's movements. The other hurled a pitch-black mysterious chain, its body adorned with minute barbs, enveloped in a viscous atmosphere of deathly energy, stealthily coiling toward Xiao Yan's feet like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair. Simultaneous lethal strikes unleashed. The chilling death energy spread, transforming the area surrounding Xiao Yan into an extreme cold abyss. Faced with an assault capable of annihilating an ordinary late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, Xiao Yan's eyes reflected only a frigid indifference. In the depths of his consciousness, the stellar annihilation quickly calculated, and the three-source annihilation flames gently rotated in his palm. Scatter. As he exhaled this thought, the three-colored flame in his palm erupted silently, morphing into countless minute sparks of dark gold, chilling white, and ghostly green. The sparks did not scatter chaotically. Rather, they moved as if guided by an invisible hand, adhering to intricate trajectories, precisely meeting the onslaught of Ice Soul Sword Chi. The chilling energy field, and the approaching yin chain. Hiss hiss hiss. Like heated needles piercing through ice. The dark golden sparks collided with the Ice Soul Sword Chi, the essence of annihilation within, instantly dismantling the core principles of the Sword Chi, causing it to shatter silently. The chilling white sparks merged into the icy energy field, consuming and assimilating the original cold energy belonging to the Lord of the Tian sect, instantly disrupting the energy field. The ghostly green sparks latched onto the barbs of the mysterious yin chain, unleashing a terrifying corrosive toxin as the chain writhed as though thrown into strong acid. Rapidly emitting thick black smoke and a hissing lament, its spiritual radiance dimming at a visible pace. Wherever the tricolor Mars passed, the proud attack of the three from the Moon Pavilion crumbled as if confronted by their sworn nemesis. In that instant of overwhelming shock, Xiao Yan's figure merged seamlessly with the fabric of space, vanishing the moment the tricolor Mars extinguished the opponent's assault. Be careful. The cultivator wielding the bone shield barely managed to utter a cry of alarm as a shadow, glimmering with tricolor hues, appeared at his side, as if teleported. With his right hand clawed, Xiao Yan's fingertips were entwined with the condensed tricolor traces of annihilation, exuding a sharpness capable of rending metal and an infernal heat that could incinerate all in its path. Ignoring the mental shock and the stasis field emanating from the bone shield, he struck it fiercely, like a searing iron plunging into soft tofu. Crack! The dissonant sound of shattering echoed painfully. The pale bone shield of low-grade mystic rank, under the terrifying force of Xiao Yan's tri-source annihilation and the corrosive traces at his fingertips, crumbled as easily as a fragile eggshell, leaving behind 5 ghastly punctures. Countless vengeful specters emitted piercing wails, only to be instantly vaporized by the purifying flames entwined around his fingertips. The shield's spiritual light dimmed completely, reduced to mere mortal iron. With unrelenting force, Xiao Yan's claws pierced effortlessly through the protective aura of the bone shield cultivator, driving deep into his chest amidst the man's terror-stricken gaze. The horrifying heat of annihilation erupted instantly. The wretched scream was abruptly silenced. The chest of that mid-foundation cultivator transformed as if plunged into magma, creating a vast charred cavity that was open front and back. His heart and lungs vaporized upon contact with the claws, with not even a drop of blood splattering. The light in his eyes faded rapidly, and his body was hurled backward like a broken sack, before it even touched the ground, ignited by the residual tricolor annihilation flames. Swiftly turning to ash. A swift kill. An absolute domination. Old 5, another cultivator, who had hurled out a dark chain, was filled with horror, his eyes widening in disbelief. The instantaneous demise of his companion shattered his fighting spirit. With a shriek, he enveloped himself in black light, and turned to flee without a second thought. Humph! Xiao Yan let out a cold snort, flicking his left finger. A slender, greenish tricolor fire thread, leaping like a venomous serpent, crossed the space in an instant, precisely embedding itself into the fleeing cultivator's back. Sizzle! The escaping figure suddenly froze. The black light flickering around him extinguished like a candle in the wind. In the next moment, countless fine, greenish cracks appeared from within his body, spreading outward. He emitted a hissing sound, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief as his body, like a weathered statue, rapidly disintegrated under the corrosive grip of the green venomous fire, ultimately transforming into a foul, greenish dust that scattered with the breeze. In the blink of an eye, 2 mid-foundation cultivators were reduced to nothingness. The withered elder felt a chilling dread engulf him, as though plunged into a frozen abyss. He watched Xiao Yan effortlessly annihilate his companions as though crushing mere ants, feeling an unprecedented terror gripping him from the depths of his soul. All thoughts of revenge and sect missions dissolved into nothingness at that moment. All he desired was to survive. "Senior, spare me." The voice of the withered elder quivered dryly as he pleaded for mercy. In the palm of his hand, the tricolored flame, now recondensed and more refined, danced silently. The tiny pavilion was enveloped in silence. A frigid voice pronounced the inevitable conclusion. The flame floated forth, seemingly slow, yet it instantly materialized before the frail elder. Disregarding his hastily erected pale crystalline shield, with a soft sound, the shield was pierced as if it were mere parchment. The flame plunged into the elder's terror-stricken, contorted visage. There was no scream, only the silent rigidity of his body and the rapid extinguishing of brilliance in his eyes. In the next moment, dark gold, pallid white, and ghostly green flames erupted like a blossoming flower of death from the elder's 7 orifices and pores. His emaciated form melted away in the stillness, akin to a burning candle, swiftly reducing to a mere charred mark on the ground, leaving not even a trace of ash. The 3 sources of extinction. Ashes turned to naught. A gust swept across the desolate black rocks, carrying a peculiar scent of sulfur mixed with char. 3 foundational cultivators of the tiny pavilion, along with their magical tools and storage bags, vanished completely from this world, as if they had never existed. Nevertheless, the gravity in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. The arrival of the tiny pavilion members was alarmingly swift, and this place was certainly not meant for prolonged stay. More importantly, he glanced down at his chest. The ancient jade, marred by profound cracks, had dimmed slightly after enduring the brief, yet intense surge of energy. The edges of the fissures exhibited more pronounced spatial ripples, resembling the spreading cracks of shattered porcelain, silently hastening the ultimate collapse of the ancient jade. It was imperative to act swiftly. Xiao Yan's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He no longer lingered. His figure transformed into a dark golden streak, almost melding with the environment, shooting away from the Xianbone cave, deeper into the Black Mountains. He reached the pinnacle of speed, leaving only a blurred afterimage in his wake. One day later, deep within the Black Mountains, in a naturally formed hidden stone hollow surrounded by colossal black stalagmites, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, his aura completely retracted, like an unyielding stone. Before him, the cracked, dark, golden, ancient jade hovered in midair, emitting a faint, yet steady glow. With his eyes tightly shut, His consciousness was intensely focused as he cautiously probed into the profound fissures within the ancient jade. Within the cracks, contrary to expectations, there was not a void, but an extremely minute storm zone filled with chaotic spatial fragments and remnants of violent extinction Dao rhyme. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's established foundation, his consciousness's remarkable refinement, and the protection of the Dao Master's imprint, he would have likely been torn apart by this chaotic tempest in an instant. He endured the pain of his consciousness being severed, akin to a solitary vessel navigating through a thunderstorm, laboriously delving deeper. At the end of the fissures, a faint yet exceptionally resilient dark golden light flickered defiantly at the core of the chaotic storm. Xiao Yan's spirit surged. He cautiously enveloped it with his consciousness. It was not an energy core, but rather a three-dimensional imprint composed of countless more intricate and esoteric dark golden runes. The form of the imprint bore a striking resemblance to the core fragment of the extinguished star pivot discovered beneath the massive claw of the star skeleton in the land of Dao patterns. Yet it was even older, deeper, with a purer and more vast spatial Dao rhyme radiating from it. At the very heart of the imprint, within the depths of an eternal, indelible dark golden radiance, Xiao Yan discerned an exceedingly faint, yet remarkably clear sensation of attraction. This feeling resonated with the star mark aura he had sensed deep within the hollow eye socket of the Guishu Black Abyss, sharing the same origin and essence. The Junqing mark? Star mark attraction? A tempest surged within Xiao Yan's heart. Hidden within the cracks of the shattered ancient jade was a coordinate marking left by the Jun, pertaining to another fragment of the star core or a similar existence. Moreover, this very mark contained potent spatial principles. No wonder the ancient jade had torn through space multiple times. It was sealed within such a treasured relic. This mark was the key to restoring the ancient jade, or rather, it was the true gift left by the Jun, pointing towards the next site of inheritance, a star mark. Just as Xiao Yan's thoughts surged, striving to decipher the coordinate information within the mark, an unexpected transformation occurred. Buzz. Without warning, the steadfast imprint of the Dao Master within his sea of consciousness began to tremble violently, a surge from the very essence of the imprint, imbued with intense foreboding and yearning, seared into his soul like a red-hot branding iron. Simultaneously, the faint star mark attraction he sensed through the cracks of the ancient jade became astonishingly clear and intensely fervent, as if it were perilously close. Moreover, it was racing towards him at an alarming speed. What? Xiao Yan's eyes flew open, the three-colored star wheel within his pupils spinning wildly. An unprecedented sense of crisis gripped his heart like a frigid hand. It was not he who had found the star mark. Rather, the star mark, or the entity carrying it, had discovered him. It was approaching with intent. An existence capable of eliciting such a severe warning from the Dao Master imprint was certainly no benevolent force. Boom! Almost simultaneously with Xiao Yan's awakening, the dome above the stone hollow, enshrouded by immense black stone spires, was inexplicably torn apart by an indescribable, pure, and domineering force of horror. Space was rent asunder like fragile fabric, creating a colossal rift. A massive claw, shrouded in ghastly bone armor and glimmering with the cold light of spatial rending, emerged from the torn fabric of space like the guillotine of annihilation, exuding a terrifying pressure capable of freezing time and shattering all things. Under the shadow of the claw, the entire stone hollow was instantaneously solidified by an absolute force field. Air ceased to flow, and even sound was utterly stripped away. The enormous black stone spires groaned under the unbearable weight, their surfaces instantly covered in chilling frost. The Starbone Claw. It was it. The terrifying entity that had been severely wounded in the land of Dao marks, repelled by the storm in the Jun's tomb, and forced back by the spatial black hole in the ruins of desolation. It had tracked him down once more. Furthermore, this time, its aura was even more frenzied and ferocious. Within that icy intent, there lingered not only a profound hatred for Xiao Yan, but also an insatiable greed. Stirred by the aura of the star core imprint emanating from the cracks of the ancient jade, the ant-like star core Dao mark belongs to me. The cold, hoarse, and utterly emotionless voice of intent pierced Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness like a million ice-cold needles. This time, it was no longer a mere declaration of destruction, but a blatant proclamation of plunder. It sensed the lingering aura of the star pivot mark left by the ash. It sought to devour both the Dao traces and seeds within Xiao Yan and this mark. The coldness of death instantaneously froze Xiao Yan's blood. A sense of impending doom, more intense than ever before, caused every hair on his body to stand on end. Escape. He must flee at once. However, under the terrifying claw shadow's force field that solidified time and space, even his thoughts became sluggish. The execution of the starry steps required the invocation of spatial principles. Yet at this moment, the surrounding space was completely frozen and sealed by that pure, annihilative cold power. In a critical moment, a dire situation re-emerged. Bloodshot eyes filled with madness and resolution ignited within Xiao Yan. He no longer attempted to flee, but instead poured all his will and remaining strength into the Tao Master Seal within his sea of consciousness and the ancient jade floating before him. Senior Ash, lend me your aid. The Tao Master Seal erupted with an unprecedented, resolute golden flame. Deep within the cracks of the ancient jade, the star pivot mark seemed to be stirred, emitting intense spatial fluctuations. Was it a desperate gamble to invoke the mark's power to tear apart space? Or was it a last-ditch effort? Chapter 37, Shattered Star, Jade Senior Ash. Lend me your aid. The Tao Master Seal erupted with a desperate dark golden flame at the core of the sea of consciousness. The ancient jade suspended before him, with the activated star pivot mark glowing suddenly from the depths of its cracks, radiated intense and chaotic spatial fluctuations. Xiao Yan infused all his will and every remaining ounce of strength into both. Was it a mutual destruction that would invoke the mark to rend space? Or a desperate struggle that would rebound the claw's power? He had no time to discern, only to wager his life in this final frenzy. The Tao Trace star pivot is my sustenance. The ghastly white giant claw, clad in menacing bone armor, tore through the solidified space, wielding absolute power capable of crushing stars, and descended upon the stone hollow confined by the force field, targeting Xiao Yan and the ancient jade glowing brightly before him. Before the claw shadow could reach him, the pure, annihilative cold power had already caused the dark golden skin covering Xiao Yan's body to crack inch by inch, revealing the charred flesh and bones beneath. The sea of consciousness trembled violently, the flame of the Tao Master Seal flickering precariously under the terrifying pressure, on the verge of extinguishment. In a critical moment, the claw shadow loomed. In that fleeting instant, a sound more piercing than thunder, akin to the very foundations of the universe fracturing, erupted from Xiao Yan's chest. The ancient jade, imbued with the essence of ash and having protected him through countless perilous situations, now riddled with deep cracks, finally succumbed under the dual impact of the claw's horrific pressure and the forcibly activated star pivot mark, shattering completely. Countless tiny, shimmering dark golden fragments, reminiscent of frozen tiers of stars, silently burst forth within the solidified force field. At the core of the fragment's eruption, a point of indescribable brilliance, an exquisite dark golden light, suddenly ignited. It was not merely a shard of the ancient jade, but the very essence of the star pivot mark, sealed deep within the cracks and composed of countless profound dark golden runes. At the moment the mark appeared, time seemed to stretch for an infinitesimal instant. The cold, insatiable intent of the star skeleton's bony claw sensed the pure and vast spatial principles emanating from the complete seal, intertwined with the essence of annihilation. In that fleeting moment, an instinctual and uncontainable desire surged forth, accompanied by an almost imperceptible awakening of fear from the depths of its soul. This primal tremor, a momentary hesitation, was now. Amidst the icy grip of death, Xiao Yan's consciousness erupted in a final, desperate roar. He ceased to attempt controlling the shattered ancient jade or manipulating the seal to rend the fabric of space. Instead, he channeled all remaining strength, alongside the blazing imprint of the Tao Master within his consciousness, transforming it into an invisible, resolute spear of intent, fiercely thrusting towards the star pivot seal that had just liberated itself from the ancient jade's confinement, radiating with brilliance. The guide of ashes directed the star pivot back to its origin. The spear of intent was not an assault on the seal, but a means of awakening. It sought to extract the latent spatial principles that resonated with the star skeleton's bony claw, potentially stemming from its very essence. To invoke it, to resonate, to call forth the primordial core of annihilation residing within the claw. Buzz. In the instant the spear of intent pierced the star pivot seal, an unprecedented radiance erupted forth. Countless dark golden runes sprang to life, swirling and reconfiguring into an exquisitely condensed beam of dark gold, embodying the highest spatial principles and the true essence of annihilation. The beam did not strike the claw, but rather transcended the confines of time and space, instantaneously penetrating the claw's jagged tip, which tore through the fabric of reality, plunging into the stone crevice. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a silent resonance. Boom. The entire star skeleton claw trembled violently. The horrific, bone-clad claw tip, radiating a chilling force that froze time and space, transformed from within, turning a fiery crimson as the dark golden beam penetrated it, as if it had been cast into a furnace of unimaginable heat. Countless fine, web-like cracks spread wildly across the bone armor of the claw tip. A surge of terrifying heat, forcibly awakened from its core and imbued with the essence of stellar annihilation, exploded forth like a detonated powder keg. Roar. The horrific heat of stellar annihilation clashed violently with the claw's own frigid power, annihilating one another within its tip. A devastating energy storm erupted from the claw tip, centered around its core. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a sun had ignited at the heart of a glacier. The rift in the torn space above the stone crevice became riddled with dark, web-like cracks under the impact of this explosive force from within the claw, collapsing instantaneously. Crack, crack, crack. The agonizing sound of bone fractures echoed intensely, accompanied by the claw's anguished mental roar. 3 clawed fingers, clad in horrific bone armor and resembling towering pillars, were forcibly severed by the explosive power erupting from within. The severed claws, aflame with dark gold and pale white flames, plummeted like celestial debris from the collapsing space, crashing down into the desolate black mountains below, creating 3 immense, bottomless charred pits, with molten rock and remnants of bone armor flowing around their edges. The terrifying shadowy force field vanished in an instant, and the solidified space returned to normal. Xiao Yan, feeling utterly drained, collapsed to the ground, gasping for the tainted air, each breath bringing excruciating pain that felt as if his lungs were being torn apart. From his chest, the minute dark golden fragments left behind after the ancient jade shattered slowly fell like stardust. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on the star wheel mark in the air, which had freed itself from the ancient jade's restraint. After the explosion of the bone claw's tip, it gleamed slightly dimmer but continued to rotate gracefully, emanating the pure and vast essence of spatial laws. The mark hovered in midair, with countless dark golden runes swirling and vanishing, its core radiating a flickering, eternal dark golden light, as if calling out for something. At that moment, a resonant hum reverberated deep within Xiao Yan's consciousness. The seed of annihilation fused with the essence of celestial origins in the fragments of the star wheel, alongside the stable imprint of the Pathmaster, unleashed an unprecedented wave of joyous resonance. A powerful yearning, stemming from the very essence of life and the path, surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, engulfing Xiao Yan's will. Devour it. Integrate it. Let this star wheel mark, which contained the supreme laws of space, return to the source of the seed and the star wheel. Without hesitation, this was, after all, the ultimate gift prepared for him by the ashes. Xiao Yan, summoning the remnants of his broken body, struggled to rise, a resolute light igniting in his eyes. He ceased suppressing the yearning of the seed in the imprint within his consciousness, instead lowering all defenses and bridging his intent towards the slowly rotating star wheel mark in the air. Return to the source. As he uttered this command, the star wheel mark seemed to respond to the call of its original essence, transforming into a dark golden stream of light that instantly merged into Xiao Yan's brow. Boom. An indescribable torrent surged forth, crashing through the barriers of Xiao Yan's consciousness. This time, there was no pain, but rather a magnificent harmony, a grand unity of origins. The moment the star wheel mark entered his consciousness, it was irresistibly drawn to the dark golden runic orbits formed by the fragments of the star wheel surrounding the seed of annihilation. The two entities, like stars separated for eons from their cores, instantaneously aligned, spun, and merged. Countless ancient and profound runes of spatial laws flowed forth from the newly integrated mark, intertwining, reorganizing, and elevating with the existing orbital runes. The entire space of his consciousness expanded wildly under the power of this fusion, solidifying as if it were evolving into a true universe. The eternal starlight of the seed's core surged, and the profound essence of annihilation within became even deeper and more expansive, as if capable of penetrating the spatial barriers of all realms. More importantly, the imprint of the Pathmaster inscribed within the core of the seed, nourished by the complete star wheel mark, instantly shone with dazzling brilliance. The minute cracks along the edges of the imprint were thoroughly healed, its form becoming more solid and distinct, radiating an even more potent and majestic aura. A profound understanding of controlling space and perceiving the trajectories of dimensions was deeply engraved in the depths of Xiao Yan's soul, like an indelible mark. The Annihilation Star Wheel. The true, complete Annihilation Star Wheel merged with the supreme laws of space. Within Xiao Yan's consciousness, it had fully returned to its rightful form. An indescribable force, seemingly birthed from the primordial chaos of the universe, an immense silence of annihilation, intertwined with the pure and vast fluctuations of space, surged forth like an invisible tempest, centered around Xiao Yan, sweeping outward with a thunderous roar. The entire secret stone hollow trembled violently. The surrounding colossal black stone pillars emitted groans of overwhelming strain, their surfaces marred by cracks. The desolate black mountains seemed to resonate in unison. Xiao Yan hovered at the epicenter of the quaking hollow, enveloped by the intangible essence of annihilation and the ripples of space. He slowly opened his eyes. With a resounding boom, his gaze transformed into ethereal orbs, swirling slowly, within which countless dark golden stars flickered in and out of existence, weaving a miniature stellar vortex of interlaced spatial trajectories. As his sight traversed the space, it silently twisted and folded. As if with a mere thought, he could bridge vast distances. Power, an unprecedented sense of strength, filled his being. This was not merely a surge in spiritual energy or a transformation of the physical body, but an extraordinary mastery over the Tao and the fabric of space. The barriers of the late Foundation establishment stage had silently shattered under the impact of the Star Pivot's return, and in this moment, he stood with an aura as profound as the abyss, having firmly stepped into the Golden Core realm. Moreover, he had attained a solid foundation, embodying the complete spatial principles of the Annihilation Golden Core. This was the final remnant of the Will of the Ashes, which, with the Star Pivot's complete restoration, fulfilled its ultimate purpose. Xiao Yan stood within the vibrating stone hollow, feeling the vast and formidable power surging within him, capable of rending space apart. Alongside the complete Annihilation Star Pivot, steadily rotating in his consciousness, he gazed at the scattered fragments of ancient jade upon the ground, a complex sorrow and boundless determination flashing in his eyes. The ancient jade had shattered, the soul of the ashes had departed. Yet, the path of the Tao remained unbroken. The Star Pivot had returned. His gaze pierced through the trembling stones, reaching into the depths of the distant darkness. The restoration of the Star Pivot's mark not only granted him power, but also clearly indicated the coordinates of the next fragment of the Star Pivot, or other core legacies left by the ashes. Chapter 38. The shocking change in the demon domain. As the tremors of the stone hollow began to subside, the dust gradually settled. Xiao Yan stood amidst the disarray at the hollow's heart, the intangible essence of annihilation and spatial ripples slowly receding around him. He gently raised his right hand, fingers splayed. A subtle thought stirring within. Buzz, bridging vast distances. Space folded. This was a manifestation of his preliminary mastery over the principles of space. The power brought forth by the restoration of the Annihilation Star Pivot surpassed all his prior imaginings. It was not merely an elevation in the level of strength, but a tangible engagement with the fundamental rules of the world. Within his consciousness, the complete Annihilation Star Pivot rotated slowly, akin to the core of the universe stabilizing the cosmos. The core seed of eternal starlight shone brilliantly, surrounded by a myriad of dark golden runes, forming an intricate three-dimensional orbit that pulsated in mysterious cycles, each pulse resonating with the solidity and expansion of his consciousness, deepening his comprehension of annihilation, space, and the very essence of stellar birth and demise. The imprint of the Tao was deeply embedded in the core of the seed, radiating a warm yet commanding light, as if the will of the ashes silently watched over him. From foundation establishment to golden core, a leap to the heavens. Moreover, he had fused with the complete Star Pivot, attaining a level of foundation that was unimaginably profound in the Annihilation Golden Core. At this moment, he possessed spiritual energy as vast as the ocean, dense and refined like dark golden divine mercury, surging forth with the faint sound of a cosmic river in motion. The path of annihilation has undergone a profound transformation, the skin now exuding a subdued dark golden luster akin to jade, beneath which intricate and enigmatic patterns of the Tao are woven. Each gesture embodies the formidable power to rend mountains asunder and shatter the fabric of space itself. The nine hells inferno lies dormant within the depths of his veins. Once unleashed, it shall manifest as the world-consuming flame, a fusion of annihilation, purification, icy coldness, bloodthirst, and venomous essence. He gazed downward at the scattered, warm yet dim shards of dark golden ancient jade strewn across the ground. His fingertips brushed against the fragments, cold and devoid of any lingering spirit. An indescribable sorrow and heaviness surged within him. The ancient jade has shattered, the remnants of the soul have departed. The final bastion that once shielded him through countless perilous trials has ultimately turned to dust. Yet the will of the remnants has melded with the celestial pivot, inscribing the seeds of the Tao and illuminating the path ahead. He lingered no longer. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, he gathered all the ancient jade fragments into his possession. Though their spirit is faded, these remnants stand as testament to his existence. His gaze pierced through the collapsed dome of the stone hollow, reaching towards the distant, profound horizon. Within his consciousness, the complete and restored celestial pivot trembled slightly, emanating a clear and fervent sense of guidance, akin to a lighthouse in the dark, steadfastly pointing towards the northwest. It was the coordinate of the next shard of the celestial pivot, or perhaps another core legacy left by the remnants, revealed to him after the imprint of the celestial pivot returned to its source. The Mountain of 10,000 Beasts, a name steeped in primal wilderness, peril, and boundless mystery. It is a region older and vaster than the Black Rock Mountains, a terrifying domain inhabited by countless powerful beasts and even ancient remnants. It is both a forbidden ground and a treasure trove for cultivators. The celestial pivot indicates that it lies there. A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. A perilous land is also a realm of opportunities. The guidance of the remnants cannot be mistaken. Moreover, he now bears the celestial pivot of annihilation, his golden core complete. It is precisely the time to seek broader horizons, to hone his path and discover avenues for breakthrough. Without further hesitation, he flickered, transforming into a dark golden streak of light that nearly melded with the spatial backdrop, silently escaping the collapsed stone hollow and hurtling towards the northwest, where the Mountain of 10,000 Beasts resides. His speed surpassed that of previous times by several folds, leaving behind only a faint, swiftly mending ripple in the fabric of space. The escape velocity of a golden core cultivator, combined with his nascent mastery of spatial folding, allowed him to traverse the desolate expanse of the Black Rock Mountains like a specter. Below him, jagged stones and bubbling toxic marshes swiftly receded. Half a day later, the barren landscape of the Black Rock Mountains was gradually left behind. Ahead, the earth appeared as if cleaved by an invisible giant axe, revealing a starkly different visage. The undulating emerald green forest stretched like a slumbering ancient behemoth, enveloping all the mountains within sight. The towering treetops glimmered with a dark green sheen under the sparse sunlight, and thick vines hung down like colossal serpents. The air was suffused with a rich aroma of verdant foliage, the scent of decaying earth, and a chilling, primal malevolence emanating from countless powerful life forms. The Mountain of 10,000 Beasts, so close at hand, just as Xiao Yan was about to soar above the emerald forest, preparing to lower his escape light in search of a landing spot. A resonant hum echoed, a chilling and obscure wave of terror, imbued with an icy coldness and a profound stillness, erupted without warning from a seemingly ordinary valley shrouded in dense miasma. The core of this unsettling fluctuation was none other than Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted sharply. The awareness of a golden core practitioner is remarkably acute. Although this wave endeavored to conceal itself, its inherently chilling and lifeless essence provoked a faint resonance and repulsion from the seed of annihilation within him. This was no mere beastly aura. An ambush lay in wait. Swoosh! A bone spear, meticulously condensed to perfection and radiating a murky, dark gray hue, emerged as a shadow, carrying with it a malignant, deathly energy that pierced the soul and tainted the foundational essence. It disregarded the spatial distance and materialized instantaneously behind Xiao Yan. Where the spear passed, even the scant sunlight seemed to freeze and be devoured, leaving behind a hauntingly dark trail. The speed of the attack was swifter than lightning. The power of the deathly path contained within was of an exceptionally high caliber, capable of threatening even a mid-stage golden core practitioner. Seeking death, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Although startled, he remained composed. He did not turn around, nor did he summon his spiritual energy for defense. Instead, he guided his thoughts to invoke the stellar nexus within his sea of consciousness. Space folded. Buzz. The space surrounding him rippled as though disturbed by water. At the instant the foul bone spear's shadow pierced the rippling spatial waves, it became ensnared in an invisible quagmire. Its speed drastically reduced. The trajectory of the attack was forcibly distorted, veering away. What was intended as a lethal strike to his back bizarrely grazed past Xiao Yan's side, plunging fiercely into the verdant forest below. Thud. In silent annihilation, the area of ancient trees struck by the bone spear, spanning dozens of feet, seemed to have its life force instantly siphoned away. The leaves withered, the branches decayed, reduced to grayish powder. A bottomless pit, exuding a dense aura of death, remained in its wake. What a vile power! Xiao Yan, propelled by the residual force of the spatial folding, swiftly maneuvered 100 feet to the side. His icy gaze pierced through the miasma-laden valley like a tangible icicle. Rat-like creatures lurking in the shadows. Show yourselves. Within the valley, the thick, gray-green miasma churned violently, resembling a boiling cauldron of poison. A figure cloaked in a voluminous gray mantle gradually emerged from the roiling miasma. The hood was drawn low, obscuring the face, revealing only two flickering ghostly green lights. An aura of chilling, deathly terror, seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld, spread like an invisible tide. A raspy, grating laughter, akin to the sound of bones grinding against one another, echoed from beneath the cloak, thick with greed and a hint of surprise. Such keen perception, such exquisite control of space. Indeed, The one who bears the mark of the Tao and the stellar nexus can evade my netherbone spike. Netherbone spike? Mark of the Tao? Stellar nexus? This person has unveiled my greatest secret. A tremor coursed through Xiao Yan's heart. The matters of his path of annihilation and the stellar nexus were not meant for outsiders to know. Who is this individual? A remnant of the Tian Pavilion? Or perhaps from an even more dreadful place? Who are you? Xiao Yan's voice was frigid, his golden core spiritual energy surging and roaring within him. The three sources of annihilation fire simmered silently within his bloodline, while the stellar nexus in his sea of consciousness rapidly calculated, locking onto the aura of this enigmatic figure. The presence before him was sinister and eerie, clearly no benign entity, and their cultivation was evidently at the golden core stage. Moreover, its foundation is insidiously deep and cannot be underestimated. Who am I? The shadow clad in gray robes emitted a chilling laughter. Its eerie green gaze fixated on Xiao Yan as if appraising a rare treasure. This is of little significance. What truly matters is that you possess something of great interest to my master, the source of that mark, as well as the fragment of the key within your sea of consciousness. A fragment of the key? Are you referring to the star pivot mark? Xiao Yan's eyes grew colder. Does this individual have a master behind him? And does his aim directly target the core of the inheritance of ashes? Surrender what you possess, and I may allow you to retain your body, lessening your suffering during the extraction of your soul and essence. The gray-robed figure spoke ominously as a withered hand, resembling a desiccated chicken claw, emerged from the voluminous sleeve, its skin a ghastly gray, with nails sharp as hooks. This hand was covered by a thin layer of writhing grayish-white bone armor, exuding an abhorrent aura of death. You? A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Yan's lips, suffused with boundless murderous intent. How dare this lurking specter covet the legacy of the Tao Master? Today, I shall send you into eternal silence. Without further ado, Xiao Yan knew that seizing the initiative against such a bizarre foe was paramount. Three source flames of annihilation. His right hand thrust forward with force. Within his palm, dark gold, pallid white, and eerie green light erupted in an instant. No longer mere flames. They transformed into a viscous inferno, engulfing dozens of yards of space in a seething sea of fire. At the core, the dark gold blazed with profound, eternal star brilliance. The edges shimmered with purifying jade-white flames. Within, the pallid ice crystals froze vitality, the dark red blood of malice tainted the spirit, and the eerie green venom corroded the foundation of the Tao. The three powers, under the dominion of the law of annihilation, merged flawlessly, emanating a terrifying aura capable of incinerating all, freezing time, and corrupting souls. Wherever the sea of fire passed, the space twisted and collapsed silently. Even the dense miasma was instantly incinerated and evaporated. Humph, a mere parlor trick. The gray-robed figure scoffed, a flicker of seriousness crossing its ghostly green eyes. Yet it remained unperturbed. Its claw, shrouded in writhing bone armor, lunged forward with ferocity. The 10,000 bones of the underworld. Boom. The swirling gray-green miasma in the valley surged as if summoned, frantically converging. The ground trembled violently, and countless large, pallid bones of demonic beasts, reeking of death and resentment, erupted from the earth. The bones assembled in the air as if alive, rapidly structuring a towering shield of bone, several dozen feet high and several feet thick, composed of innumerable massive skeletons. Upon the surface of the shield, countless anguished and twisted beast souls writhed and howled, releasing powerful mental shockwaves and a foul aura of death. The three source flames of annihilation violently collided with the 10,000 bones shield. Hisses, like a searing iron plunged into ice. The jade-white purifying flames clashed violently with the foul aura emanating from the skeletal shield, producing an ear-piercing corrosive sound. The dark gold flames of annihilation ruthlessly consumed the chilling energy contained within the bones. The pallid ice crystals and eerie green venom surged through the fissures of the bones, relentlessly eroding, freezing, and corrupting. The 10,000 bones shield trembled violently as the myriad of beast souls emitted anguished shrieks. The bones rapidly charring and fracturing under the relentless assault of the flames. Yet, the deathly aura and resentment embodied in the shield were overwhelmingly vast, akin to an unceasing source of filth, which resolutely withstood the onslaught of the three sources of annihilation fire, effectively barricading it several yards away from the gray-robed figure. Hiki, your Tao fire is formidable, but you are far from breaching my nether barrier. The gray-robed figure, concealed behind the towering skeletal shield, emitted a triumphant cackle, while that withered claw once again formed a seal. Bone prison. As his incantation transformed, the ground beneath Xiao Yan's feet instantaneously morphed into a viscous swamp of bone slurry, bubbling with grayish-white froth. Countless enormous bone spikes, forged from stark white bones, surged forth like fangs emerging from the depths of hell. Imbued with a terrifying, deathly aura capable of penetrating gold and iron, wildly erupting from the mire and instantaneously sealing off all avenues of evasion around Xiao Yan. Furthermore, a powerful pulling force emanated from the swamp, striving to drag him into its depths. Ensnared from above and below, there was no escape. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened. His consciousness surged with frenetic energy, and the power of spatial Tao principles enveloped him entirely. Stars shifted and rotated. His figure became an indistinct blur. An illusion at that moment. The menacing bone spikes pierced through the phantom, striking nothing but empty air. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's true form appeared as if transported to the left side of the gray-robed figure, his speed surpassing the limits of perception. Spatial displacement. The gray-robed figure's eerie green pupils constricted sharply, and he emitted an incredulous shriek. He was evidently unprepared for Xiao Yan's mastery over space to reach such an extraordinary level. Annihilation Finger. Seizing the fleeting moment of the opponent's astonishment, Xiao Yan aligned his index and middle fingers, honing their tips to an exquisite point. Radiating a pure dark golden hue, with the edges shimmering with eternal star brilliance as he struck forth. The finger light was silent yet contained the supreme essence of penetrating rules and obliterating all loss. The target was aimed squarely at the vital point between the two eerie green sparks in the gray-robed figure's forehead. This strike encapsulated the quintessence of his golden core strength and the principles of annihilation. Swift, precise, ruthless, aimed directly at the critical point. The gray-robed figure felt a surge of dread. With a shriek, his gray robe abruptly inflated. A shield, crafted from countless tiny, twisted fragments resembling the fused bones of an infant, manifested before his forehead. The bone shield was steeped in resentment, echoing with the wails of countless infant souls. Yet, it was too late. A light sound, akin to piercing through a thin layer of paper. The annihilation finger effortlessly penetrated the shield of resentment. The terrifying force of annihilation merged with the essence of starry Tao, erupting instantaneously. The gray-robed figure emitted a shriek so harrowing it scarcely resembled human sound. The two eerie green flames in his forehead extinguished in an instant. His entire head, along with a portion of his shoulder, was reduced to vapor in the dark golden blaze of the finger's eruption, like a paper effigy ignited, vanishing without a trace. The headless body stood rigid for a moment, only to be swiftly consumed by the surging bone slurry below, disappearing entirely. The skeletal shield, bereft of its master-s support, collapsed with a thunderous roar, scattering into a sky of desiccated bone fragments, consumed utterly by the still-burning three sources of annihilation fire. The battle concluded in the blink of an eye. However, the gravity in his heart did not wane. Who was this individual? What manner of existence did he refer to as his master? Capable of discerning the secrets of his Tao marks and star pivot? The journey through the Wanyao mountain range is likely far more complex than merely seeking the shards of the star pivot. Rather, it seems to plunge into a preordained and intricate conspiracy aimed at the legacy of the ashes. His gaze swept over the charred remains and the murky bog of bone marrow below, while his consciousness diligently searched, yet found no lingering trace of the figure in the gray robe, as if they had never existed. The adversary acted with ruthless decisiveness, leaving not a single clue behind. Xiao Yan no longer lingered, suppressing the doubts in his heart. The pull of the star pivot intensified within his mind, directing him deeper into the Wanyao mountain range. With a flicker of motion, he transformed into a dark golden streak of light, hastening towards that perilous expanse of emerald green. Half a day later, Xiao Yan had ventured 1,000 miles into the heart of the Wanyao mountain range. Below lay a vast primordial forest, its ancient trees towering and vines twisting. The air was thick with a more potent aura of the demonic and the scent of blood, with distant, low roars of beasts and the thunderous sounds of conflict faintly audible. He lowered his flight altitude, cautiously gliding just above the treetops. His consciousness spread out like an invisible web, constantly probing the surrounding movements. Suddenly, within his mind, the slowly rotating desolation star pivot jolted violently. An unprecedented surge of intense emotion surged forth. It did not point towards the direction of the next shard of the star pivot, but rather towards a distant point to his left. At that moment, a thunderous rumbling erupted from the far heavens, an indescribable, terrifying tremor seemingly rising from the depths of the earth. The entire Wanyao mountain range seemed to shudder violently in that instant. Xiao Yan abruptly raised his head. There, on the horizon obscured by the dense forest, an unfathomably gigantic energy pillar of chaotic dark golden hue erupted, akin to a colossal support for the heavens, tearing through the thick clouds and soaring skyward. The diameter of the light column was beyond comprehension, its edges flowing with a liquid metallic sheen of dark gold, radiating a vast, desolate, and terrifying pressure that withered all things while also containing boundless vitality. The intensity of this pressure far exceeded that of the golden core, even surpassing Xiao Yan's understanding of nascent soul practitioners. It bore an essence of pure desolation and creation that belonged not to this realm. At the moment the light column manifested, from deep within the Wan Yao mountain range, countless waves of varying strengths, yet equally filled with horror, greed, and rage, surged forth. Like awakened ancient beasts, countless birds fled in panic, blotting out the sky. Numerous terrestrial creatures emitted terrified cries, fleeing wildly through the dense forest. Chaos. An absolute chaos enveloped that region. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, and his heart raced uncontrollably. The desolation star pivot in his mind trembled as if ignited by a furnace, conveying an indescribable yearning and a hint of primal dread. The overwhelming pressure of the chaotic dark golden pillar bore an uncanny resemblance to the aura of the main claw print within the Tomb of Ashes. Yet it was grander, more primal, and closer to the ultimate source of the path of desolation. Could the next shard indicated by the star pivot unleash such earth-shattering phenomena? No, it could not merely be a shard. It was likely one of the true core legacies left by the ashes in this realm. A living desolation star pivot, or perhaps another unimaginable source of annihilation. A hoarse, ancient voice, imbued with boundless fear and avarice, echoed like a specter from the dense forest behind Xiao Yan. Startled, Xiao Yan spun around. Before him stood a towering ancient tree, its bark resembling forged black iron, casting a shadow in which a hunched figure appeared. Clad in tattered animal hides, the old man bore a face adorned with bizarre green totems, resembling a ghost melded with the shadows. His murky eyes, glinting with a terrifying light, fixated on the dark golden pillars soaring towards the heavens, his parched lips moving silently. Repeating the disquieting words, the Demon Emperor Star Hub has emerged. Chaos is imminent. Chaos is imminent. Chapter 39. The Path of the Rift. Xiao Yan's muscles tensed instantaneously. A chilling murderous intent surged forth like a drawn blade, locking onto the old man concealed in the tree's shadow. This individual had approached so stealthily, even articulating the name of the Demon Emperor Star Hub. Within his consciousness, the Annihilation Star Hub trembled violently, a longing for the pillar intertwining with caution towards the elder. Who are you? Xiao Yan's voice resonated like ancient ice. His right hand clenched, dark golden, pale white, and ghostly green flames flickered silently in his palm, distorting the space around him. Should the elder make any move, the three sources of annihilation fire and spatial strangulation would swiftly descend. The foreigner bears traces of the path. Carrying the Star Hub, the elder's parched lips moved, his voice rasping like sandpaper. The aura of your source cannot escape the roots of this forest, nor can it elude these eyes blessed by ancestral spirits. Do not be alarmed, young one. Seemingly unfazed by Xiao Yan's murderous intent, the elder leaned slightly forward, his fingers adorned with green patterns, gesturing towards the towering light pillar. Your source calls to it, and it calls to you. The Demon Emperor Star Hub. The heart of annihilation left behind by Lord Jin. Lord Jin, heart of annihilation. The elder was aware of Jin. He also knew that the Demon Emperor Star Hub was a relic of Jin, referred to as the heart of annihilation. Who exactly are you? Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with intensity, his internal golden core surging with power, the Star Hub in his consciousness fervently calculating, striving to decipher the elder's true nature. This person exuded an unusual aura, neither entirely demonic nor human, his realm ambiguous, as though he were one with this ancient forest. I am merely an old shaman, serving ancient ancestral spirits, guarding the gate deep within the mountain of 10,000 demons. A flicker of reminiscence passed through the elder's murky eyes. Lord Jin once tread upon this land eons ago, leaving behind the Star Hub to suppress the fortunes of the demon realm, balancing life and death, annihilation. He also left a prophecy, when the Star Hub reemerges due to the disruption of balance, and the inheritor bearing traces of the path and fragments of the Star Hub steps into the demon realm, chaos shall arise, and the source shall return to its rightful place. A shaman? Guardian of the gate? The prophecy of Jin? You speak of imminent chaos? Xiao Yan's gaze, like a bolt of lightning, swept across the distant horizon. The chaotic dark golden pillar still stood tall, radiating immense pressure. Yet around it, the dark green sky had become a vibrant tapestry tainted by countless ferocious demonic auras, each varying in strength. Thunderous roars of beasts, sharp cries of birds, and the explosive sounds of energy collisions surged forth like a tsunami from the direction of the pillar. The terrifying existence throughout the mountain of 10,000 demons had been utterly roused. The celestial axis has materialized, and the balance has been shattered. The voice of the ancient witch priest resonates with deep apprehension as it points toward the luminous pillar. The long-dormant remains of the demon emperor are poised to awaken due to the power of the celestial axis, igniting a bloody contest among the demon kings who covet its strength. Those lurking in the shadows, akin to the previous harbingers of death, will surely stir, transforming this place into a veritable crucible of flesh and blood. His murky gaze again fixates on Xiao Yan, laden with a complex scrutiny. The essence within you is the key to the celestial axis, and the target of all who covet its power. The moment you stepped into the demon realm, chaos was destined to ensue. The witch priest's words struck Xiao Yan's heart like a heavy hammer, and he instantly grasped the origins of the gray-robed figure. A harbinger from beyond, coveting the legacy of the ash. The emergence of the demon emperor's celestial axis will undoubtedly attract even more terrifying entities. Tell me, how can I approach the celestial axis? Xiao Yan's voice was resolute. Regardless of the treacherous path ahead, he must seize the legacy of Ash. This matter pertains not only to power, but also to a promise made to Ash. The witch priest fell silent for a moment, the green patterns in his murky eyes flickering as if communicating with an invisible presence. After a brief pause, he slowly raised his withered finger, adorned with green markings, pointing toward a region slightly to the west of the luminous pillar. There, a sprawling expanse of dark green mountains loomed, resembling the back of a colossal beast, appearing particularly ominous under the illumination of the pillar. The core of the celestial axis lies deep within the abyss of buried bones, sealed within the heart of the demon emperor's remains by the unparalleled might of Lord Ash. The periphery is guarded by the 10,000 demons' soul-slaying array, alongside countless ferocious beasts, driven mad by the allure of the celestial axis. To forcefully breach, it would be akin to courting death. The witch priest's voice was somber. Only the path of the rending void remains, a secret passage left by Lord Ash for future seekers, allowing one to circumvent the outer array and the beast tide, leading directly to the vicinity of the celestial axis core. The path of the rending void, a secret passage left by Ash. Xiao Yan's spirit surged. The resonance from the celestial axis of oblivion within his consciousness confirmed the veracity of the old man's words. Spatial rifts, the domain of path marks. Xiao Yan's expression grew grave. Even with the protection of the celestial axis's power, traversing the path of the rending void would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Why are you revealing this to me? Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened like a blade, piercing into the murky eyes of the witch priest. What is your true intention? The eerie green patterns on the witch priest's face subtly shifted, releasing a melancholic sigh. To safeguard the balance left by Lord Ash is the mission of my lineage. With the emergence of the celestial axis, balance has been disrupted, and a calamity looms over the demon realm. Only by restoring the essence and reclaiming the celestial axis might there be a glimmer of hope to continue Lord Ash's will, or, he paused, his voice lowering further, to utterly eradicate the roots of this chaos. As for how to choose, that lies with you. Mission, balance, termination? The witch priest's words were enigmatic, shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, Xiao Yan sensed no deceit in his words. At least the information regarding the path of the rending void was genuine. As for the deeper motives, only time would reveal them. I comprehend the path of the rending void. Xiao Yan ceased his inquiries and nodded decisively. Regardless of the intentions behind this revelation, this path remains the sole means of approaching the core of the celestial axis. Time was of the essence. The ancient shaman lifted his gaze towards the radiant beam of light, his murky eyes reflecting the approaching torrents of chaotic demonic energy. The demon kings and the otherworldly hyenas would soon envelop the periphery of the bone burial abyss. Hurry! His stooped figure melded into the shadows of the ancient trees, quickly becoming indistinct. Remember, within the path of the void, space is a blade, and the traces of the Tao are lethal. Trust in your source. Before his words could fully resonate, the elder's figure vanished entirely into the dense canopy, as if he had never existed. Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. The star core within his consciousness spun rapidly, firmly locking onto the location of the seventh peak of the Black Spine Mountain, as indicated by the old shaman. The spiritual energy of his golden core erupted without reserve. Space warped and twisted. The surrounding space folded in an instant, compressing. He transformed into a nearly invisible dark golden thread, accelerating to an unprecedented velocity, shooting towards the westward direction of the beam, like a meteor tearing through the heavens. Fiercely propelled forward, wherever he passed, he left behind an imperceptible, fleeting ripple in space, which swiftly mended itself, silent and undetectable. Below, the primordial forest canopy receded at an alarming rate. In the distance, the chaotic dark golden beam of light loomed like a lighthouse guiding towards the terminus, exuding an unsettling pressure. The sky surrounding the beam had been tainted by increasingly violent demonic energy, resembling a boiling paint bucket. Countless gigantic avian figures circled around the periphery of the beam like ominous clouds, screeching and mercilessly clashing with one another. The ground trembled with a deep rumble. A cacophony of colossal beasts surging through the dense forest, colliding with one another. The entire core region of the 10,000 Demon Mountain had transformed into a boiling battlefield of slaughter. The emergence of the Demon Emperor Star Core ignited the greed and ferocity buried deep within the bloodlines of all living beings. Xiao Yan propelled his speed to its zenith. Mastering the art of spatial folding with exquisite finesse, deftly evading several surging torrents of demonic energy that emanated a terrifying aura. The divine sense of a golden core cultivator acted like formless tendrils, constantly scanning the terrain ahead. At last, a sprawling silhouette of undulating mountains, resembling a colossal black beast's spine, materialized at the farthest reaches of his vision. That was the Black Spine Mountain, the seventh peak. Akin to the most menacing bone spur on the beast's back, thrust skyward, piercing the dimly lit heavens tainted by demonic energy. Xiao Yan shifted his form, seamlessly exiting the high-speed escape state, landing soundlessly upon a cliff adorned with immense black ferns. Before him lay the midsection of the seventh peak. A dense, primordial miasma, reeking of raw, primal scents, filled the valley between the mountains. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, and his divine sense was intensely focused. Sweeping over a valley below entangled with numerous stout, dark purple vines, their surfaces dotted with suction-like roots, void-devouring vines. Though the valley appeared ordinary, under Xiao Yan's perception, enriched by the complete integration of the star core, the spatial structure exhibited an exceedingly faint, unnatural ripple. That was it, the entrance to the path of the void. However, just as Xiao Yan prepared to descend towards the valley, an instant later, whoosh, 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 3 beams of light, each a different hue yet equally fierce, sliced through the enveloping miasma from 3 distinct directions, resembling sharks catching the scent of blood, and appeared in the skies above the seventh peak with a sharp sound of rending space. The powerful spiritual pressure was unleashed without reservation, dispersing the miasma surrounding the valley. A streak of escape light, crimson as fire, emanated a searing aura capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. Within this radiant glow, one could vaguely discern the figure of a middle-aged Taoist clad in a crimson robe, exuding an air of arrogance, standing upon a flaming flying sword. Unmistakably at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, another beam of light, pale as bone and imbued with an eerie chill, carried the ominous aura of the previously encountered bone spirit that had ambushed Xiao Yan. Within this spectral light, a shadow cloaked in a gray robe, exuding a more profound and sinister presence than the slain bone spirit, flickered into view, also at the mid-stage of the Golden Core. From the sleeve of the robe, a claw covered in grayish-white bone armor slightly emerged, surrounded by a suffocating aura of death. The final beam of light exhibited a viscous, dark green sheen, exuding a nauseating miasma of demonic energy and deadly poison. Within this light, a figure with the upper body of a human and a grotesque scorpion tail for a lower body, covered in dark green carapace, fixated on the valley below with its crimson vertical pupils, its mandibles clicking ominously. Also at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, 3 mid-stage Golden Core practitioners, hailing from different factions, yet united in their objective towards the entrance of the Rift of Void. Indeed, something is amiss. This spatial fluctuation indicates the entrance to a secret realm. The Taoist in the red robe fixed his intense gaze upon the valley entwined by the devouring vine. It appears the intelligence was accurate. Indeed, the lackeys of the ashes have left a backdoor. The bone spirit practitioner in the gray cloak emitted a hoarse, eerie laugh, his ghostly green gaze sweeping across the cliff where Xiao Yan concealed himself, imbued with a trace of icy killing intent. And what of that little insect? The scorpion-tailed demon was even more straightforward, his greedy crimson eyes scanning the valley, hissing, "The Rift of Void. It leads to the core of the star pivot. The treasures within are mine." The 3 simultaneously recognized each other, as well as the peculiarities of the valley below, and discerned the presence of Xiao Yan on the cliff, whose aura had been concealed yet remained locked onto by their spiritual senses. After a brief moment of astonishment, the atmosphere among the 3 factions became charged with tension. The air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Xiao Yan's gaze turned as cold as eternal ice. 3 mid-stage Golden Core practitioners. Each one alone could plunge him into a bitter struggle, let alone all 3. Moreover, the entrance to the Rift of Void had been discovered. Any hope of entering unnoticed was now impossible. With formidable foes surrounding him and a tide of beasts approaching, the entrance to the Rift of Void was tantalizingly near. Those who obstruct my path shall perish. A cold glint surged in Xiao Yan's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, the dimensional star in his sea of consciousness spun wildly. He no longer concealed his aura, unleashing the overwhelming and terrifying pressure of the late-stage golden core, infused with the essence of the dimensional space Tao. With his right hand splayed open, he directed it towards the 3 golden core practitioners glaring hungrily from below, and clenched his fist. Spatial confinement. Buzz. Centered around the valley entwined by the devouring vine, the space within a radius of several hundred feet suddenly stagnated. It was as if it had been instantaneously cast into an invisible, solidified crystal. The air ceased its flow, and the drifting miasma was frozen in place. As if sound itself had been stripped away, the flames engulfing the red-robed Taoist abruptly dimmed, as though gripped by an invisible hand. The deathly energy swirling around the gray-robed bone spirit practitioner instantaneously solidified. The scorpion tail of the demon froze mid-swing. Expressions of horror and disbelief simultaneously appeared on the faces of the 3. They felt their bodies, spiritual essence, and even thoughts ensnared by an irresistible, cold, and tyrannical force of spatial dominance, rendering them immobile and frozen. What? Late-stage golden core? Spatial Tao principles? The red-robed Taoist emitted an incredulous roar from within his mind. Impossible. The horror of the gray-cloaked netherbone cultivator surpassed even that. However, Xiao Yan's assault followed closely behind. 3 sources returning to the void. With his left hand, he pointed like a sword towards the 3 individuals who were imprisoned, a singular motion that condensed to perfection. Manifesting as a point of destructive light intertwined with dark gold, pale white, and ghostly green spirals, silently materializing in the center of the 3. The moment the light appeared, the confined space seemed to collapse inward. Boom. The sound of annihilation, indescribable in its magnitude, erupted at the soul level. That 3-colored point of light suddenly expanded like a supernova. The 3 primordial forces of dark gold's extinction, pale white's freezing, and ghostly green's corrosion were released with tremendous force after being compressed to their utmost within the cage of spatial confinement. It was as if 3 fundamentally different celestial bodies of destruction collided within a mere inch of space. The blinding 3-colored radiance instantaneously engulfed the imprisoned trio. The crimson flame robe disintegrated into ash amidst the extinction. The pale white bone armor crumbled inch by inch under the freezing and corrosive forces. And the inky green scorpion tail shell melted away as if immersed in potent acid. The formidable auras of the 3 mid-stage golden core cultivators flickered like candles in the wind, ultimately overwhelmed, decomposed, and returned to the most primordial void by that devastating tricolored light of the void. As the brilliance faded, a vast pit remained, unfathomable and lined with remnants of dark gold, pale white, and ghostly green destructive energy. Above the pit, the space still rippled with intense distortions, akin to a torn scar. The 3 mid-stage golden core practitioners were utterly obliterated, leaving not even a trace behind. Xiao Yan's complexion paled slightly, his chest heaving. The instantaneous eruption of spatial confinement and 3 sources returning to the void had drained a tremendous amount of energy. Yet, in his eyes, only cold, murderous intent and resoluteness remained. Buzz. Within the mountain hollow, the space rippled like water, revealing a dark fissure, barely wide enough for a single person to pass, with edges flowing with dark gold spatial markings, silently opening before him. Beyond the fissure lay twisted, shattered light and a chilling aura of chaotic spatial turbulence. The path of space rending. Activated. Xiao Yan hesitated not for an instant, stepping forward with determination. His form was instantly engulfed by the distorted darkness. In the moment his figure vanished, the spatial fissure healed like a closing wound, swiftly disappearing without a trace. Only the menacing void devouring vines in the mountain hollow and the immense pit exuding an aura of destruction remained, silently recounting the astonishing strike that had just transpired and heralding the perilous journey that lay ahead. Chapter 40. The Path of Space Rending and Fragmented Realms. Absolute darkness is not the silent void of nothingness, but a viscous chaos replete with countless shattered mirror-like reflections. The shrill sound, akin to millions of glass shards being simultaneously crushed, mingled with the terrifying hum of space being torn apart, violently assaulting Xiao Yan's eardrums and consciousness. The omnipresent spatial turbulence acted like an invisible razor, ensnaring annihilative spatial fragments and mercilessly slicing through his protective spiritual essence and the essence of his extinguished Tao. The path of space rending. Truly a passage of death. Upon entering, Xiao Yan felt as though he had plunged into the very heart of a tempestuous spatial storm. His body was frantically torn and tossed by the chaotic forces of space. Were it not for the unparalleled strength of his annihilation body, he would have been shredded into fragments in an instant. With a grunt, Xiao Yan's skin erupted with a brilliant dark golden luster. intricate patterns beneath the surface glowing like flowing lava. In his consciousness, the complete annihilation star pivot whirled with fervor, emanating vast and pure spatial principles. An invisible barrier, akin to a suit of armor woven from countless intricate dark golden spatial runes, enveloped him entirely. The sound of space shards crashing against the barrier was akin to a cacophony of piercing scrapes, sending ripples of fragmented space into the air. The barrier trembled violently but valiantly withstood the most ferocious initial onslaught. Xiao Yan suppressed the turbulent surge of his blood and the dizziness caused by the shrill piercing of space, his mind focusing intensely. Akin to a ship's captain steering through a storm, painstakingly discerning the chaotic trajectories within the tumultuous realm. Before him lay no path, only countless shattered and distorted spatial fractures, perpetually appearing and vanishing. Some of these fractures resembled solidified black boulders, exuding a heavy spatial pressure. Others flowed like molten multicolored lava, radiating chaotic disintegration power. While many more were intricate and writhing spatial rifts, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to prey on the unwary. Further afield, a colossal vortex of spatial storm, akin to a cosmic scar, rotated slowly, consuming all matter and energy that dared to approach. Where lay the domain of the Annihilation Trail? Xiao Yan's mind was taut with anticipation. The words of the ancient shaman rang true. Every step here was akin to treading upon the sharpest of blades. He dared not be careless, propelling his spatial awareness to its utmost limit, cautiously avoiding the massive storm vortices and solidified fractures that radiated extreme danger, painstakingly navigating through the relatively calm shards of space. Time became an enigma. Perhaps it was a mere moment, or perhaps an eternity. Xiao Yan felt the immense drain on his consciousness, his spiritual energy gradually ebbing away as he resisted the slicing forces of space. Ahead, the shattered realms appeared to grow denser, a multitude of tiny spatial fissures intertwining like a web, forming a seemingly endless labyrinth of cracks. Deep within that thicket, a disquieting resonance of pure annihilation principles reverberated, colder and more domineering than the chaotic currents of space, as if it could freeze thoughts and terminate existence itself. The annihilation domain lay just ahead. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, and he approached with heightened caution. Just as he was about to step into the edge of that fissured thicket, a sudden hum pierced the air. Without warning, an exceedingly fine, nearly transparent spatial rift, akin to a lurking serpent, erupted silently from behind a seemingly stable fragment of space. Its speed surpassed the grasp of his consciousness. The edges of the rift shimmered with a condensed dark golden sheen, radiating the pure essence of annihilation, an embodiment of the fragmentary principles of decay. The blade of annihilation had transformed into a weapon of space. Alarm bells rang fiercely in Xiao Yan's mind. There was no escape. The principles contained within this lethal rift far exceeded his current realm. Star pivot barrier. He urged his consciousness towards the star pivot with fervor. Suddenly, the space before him condensed and folded with utmost intensity. Form a formidable barrier composed of countless dark golden space runes. Hiss, like a searing iron branding into butter. The dark golden blade of annihilation struck fiercely against the stellar nexus barrier. The anticipated violent collision did not occur. The pure essence of annihilation contained within the blade acted as a nemesis, instantaneously shattering the core spatial structure of the barrier. Crack! The stellar nexus barrier emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain, instantly covered in a web of cracks, and collapsed with a thunderous roar. The blade of annihilation, undeterred, surged forth with a chilling will to freeze time and terminate existence, aiming directly at Xiao Yan's chest. The icy grip of death seized his heart in an instant. Annihilation body. Activate. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. He pushed the annihilation body to its utmost limit. The runes beneath his skin blazed like molten lava, a dark golden luster enveloping his entire form. With his right fist clenched tightly, he amassed all his strength and the formidable spiritual energy of the late Golden Core stage, enwrapping it with the three-source annihilation fire, and fiercely struck out at the blade of annihilation. As his fist launched, the very fabric of space collapsed. Boom! An indescribable deafening sound erupted at the soul level. The fist clashed resolutely with the blade of annihilation. The pure essence of annihilation clashed with Xiao Yan's amalgamation of various origins, yet had not yet reached the pinnacle of annihilation power, resulting in a frenzied conflict, annihilating. Uft! Xiao Yan felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. Pain surged through his right fist as bones shattered, the dark golden runes beneath his skin dimming instantaneously. A cold and tyrannical essence of annihilation surged violently into his body through his fist, freezing his meridians, stagnating his spiritual energy, as if life itself were being forcibly terminated. He spat out a mouthful of dark golden blood, his body flung backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through several shards of solidified space before barely stabilizing himself. The blade of annihilation also experienced a slight pause, its dark golden edges dulling slightly. But it did not dissipate. It seemed to possess a will of its own, locking onto the injured Xiao Yan, slightly shifting. Once again tearing through space with an even more ferocious intent to kill, piercing directly towards him. Damn! Xiao Yan's face turned pale, his right arm rendered temporarily useless. His body eroded by the terrifying essence of annihilation, his spiritual energy flowing sluggishly. Faced with this lethal blade, there was no escape. In that moment of impending doom, deep within Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness, the dormant imprint of the Ashen Pathmaster, engraved in the core of his Tao seed, erupted without warning into an unprecedented brilliance. A vast, pure essence, bearing the same origin as the blade of annihilation, yet more supreme and profoundly mysterious, surged forth like an ancient titan awakening, sweeping through Xiao Yan's consciousness and body. This essence was not a counter to the incoming blade of annihilation, but rather resonated peculiarly with the annihilation essence invading Xiao Yan's body. Like a mother calling her wandering child, like primordial waters merging, the flow of the Tao returned. A vague, ethereal thought, seemingly transcending endless time and space, resonated simultaneously in Xiao Yan's consciousness and at the core of the blade of annihilation. With this sound, reminiscent of an ancient proclamation, the fiercely stabbing blade of annihilation, upon contact with the supreme essence of annihilation pervading Xiao Yan's exterior, abruptly halted its attack. It seemed to be soothed and guided by an invisible force, transforming from a blade of destruction into the purest, most primal force of annihilation. As a weary bird returns to its nest, a wave of elation surged through Xiao Yan, coursing through the meridians of his right arm and wildly rushing towards his sea of consciousness, converging upon the resplendent mark of the Tao Master. Boom! Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness felt as if it had been infused with countless stars. The brilliance of the Tao Master's mark surged, becoming more solid and vivid. The profound patterns flowing upon the seal fervently absorbed and assimilated this influx of annihilative essence. Simultaneously, a torrent of understanding, far purer and more expansive than before, imbued with the essence of spatial laws, burst forth like a breached river, instantaneously shattering Xiao Yan's constraints regarding the principles of space. The barrier of the late Golden Core stage crumbled silently, as fragile as thin ice. A more magnificent and refined force, bearing the aura of spatial dominion, was born within his Dantian. The Golden Core reached perfection. It was a natural progression, and moreover, a remarkable advancement in his comprehension of spatial principles. From destruction arose new beginnings. At a crucial moment, the mark left by the Elder Gene activated the Tao patterns, not only averting a fatal calamity, but also enabling Xiao Yan to absorb the essence of the Tao pattern's lethal blade, achieving a dual breakthrough in both cultivation and spatial insight. The searing pain still radiated through his right arm. Yet accompanied by this agony was an unprecedented sense of power and control. He felt as though his will could effortlessly manipulate the fractured space around him. The Tao pattern's lethal blade, having expended all its essence, ultimately dissipated into the void. Elder Jin's legacy filled Xiao Yan with awe and gratitude. The mark left behind possessed such extraordinary efficacy. However, the crisis was far from over. Just as he absorbed the essence of the Tao pattern's lethal blade and broke through, the entire rift space seemed to be thoroughly incensed. Rumble, like a tranquil pool suddenly bombarded by countless explosives, centered around Xiao Yan. The fractured space within a 1,000-foot radius erupted without warning, boiling over. Countless shards of solidified space plummeted like collapsing mountains. Flowing spatial lava surged, creating towering waves. Delicate fissures twisted and expanded violently, resembling millions of gaping, monstrous maws. More terrifying still, several colossal spatial vortexes, each exceeding 100 feet in diameter and exuding an aura of devouring all, emerged thunderously from the surrounding spatial fractures, akin to ancient behemoths awakened from slumber, drawing near with a terrifying pull, pressing and tearing towards Xiao Yan. A chain reaction. Xiao Yan's act of absorbing the Tao pattern's lethal blade ignited a powder keg, detonating the already fragile spatial structure of this area. The true collapse of space had commenced. There was no avenue for escape, no means to obstruct. The magnitude of this spatial annihilation far surpassed any peril previously encountered. It was sufficient to shred even nascent soul cultivators into mere fragments. Damn it! Xiao Yan's expression shifted drastically. The sense of power brought by his recent breakthrough was instantaneously enveloped by the icy grip of impending death. The power of the star pivot surged frantically, attempting to stabilize the space around him, yet in the face of such a vast spatial collapse. It was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The spatial barrier was swiftly riddled with cracks. Just as he was about to be utterly consumed by the frenzied spatial turbulence and storm vortexes, a hum resonated deep within his sea of consciousness. The mark of the Tao Master, which had just absorbed the essence of the Tao pattern's lethal blade and shone brilliantly, erupted once more with an unprecedented resolute radiance. This time, the brilliance did not diffuse. It ignited instantaneously. As if igniting the final spark, the core of the Tao Master's imprint, a glimmer of eternal, indomitable dark golden radiance, was abruptly ignited in resonance with Xiao Yan's indomitable will to survive. An indescribable torrent of pure, ultimate annihilation and creation, imbued with the last remnants of existence, surged forth, merging with the terrifying power released by the burning imprint, instantly engulfing Xiao Yan's consciousness and physique. Simultaneously, this force acted as an invisible fuse, brutally piercing into the perfectly functioning annihilation star pivot within his consciousness. The Tao beacon shattered barriers. The profound and resolute essence of June echoed like the final war drum, resonating explosively deep within Xiao Yan's awareness. Boom! The annihilation star pivot erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, fueled by the overwhelming might of the Tao Master's burning imprint. The eternal starlight at its core shone as brilliantly as a supernova, while countless dark golden spatial runes whirled madly, extending and reconfiguring. A horrific spatial force, transcending the structural limits of the rift's space, was forcibly condensed and compressed, forming an infinitesimally small singularity that radiated a tremor capable of unsettling the very fabric of the collapsing space before Xiao Yan. At the moment the singularity emerged, the frenzied spatial storm, the collapsing debris, and the tearing turbulence encountered an invisible black hole, which distorted, attracted, and devoured them. Go! Enlightened by divine intuition, Xiao Yan unleashed a final roar. He ceased to resist the overwhelming force of the collapsing space. Instead, he channeled all his strength into his legs, propelling himself towards the newly formed spatial singularity like a moth drawn to flame, expending his last ounce of power to crash into it. In the fleeting moment before his form vanished into the singularity, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire core region of the rift was obliterated as if ignited by an explosive charge. The tumultuous spatial energy, intertwined with the annihilation essence released by June's burning imprint, coalesced into a chaotic void that consumed all. Xiao Yan's figure was propelled by the terrifying energy of the singularity, hurtling into a deeper abyss of absolute darkness where even shattered light could not exist. Time became indiscernible as he traversed through the absolute darkness. Ahead, an indescribably immense glow, radiating a chaotic dark golden hue, emerged, akin to the first light at the dawn of the universe, slowly illuminating the boundless void. This light was vast and ethereal, exuding a terrifying pressure capable of withering all while embodying infinite vitality. At its core, a massive, three-dimensional star pivot shadow, composed of countless dark golden runes, could be discerned, pulsating like a heart, each beat resonating with the very rhythm of the dark space. The core of the Demon Emperor's star pivot, the heart of annihilation left behind by June. It had finally arrived. However, just as a glimmer of hope sparked within Xiao Yan's consciousness upon seeing the destination roar, an indescribably ancient, brutal, and terrifying roar erupted from the depths of the colossal star pivot shadow, akin to the chaotic thunderclap that heralded the creation of the world, shaking the entirety of the dark space. A terrifying will, more ferocious and primordial than the very essence of the star pivot, surged forth, akin to a slumbering world-ending behemoth awakened with a vengeance, descending with boundless wrath for the desecration of its territory. In an instant, it locked onto the minuscule figure of Xiao Yan, who had been cast forth by the singularity, as insignificant as a speck of dust. The desecrator must perish. Chapter 41. The star pivot ignites the soul in the chaotic, dark golden core of the star pivot. The primal roar emanating from the remains of the Demon Emperor erupted like the simultaneous explosion of countless stars deep within the soul. Its ancient and brutal terror was indescribable, merging with pure, destructive demon essence, transforming into an invisible, colossal force that ruthlessly bore down upon Xiao Yan, hurled through space like mere dust. Xiao Yan had scarcely a moment to ponder. In that fleeting instant of the will's arrival, he felt his very existence, his flesh, spiritual power, soul, and even the recently stabilized star pivot within his consciousness, shatter like fragile glass, groaning under the weight of absolute power. The chill of death had never been so vividly clear, more pure and despairing than the skeletal claws of the star, the deadly domain of the Tao, or the abyss of the return to nothingness. There was no escape. No defense. This was the annihilating essence of the ancient demon emperor, revived and nourished by the power of the star pivot. Its level far surpassed anything he could comprehend. In that fleeting moment, as both body and spirit teetered on the brink of obliteration, a resonant hum echoed within Xiao Yan's consciousness. The Tao mark, which had just shone brilliantly from devouring the blade of the Tao, now trembled precariously under the weight of the demon emperor's will, as if ignited by a final spark, erupting into an unprecedented, resolute dark golden flame. This flame was not a guardian, it was a conflagration. Fueled by the last vestiges of existence, it ignited completely. As this lament echoed, a torrent of indescribable, purest essence of annihilation surged forth, mingling with the ultimate power released from the burning mark. Akin to the first ray of light that split the cosmos, sweeping over Xiao Yan's consciousness, his body, and the still-falling star pivot. The moment the star pivot made contact with this supreme essence of shared origin, it was as though it had been infused with the primal energy of the universe's inception. The core's eternal brilliance erupted with an unprecedented radiance, piercing through the eternal darkness. Countless dark golden spatial runes whirled, extended, and expanded in a frenzy. A vast rhythm of the Tao, transcending the will of the demon emperor and commanding the return to nothingness, pierced the very fabric of time and space, erupting with force. This rhythm did not oppose the demon emperor's will, but resonated irresistibly with the entire core of the demon emperor's star pivot. The entire chaotic dark golden core space of the star pivot trembled violently. The massive phantom of the star pivot, akin to the heart of annihilation, rotated slowly under the impact of the truth released by the burning remnants, as its core, a time-honored mark composed of dark golden runes, suddenly ignited. It was as if a slumbering star had been awakened. At the moment this core mark ignited, the terrifying roar of the demon emperor's remains transformed into a furious howl filled with boundless rage and a trace of fear originating from the depths of its soul. Jean, it is you again. The roar was saturated with the fury of being plotted against, suppressed, and assimilated. Immediately, a scene that shattered Xiao Yan's spirit unfolded before him. The core imprint of the colossal star pivot projection radiated with blinding brilliance. An irresistible force belonging to the essence of annihilation surged forth, akin to invisible chains of law, instantly entwining and penetrating the core of the demon emperor's remnants. The terrifying will of the demon soul, which was coalescing to unleash a devastating strike, was ensnared like a leaf caught in a whirlpool, forcibly distorted and drawn into the immense star pivot projection. No, I am the emperor of all demons. How dare you refine me? The remnants of the demon emperor emitted a despairing roar that shattered the soul. Its vast soul projection, as immense as a galaxy, struggled fiercely, distorting in an attempt to break free from the shackles of annihilation. The entire core space of the star pivot trembled violently, chaotic dark golden energy roiling like boiling water. However, the true meaning released by the burning imprint of annihilation, intertwined with the resonating core imprint of the demon emperor, formed an indomitable chain of annihilation. The demon emperor's remnants, struggling like a beast trapped in a snare, only accelerated the process of being assimilated and refined by the star pivot's core. The violent will of the demon soul was forcibly stripped away and obliterated, while its pure and vast soul source energy, imbued with primordial demon power, surged into the enormous star pivot projection like rivers returning to the sea. The projection rapidly became more solid and radiant. Its pressure of annihilation and creation surged to unprecedented levels. The dark golden patterns swirling upon it grew increasingly profound and intricate, subtly infused with an ancient, fierce aura of the primordial demon emperor. The star pivot was devouring the remnants of the demon emperor, guided by the last flicker of Jin's burning will. It completed its ultimate transformation and recognition of its master. Boom! A torrent of terrifying energy, far more pure and vast than before, merging the essence of Jin's annihilation with the primordial demon power of the demon emperor, surged back through the invisible chains of law, akin to a river bursting its banks, instantly flooding into Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness and body. Xiao Yan felt as though he had been cast into a furnace of billions of degrees. His body, under the onslaught of the raging energy, cracked and then was instantaneously repaired and strengthened. His bones erupted with a cacophony akin to sizzling beans, their density and strength multiplying, emitting a luster of dark gold intertwined with ancient bronze. Flesh was utterly torn and reconfigured, each cell seemingly infused with the divinity of starry annihilation and the primordial demon emperor. His dantian was forcibly expanded, the viscous spiritual power as thick as dark golden mercury, compressed and transformed violently, a shadowy infant taking shape amidst the vast energy. His sea of consciousness expanded chaotically, akin to the universe's inception. The annihilation star pivot, nourished by the feedback of energy, radiated an eternal brilliance, its surrounding three-dimensional orbits composed of countless dark golden runes becoming ever more magnificent and arcane, each pulse resonating with the trajectories of the celestial bodies. The imprint of Jin's path, inscribed within the core of the Tao seed, absorbed this resonating energy infused with the Demon Emperor's essence, its radiance becoming unprecedentedly concentrated and brilliant, its form more distinct, subtly transforming into an eternal dark golden claw print, exuding the supreme majesty of mastery over all laws, annihilation, and creation. From destruction, rebirth arises. Inhuman pain heralds the ultimate sublimation of life's essence. The barrier of the golden core shattered like thin ice. A shadowy, dark golden embryonic form of the primordial infant, composed of pure annihilation principles and boundless spiritual energy, slowly takes shape within Xiao Yan's Dantian Sea of energy. The embryonic infant. The annihilation embryonic infant. An unparalleled foundation forged from the essence of ash. The principles of the stellar pivot and the soul source of the Demon Emperor. More crucially, as the remnants of the Demon Emperor's soul were completely refined and absorbed by the stellar pivot core, the immense shadow of the stellar pivot trembled violently. The core's illuminated mark suddenly transformed into a concentrated stream of dark golden light, transcending spatial distances and instantaneously merging with the core of the annihilation stellar pivot within Xiao Yan's consciousness sea. Boom. As if the stars had returned to their rightful places, the universe reached its perfect form. The annihilation stellar pivot within Xiao Yan's consciousness sea instantaneously expanded and solidified. Its form perfectly coincided with the immense shadow of the stellar pivot outside. Countless ancient and profound annihilation principles and spatial runes flowed forth anew from the integrated mark, completely merging with the existing orbital runes, elevating them. The entire stellar pivot radiated an ultimate rhythm of dominion over myriad realms and the establishment of the cosmos. It was no longer merely a stellar pivot, but the corporeal core of the path of annihilation in this realm. It became the vessel of the Tao, the true annihilation pivot. Returned to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan let out a long howl, intertwined with agony and ecstasy. The sound contained the vast power of rebirth and the poignant legacy of the essence of ash. An indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from his being. The chaotic dark golden space of the stellar pivot twisted and trembled in response. He slowly opened his eyes. Boom. Two gazes, no longer mere substance, transformed into two swirling masses, as if within them the birth and demise of celestial bodies and the interwoven trajectories of myriad realms danced in chaotic harmony. Wherever his gaze fell, space silently submitted, the rhythm of annihilation pervaded, as if he were the sovereign of this realm. Power. An unprecedented power. Not merely the might of a nascent embryonic infant, but the ultimate mastery over the principles of annihilation, the laws of space, and the very essence of creation and destruction. At this moment, although he had just entered the embryonic infant stage, his foundational might, depth of understanding of the Tao, and authority over the annihilation pivot were enough to crush any ordinary late-stage embryonic infant, coupled with the body of annihilation and the source infused with the primal demon's power. Even a divine transformation practitioner would dare to face him head-on. He slowly lifted his gaze toward the center of the stellar pivot's core space. There, the immense shadow of the stellar pivot had vanished, replaced by a crystal, the size of a pigeon's egg, suspended within the chaotic dark golden energy. This crystal shimmered with a deep dark golden hue intertwined with the luster of primordial bronze. The crystal rotated gently, emanating an overwhelming, vast aura that encapsulated the essence of returning all things to the void while harboring the spark of creation, the core crystallization of the Demon Emperor's stellar pivot. It was also the tangible core of the annihilation pivot firmly anchored in this realm. The stellar pivot crystal trembled slightly, resonating inextricably with the annihilation pivot within Xiao Yan's consciousness sea. However, just as Xiao Yan's spirit surged, ready to harness the power of the pivot to seize this crystal, a resonant hum echoed. The stellar pivot's core space shook violently, not from within, but from without. Three formidable and suffocating pressures, each bearing a distinct aura, descended like three colossal swords that tore through the heavens, ruthlessly piercing the spatial barrier of the stellar pivot's core. On the left, a searing aura that incinerates the very heavens permeates the air, distorting the void as the space undulates like molten glass. A shadow, draped in a crimson imperial robe and adorned with a crown of blazing flames, coalesces slowly, the formidable figure of the Flame Emperor of the celestial realm, whose indistinct visage radiates an overwhelming, sovereign terror. To the right, an expanse of chilling, ice-blue radiance freezes the surroundings, where countless massive crystalline bones drift within the azure glow. A terrifying silhouette, formed of pure frost and colossal skeletal remains, emerges as if a moving glacier. The Bone Emperor of the Undead, its presence both ominous and spectral. Directly ahead, a viscous, dark green miasma churns, within which countless gigantic, armored appendages and crimson compound eyes flicker ominously. A malicious will, capable of corroding all and tainting the very soul, fixates upon Xiao Yan, the Emperor of 10,000 Poisons. The three phantoms possess an aura that unmistakably reaches the realm of divinity, evidently drawn by the terrifying wave of the celestial star's emergence and the essence of its core. Hence, hand over the star core. The Flame Emperor's spectral voice roars like a tempest of flames, issuing an undeniable command. Yield the power of the star core, and my skeletal path shall remain intact, leaving you with a complete corpse. The Bone Emperor's cold, lifeless intent chills the air, reminiscent of ancient ice. Ah, such pure essence of annihilation. And the aura of that old demon. Boy, your flesh and soul are as good as mine. The will of the Poison Emperor brims with greed and savagery. These three godlike wills loom like invisible mountains, bearing down upon the newly ascended Xiao Yan, whose aura remains unsteady after his breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. The space is thoroughly sealed, solidifying around him. The icy grip of death descends once more. In the face of this overwhelming, lethal predicament, Xiao Yan exhibits no sign of fear. Instead, an icy battle spirit and a hint of aloof mastery ignite within his eyes. He slowly raises his right hand, and upon his palm, the recently restored and commanding shadow of the Annihilation Dao core gradually manifests and begins to rotate. Those who covet the legacy of the Dao Master. Xiao Yan's voice resonates, calm yet imbued with the chilling authority of eternal ice, echoing throughout the core of the star. Be still. Chapter 42. The collapse of all beasts. Be still. Still. The Flame Emperor's shadow twists and flares, erupting in a furious, mocking laughter that burns through the void. A mere insect, newly entering the nascent soul, dares to speak of annihilation? Infernal purgatory. With a roar, his crimson robe billows violently, conjuring boundless dark red flames that are no ordinary fire. They embody the principle of incineration, causing the very fabric of space to begin melting and collapsing. The flames morph into a sea of purgatorial fire, engulfing half the sky, swirling with countless anguished faces of demon souls, bearing the terrifying intent to annihilate all and refine the star core, descending upon Xiao Yan with relentless fury. Wherever it passes, the chaotic, dark golden space of the star core emits a groan of unbearable strain, scorched into vast, flowing wounds that resemble molten lava, unaware of their own demise. The Bone Emperor's icy intent, as frigid as eternal ice, causes the colossal ice-blue skeletal silhouette to tremble slightly. Crack, crack, crack. Countless massive bone spears, formed from the extreme cold and the essence of death, burst forth from its outline like glaciers collapsing. These bone spears are not mere entities. They are the very distilled principles of death and frost. Each one possesses the power to effortlessly pierce the foundation of a nascent soul practitioner, freezing their very soul. Countless bone spears tore through the fabric of space, exuding a chilling terror that froze time itself. From the right, a devastating storm of projectiles surged forth, sealing off all avenues of escape for Xiao Yan. Kikek, your flesh and soul, this emperor shall claim. The viscous poison mist of the 10,000 venom demon emperor boiled instantaneously. The dark green haze transformed into numerous gigantic venomous dragons, each adorned with gruesome maws dripping with sticky saliva. What these dragons spewed forth was not mere venom, but a highly concentrated essence of poison, capable of tainting the very laws and corroding the foundations of the Tao. Where this essence passed, even space itself was eroded, creating hissing emerald voids that emitted a nauseating stench. The horde of venomous dragons, driven by a malevolent will to corrupt all, surged forward like a torrent of filth unleashed. The three great transformation stage demon emperors struck in fury. The inferno of heaven, the ice-bone spear storm, and the flood of 10,000 venoms. Three distinct attacks, each brimming with the devastating power to annihilate the heavens and earth, transformed the area where Xiao Yan stood into an absolute wasteland of destruction. The space was completely solidified and sealed by the three terrifying force fields. Not even a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul could hope to survive here. They would meet their doom in an instant. The cold embrace of death pierced Xiao Yan's soul like a myriad of steel needles. The overwhelming pressure from the three transformation stage beings far surpassed the Starbone Claw and even eclipsed the collapsing storm of the Tomb of Ashes. Yet, within Xiao Yan's eyes, there remained only an icy indifference and a glimmer of absolute confidence in his mastery over all loss. He slowly lifted his right hand, which did not falter. Above his palm, a miniature star pivot, an embodiment of the Tao of annihilation, began to rotate slowly, radiating an intense light. The Tao pivot of the realm. A silent thought erupted within the depths of his consciousness. In his mind, the core of the Tao of annihilation, which anchored the universe, unleashed an unprecedented brilliance. Countless intricate dark gold runes sprang to life, instantly spreading along the invisible pathways of spatial laws, enveloping a 100-foot radius around Xiao Yan. Buzz. An absolute domain, composed purely of the principles of annihilation, formed instantaneously, imperceptible to the naked eye yet undeniably real. Within this domain, space ceased to be mere space, becoming the essence of annihilation itself. Time was no longer time, but the process of all things returning to the void. The laws were no longer laws, but extensions of the will of ashes. The inferno of heaven's fiery sea collided violently with the edge of the domain. Sizzle, like boiling soup splashing onto snow. The flames capable of incinerating the void met the domain of annihilation and encountered their ultimate nemesis. The contained principles of annihilation were instantly disintegrated and assimilated by the higher and more primordial truth of annihilation. The raging flames were as if cast into a black hole of the void, silently extinguishing, vanishing without a trace, not even creating a ripple. Countless icebone spears surged forth. Crack, 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 like millions of ice needles striking an ancient, unyielding divine mountain. The ultimate chill and deathly principles contained within the bone spears proved utterly fragile against the domain of annihilation. The tips of the spears shattered upon contact with the domain, crumbling into dust. The terrifying force of freezing was forcibly reversed and devoured by the true essence of the void that flowed within the domain. The storm of bone spears collided with an invisible wall of size, disintegrating instantaneously into a myriad of crystalline fragments, silently obliterated by the domain. A torrent of toxic essence surged forth with a menacing intensity. The sound was akin to strong acid being poured into the boundless depths of the ocean. The foul laws, the insidious essence that eroded the foundation of the Tao, emitted a violent corrosive sound upon contact with the realm of annihilation. Yet, the anticipated pollution did not manifest. The tainted will inherent in the essence, exposed to the blazing sun, produced a silent wail, instantaneously purified and obliterated by the pure truth of annihilation. The viscous toxins were forcibly decomposed and assimilated, transforming into a stream of pristine energy, which was instead absorbed by the realm of annihilation, replenishing itself. The lethal strike of the three great demon emperors was rendered as insignificant as an ant attempting to shake a tree. It was effortlessly dismantled, obliterated, consumed. What? The fiery phantom of the flame emperor abruptly faltered, its furious roar morphing into incredulous astonishment. Impossible. This was the skeletal outline of the bone emperor, composed of crystalline remains. Trembling violently, filled with doubt and a tinge of instinctual fear. The domain. No, this was the toxic mist of the poison emperor, swirling frantically, its crimson compound eyes brimming with greed and profound trepidation. In the realm of transformation, harnessing the power of heaven and earth for oneself is ultimately an external path. The cold voice of Xiao Yan resonated, akin to the final decree upon the three demon emperors. Annihilation is the return of all laws to the void, the end of heaven and earth. You are merely dust struggling in the river of annihilation. In the moment his words fell, Xiao Yan raised his right hand, slowly retracting his 5 fingers. The axis of the Tao returns to silence. With a thunderous roar, as his fingers closed, the expansive domain of annihilation, enveloping 100 feet, collapsed inwardly, as if a colossal invisible hand had seized a heart. The center of the collapse was not void, but a point that defied description, profound and pure. A singularity of annihilation. The instant the singularity appeared, an irresistible will of termination, transcending all laws, thunderously descended. The remnants of the three demon emperors' attacks disintegrated, absorbed within the domain, along with the vast essence of the annihilation laws, surged into that singularity like rivers converging into the sea. The singularity suddenly ignited. The radiance was not searing, but an absolute darkness that froze thought and ended existence. The next moment, a beam, refined to perfection, emanated a pure dark golden sheen, with ancient bronze patterns flowing along its edges, yet within it contained the essence of the universe's end. Silently shooting forth from the heart of the collapsing singularity, the speed of the beam transcended the concepts of time and space. It disregarded the defenses constructed by the formidable powers of the three demon emperors. It ignored their horrified mental lock, late to arrive but early to reach. With a soft sound, 3 incredibly faint yet simultaneously resonant tolls echoed in the realm of the soul. The beam of annihilation pierced through the fiery imperial robe of the Flame Emperor, the core of the icy skeletal outline of the Bone Emperor, and the crimson core wool within the viscous mist of the Poison Emperor without obstruction. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no brutal clash of energies, only silent obliteration. The ethereal visage of the burning sky demon emperor dissipated like wisps of smoke carried away by the wind. In the fleeting moment of contact with the beam of light, the tyrannical will that had scorched the 8 desolations was rendered utterly silent, not even a cry of anguish escaping its grasp. The colossal skeletal outline of the Bone Demon Emperor appeared as if it had been cast into the abyss of oblivion, its massive frame crumbling in silence amidst the radiance, vaporizing, as the pathways of frigidness and death were forcibly stripped away and devoured. The core of the Venom Demon Emperor emitted a brief, yet piercing shriek of intent, only to be consumed as if by a black hole. The viscous poison mist collapsed instantaneously, vanishing, its tainted will thoroughly purified and erased. In an instant, the 3 great transformation demon emperors were extinguished, both form and spirit annihilated, leaving not a trace of their existence behind. The beam pierced through the 3 demon emperors, its momentum unabated, silently penetrating the depths of the chaotic, dark golden barrier surrounding the core of the star pivot, leaving behind a minuscule orifice, smooth as molten glass, exuding an eternal aura of annihilation before gradually dissipating. Silence, an absolute silence enveloped the star pivot core. His gaze swept across the demon emperor star pivot crystal suspended within the chaotic energy. The crystal trembled slightly, transmitting waves of submission and a yearning for affiliation. Return to position. A subtle shift in Xiao Yan's consciousness occurred. With a hum, the core crystal, imbued with the vast powers of annihilation and creation, transformed into a stream of light, swiftly merging into his Dantean sea of energy, revolving gently around the indistinct visage of the dark golden nascent infant, radiating a presence that made space tremble, gradually settling and ultimately embedding itself perfectly in the chest of the nascent infant, as if bestowing upon it a heart of eternal annihilation that pulsated with life. Boom. An even more profound, complete, and closer to the source power of annihilation erupted from within Xiao Yan. The dark golden radiance, intermingled with the ancient bronze patterns, resembled the divine light of creation, illuminating the entirety of the star pivot core space in an instant. Under the nourishment of the crystal's return to position, the nascent infant solidified rapidly, its features still indistinct. Yet within its eyes, grand scenes of celestial stars experiencing annihilation and rebirth swirled. The annihilation nascent infant. The Tao pivot core. At this moment, it was truly complete. Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes, feeling the surging, vast power within him, capable of rending the very fabric of the starry river, and an unprecedented clarity in his grasp of the path of annihilation. At this moment, the path of ashes was genuinely in his hands. However, just as his spirit immersed itself in the newly acquired power, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire core space of the Demon Emperor star pivot, along with the surrounding grave of bones and the central region of the myriad demon mountains, began to collapse in an irreversible manner, as if a colossal tower had lost its foundational support. Deprived of the support of the Demon Emperor's remnants and souls, unanchored from the core crystal, and pierced through by Xiao Yan's beam of annihilation, the equilibrium established by the ashes was utterly shattered. The heavens collapsed. The earth split. The chaotic dark golden barrier supporting the star pivot space cracked inch by inch, disintegrating. The profound depths of the grave of bones opened into an unfathomable chasm, spewing forth destructive earth energy. The sprawling emerald mountains of the myriad demon range crumbled like a sandcastle, ancient trees uprooted and shattered. Countless formidable demon beasts emitted desperate roars amidst the sudden cataclysm, either consumed by spatial rifts or buried beneath the collapsing mountains. The sky resembled a shattered mirror, with colossal rifts in space appearing like the avaricious maws of giants, voraciously consuming all. The true apocalypse has arrived. The myriad demons have perished. Xiao Yan stood at the heart of the collapse, enveloped by the ethereal resonance of annihilation, silently extinguishing the encroaching chaos of space and the energies of destruction. He gazed upon the cataclysmic upheaval that arose from his actions, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy, only of frigid indifference. In the struggle for survival, the laws of nature dictated a brutal hierarchy. The balance of ashes had been shattered, and a new order would be sculpted by the hand of annihilation. He cast one final glance at the core of the demon realm, now spiraling toward its end, his gaze penetrating the crumbling barriers to behold the boundless, profound cosmos. Within his consciousness, the pivot of annihilation trembled subtly, transmitting a distant, grand pull towards the depths of the starry sea, the ultimate source of the legacy of ashes. The path ahead was clear, unobstructed. Xiao Yan no longer lingered, stepping forth resolutely. Buzz, where the Tao resides, one must walk in silence. Chapter 43. The remains of the star sea frigid, lifeless, an expanse of utter darkness. Xiao Yan hovered in the absolute void. His form enveloped in a delicate yet resilient halo woven from dark gold and ancient bronze, repelling the soul-freezing chill that permeated the cosmos. Each breath felt like swallowing molten lead, sending searing pain through his lungs. Within the depths of his dantians, the annihilation embryonic spirit, adorned with the crystal of the demon emperor's star pivot, flickered dimly, akin to a star shrouded in dust, its core of eternal starlight wavering uncertainly. Within his consciousness, the pivotal force of annihilation continued its languid rotation, yet the intricate Tao patterns upon its surface bore several fine yet glaring fissures. Its operation marked by a hint of sluggishness, the forced activation of the pivot to govern the realm, invoking the singularity of return to annihilation to obliterate the three great transformation deities of the demon realm, and tearing through space to escape into the star sea amidst the cataclysmic turmoil of the myriad demons, exacted a toll far beyond imagination. The core of the star pivot was wounded, the essence of the embryonic spirit trembled, and even the body of annihilation was riddled with delicate energy fractures, resembling fragile glass on the verge of shattering. Were it not for the robust essence sustained by the return of the demon emperor's crystal, he would have long since been reduced to dust within the maelstrom of space. He slowly opened his eyes. The once chaotic star orbs within his pupils now vanished, leaving only a chilling, profound emptiness. His gaze swept across the surroundings. There were no stars, no light, only a frozen expanse, resembling a colossal graveyard of star remains. As far as the eye could see, countless remnants of stars, immense beyond comprehension, had lost their luster, displaying hues of cold dark iron or pallid stone. They resembled sandcastles crushed by an invisible hand, suspended in eternal darkness, their forms contorted and grotesque. Some appeared as colossal mountains torn asunder, their surfaces smooth as mirrors. Others resembled hollow shells drained of their cores, their surfaces riddled with profound cracks, and still others resembled the skeletal outlines of titanic beings, ground to dust, exuding a suffocating desolation and silence. The corpses of stars, the graveyard of the universe. In the air, if such a near-vacuum environment could even be called air, there lingered an ultimate resonance of annihilation, signifying the end of all things, the stasis of time. This essence was more ancient than the tomb of ashes, purer than the land of Tao traces, and grander than the myriad demon star pivot. It is omnipresent, insidious, cold, and domineering, as if this very place is the terminus of cosmic annihilation, the ultimate refuge for all existence. The mere pervading aura causes Xiao Yan's already wounded star pivot Tao rhythm to emit a low, burdened groan, the light of his nascent soul flickering precariously. Were it not for the essence of the path of annihilation he bore, he might have been instantaneously assimilated by this ultimate Tao rhythm, reduced to an inconsequential speck of dust amidst the desolate remains of this starry graveyard. Is this the origin star ruins? Xiao Yan murmured softly, his voice failing to create even the slightest ripple in the suffocating void. Within his sea of consciousness, the annihilation Tao pivot conveyed a sense of pull, directing him toward the ultimate source of Jin's legacy, its endpoint lying deep within this silent wasteland. The starting point of Jin's path is also its terminus. The faint tremor of the Tao pivot pointed toward a direction deep within the ruins. The deathly Tao rhythm there seemed even more intense, akin to the center of a vortex in darkness. Xiao Yan suppressed the tumult of blood and the piercing pain in his sea of consciousness caused by the cracks in the Tao pivot, forcibly gathering the remaining spiritual energy. The power of spatial Tao flowed at his fingertips, attempting to invoke spatial folding. However, the space was utterly solidified. Xiao Yan's gaze grew grave. The deathly Tao rhythm of this origin star ruins was overwhelmingly potent, forming an absolute domain at the level of law, suppressing even the spatial power he had initially grasped. Unable to fly or teleport, he was left to rely solely on the most primal strength of his physical body to traverse this solidified graveyard of star remains. He took a deep breath, instinctively activating his annihilation Tao body, the dark gold and ancient bronze patterns beneath his skin glowing faintly. Resisting the pervasive erosion of the ultimate Tao rhythm, his toes gently pressed against a relatively flat, solidified lava-like fragment of colossal star remains, his form drifting slowly like a heavy meteor toward the direction indicated by the sense of pull. Each step felt as if he bore the weight of countless stars. The cold, hard sensation of the star remains beneath him transmitted through his Tao body, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. The enormous remnants of stars loomed like silent tombstones, casting twisted, grotesque shadows in the darkness. Silence was the sole melody of this place. Uncertain of how long he had trudged, time had lost its significance here. The spiritual energy within Xiao Yan gradually dwindled in its resistance against the Tao rhythm's erosion, the light of his nascent soul dimming further, and the cracks on the surface of the Tao pivot seemingly deepening. Only the faint warmth emanating from the Demon Emperor crystal in his chest barely sustained his flickering vitality. Ahead, the colossal remnants of stars grew denser and more distorted. A towering, dark iron-colored fragment, cleaved by an invisible giant axe, stood like a despairing tombstone at the edge of his vision. Beneath the fragment, countless smaller shards of star remains accumulated into a mound, forming a vast grave of star remains that exuded a rich, deathly Tao rhythm, and the pull emanating from the annihilation Tao pivot, its searing source, unmistakably pointed toward the depths of that grave beneath the fragment. Right there, Xiao Yan's spirit surged, forcibly suppressing his fatigue and pain, quickening his pace. As he laboriously navigated around several colossal remnants of stars resembling towering pillars, he finally arrived beneath that monumental fragment. And the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Deep within the grave, it was not the anticipated core of Jin's inheritance, but rather an enormous, unfathomably vast claw print. What shattered Xiao Yan's spirit even further was the sight of a terrifying claw mark, deep enough to reveal bone, flowing with a solid dark golden hue, etched upon the palm of the gigantic claw covered in dark golden bone armor. Within this mark lingered an icy, domineering, and supreme aura, imbued with the profound essence of extinction and creation in their duality. It was the essence of June, the very scars left by June from years past. This unimaginably fearsome star skeleton claw had once been severely wounded by June. The ultimate source of June's legacy, the culmination of its guiding force, pointed to the residual aura within this scar on the claw's palm. Could this claw itself be the ultimate coordinate to which June's inheritance directs? Or perhaps it serves as the ultimate warning monument erected by June for future generations? Just as Xiao Yan's mind was shaken, utterly awed by the spectacle before him, a hum resonated. The dark golden claw, silent for countless epochs, saw the solid mark of June's claw on its palm unexpectedly ignite with a faint yet remarkably resilient dark golden glow. In that instant, a subtle yet unmistakable stream of spatial coordinate information, imbued with June's essence, surged into Xiao Yan's consciousness like a gentle trickle, guided by the pathway within his mind. Concurrently, that glimmer pulsated slightly, releasing a vast and pure flow of energy, carrying the essence of extinction and creation, which poured into Xiao Yan's injured Yuaning and Tao Hub like a long-awaited rain upon parched earth. The light of his Yuaning brightened momentarily, and the most glaring fractures on the surface of the Tao Hub began to mend at an exceedingly slow pace under the nurturing of this pure essence. June. It was June's final gift left within the scars. A coordinate, a lifeline for healing and survival. A complex surge of emotions welled up within Xiao Yan's: shock, sorrow, and boundless gratitude. He promptly sat cross-legged upon the icy star skeleton, ardently channeling this pure essence to restore himself. Time flowed silently in the stillness. The star skeleton grave remained voiceless, with only the dark golden glow within the claw mark, akin to an undying spark of starlight, offering Xiao Yan the last semblance of protection and guidance. It was unclear how long had passed. The rhythm of his Tao began to stabilize, and though the light of his Yuan Ing had not fully returned to its former glory, it had solidified. The most glaring fractures on the surface of the Tao Hub had healed significantly, and the sensation of stagnation during operation had diminished greatly. He slowly opened his eyes, once again fixating on the terrifying dark golden claw and the faint light upon its palm. The coordinate information was now distinctly imprinted within the core of the Tao Hub, not directing towards this claw, but rather to the depths of the star sea, to a forbidden stellar domain named Jun Yuan. There lay the true core of June's ultimate inheritance, as the faint light in the palm began to dim gradually. Completing its final task with the transmission of the coordinate information, Xiao Yan knew it was time to depart. He stood, bowing deeply to the gigantic claw and the glimmering mark. This realm's ultimate Tao rhythm was too fearsome. It was not a place to linger. However, just as he turned to follow the coordinates out of this star skeleton grave, a thunderous rumble erupted. The entire primordial star ruins trembled violently, without warning. The solidified space cracked like fragile glass, and countless massive star skeleton remnants groaned under the unbearable strain, colliding and shifting amongst themselves. An indescribable aura, vast and ferocious, imbued with a terrifying will to rend the very fabric of existence, surged forth as though a slumbering apocalyptic deity had been irrevocably stirred from its deep, shadowy slumber within the cosmic abyss. In an instant, it locked onto the starry graveyard, targeting the dark golden claw, and ultimately, the dwindling ember of light within its palm, which was on the verge of extinguishment. The essence of the ember, a chaotic, hoarse, and fearsome thought roared forth, akin to the cataclysmic collision of countless stars. crashing into Xiao Yan's consciousness like a primordial thunderclap. With a sharp gasp, Xiao Yan felt as though he had been struck with immense force. Blood erupting from his 7 orifices. The once stabilized core of his Tao trembled violently, fissures threatening to reopen. The light of his primordial spirit flickered wildly. As the icy grip of death instantaneously froze his very blood, the true form of that claw, a formidable presence previously ravaged by the ember, was thoroughly awakened by the last tremor of the ember's light. With a deafening roar, a terrifying phantom, clad in menacing bone armor and shimmering with dark golden hues, materialized above the starry graveyard, its claws radiating an aura that could rend the celestial rivers. Even before the apparition fully coalesced, an absolute force field that froze thought and obliterated existence enveloped the space. Xiao Yan felt as if he were an insect trapped in amber, his thoughts rendered sluggish and lethargic. The chilling voice of a will that existed solely for destruction pierced through the air, akin to innumerable icy spikes stabbing into Xiao Yan's consciousness. The looming phantom of the claw, its talons akin to towering pillars, suddenly spread wide, wielding the absolute power to crush the celestial rivers, descending upon the diminutive Xiao Yan and the flickering light behind him with unrelenting ferocity. Before the attack reached him, the sheer coldness of annihilation caused the protective aura surrounding Xiao Yan to ripple violently, his skin cracking under the pressure. Once again, he found himself in a dire predicament. One even more desperate than facing the 3 formidable demon emperors. The level of this claw's true form surpassed anything Xiao Yan could comprehend. Senior Ember, grant me your aid. Xiao Yan's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a final, desperate roar. No longer attempting to resist the dreadful shadow of the claw, he poured all his remaining strength and will into his consciousness, focusing on the faint ember of light within the claw's palm, hoping to ignite it, to unleash the last vestiges of its power. In that moment, as Xiao Yan's intent brushed against the ember's light, it seemed to respond to the desperate call of a kindred spirit and to the overwhelming pressure of the true claw, erupting in an unprecedented explosion of brilliance, akin to a supernova's final flare. The ensuing blast was as though a red-hot iron had been plunged into ice. Beyond the passage lay not a sanctuary, but a realm fraught with chaos, rife with storms of destructive energy, where massive star remnants collided within turbulent spatial currents. This was the Ember's final gift, a path leading to the unknown, a fleeting chance to escape the clutches of the true claw. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan, in the instant before the claw's phantom descended upon him, harnessed the terrifying shockwave generated by the ruptured space like a moth drawn to a flame, and with his last reserves of strength, plunged headlong into the chaotic passage that had just been torn open, now rapidly collapsing. His form was instantly engulfed by the violent currents of space and the energies of destruction. The colossal claw's illusory form unleashed a furious roar that shattered the very fabric of the void. With an overwhelming force capable of obliterating all, its talons struck fiercely at the spot where Xiao Yan had just vanished. Boom! That area, along with the still partially closed entrance of the passageway, was instantaneously transformed into a chaotic void ravaged by rampant energy. The terrifying aftershock of the claw swept across the nearby star graveyards, leveling them for miles. Xiao Yan's figure, along with the chaotic temporary passage, was completely engulfed by the furious currents of space. The final beacon left by the embers, caught between guidance and destruction, cast him into the even more unknown and perilous brink of the abyss of embers. Chapter 44. The brink of the abyss of embers, absolute darkness. The eternal sound of shattering. Xiao Yan plunged like a stone, forcefully cast by the hand of the cosmos, into the boiling chaos. This was not mere void, but a river of death forged from the very laws of violent nature, a tumultuous space. There was no direction, no time, only the relentless energy storm howling in madness. Boom. Crack. The piercing shriek was the lament of space itself being torn apart and forcibly mended. The frenzied torrents of energy, swirling with shattered celestial fragments. Frozen shards of space and distorted flickers of fragmented laws formed countless invisible blades of destruction, mercilessly slicing and battering Xiao Yan's form. The excruciating pain pierced through him like a million searing needles, instantly breaching his remaining defenses and brutally embedding themselves in every inch of flesh and bone. The faint halo of dark gold and primal bronze that enveloped his body flickered violently under the impact of the chaotic currents, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, barely sustaining itself for a mere breath before emitting a groan of unbearable strain and shattering into oblivion. Puff! Xiao Yan violently expelled a mouthful of dark gold blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, which was swiftly torn apart and evaporated by the raging energy. His once proud body of annihilation had now become a mere rag doll amidst the storm. His skin cracked inch by inch, resembling a parched riverbed that had endured for eons, with deep wounds exposing bone springing forth across his entirety. The dark gold blood had yet to flow before being swept away by the tumult, frozen, only to be scorched into nothingness by the searing energy storm in the next moment. Within his Dantian sea of Qi, the Annihilation Essence infant, adorned with the crystal of the Demon Emperor's star pivot, dimmed to the utmost, resembling a flickering candle flame on the verge of extinguishing in the wind. The core's eternal starlight swayed wildly, as if it could be completely scattered at any moment. More alarmingly, the surface of the Essence infant, previously marred by cracks that had been barely mended, began to split anew under the onslaught of the furious energy, spreading visibly. Each storm of energy crashing against it felt like countless heavy hammers ruthlessly striking the Essence infant, inflicting profound pain and weakness deep within its very soul. The sea of consciousness roiled tumultuously. The pivotal essence of annihilation, that grand and mysterious wheel of fate, emitted a jarring metallic friction sound. The cracks deepened. Previously exacerbated by the Claw's mental roar, now expanded like ice shattered by thrown stones under the relentless assault of the chaotic loss. Countless fine fissures spread across the surface of the pivotal essence, disrupting the flowing arcane patterns, rendering them dim and lifeless. With each arduous operation, a searing pain akin to a steel saw slicing through the depths of the soul enveloped Xiao Yan's consciousness. Under the dual assault of agony and energy, his awareness resembled a fragile boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of complete submersion and dissolution. Coldness, chaos, annihilation. These were the dominant themes of the spatial turbulence. An extreme chill froze his blood, while ferocious energy tore at his Tao body, and chaotic laws eroded his foundational essence. Death had never felt so vividly present, so close. As it tightened its grip around his throat, the crystallized essence of the Demon Emperor within his chest could only emit a faint warmth, almost negligible, akin to a firefly flickering in the darkness, rendered insignificant and powerless against the raging storm. Was he destined to perish here? A thought flickered through his nearly overwhelmed consciousness. Engulfed by pain and chaos, an endless fatigue surged like a tide, urging him to succumb, to abandon resistance, and allow the tumultuous currents to completely shred him, returning him to nothingness. At that moment, a faint yet incredibly resilient tremor erupted from the depths of his sea of consciousness, where the nearly shattered stillness Tao Hub resided. A cold and domineering will, originating from the essence of the Tao, surged forth like a lone wolf awakened from slumber by death, fiercely striking against Xiao Yan's dissipating awareness. No. Xiao Yan's eyes flew open. Within the depths of his pupils, once dimmed by pain and blood loss, two chaotic starry phantoms began to whirl frantically in the face of despair. An indomitable will, refusing to surrender to oblivion, erupted like a volcano dormant for millennia. The guidance of the senior gene had not faltered, and neither could he fall. The roar resonated deep within his soul, overpowering the tumultuous howling of the currents. He forcibly summoned the last remnants of his willpower, akin to a drowning man grasping at a final straw, recklessly urging the cracking and wobbling stillness Tao Hub within his sea of consciousness. The Tao Hub emitted a piercing wail on the brink of disintegration, its cracks threatening to burst wide open under the force of his will. Yet, this near self-destructive exertion caused the core of the hub, marked with the coordinates of the abyss of ashes, to suddenly illuminate for an instant. A faint dark golden light struggled to penetrate Xiao Yan's battered Tao body, and amidst the chaotic turbulence, it shone like a lighthouse in the vast night sea, abruptly igniting. Direction, just ahead. It was not the safe shore, but rather the passageway torn open by the faint light of ashes, leading to the endpoint marked by the coordinates of the abyss. The emergence of this starlight was akin to igniting the soul's spark in boundless darkness. The instinct for survival and the will to uphold the Tao instantly overwhelmed all else. A terrifying brilliance erupted from Xiao Yan's eyes, as he disregarded the excruciating pain of his crumbling Tao body, ignored the weakness of his nascent soul being torn apart, and paid no heed to the imminent danger of the Tao Hub shattering completely. He poured every last ounce of strength extracted from his flesh and blood, the swaying starlight power of his nascent soul, and that cold will from the essence of the stillness Tao into his legs. Charge! Harnessing the violent turbulence behind him, Xiao Yan surged forth like a moth drawn to a flame, akin to a bloodied arrow released from its bow, propelled toward the direction illuminated by the starry beacon. With the remnants of his life force, he bravely charged through the interstices of countless blades of obliteration. Where his body passed, a fleeting trail composed of dark golden blood and shattered Tao rhythm was etched, only to be swiftly consumed and erased by the ferocious tempest. Before him, at the terminus of that radiant guidance, the fabric of space twisted and shattered dramatically. Boom! Xiao Yan felt as though he had shattered a cold, resilient boundary, akin to breaking through a colossal eggshell enclosing a realm of death. Suddenly, his surroundings expanded. Yet, The anticipated landing did not manifest. Instead, he was met with a force of devouring power that was deeper, older, and more ultimate than the tumultuous currents of space. The sight that unfolded before him caused his shattered pupils to constrict to an extreme. There were no stars, no light. Only an absolute darkness that consumed all. No, it was not mere darkness. At the heart of that void, a vortex of unfathomable magnitude and terror slowly revolved. Reminiscent of an ultimate wound left by the cosmos torn asunder, an unhealable scar. The abyssal star domain. The periphery of this vortex was composed of countless shattered, twisted remnants of stars, long extinguished and cooled into an eternal dark iron hue. These colossal star remnants appeared as though they had been ground by an invisible force, then forcibly amalgamated by an even more terrifying power, twisted together to form a circular, slowly rotating wall of death. The surface of the star remnants was riddled with profound cracks and impact craters, silently narrating the annihilation and finality they had endured. At the core, encircled by this wall of star remnants, lay the true void star vortex. It was not an ordinary nebula or black hole. Its color embodied a purity of nothingness so profound that even the concept of darkness seemed to have been devoured by it. Gazing upon it felt akin to staring into the very end of the universe, where one's soul would be drawn, frozen, and shattered by that unfathomable void. At the core of the star vortex, a singularity more profound and frigid than the surrounding emptiness could be faintly discerned. The edge of the vortex exhibited a pathological, viscous distortion of space. Visible to the naked eye, dark gray energy streams, coalesced from pure annihilatory Tao rhythm, resembled countless greedy tendrils extending from the vortex's core, wildly dancing and tearing through the void. Wherever they traversed, space silently obliterated and collapsed, forming regions of absolute nothingness that perpetually flickered in and out of existence. Any matter, energy, or even fragments of time, once ensnared by these dark gray tendrils, would be instantaneously dragged, shredded, and transformed into the most primordial streams of particles, greedily consumed by the core of the vortex's absolute void. This was the abyss, the ultimate manifestation of the path of ashes, the cosmic realm of annihilation and return to the void. Merely standing at its periphery, the pervasive essence of ultimate annihilation was an order of magnitude more formidable than the primordial cosmic void. As Xiao Yan's fractured body breached this territory, he immediately sensed the all-pervasive, cold, and tyrannical force of devouring and obliteration. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The wounds on the surface of the body, deep enough to reveal bone, were instantly eroded by the invisible force of obliteration, their edges beginning to display signs of decay and annihilation. The remnants of the dark golden aura, akin to a being encountering its nemesis, emitted a chilling wail, swiftly extinguished. The faint warmth radiating from the crystal of the demon emperor at his chest was, in the face of this terrifying aura of obliteration, akin to a spark cast into an ICC, extinguished in an instant. Even more horrifying was the situation within the Dantian, where the already fragile essence of obliteration seemed to be subjected to an absolute suppression from a higher, yet similar, existence. Its brilliance faded entirely, the core star's radiance nearly snuffed out. Cracks on the surface of the essence expanded wildly, producing a subtle yet heart-wrenching sound of fracture, as if it were on the verge of complete disintegration. At that moment, Xiao Yan's spirit was violently shaken, utterly intimidated by the terror of the abyss of ashes, and his body rapidly succumbed to the erosion of obliteration, a terrifying thought filled with boundless fury, chaos, and a desire for destruction roared forth, piercing through the barriers of endless time and space, disregarding the tumultuous rifts of the surrounding chaos. Akin to countless supernovae exploding simultaneously within the depths of his soul, striking fiercely within his consciousness. Behold the depths of the abyss of ashes. With a violent impact akin to being struck by a colossal hammer, Xiao Yan felt his mind shatter. Blood erupted from all 7 orifices, dark golden arrows spewing forth. The already cracked and teetering foundation of obliteration emitted a bone-chilling crack under the assault of this transcendent thought, a massive fissure slicing through nearly half the wheel. The rotation of the wheel came to a complete halt. Excruciating pain engulfed all of Xiao Yan's awareness, plunging him into darkness, nearly rendering him unconscious. It was it, the terrifying claw of the primordial star ruin. Its will could lock onto him, who had fled to the edge of the abyss of ashes. That phrase, "Behold the depths of the abyss of ashes," echoed like a cold proclamation of death. The chill of death instantaneously froze his entire being. The horrific devouring power of the abyss, the death knell of the claw transcending time and space, the triple collapse of his essence, his spirit, and the foundation, all of it propelled him toward the genuine, tin death without life abyss of despair. Escape? Where to escape? The space was solidified by the star vortex. The entrance to the chaotic currents had long vanished. Retreat? The path of retreat was severed. Advance? Ahead lay the devouring vortex of annihilation. Just as his consciousness was on the brink of being utterly submerged in darkness, the two chaotic star orbs within the depths of his pain and despair suddenly ignited. A surge from the deepest recesses of his soul, ignited by the legacy of the ashes and tempered by countless life and death crises, erupted like a volcano dormant for millennia. Behold the depths of the abyss of ashes? Very well, then let us see. In the face of despair, retreat meant death. Only forward. Toward the core that devours all, could there be a minuscule, almost non-existent chance of survival. Fuel the foundation for me. Xiao Yan unleashed a silent, soul-rending roar within his heart. He no longer suppressed the nearly shattered foundation of obliteration in his consciousness. Instead, he poured in all his remaining will, all his unwillingness, all his madness born from facing death, recklessly igniting it, akin to lighting the last flicker of oil. Buzz. On the brink of collapse. The nexus of annihilation emitted an unprecedented, almost incendiary radiance from its core, where the coordinates of the ashen abyss were imprinted. This light transcended mere guidance, transforming into the fuse of a final, desperate struggle. With the fleeting yet potent force of the nexus's core, Xiao Yan's battered form was propelled by an unseen hand. Relinquishing all futile resistance, surrendering to the terrifying gravitational pull at the edge of the cosmic vortex. Rather than resisting, he aligned himself with the overwhelming force that devoured all, concentrating his remaining strength into a singular point, akin to an arrow released from a bow or a meteor hurtling towards a flame. Embodying an unwavering resolve to confront the slowly rotating core of the vortex that symbolized the ultimate annihilation of the universe. The target was the absolute void at the heart of the annihilation vortex. His body accelerated. The erosion of the Tao of annihilation intensified. Flesh and blood disintegrated. Bones groaned and shattered. The radiance of his primordial spirit dimmed, its core brilliance flickering like a candle in the wind. The fissures in the nexus of insight spread wildly under the immense gravitational force, emitting a sound of despairing rupture. Yet in Xiao Yan's eyes, there was only the ever-approaching void singularity that consumed all. No fear, only a fervent madness and determination burning to the utmost. Elder Jean, this path is mine to tread. Boom. Contrary to expectations, he was not wholly consumed by the absolute void, nor was he annihilated into fundamental particles. The moment he collided with the core of the vortex, Xiao Yan felt as though he had pierced through a cold, viscous, yet remarkably resilient membrane. This was not a tangible barrier, but a law-bound wall formed from the intensely condensed principles of annihilation. After a brief, suffocating darkness and sense of compression, the scene before him abruptly transformed. There was no anticipated total void, nor a raging energy storm. Instead, Xiao Yan beheld a strange, dead, shattered expanse. It appeared to be a relatively stable region within the core of the annihilation vortex, akin to the eerie calm at the eye of a colossal storm. Beneath his feet lay a solidified terrain, presenting a cold, dark iron hue, extending to the horizon. Towering above were countless bizarre formations, sculpted from solidified lava and twisted metal, resembling tumultuous waves frozen in time eons ago. The sky was a distorted, ever-changing shade of dark gray. It was not the conventional firmament, but rather a pulsating energy dome formed by some force forcibly stretching the turbulent energy flow of annihilation within the vortex. Countless fine, dark gray lightning bolts, composed purely of the principles of annihilation, silently traversed the dome, vanishing and exuding an unsettling aura of finality. The atmosphere, if this realm suffused with the Tao of annihilation could still be termed as air, was permeated with an ineffable essence. It was purer and more ancient than that of the vortex's periphery, imbued with the ultimate sentiment of all things ending and the myriad paths converging into the void. Yet, amidst this pristine annihilation, Xiao Yan's fragmented consciousness keenly detected a faint yet remarkably resilient sense of familiarity. Cold, dominant, encompassing the supreme truth of the unity of creation and annihilation. Ash. It was the essence of ash. Though exceedingly tenuous, akin to embers adrift in the wind, it genuinely pervades every corner of this shattered and desolate expanse. It appears as if it has existed for eons, merging with each speck of dust in this ultimate realm of annihilation, becoming an intrinsic part of its essence. Has the true intent of Elder Jean truly permeated the core of the stellar vortex? Xiao Yan's fragmented primordial spirit trembled within him, an indescribable wave of shock and melancholy surging within his heart. The path of Jean has indeed delved deep into the source of cosmic oblivion. The lingering essence here resembles his indelible mark. This essence of Jean, though sparse, is akin to the first drop of life-giving rain falling upon a long-parched desert. It disregards the terrifying suppression of the annihilation's rhythm in this place, weaving itself, thread by thread, towards Xiao Yan's battered form, particularly flowing towards the nearly shattered core of annihilation in his sea of consciousness, as if a searing hot iron were plunged into icy water. When the tenuous essence of Jin made contact with the fissured core of annihilation, the core emitted a violent tremor. The crumbling will seemed to be infused with some primal power, halting the rampant spread of its fractures. At the edges of the cracks, an exceedingly faint dark golden sheen began to emerge, akin to the trickle of water seeping from a desiccated riverbed, initiating an incredibly slow healing process. Simultaneously, a whisper of warmth flowed along with the essence, reaching Xiao Yan's nearly frozen primordial core, the flickering starlight appearing to stabilize ever so slightly. This was not a powerful healing force, but rather an anchoring and awakening of the essence, like the final anchor chain driven into a sinking vessel. It granted Xiao Yan a fleeting respite amidst the absolute silence and encroaching rhythms of oblivion, preserving the last vestiges of his vitality. Struggling to maintain his nearly disassembled body, Xiao Yan staggered to a relatively flat expanse of dark iron-colored star debris. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, disregarding the excruciating pain radiating from his wounds under the corrosive influence of annihilation's rhythm, and exerted all his strength to operate his fractured techniques, guiding the sparse essence of Jin to nourish the core and his primordial spirit. Each infusion of essence danced upon the edge of a blade, bringing forth both agony and a glimmer of hope. Time lost its significance in this realm. Uncertain of how long had passed, Xiao Yan managed to stabilize the core, preventing further collapse, and the starlight of his primordial core ceased to dim. Slowly, he opened his heavy eyelids, surveying the shattered and desolate land at the fringes of the Jin abyss core. Just several hundred feet ahead, at the edge of a jagged forest of colossal black crystals, a sight aroused Xiao Yan's vigilance. The space there distorted slightly, and the essence of Jin in the air seemed particularly dense. At the center of that area lay a colossal creature. It was neither a living entity of flesh and blood, nor a mere rock or star debris. Its form remained blurred and twisted, resembling a monstrous amalgamation of solidified dark gray dust, flowing pale flames of obliteration, and countless fragmented star bones. Towering over 10 feet, gray dust continuously cascaded from its surface, only to be drawn back together by some unseen force. At the heart of its corporeal form, a pale flame silently burned, emanating an aura of frigid annihilation. This pale flame of the path of obliteration bestowed upon the pile of ashes a will to act and a terrifying power. The Ashen Behemoth, born of the core of the abyss of ash, infused with the essence of true ash over countless epochs, it materialized into an enigmatic existence. They serve as the custodians of the abyss of ash, embodying a particular manifestation of the essence of ash in this realm. In this moment, the colossal creature appeared to be in a state of semi-slumber. Its immense ash-laden body gently heaved, while the core's pale flame pulsated slowly, with each pulse. The surrounding space resonated with the echoes of annihilation, sending a faint, kindred tremor through Xiao Yan's consciousness. Danger. A peril of the gravest magnitude. From the pale flame at the heart of the behemoth, Xiao Yan sensed a terrifying force capable of instantly freezing his dwindling vitality into oblivion. Yet, simultaneously, an indescribable yearning surged from the depths of his consciousness. The core of the behemoth, that pale flame of annihilation, contained a profound and immense essence of ash, far surpassing the thin, ephemeral truths that floated in the air. It was power. The power to mend his consciousness, nourish his nascent soul, and even propel his path of obliteration to unprecedented heights. Crisis and opportunity coiled around each other like entwined serpents, coldly presenting themselves before Xiao Yan in this desolate abyss. His battered, bloodied form slowly rose, his bloodshot eyes fixating intently on the writhing mass of ash and pale flame ahead. Every wound on his body screamed in agony. The fractures in his consciousness throbbed painfully, and his nascent soul was in a state of utter fragility. Nevertheless, a flame ignited within him, a fire born from the depths of his soul, forged through countless life and death trials, a flame of indomitable spirit that blazed fiercely in his eyes. This flame, cold yet fervent, bore the resolve of rebirth from death, coupled with the supreme conviction to pursue the path of truth. Xiao Yan's voice, hoarse and parched, resonated through the silent void like the clash of metal, carrying a determination that severed all avenues of retreat. He raised his hand, a faint yet remarkably resilient dark golden light flickering at his fingertips, a final echo of the core power of the path of annihilation. The gaze of the elder Xiao Yan seemed to pierce through the form of the ashen behemoth, glimpsing the unparalleled figure imprinted at the source of cosmic annihilation. Your path. He inhaled deeply, his shattered essence standing resolutely, akin to a bloodied sword poised to strike, directed at the slumbering ashen behemoth. I am resolved. Chapter 45. The flame of ash in the desolate realm of shattered silence. Only the pale flame of obliteration pulsed soundlessly. Xiao Yan's broken form was impaled upon the frigid dark iron star remains, resembling a corroded spear. His wounds, ravaged by the essence of the abyss of ash, inflicted excruciating pain with every breath, each inhalation straining his near-collapse state of being. Within his consciousness, the path of annihilation was riddled with web-like fractures, each feeble effort of movement eliciting soul-rending agony. The nascent soul dimmed, its core starlight teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, astonishingly, his eyes shone with brilliance. Gazing through the dense, frozen air, his sight fixated on the enormous ash beast, sprawling at the edge of the jagged stone forest. The core, ablaze with a pale, ethereal flame, emanated a chilling silence, yet radiated a pure essence that stirred his very soul, igniting a profound yearning for the true meaning of ashes. Crisis loomed like a sword suspended above, while opportunity flickered like a candle in the dark. Retreat? Behind him lay the all-consuming core of the annihilating star vortex, rendering escape impossible. Advance? It was a desperate gamble for survival amidst death. He exhaled a breath laced with dark golden blood, which was instantly frozen and dissipated by the cold resonance of the Tao, suppressing the tumultuous surge of blood and the excruciating pain in his mind. He summoned every ounce of remaining strength. At his fingertips, a faint glimmer of dark golden light struggled to ignite, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Yet it bore the resolve to sever all ties. He moved. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, merely a solitary, bloodied figure. With a swift touch of his toes upon the frigid ground of star remains, the remnants of the annihilation Tao's instinct awakened. Dark, golden, and ancient bronze patterns glimmered beneath the fissured skin, transforming him into a dark golden bloodline that darted close to the earth. The speed was not overwhelming, yet it carried an intense ferocity and precision, hurtling straight toward the core of the ash beast's pale flame. At the moment he surged forth, a tremor coursed through the great mass of ash at the stone forest's edge. The once slowly pulsing pale flame at the core erupted violently, as if cold water had been splashed into boiling oil. The chilling silence, infused with the ultimate will of obliteration, roared, not as sound, but as a pure resonance of Tao, crashing toward Xiao Yan like an invisible cataclysmic tsunami. Buzz. Xiao Yan's consciousness shook violently. The annihilation Tao core emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. Fissures spreading like wildfire. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his hastening form abruptly stalled, as if colliding with an invisible wall of law. The radiant patterns that had just begun to glow on his skin dimmed significantly, while the edges of several grievous wounds accelerated in their decay. Break for me. His soul roared. Xiao Yan's eyes blazed crimson, with chaotic stars spiraling wildly within his pupils. Ignoring the agonizing rupture of the Tao core, he fervently infused his remaining will as though it were fuel. The nearly shattered Tao core, marked with the coordinates of the abyss, erupted once more into blinding light. Buzz. A feeble yet resilient dark golden barrier sprang forth, barely withstanding the onslaught of the invisible resonance tsunami. The barrier quivered violently, flickering uncertainly, as if it would shatter entirely in the next moment. Yet it fiercely granted Xiao Yan a narrow window to advance. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Xiao Yan surged forth like a raging dragon unshackled, his speed increasing. The hundreds of zhang distance, hindered by the lingering resonance of annihilation, was forcibly traversed as if he were burning his very life. The ash beast was fully awakened. Its colossal form reared up, as the myriad fragments of star remains and solidified dust cascaded down, only to be drawn together anew by the pale flame. It possesses no fixed form. Its massive body resembles a seething gray mire. Countless grotesquely contorted bone spines, tentacles, and claws, forged from the remnants of stars and the essence of annihilation, surge forth in a frenzy, exuding a chilling terror that rends the fabric of space and freezes all it touches, converging upon the diminutive figure that dares to approach. Each bone spine glimmers with a frigid metallic sheen, its tip flickering with pale, extinguishing flames. Each tentacle is enshrouded in a viscous aura of obliteration, leaving a trail of desolation in its wake. Each claw harbors the immense power to shatter celestial bodies, even before the assault arrives. The overwhelming cold and the will of annihilation caused the dark golden barrier surrounding Xiao Yan to warp violently, emitting a piercing sound of fracturing. The blood at his wounds instantaneously crystallizes into dark golden ice. There is no escape. In this narrow conflict, Xiao Yan's eyes bear no trace of fear. Only an unwavering madness that burns at its zenith. He fixates intently on the pulsating pale flame at the heart of the colossal beast, his sole objective. Come forth. A roar emanating from the depths of his soul. Xiao Yan extends his right hand, fingers poised like a sword, and fiercely thrusts forward. The faint dark golden light at his fingertips surges explosively, coalescing into a blade of dark golden radiance, merely a foot in length, yet sharpened to perfection. Upon the blade, countless intricate and profound runes swirl incessantly, exuding a chilling, tyrannical essence, capable of annihilating all. This is not a manifestation of spiritual energy. Rather, it is a sword of obliteration, forcibly summoned from the core of his nearly shattered essence of annihilation, blending with the indomitable will of his swordsmanship and igniting his life force. With a silent whoosh, the dark golden blade slices through the air, devoid of grandiose spectacle, yet embodying the ultimate essence of severing causality and returning to the void. As the oncoming ash-laden tentacles and grotesque bone spines reach out, they are silently cleaved apart upon contact with the concentrated blade, like a red-hot branding iron piercing through solid fat. The fragments of star remnants and the essence of annihilation that constitute them emit a mournful wail, disintegrating and vanishing instantaneously under the blade's overwhelming truth. Where the blade passes, a straight path emerges, shimmering with dark golden runes in the void. The blade's momentum remains unrelenting, driving straight toward the core of the colossal beast. A roar of fury and anguish erupts from the ash beast. Its massive form suddenly contracts and contorts, the pale flame at its core flickering with unprecedented brilliance. An even more terrifying and pure cold of annihilation surges forth. The core region, composed of countless ash-laden remnants, swiftly condenses and compresses, forming a colossal shield of ash. Several yards thick, adorned with innumerable pale runes, positioned before the blade. Upon the shield, the pale flame blazes fiercely, exuding a dread aura that freezes time and space, obliterating the laws of existence. With a resounding clash, the dark golden blade strikes fiercely against the colossal ash shield. There is no earth-shattering explosion, only a muted thud that resonates deeply, akin to two ancient mountains colliding in the depths of the cosmos. Time seems to momentarily freeze. In the next instant, the air fills with the shrill sound of annihilation, echoing as if millions of insects were gnawing upon metal. Where the sword's radiance met the colossal shield, an eruption of countless intricate intertwining arcs of dark gold and pale light burst forth. The dark gold blade spun wildly, advancing with a fierce intent. As the essence of annihilation and the true meaning of embers relentlessly corroded the giant shield. In retaliation, the pale flames of the shield surged more ferociously, their frigid and desolate rhythm acting like maggots gnawing at bone, freezing and obliterating the sword's energy and will. A stalemate ensued, an absolute clash of will and power. Xiao Yan's visage contorted as dark golden blood streamed from his 7 orifices. Every moment he sustained the sword's brilliance drained his dwindling life essence and the power of the Tao. The Tao wheel within his sea of consciousness emitted a painful groan, cracks spreading wildly, threatening to tear the wheel asunder. The light of his primordial spirit dimmed to its nadir, the core star flickering violently, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Meanwhile, the ashen giant shield, under the relentless assault of the sword's radiance, began to manifest countless fine cracks upon its surface. The starry fragments constituting the shield disintegrated continuously, turning to dust. The core's pale flames exhibited violent fluctuations, seemingly sensing the looming threat. Not enough, still not enough. Xiao Yan's soul roared. He felt that the power of his desperate strike was being swiftly consumed by the more profound and pure annihilation flames of the colossal beast's core. Should the sword's radiance be extinguished, it would mean his utter destruction, body and soul, on the precipice of life and death. Just at this critical juncture, an unforeseen change occurred. The pale flames of the ashen giant beast's core, which had been pulsating wildly, suddenly ignited a minuscule yet remarkably resilient dark golden hue from its innermost layer, akin to a dormant volcano awakened without warning. It was the embers, the indelible imprint left by the supreme essence of embers that had once penetrated the core of the abyss. This flicker of dark golden brilliance was akin to cold water splashed into boiling oil. Buzz, the ashen giant shield, locked in a standoff with Xiao Yan's sword radiance, trembled violently. The pale Tao patterns swirling upon it exhibited a momentary and exceedingly subtle disruption. The chilling rhythm that had been fiercely countering the sword's brilliance momentarily faltered due to the interference of this higher-level imprint of shared origin. An opportunity. Xiao Yan's shattered pupils narrowed instantaneously. the resonance emanating from the depths of the Tao core, akin to that dark golden imprint, allowed him to seize this fleeting moment of chance. It was a thread of hope left by the embers transcending time and space. Embers of annihilation. Xiao Yan unleashed a hoarse roar that sounded almost inhuman. He poured every ounce of his being, the crumbling Tao core, the flickering essence of his primordial spirit, and the last drop of his blood essence, into the rapidly dimming dark golden sword radiance at his fingertips, without reservation. A sacrifice. A rebirth through death. Boom. That dark golden sword radiance, originally only a foot in length, erupted with a brilliance akin to a supernova. The sword's length surged to several feet. The swirling runes transformed from dark gold into pure, profound black, as if capable of devouring all light, the embodiment of annihilation. A terrifying sword intent, tenfold, 100-fold greater than before, erupted, shattering all paths and returning to the cosmos. Sizzle. Like the tearing of fabric. The immense ash shield, thick as several zhang and riddled with cracks, was instantaneously pierced as if made of paper before the ultimate sword light that consumed all of Xiao Yan and resonated with the mark of annihilation. The pale flame of the shield, fiercely ablaze, let out a chilling wail as if confronted by its nemesis, extinguishing and dissipating in an instant. The momentum of the sword light remained unabated, embodying Xiao Yan's unwavering resolve and the transcendental guidance of the mark of annihilation, like an eternal spear piercing through darkness. It fiercely thrust into the very core of the frenzied ash beast, striking at the heart of that pale flame. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. With a roar, the colossal, contorted body of the ash beast suddenly stiffened. The fiercely burning pale flame at its core, as if cast into an absolute zero core, instantly froze. A sharply defined sword scar, edged with the profound black flames of annihilation, penetrated its core. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only an ultimate ambience of silence and dissolution, radiating from the sword scar as its epicenter. The countless shattered star remains and solidified dust that comprised the beast's massive form lost their connection to the pale flame, collapsing like a sandcastle stripped of its spine, disintegrating into lifeless, cold gray dust that settled upon the dark iron-colored starry ground. Only at the core, where the sword scar of annihilation had pierced through, did the pale flame remain flickering, akin to a white heart nailed to the void, still pulsating weakly and laboriously. Each beat warped the surrounding space, exuding a chilling aura of extinction. Yet, within that pulsation lay an indelible scar, burning with the black flames of annihilation. Xiao Yan remained frozen in his sword-thrusting posture. Drenched in blood, his body marred by a web of cracks that exposed bone, with many areas revealing dark golden skeletal structures. His right arm, which had delivered that final thrust, was reduced to mere shattered skin and muscle, leaving only the dark golden arm bone, still gripping the dissolving shadow of the black sword light, forged from will and the essence of annihilation. In his consciousness, there was a profound silence. The mechanism of extinction had ceased its operation completely. The grand and mysterious wheel was now marred with penetrating cracks, resembling shattered porcelain. The once flowing Tao patterns, which contained the profound truths of the universe, had entirely dimmed and broken. At the core, the mark of eternal starlight had vanished without a trace. Only the shadow of the penetrating sword scar of annihilation remained, deeply etched upon the shattered mechanism, emanating a weak yet resilient aura of extinction, akin to a final tombstone and also like the spark of rebirth. His dantian was utterly empty. The annihilation essence, embedded with the crystal of the Demon Emperor's star, had completely vanished. All that remained was a void of chaos, with a faint, nearly imperceptible dark golden ember at the center, poised to extinguish at any moment. This ember was the last remnant of the indestructible spark of the core of his essence. With strength exhausted, his foundation on the brink of destruction, and life flickering like a candle in a tempest, Xiao Yan could no longer endure. His knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily into the cold starry dust. The bloodied and shattered form trembled violently, each breath escaping like a fractured bellows, spewing forth dark golden froth mixed with the remnants of internal organs. Before him, shadows danced, as an unending chill and silence surged like a tide, threatening to engulf his waning consciousness entirely. At that moment, a piercing stream of pale light, imbued with the profound essence of annihilation and creation, erupted from the core of the pale Tao fire, which was marred by a sword scar, yet still flickered with life. Like a sentient entity, it instantaneously traversed the void and embedded itself into the shattered center of Xiao Yan's brow. Boom! It was as if a parched desert had been inundated by a cataclysmic deluge. The pure and vast energy, cold and overwhelmingly domineering, infused with the immense essence of ash, surged into Xiao Yan's nearly exhausted and broken body and consciousness. Ack! Xiao Yan let out a howl of excruciating agony, his body curling like a shrimp. As countless blood mists erupted from his skin, this force was colossal, exquisitely pure, and tyrannical. Like a myriad of icy steel blades, it mercilessly scoured, sliced, and reshaped his shattered meridians, parched energy sea, and fragmented consciousness. The pain transcended all previous thresholds of suffering, yet simultaneously a life force, akin to a rebirth from the depths of destruction, was forcibly awakened, igniting within. Buzz, in the depths of his consciousness. The completely shattered and dormant remnant of the annihilated Dao hub emitted a low hum under the onslaught of this pure and overwhelming essence of ash and the original Dao fire. The imprint of the obliterating sword scar on the remnant suddenly radiated a profound black glow. Countless fractured Dao patterns, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, began to slowly wriggle around this sword scar imprint, attempting to reconnect. In the Dantian's energy sea, a void of chaos churned violently. At its center, a faint dark golden spark, as if fueled by boundless energy, erupted explosively. It transformed into a violently burning dark golden flame. Within the flames, an exceedingly small, indistinct outline could be discerned, with a more solid starry essence embedded at its chest, struggling painfully yet tenaciously to coalesce and be reborn. Even more astonishing, the crystal of the Demon Emperor's star, embedded in his heart, emitted a strained groan under the weight of this terrifying force, its surface revealing fine cracks. Strands of pure, ancient energy, imbued with the essence of primordial star beasts, seeped through the fissures, clashing violently with the encroaching essence of the pale Dao fire, entangling and ultimately forming an exceedingly fragile yet perilous balance within Xiao Yan's body. Destruction and rebirth, fragmentation and reconstruction, the essence of ash, the original Dao fire, and the power of the Demon Emperor star, three distinct yet converging forces clashed upon the battlefield of Xiao Yan's broken form. Engaging in the most primal and fierce struggle for integration, Xiao Yan's consciousness ebbed and flowed amidst the tidal pain, at times surfacing to clarity, at others sinking into oblivion. With each awakening, he felt his body and soul being torn apart and reassembled countless times. He could perceive the shattered remnants of the Dao pivot swirling laboriously around the scar of the extinguished sword, each rotation eliciting a soul-wrenching agony. He could introspectively glimpse the indistinct shadow of the primordial infant within the dark golden flame of his Dantian, contorted and struggling under the strain of three forces, coalescing painfully. He could sense the energy seeping from the fissures of the Demon Emperor's crystal, akin to tenacious vines, fiercely entwining the encroaching pale Dao fire, somewhat tempering its violent destructive power. Time had lost all significance. In this desolate core of the ashen abyss, only a broken body, cloaked in a cocoon of pale, dark gold, and archaic bronze energy, lay prostrate amidst the stardust, silently enduring the most harrowing metamorphosis, uncertain how much time had elapsed. The tumultuous radiance of the tricolored energy cocoon enveloping Xiao Yan gradually softened and subdued. Ultimately, the brilliance vanished entirely, revealing the figure seated cross-legged within. It was still that bloodied and battered Dao body, marred by ghastly scars and unhealed cracks. Yet, from the depths of those fissures, a resilient sheen of dark gold intertwined with pale light emerged, reminiscent of molten metal. He slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his pupils, the two chaotic stellar silhouettes had dissipated. In their stead were two clusters of cold, profound flames, as if capable of consuming all light, the flames of obliteration. At the very heart of the fire, an eternal dark golden star gleamed, akin to a cosmic singularity, suspended in quietude. His gaze swept across the expanse before him. The immense ash beast had long since transformed into a cold mound of dust. Only at the center of the dust lay the pale Dao fire, pierced through by the scar of the extinguished sword, still flickering weakly and laboriously. Yet within that flickering flame, a profound black sword scar was distinctly visible, like an eternal mark of injury. Xiao Yan slowly raised his hand. At his fingertips, a strand of refined flame, displaying an intertwining hue of dark gold and pale, ignited silently. The flame danced, exuding a chilling, tyrannical aura that could obliterate myriad paths, its core harboring an everlasting dark golden glimmer. He directed his gaze towards the fractured and silent expanse at the periphery of this core of the ashen abyss, observing the distorted, shifting dark gray dome that roamed with the thunder of obliteration, as if piercing through endless voids, revealing the terrifying claw that had once declared death in the primordial star ruins. A cold voice, tinged with a hoarse resonance of rebirth, echoed clearly in the desolate realm of myriad paths returning to the void. The depths of the ashen abyss await. Chapter 46. The shadow of ashen spirits, the flame at his fingertips extinguished silently. The embers of dark gold and pale dispersed in the frigid air, akin to a cruel proclamation. Xiao Yan rose slowly. His bones creaked with a harsh friction, and within the depths of the cracks adorning his body, the metallic sheen of dark gold and pale flickered with each contraction of his muscles. It was not the smoothness of healing, but rather the resilient texture of forged black iron, imbued with a cold tenacity born from annihilation. He lowered his gaze, scanning his Dantian's energy sea. The violently burning dark golden flame had now subsided. At the core, a tiny primordial infant, merely an inch tall, floated serenely. It presents a peculiar dark golden hue throughout, its surface flowing with pale patterns akin to living entities. The two shades are not sharply defined. Rather, they intertwine and permeate each other, forming a profound and perilous equilibrium. At the center of the primordial infant's chest, the eternal starlight appears more solid and resplendent than before. Deep within its core, a faint yet remarkably resilient black sword scar, the imprint of the extinction blade, is subtly discernible. The primordial infant's eyes remain tightly shut, yet its visage has shed its youthful innocence, now exuding a chilling indifference reminiscent of Xiao Yan. Within the sea of consciousness, the shattered Tao hub has ceased to exist. In its place is a slowly rotating, fragmented disk composed of countless broken, yet forcibly reassembled dark golden Tao patterns. The heart of the disk is the very extinction blade scar that pierces through it. It functions like a stabilizing needle, akin to an undying spark, forcibly maintaining the disk's rotation. With each turn, it emanates a chilling, domineering essence of annihilation, far surpassing the previous Tao hub in its destructive brilliance, albeit lacking its esoteric profundity. The three-colored Tao fire essence surges within. The essence of extinction is cold and pure, reminiscent of the final breath of the universe. The Tao fire essence is fiercely desolate, bringing forth the power of obliteration and rebirth. The ancient and robust power of the Demon Emperor Star carries the tenacious wildness of primordial star beasts. These three forces revolve around the extinction blade scar, establishing an exceedingly delicate and dangerously dynamic balance within his reconstructed veins and flesh. Every cycle of power feels akin to walking a razor's edge, inducing a subtle yet tangible sting, while bestowing this fractured body with an explosive potential and destructive capacity far beyond its previous limits. He raised his head, his eyes of extinction sweeping across the shattered, desolate expanse at the core of the abyss of extinction. Wherever his gaze fell, the thin air was infused with the essence of extinction, as if drawn by an invisible force, weaving itself toward him, silently merging with his skin, nourishing the yet-to-be fully healed fissures. In the distance, at the center of the dust mound formed by the collapse of the colossal ash beast, the pale Tao fire, pierced by the extinction blade scar, continued to flicker weakly, akin to a candle in the wind, each flicker radiating cold, annihilative ripples. This place is no longer a sanctuary. The feeble flicker of the Tao fire acts as a conspicuous lighthouse in the darkness, potentially attracting even more terrifying entities. The death knell of the colossal claws deep within the abyss of extinction hangs over him like a cold shackle. In the depths of the abyss, Xiao Yan murmured to himself, his voice hoarse, carrying a metallic rasp. His eyes of extinction pierced through the distorted, dark gray energy dome, probing deeper into the shattered realm's darker unknown. The core of the remnant Tao hub's extinction blade scar faintly transmitted a weak yet clear pull, directing him toward the depths of silence. The objective was unambiguously clear. The retreat? It had long been severed. He set forth, his feet treading upon the frigid dark iron star remains, producing a dull sound. With each step, the intermingled luster of dark gold and pale light flowed anew, forcefully resisting the pervasive, corrosive essence of the abyss of extinction, akin to countless icy needles piercing through. His pace was not swift, but remarkably steady, much like a solitary wolf traversing a silent, frozen expanse, delving deeper in the direction indicated by the extinction blade scar. The further he ventured, the more grotesque and sinister the shattered scenes became. The ground beneath my feet, once a mere expanse of fragmented debris, has transformed into a vast chasm, unfathomably deep. The edges of the rift are as smooth as glass, as if cleaved by an invisible blade, while the depths churn with viscous, dark gray mists of energy, exuding a chilling aura of annihilation that freezes the very soul. Above, the distorted, shifting dome of energy in the sky releases ever more substantial and thunderous bolts of oblivion, silently rending the void, occasionally striking the colossal remnants of star debris, instantly vaporizing them into vast voids. The essence of ash that once lingered in the air has grown increasingly sparse, replaced by a purer, more ancient, and far more chaotic principle of annihilation. It is frigid, domineering, and disordered, imbued with the ultimate significance of termination and the collapse of laws. Merely being in its presence, Xiao Yan feels the operation of his tricolored fire source within his body become slightly sluggish, the luster enveloping his form intensifying under the pressure. While a fine prickling sensation radiates from every part of his being, silence reigns as the singular melody of this desolate realm. Yet, beneath this absolute stillness, the ashes of destruction within Xiao Yan's eyes detect a faint, chilling vitality. It is not the breath of life, but rather something that seems to be a predator birthed from the very fabric of law. A low, mournful howl emanates unexpectedly from a jagged expanse resembling the frozen ribs of a colossal beast, concealed within a thicket of black crystal. This sound possesses an unusual penetrating quality. Disregarding the barriers of space, directly affecting the soul and instilling a bone-chilling sense of being ensnared by a frigid gaze, Xiao Yan halts in his tracks. The ashes of destruction within his eyes narrow instantly, his gaze like a bolt of lightning, piercing towards the distorted black crystal thicket ahead. In the moment his focus sharpens. A shadow of dark gray darts forth, as if extricated from the folds of space itself, moving with such speed that it surpasses the limits of perception, bringing with it an icy chill that freezes thought, appearing suddenly beside Xiao Yan. A pure, unadulterated will of annihilation, accompanied by a sharp edge that rends space. Targets Xiao Yan's neck. Danger. A lethal ambush. Xiao Yan has no time to ponder. The instinctive reaction honed through countless life and death struggles erupts within him. He does not retreat. Instead, he pivots sharply, his right fist crashing forward in a desperate counterattack. Upon his fist, the dark gold, pale, and ancient bronze hues intertwine in a moment of fervor. Boom! The fist collides violently with the dark, gray shadow. There is no earth-shattering roar, only a muffled sound of suffocating energy annihilation. A frenzied shockwave of obliteration erupts from the point of impact. The hard, dark iron ground beneath him shatters like brittle cookies, collapsing under the force. Xiao Yan lets out a muffled groan, his body feeling as if struck by an invisible hammer, uncontrollably sliding back several dozen paces. Each step carving deep furrows into the ground. His right sleeve is torn to shreds, revealing an arm marred by cracks, glimmering with tricolored light. While a series of tingling pains emanate from his fist as faint gray traces attempt to erode his flesh. The dark gray shadow, too, is hurled backward by the violent force, gracefully tumbling in the air before silently landing atop a sharp black crystal. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally discerned the appearance of his assailant. It was not a corporeal entity of flesh and blood, but rather a form that existed between smoke and a semi-congealed dark gray crystal, towering roughly the height of a person. Its bodily outline was indistinct, resembling a continually contorting shadow, save for the ends of its limbs, which materialized into glistening claws, radiating a cold metallic sheen. Its head bore no features, only two deep, frigid points that resembled eyes of absolute void, fixating intently on Xiao Yan. An unadulterated, chilling will, existing solely for the purpose of hunting and annihilation, radiated from it without reservation. The name Jin Ling surfaced in Xiao Yan's consciousness. It was a scavenger birthed from the depths of the Jin abyss, formed from the purest essence of the principles of extinction and fragments of chaotic laws, cultivated through the passage of time, a predator on the level of laws. Devoid of intelligence, it possessed only the most primitive and cold instinct to eradicate all intruders. The shadow before him was evidently merely the minion of a far more terrifying existence lurking within the depths of the Jin abyss, yet its speed, stealth, and that pure force of annihilation were sufficient to pose a threat even to ordinary Yuanian cultivators. Roar! Before Xiao Yan could catch his breath, the shadow at the apex of the crystal emitted a deep, resonant shriek once more. The two void-like eyes suddenly ignited. Its indistinct form abruptly contracted, and in the next instant, it seemed to meld into the very fabric of space, vanishing without a trace. This was not a mere teleportation. Rather, its form had wholly transformed into the essence of pure extinction, perfectly assimilating with its surroundings. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted. The eye of annihilation whirred into frantic motion. He could sense a chilling intent to kill, encroaching upon him from all directions, enveloping him above and below, left and right. The space around him appeared to morph into a viscous quagmire, with the ubiquitous resonance of extinction laws, under the influence of the shadow, manifesting as countless invisible stabs of law, descending upon him with ferocity. Moreover, several claws of annihilation, even more refined and lethal than before, tore through space, silently ambushing him from the blind spots of his vision and consciousness. A trap. This was a hunting snare composed of pure extinction laws. It sealed off space, delayed perception, and delivered a fatal strike. A dire situation loomed once again. However, in Xiao Yan's eyes, two clusters of extinction flames surged suddenly. Cold. Frenzied. A torrent of battle intent. Stemming from the remnants of the Tao's core, from the scars of the Annihilation Sword, and from his own countless battles against death, erupted with a thunderous roar. Extinction laws? Hunting ground? A near-manic grin spread across Xiao Yan's face. His hoarse voice resonating with the finality of clashing metal in this silent law-hunting arena. Then let us see who hunts whom. Chapter 47. The Annihilation Forge, a chilling voice. Akin to a broken blade scraping against ironstone, stirred invisible ripples in the stillness of the law-hunting ground. Then let us see who hunts whom. The moment the words fell, Xiao Yan sprang into action. He was no longer the passive prey, but had transformed into the proactive hunter stepping into the trap. Faced with the invisible stabs of law converging from all directions and the silent, lethal claws of annihilation, Xiao Yan did not flinch. Instead, he surged towards the most deadly claw aimed at his back, pivoting sharply. The dark iron star skeleton beneath him erupted with a thunderous crack. The cracked, dark, golden pale body burst forth with dazzling, tricolored radiance. With a firm grip of his right fist, it transcended the mere trifecta of colors, transforming into the very essence of a raging furnace, encompassing both his fist and forearm. The furnace was ignited. A deep, resonant roar reverberated in the depths of his soul. Within his consciousness, the remnants of the shattered core of the wheel unleashed an unprecedented black radiance from the blade of annihilation. Within his dantian, the dark golden primordial infant, adorned with pale veins, suddenly opened its icy eyes. A ferocious power, forged from the true essence of annihilation, the primordial fire, and the celestial force of the demon emperor, erupted like a long-suppressed volcano, uniquely belonging to Xiao Yan. Boom! His right fist ruthlessly surged towards the claw of annihilation that tore through space, aimed directly at the back of his heart. As fists and claws collided, there was no muted sound of obliteration. This time, it was a pure, cataclysmic release of energy. Xiao Yan's fist seemed to transform into a blazing furnace of destruction. The dark golden, pale, and ancient bronze hues no longer intertwined distinctly. Instead, under the forceful dominion of the blade of annihilation, they clashed, tore, and ultimately obliterated in a cataclysmic explosion at the point of collision. A vortex of chaotic energy, no larger than a fist yet imbued with an enigmatic hue, materialized at the juncture of their meeting. At its center lay an abyssal blackness that devoured all. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The terrifying force of annihilation erupted. The concentrated claw of annihilation, akin to a meteor colliding with a black hole, could not withstand even a moment before being engulfed, torn apart, and shredded into the most primal fragments of oblivion. Subsequently, the shockwave of the vortex's explosion surged forth like an invisible tempest, rapidly expanding. Buzz. The space trembled violently. The thick, sluggish mire of laws surrounding them was torn asunder, evaporating instantly, as if a red-hot iron had been plunged into ice. The invisible lances of law converging from all directions melted away silently, like snow before the blazing sun, dissipating in the face of the raging storm of annihilation. Roar. A scream, imbued with rage and anguish, emanated from the folds of space to Xiao Yan's left. A shadow, dark gray in hue, staggered as if struck by an unseen hammer, half solidifying as it was expelled from the void, revealing the lurking hunting shadow. Its blurred form writhed violently, with its two void-like eyes flashing with chaotic brilliance, clearly shaken by the sudden violent counterattack and the shockwave of laws. Opportunity. Xiao Yan's eyes, imbued with the essence of annihilation, locked onto the target, cold and unwavering. He afforded no chance for the adversary to conceal itself again. Before the shattered star bones beneath his feet had settled, he approached like a specter. Once more, his fist, ablaze with the chaotic vortex, bore an indomitable will of destruction as it ruthlessly struck towards the manifested hunting shadow. Death. The hunting shadow, overwhelmed by fury and alarm, twisted its indistinct form, attempting to meld back into the laws of space. Simultaneously, two other hidden threats erupted. The space above and below Xiao Yan fractured simultaneously, as two claws of annihilation, glimmering with a chilling light, descended with the intent to freeze the soul. The angles were precise, the timing ruthless. It was a classic case of surrounding the enemy. A three-pronged assault. Was it a certain death? In Xiao Yan's eyes, the flames of annihilation blazed with fervor. He did not flinch nor evade. With unwavering resolve, the fist aimed at the first hunting shadow struck forth, while simultaneously his left hand shot upwards with lightning speed, fingers splayed wide and palm facing skyward. Refined for me. The shattered wheel of consciousness spun wildly, the humming of the extinguished sword marks resonating throughout. The nascent soul within his dantian cradled its essence in both hands. A radiant starlight emanating from his chest. A surge of even greater ferocity and dominance, a will to devour and refine, erupted from the palm of Xiao Yan's left hand. In the center of his palm, a miniature, rapidly spinning chaotic vortex formed instantaneously. At its core, the blackness of utter annihilation that devoured all remained. However, unlike the explosive destruction of the right fist, the vortex of the left hand exuded a terrifying force of forced refinement and assimilation. Boom, boom. The two annihilative claws above and below him fiercely clutched at the tricolored aura shield that suddenly illuminated Xiao Yan's body. The shield quaked violently, emitting a deafening shattering sound, sustaining only a brief moment before it collapsed in ruins. The frigid power of annihilation infiltrated Xiao Yan's body in an instant, tearing open grievous wounds down to the bone at his shoulder and calf, while the ashen resonance of annihilation frantically corroded his being. As excruciating pain surged through him, Xiao Yan's body lurched violently, a trickle of dark golden blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, the motion of his left hand remained unceasing. The terrifying refining vortex in his palm erupted with an insatiable draw. Sizzle, sizzle. The two annihilative claws that lunged towards his head and calf found themselves ensnared like birds caught in a mire, their once defined claw silhouettes being forcibly distorted. The pure fragments of the annihilation laws that formed the claw shadows were ravenously absorbed by the vortex in his palm, as if rivers flowing into the sea, ceaselessly merging into the chaotic furnace of annihilation. A chilling wail erupted from the two hunting shadows that had initiated the ambush. They sensed their very essence being forcibly stripped away and devoured. The vortex in his palm resembled an insatiable black hole, a furnace crafted specifically for the refinement of hunters like them. They struggled desperately, attempting to sever their connection to the claw shadows, only to be horrified by the realization that the refining force had entwined with the laws, creeping upon them like a maggot. Simultaneously, Xiao Yan's right fist, endowed with a destructive chaotic vortex, struck the first visible hunting shadow with tremendous force. Boom! This time, it was a silent annihilation. The shadowy figure, indistinct and gray, twisted and boiled violently as it made contact with the chaotic vortex, ultimately disintegrating entirely. The fragments of laws and pure annihilation that constituted its form were torn asunder and devoured by the ferocious power of extinguishment, transforming into a stream of pure, frigid energy. Forcibly drawn into the swirling vortex of Xiao Yan's right fist, merging into the tumultuous tricolored flame torrent within him, one hunting shadow of annihilation met its demise. Roar. The remaining two hunting shadows, ensnared by the refining power of Xiao Yan's left hand, emitted desperate and frenzied cries. They sensed the complete obliteration of their companion and the rapid depletion of their own strength. The pinnacle of fear ignited their primal ferocity. The two void-like eyes erupted with blinding gray-white light. Their indistinct forms shrank and collapsed violently, akin to a star core on the verge of self-detonation. A wave of destructive energy, potent enough to reduce this area to chaotic nothingness, brewed furiously within them, rising. Self-detonation. The ultimate annihilation at the level of laws. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted sharply. The eye of annihilation whirred into action, instantly capturing the trajectory of the surging destructive energy. There was no time for contemplation. Instincts honed through countless life and death battles seized control of his body once more. Get back. The terrifying vortex of molten energy in his left palm suddenly reversed. A ferocious shockwave. A tumultuous blend of the recently devoured fragments of law and his own essence of annihilation erupted forth like a volcano compressed to its limit. Boom! The violent surge of energy collided fiercely with the two shadow hunters on the verge of self-detonation. It was not intended to inflict harm, but to push them away. The two shadow hunters were struck as if by an invisible hammer, their gathered self-destructive momentum abruptly halted, their indistinct forms hurled away by the brutal force, sent flying towards the vast chasm shrouded in swirling dark gray annihilation mist. At that very moment of their expulsion, a faint yet exquisitely refined dark golden sword light, akin to meteors tearing through the night sky, surged forth from the tips of Xiao Yan's pointed fingers. Upon the sword light burned the profound black flames of annihilation. The target was not the shadow hunters themselves, but the two void-like eyes at their cores, radiating self-destructive brilliance. Hiss, hiss, precise, ruthless. The two beams of annihilation's sword light arrived just in time, penetrating the cores of the two grayish-white lights as the shadow hunters plunged into the churning mist of the chasm. Wail, a piercing shriek, resonant at the level of the soul, was abruptly silenced. The frenzied surge of destructive energy, akin to a venomous serpent grasped by the throat, suddenly froze and became chaotic. Following this, Two muffled sounds of annihilation emanated from the depths of the chasm. The bodies of the two shadow hunters, like punctured bubbles, silently disintegrated under the dual effects of the encroaching annihilation mist and their own chaotic energy, dissipating into two swirling clouds of lawed dust. Entirely consumed by the insatiable mist of the chasm, silence once again enveloped the area. Only the dark gray mist swirling at the chasm's edge silently recounted the recent harrowing events. Xiao Yan knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. The wounds on his left shoulder and right calf were deep enough to expose bone. The ashen annihilation essence writhed like a living creature at the edges of his injuries, eroding, bringing excruciating pain and a bone-chilling cold, forcing the annihilation furnace to operate while simultaneously wielding the two extreme forces of destruction and refinement. And enduring the onslaught of the Shadow Hunter's annihilation claws, placed an unbearable burden on his newly reshaped and yet to be fully stabilized Tao body. Within his sea of consciousness, the shattered disk trembled violently, and the brilliance of the annihilation sword mark dimmed slightly. The strain of wielding such power inflicted significant damage upon his Tao core. In his dantian, the diminutive primordial infant bore a grave expression, its chest flickering with starlight, as it forcibly devoured and refined the essence of a complete shadow hunter along with fragments of the laws from the other two. The wild and frigid energy clashed violently within him. The three-colored Tao fire surged and roared, inducing a tearing pain. Yet, amidst this agony and fatigue, a cold yet powerful sense of strength began to slowly germinate and grow within Xiao Yan. He gradually raised his left hand. The palm was charred black, revealing the dark golden bones beneath. This was the price paid for forcibly reversing the furnace and unleashing such energy. Yet at the center of this charred palm, a singular, refined flame of an unusual hue, interlacing dark gray and pale white, dances silently. The core of the flame harbors an almost imperceptible black spark of extinguishment that remains eternally unextinguished. This is the nascent flame of the loss, having been initially condensed after refining a portion of the source of the shadow hunt. Xiao Yan's extinguished gaze coldly swept over this fledgling flame in his palm, then shifted to the shoulder and calf, where the ashen resonance continued to erode. His eyes betrayed no emotional fluctuations, only a chilling calmness bordering on cruelty. The wounds inflicted by the laws must be mended with the very essence of those laws. With a single thought, the newly birthed flame in his palm surged forth, separating a fine, delicate thread imbued with pure refining power, which coiled around the edges of the ashen resonance at his shoulder like a sinuous serpent. Hiss! Like hot oil splashed upon snow. The stubborn resonance of obliteration emitted a faint wail upon contact with this more domineering flame. Born of the same origin but possessing superior refining characteristics, as it was forcibly peeled away, disassembled, and ultimately devoured and assimilated by the flame's thread. The excruciating pain at the wound intensified instantaneously, akin to scraping bone to cleanse poison, yet the ashen hue visibly receded at an astonishing pace. Effective. A glimmer ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes, dispelling any hesitation. He suppressed the agonizing pain and fatigue coursing through his body and sat cross-legged upon the ground. With palms facing upward, he positioned them before his knees. The flame of the newly birthed laws gradually ascended from his left palm. Meanwhile, a miniature vortex of chaotic furnace materialization reemerged with great difficulty in his right palm, this time exuding a restrained will of forced refining and purification. He delved deep within himself, guiding the nascent flame carefully along the edges of the wound, akin to the most skilled of surgeons wielding fire as a scalpel, precisely cutting, peeling, and refining the fragments of obliterating laws that had invaded his being. Simultaneously, he activated the technique of the extinguishing furnace, forcibly suppressing and refining the tumultuous energy surging within him, which had erupted from consuming the source of the shadow hunt, purifying and tempering it into nourishment for his path body and core. This was a painful and protracted ordeal. Each act of peeling away the obliterating laws felt akin to scraping bone and extracting marrow. Each refinement of the chaotic energy felt like igniting a miniature stellar explosion within his body. Cold sweat mingled with dark golden blood seeped from his brow, freezing into dark red beads upon the cold, starry ground. Time ebbed away in an absolute silence. The mist swirling in the chasm seemed to calm somewhat. Uncertain how long it had been, the deep, bone-visible wounds on Xiao Yan's shoulder and calf finally shed their stubborn ashen hue. The muscle at the edges of the wounds exhibited a newly forged resilience, shimmering with an intermingling of dark gold and pale white, though not yet fully healed. The deep-seated chill of erosion had vanished. The tumultuous energy within him stabilized, having been forcibly refined and purified, merging into the torrent of the three-colored path fire, intensifying its momentum and deepening its hue. He slowly opened his eyes, and the flame within his extinguished gaze seemed to have condensed slightly. His gaze swept across the cold, dark iron starry ground before him, ultimately resting upon the area that had recently witnessed a fierce battle. A faint, almost imperceptible dark golden point of light, nearly merging with the surrounding dull dust, captured his attention. Xiao Yan rose to his feet, his steps still burdened by a weight, and approached the luminous point. Leaning down, he gathered a trace of nearly undetectable extinguishing force at his fingertips and gently brushed away the surface dust. There lay a fragment, irregular in shape and the size of a fingernail, quietly resting. The surface of the shard was adorned with intricate natural patterns, emanating an ancient, majestic essence, infused with the vast aura characteristic of primordial star beasts. This was a fragment of the crystal from the Demon Emperor star wheel. Under the violent eruption of the extinguishing furnace and the impact of the Shadow Hunter's self-detonation, the crystal within him, already riddled with cracks, could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered a corner. Xiao Yan pinched this minuscule fragment between his fingers. A warm yet heavy sensation coursed through him, accompanied by a vague tremor and call from the depths of the distant starry seas. He clasped the shard tightly in his palm, his cold gaze penetrating deeper into the darker abyss of this shattered realm. The pull from the extinguishing sword marks at the core of the Dao Wheel's remnants grew increasingly distinct, guiding him toward the lifeless darkness. Chapter 48. The Egg of Star Skeleton. The icy fragments of the star skeleton pressed against his palm, the ancient tremors originating from the primordial star beasts resonating like the heartbeat of a slumbering giant, reverberating through his fingertips and into his consciousness. This formed a peculiar, transcendent resonance with the cracked crystal of the Demon Emperor within him. Simultaneously, three low, greed-laden howls echoed, like cold chains tightening from three directions. Three shadowy, indistinct figures, their limbs ending in gleaming claws, emerged silently from the viscous depths of the extinguishing principles, encircling Xiao Yan and sealing him within. Two void-like eyes fixated on Xiao Yan, more precisely, on the dark golden fragment in his grasp that radiated the alluring essence of the star beast. To these pure hunters of the extinguishing loss, the presence of the shard was akin to a beacon ignited in the dark, an aberration that must be consumed and obliterated. It was an instinctive, irresistible temptation. The combined will of annihilation from the three beings solidified around him, like an invisible ice coffin, instantly freezing Xiao Yan in place. The space felt as dense as lead, as if even thought itself was about to be frozen. A dire predicament, far more perilous than before. Any one of the three shadow hunters could easily plunge him into a desperate struggle. Now, surrounded on all sides, the murderous intent compounded, it was an almost certain death trap. Deep within his extinguishing eyes, two flames danced wildly. There was no fear, only cold calculation and a madness pushed to the brink. The resonance from the star skeleton fragment intensified, the vibrations from the crystal of the Demon Emperor within him grew more violent, even stirring the dark golden infant within his Dantian to respond with its stellar radiance. Want it? Then take it all. A grim smile twisted at the corner of Xiao Yan's lips. In that fleeting moment, when the claws of the three shadow hunters tore through space, bringing forth the annihilating chill that froze all things, he made a move that could only be described as reckless. He not only refrained from activating the defenses of the annihilation furnace or launching a counterattack, but instead, he devoted all his focus and the power derived from the shattered core of the sea of consciousness, infused with the essence of the annihilation sword's mark, into the fragment of starlight resting in his palm. Suddenly, the dark golden shard erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Countless intricate primordial patterns sprang to life, swirling and illuminating the air with fervor. An ancient, vast, and primal aura, imbued with the essence of the birth and destruction of stars, surged forth like an awakened primordial beast, roaring to life. This aura clashed violently with the pure stillness of the annihilation's path, akin to boiling oil splashing into ice water. With Xiao Yan's palm as the epicenter, an invisible and tempestuous wave of stellar energy radiated outward. This shockwave was not a mere explosion of energy, but a pure rejection of the very essence itself. Wherever it traversed, the viscous space of the annihilation path cracked like a mirror struck by a boulder, instantly adorned with a web of fissures. The annihilation force field formed by the overlapping shadows of the three hunters, which had frozen thought itself, shattered like a fragile glass dome under the onslaught of this wild primordial star power, emitting a piercing wail as it collapsed. A roar erupted as the three hunters simultaneously unleashed their furious thoughts. Their talons, which had aimed to strike, were violently repelled by this sudden surge of rejection, their blurred forms trembling violently in the ripples of the shattered space, sent flying backward. Their void-like eyes were filled with disbelief and rage. How could such a seemingly insignificant prey invoke such a discordant yet formidable alien power? The moment the spatial confinement was forcibly torn asunder, Xiao Yan sprang into action. He did not choose any particular direction to break free. Instead, like a meteor drawn to a flame, he charged towards the edge of the vast chasm, which swirled with dark gray mists of annihilation, toward a relatively flat, dark iron-colored platform. With fierce determination, his speed reached its zenith. The damaged path body, propelled recklessly by the torrent of tricolor flames, emitted a deafening, tearing sound, and dark golden beads of blood seeped from the cracks beneath his skin. Yet he paid no heed. The target was the chasm's edge. Confusion coursed among the hunters as they communicated their thoughts. The three shadows stabilized their forms, their indistinct bodies melding into the folds of the shattered space, infused with even more ferocious intent as they tore through the fabric of reality once more. Like three bolts of dark gray lightning, striking from three cunning angles towards Xiao Yan's back, their claws rent the air, leaving behind frozen trails of decay. This time, their target was not merely Xiao Yan himself, but rather to utterly shatter the enticing fragment radiating brilliance in his grasp. The chill of death pierced through to the bone. Xiao Yan could even feel the searing pain as the wind from the clawed assault grazed his back. Yet, his speed towards the chasm's edge showed no signs of waning. The eye of annihilation fixated intently on the center of the platform ahead, where a patch of ground, barely a foot in diameter, pulsed with a faint yet exceptionally clear dark golden rhythm, reminiscent of the fragment in his palm. That was it. In the fraction of a moment before the three annihilating claws could penetrate his flesh, Xiao Yan finally surged to the precipice of the platform. He abruptly thrust his right hand, tightly gripping the shard, towards the earth like a battle standard embedded in the ground, forcefully pressing down onto the pulsating dark iron surface. The furnace is gestating. A roar emanating from the depths of the soul erupted forth, within the sea of consciousness. The extinguished sword marks on the shattered will suddenly ignited with an unprecedented black radiance. Within his dantian, the dark golden primordial infant, merely a few inches high, formed an exceedingly ancient and intricate seal with both hands, while the stars in his chest blazed brilliantly, threatening to burst. The surging three-colored Tao flames, no longer clashing with one another, were instead guided by a dominating will, wildly pouring into his right arm pressed against the ground, and surging towards the shard in his palm, which radiated the light of primordial stars. Boom! Xiao Yan's right hand, along with the resplendent shard, was forcefully imprinted in the center of the dark iron platform. Time seemed to come to a complete standstill at that moment. In the next instant, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded around Xiao Yan's palm. The hard, cold dark iron earth, akin to ice thrown into a glowing iron block, began to melt and collapse at a visible speed. This was not a physical melting, but rather a disintegration and assimilation of the annihilation pathways that composed the earth and the star matter. Forced apart by the explosive primordial star force from the shard in his palm, coupled with the relentless infusion of the furnace's power, a depression, roughly 10 feet in diameter and 3 feet deep, formed instantaneously. The bottom of the pit was not composed of rock or soil, but instead roiling with a scorching magma interwoven with dark gold, pale, and primordial bronze. This magma was not flame, but rather a tangible manifestation of violently refined and purified laws and energy. It radiated a heart-stirring high temperature and aura of destruction. At the center of the swirling magma, the resplendent dark golden shard resembled a greedy seed, voraciously devouring the surrounding melting laws and energy. The primordial patterns on the surface of the shard writhed like living entities, growing and spreading. Its brilliance intensified, and at its core, a point akin to an embryo, a more solid dark golden starlight, was astonishingly nurturing and expanding at an incredible speed. An ancient, vast, and primal vitality, reminiscent of newly born stars, erupted forth from this small furnace. This vitality clashed and collided with the utter desolation of the annihilation pathways, forming the most extreme conflict. Hiss! The entire platform, along with the surrounding space, twisted and boiled violently due to this discordant vitality. The annihilation pathways permeating the air emitted a mournful wail, as though encountering their nemesis. Roar! 3 hunting shadows, pouncing toward him, had their annihilation claws suddenly collide with this erupting storm of mixed furnace heat and overwhelming vitality just 3 feet away from Xiao Yan's back. As if the purest annihilation ice collided with an erupting stellar furnace. Hiss! A piercing sound of annihilation erupted. The claws of the 3 hunting shadows began to rapidly dissolve and vaporize upon contact with this impact storm, like red-hot iron rods plunged into snow. The pure annihilation fragments comprising the claws were madly eroded and disintegrated by the furnace's high temperature and overwhelming vitality. Alas, but it was too late. Xiao Yan abruptly turned around. He maintained a half-kneeling posture, his right palm deeply pressed into the surging magma of the furnace, supplying power to the core seed. His complexion was as pale as parchment due to immense exhaustion, dark golden blood frothing from the corners of his mouth, while fissures across his body oozed crimson. His right arm resembled a searing iron, its skin charred black, the underlying dark golden bones starkly visible, enduring the excruciating backlash of the furnace. Yet, his eyes, two embers of extinguished flame, burned with an unprecedented intensity. Cold, frenzied, exuding an indifferent mastery over life and death. Seeking to retreat now? It is too late. His left hand shot up like lightning, fingers splayed, palm aimed at the three injured hunting shadows, desperate to break free from the furnace's life-infused tempest. The furnace devoured the heavens. The shattered wheel of consciousness emitted a lamentation under unbearable strain, yet the black radiance of the extinguished sword marks grew even more profound. The stars within the Dantian's primordial infant flickered wildly. In the palm of his left hand, a miniature yet terrifyingly powerful chaotic vortex instantly took shape. At its center resided the blackness of annihilation, which consumed all, while the edges of the vortex pulsed with the searing light emanating from the furnace below. Capable of refining myriad laws. Boom! A terrifying suction force, 10 times stronger than before, enveloped the three terrified hunting shadows in an instant. Roar! A desperate wail echoed through the chasm. The indistinct forms of the three shadows were violently distorted by this domineering pull, struggling fiercely, attempting to meld into the spatial laws to escape. Yet, the overwhelming vitality and searing heat radiating from the furnace acted as an invisible shackle, firmly binding the spatial laws of this region. More ominously, that vitality was akin to a potent poison, frantically eroding the very essence of their existence. Hiss! The fragments of laws comprising their bodies, akin to snowflakes cast into a furnace, began to uncontrollably peel away, collapse, transforming into streams of pure dark gray energy, which were ravenously devoured by the chaotic vortex in his left palm. The nearest hunting shadow, unable to withstand the terrifying suction and the corrosive vitality, snapped like an overstretched rubber band. A significant portion of its body, along with a claw, was instantly consumed by the vortex. Wail! The other two shadows emitted even more piercing shrieks, their fear overwhelming their ferocity. They ceased their attempts to attack Xiao Yan, instead charging frantically toward one another. Under the dual influence of the left-hand suction and the vitality's erosion, their indistinct forms collided violently, merging into one. Buzz! A wave of annihilation, stronger, more chaotic, and imbued with self-destructive energy than any prior, erupted from the core of the fused hunting shadows. Their indistinct bodies swelled and twisted, two void-like eyes bursting forth with blinding grayish-white light. They intended to forcibly break free from the terrifying suction of the furnace at the cost of self-destruction, attempting to annihilate this region along with the furnace that nurtured such terrifying vitality. The destructive energy wave surged to its zenith in an instant. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted. The eye of extinction whirled with fervor, instantly capturing the core on the verge of detonation, forcefully interrupting the devouring. There's no time. Evading? The furnace cannot be interrupted at this critical moment. Enduring it? The explosive might of this fused shadow hunt was sufficient to obliterate both itself and the newly formed furnace. In a moment of dire urgency, as the critical point of self-detonation was on the brink of being reached, a resonant hum echoed at the magma's heart within the furnace. A dark golden fragment, voraciously consuming energy, erupted with an unprecedented surge of stellar pulsation from its core. A beam of dark golden light, distilled to perfection and bearing the majestic aura of an ancient primordial beast, shot forth unexpectedly from the magma, akin to the first rays of dawn piercing the horizon. It unerringly struck the two void-like eyes of the Shadow Hunt's core that were on the verge of self-destruction. With a sound akin to a balloon bursting at its utmost capacity, the rampantly escalating destructive energy abruptly solidified and halted. The twisted form of the fused Shadow Hunt stiffened momentarily, as the two glaring points of pale gray light dimmed and extinguished in an instant. The chaotic vortex in the palm of the left hand surged with newfound strength. With an explosive sound, the immense dark gray body of the Shadow Hunt was torn asunder by an invisible hand, transforming into two streams of pure, more formidable currents of annihilation, devoured greedily by the vortex. The final remnants of a tragic consciousness dissipated amidst the surging waves of furnace heat and the tempest of vitality. Silence returned to the edge of the chasm. Only the magma, roughly 10 feet wide, continued its silent churn, boiling relentlessly. At its center, the dark golden fragment had vanished entirely, replaced by an egg approximately the size of a fist, exuding a profound dark golden hue, its surface adorned with intricate cosmic patterns. The eggshell was semi-transparent, revealing a swirling mass of chaotic dark golden radiance within, pulsating rhythmically. With each pulse, it emanated an overwhelming vitality and the vast power of the stars, subtly conveying an ancient and majestic life force. Akin to the heartbeat of a celestial beast in its embryonic stage, the star skeleton egg was born from the furnace of annihilation, fueled by the shadow hunt, and ignited by the shattered crystal fragments of the demon emperor, forcibly refining this desolate realm of ash into existence. Xiao Yan knelt at the furnace's edge, gasping for breath, each inhalation tearing through him with excruciating pain. His left arm hung limply, palm charred and trembling slightly. His right arm, appearing utterly spent, was deeply embedded in the roiling magma, providing the final sustaining force for the newly emerged star skeleton egg. His exhaustion had reached its zenith. The light of the Soul Road's remnant disk dimmed, and his primordial essence waned. Yet, the eye of annihilation remained fixated on the pulsating dark golden egg at the furnace's core. At that moment, a deep, resonant thrum, seemingly emerging from the very depths of the earth, echoed unexpectedly from the swirling dark gray mists below the chasm. This pulse was not merely sound. It was a pure spatial tremor, imbued with an indescribable, ancient, vast, and chilling will. It felt as if some terrifying entity, slumbering for eons, had been disturbed from its sleep by the overwhelming vitality and stellar power birthed by the furnace. Within the furnace, the pulsation of the dark golden egg abruptly faltered,